So just like everything in life, you start from a lower level before advancing into the higher levels. If you're familiar with my channel, you have seen me covering some beginners tutorials in Revit. So in today's tutorial, we are going to go a bit advanced, or rather very advanced. So we are going to be dealing with high-rise buildings, because in maybe your lower classes in the architecture school or design school, you'll be given smaller scale projects. As you advance in level and time, you are now going to be given more complex projects like high-rise, commercial buildings, and maybe institutional buildings. So in today's video, I'm going to be covering basically a generic high-rise design, and I'm going to be giving some principles I've learned in designing high-rise, because I have a little to fair experience in designing high-rise buildings. So I'm just going to pass that little knowledge I have using this tutorial video and how you'll be able to execute it in Autodesk Revit. So this tutorial video is going to be very comprehensive. It's going to be divided into 5 major modules. Module 1 is going to capture the conceptual massing. Module 2 is going to capture the setting up and detailed modeling. Module 3 is going to capture the graphics and presentation. Module 4 is going to capture the foundation and site plans. Then module 5 is going to capture the finishing setup. So we are going to go through all these modules, and I'm going to take you through the detailed design of a high-rise building from start to finish. Okay, so in order to cover much, I cannot be going back to the basics of the basics, like how to create the most basic things. So I'll recommend you go through my previous full course videos before coming into this video. And another thing is, I'm also going to be dropping the project file of this project, so it's going to contain the end result of the whole high rise, so you can use it to transfer template and practice on your own. Although it's going to cost a bit, but I feel it's something that is worth it for your progress. So if you haven't done so, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to hit the notification bell to get notified once we release new videos, and we're going to start the video right away. So as you can see, the first thing to do is we are going to be opening a new Revit file. So to open a new Revit file, I'm just going to click on new, and I'm just going to select this metric multidiscipline, and I'm just going to click OK. So unlike my previous tutorials, I'm not going to be going to the basics of the basics, because as I said, this is a master class. So I'm expecting people in this in watching this tutorial may have a little bit of knowledge on Revit. I'll still try as much as possible to make it simple and understandable, so someone that has very little experience in Revit can still follow if the person is really dedicated. But I'm not going to go into those basics fundamentals, because if I do that, this video may be up to 20 hours, so I don't want it to take that long. So we are just going to be doing some things, skipping some basics, and just going right to the main stuff. So I'm going to be starting with what is a high-rise building. Okay, so for this, I'm just going to open one file, and I'm just going to talk about it. So a high-rise building is basically a building that exceeds more than 10 floors. In some cases, some define it as 20 floors and above, but mostly is about 10 floors and above, or 5 floors and above is considered a high-rise building. Okay, in high-rise building, there are different types of high-rise. There is high-rise for residential buildings, there is high-rise for commercial buildings, and there is basically a mixed-use high-rise. So some high-rise buildings may be mixed-use in the sense that they will have more of residential buildings and less of commercial spaces. Some high-rise buildings may have more of commercial spaces and less residential spaces. Okay, so the thing to consider is, depending on what the brief is the priority of spaces you are going to be given in a high-rise. So we are going to be designing a 20-floor high-rise, and I'm going to be teaching you some principles while designing high-rise as an architect. Okay, so there are things to consider while designing high-rise. Number 1 is the structural and vertical transport, that is the structural stabilities and structural system. So structural system is basically the framework or skeletal work of a high-rise building. Is what used to bear the load, because in high-rise you're not only dealing with gravity loads, you're also dealing with lateral loads or wind loads. So when wind is blowing a high-rise building, because of the height, there's a lot of wind in that high altitude, so it's usually very hectic for the high-rise building, and it's a big consideration in engineering. So there are different types of structural system for high-rise buildings. There is the braced or space frame structural system, which I think is typically for high-rise buildings above 40 floors. You can look at some of Norman Foster buildings like the Hearst Tower. They use the braced frame system. So this involves creating a reinforced braced skeleton on the exterior of the building to kind of resist the lateral load. There is also rigid frame structure, which is very common in high-rise not above 25 floors. So you can see that is basically the column and beam system. So it's very good. In this kind of structural system, you need to understand grid and column placement, and most of the columns will run from the foundation up to the highest floor, so you need to put that as a consideration. We also have the wall frame structural system, where we have some concrete walls that serve as a structural support for the whole structure, helping to resist lateral loads. They have the shear wall structural system, and they have the tube structural system. So this tube structural system is actually for very tall buildings, like all these buildings in New York. You can see some of the tall buildings in New York, they use this kind of structural system, and it kind of create a concrete tube where the other spaces are now, where the concrete tube is like the building itself is a reinforcement system. So depending on how high you want to go with all these high-rise buildings, they can combine different methods. They can use different structural system depending on how the engineer wants to design it. So in this building, we're not going to go into those very, very advanced stuff, although we are going a bit advanced, but we're not going to maybe 100 floor designs. I'll admit I'm not yet that experienced and skilled to design that caliber of structure. So we're just going to be going for a 20 floor high rise, and I'm going to explain all I know on a 20 floor high rise. And just a disclaimer, please, if you are a non-professional professional watching this, don't use the knowledge of this as a credibility to go and start designing a high-rise building. Please, if you get that kind of brief, give it to a professional. A high-rise building is not someone that is not tested and trusted will want to tamper with. So this is just a knowledge that could help professionals in their design, in both their schoolwork, and maybe give some insight in their professional practice, so they can still go further and do some other research and some studies to be able to bring out something very nice. Okay, so with that out of the way, I'm going to now go into the next phase. So the considerations in a high-rise building. So in the considerations in a high-rise building, I think I touched on that, but we are going to go back again. So as I said, I've explained the structural system. So we're going to be talking about vertical transport. So there's what they call the core of a high-rise. The core is basically the central point of that high-rise, where the vertical transport system is located, all the conveyor systems, and also the services. So the core is like the heart of that high-rise building. Is what is similar to like a spinal cord in a human being. So it's kind of where everything happens around. So when you are designing a high-rise, I'm going to go back to Revit. It's very important you consider that core design. So in a high-rise design, you are not just going to start drawing walls. You are going to start with a concept, and in this concept, you are going to outline where your service will be, the shape of the high-rise or the form of the building. You're also going to take cognizance of how you are going to service that building, because servicing for a high-rise, because a high-rise is a very high-density building. So services is important because you are going to be serving a lot of people. So I think that brings us to the end of the first module of this tutorial. So we are just basically done the introduction. So in this next module, we are now going to talk about the conceptual phase of a high-rise building. We are now going to start conceptualizing how the high-rise form will be. Alright, so now we are going to enter into the conceptual stage of our high-rise building. So for this, we are going to have to open Revit. So to open a new file in Revit, once you've installed Revit, this interface is going to, once you click on the Revit icon, this is what is going to come out, something similar to this. If you haven't done a few projects, it's only going to be showing you some sample projects in Revit, but me, I've done a lot of projects, so that is why it's showing me a lot of recent projects. So you are going to click on new, this new icon under these models. You are going to click on new, and you are going to click on this drop down and select the metric multidiscipline and click OK. So if your own Revit is showing metric architectural, you select metric architectural instead of metric structural, because this is mainly an Revit tutorials from an architect's perspective. Okay, so now we have done this, we are going to do some quick things because we don't want to waste time, because this is a default Revit template and there are a lot of things it doesn't really have. I'll still need to set up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open one of my previously designed high-rise file and I'm going to transfer template. So that is the first thing I'm going to do. So as I'm opening it, we are going to discuss a bit on what we are going to do in this conceptual stage. So we are going to be using some basic modeling tools to kind of draft out and create a framework in mind for the high-rise building. So I'm just going to highlight the brief, which I'm going to briefly say. Then we are going to start using the massing to consider things how we are going to design the building, like we are basically going to do the concept. Okay, so now the project is open. This is just one of my school work, high rise. So we're just going to go back to the project we just opened. Then we're going to click on manage. Then we're going to go to transfer project standards, and we're going to transfer the template from the high rise file, and we're going to click override. Okay, so now the template transfer is complete. We are going to set up some things. Firstly, we are going to delete all these sheets, default sheets. We don't need them. So I'm just going to hold shift on my keyboard, hold shift, and just click on delete to delete all of them. Then we're now going to go to the elevations. We're just going to touch one or two levels, although we'll still go back to the levels. But for now, I just want to delete this. Then I'm going to change this back to 01 NGL. So if you don't know what levels are horizontal reference planes, elevations, or V sections, but they're actually horizontal planes that reference some aspect of a building. For example, the first floor, the roof, the ceiling, and all those stuff. So I'm just going to create one. Let me just call this NGL, that is natural ground level. Then once this is done, I'm going to also go to this plan. I'm going to click on it, rename it as 01 NGO. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to go to this plan view, and I'm going to be tweaking some things. So firstly, I'm just going to select these two, all these section lines, and I'm going to hide in view and reference planes, and I'm going to delete this section line. Then I'm going to select these two reference planes, right click, hide in view by element. Okay, I'm also going to click on this. I'm going to go over to this depth view overall, and I'm going to put it at none. Then I'm going to set it at clipping without line. Then I can now control this my view scope manually. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this scope box, right click, hide in view by element. Then I'm going to select this elevation point. This elevation point actually influences how far the elevation can view. So for instance, this is an elevation place. So if I draw a box here, it's going to be visible through this elevation. So I'm just going to select all of them, and I'm going to move them back. So I'm just doing a basic setup for the Revit file we'll be working on, so things will be faster and not too dragged on. So now I'm just going to click on click on this icon here to hide the scope, view scope. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl+S to save our project. So once you click on Ctrl+S, Revit is going to give you option to access your file explorer. So you are going to save it where you want to save it. Okay, so now once we've saved it, we are just going to click on save, and our project is going to save. Okay, so now our Revit file is set. We have saved it. We are good to go. So now we are going to be using the model in place tool to conceptualize. So in designing high rise, the main thing, there are many things to consider, but one of the most important things are the services and the core, because that is the heart of a high rise building. A high rise building constitutes of many individuals because it's a high density design. So you are going to be designing a facility that can service many people. So what you are going to do is you are going to be considering the services, the cores, and the form of the building, because not after you are considering those services, you're also going to consider the form, how it's going to be able to contain. The way you are going to mass it is very important, because it's going to determine the amount of people it's going to contain. Okay, for instance, let's just start massing. So I'm going to be using the extrusion tool. To do that, I'm going to go to architecture, component, model in place. I'm going to click on casework. Then I'm going to click OK, casework 1. Then I'm going to just be using extrusion tool. So in designing some high rise, even though everybody doesn't do it, but typically a high rise usually have something they call a podium. So a podium is like a base, and this base is going to contain other facilities like recreation facilities and just other living communal facilities that will serve the high rise. So let's just say this base will be around 10 meters. Let's say it may constitute up to 3 floors. So let's add a material to them. So I'm just going to change the material to white panel. If you don't know, I just changed the extrusion depth to this, the extent of the extrusion. Extrusion simply is a tool in Revit that simply means to extrude. So we're just going to click on this. So if you click on 3D, you're going to see this is, we have just created the basic box. So that this box, let's just assume this is a podium. So this podium is just going to serve as like a base for where the high rise will rest upon. So in this base is where you now have the service facilities, as I said, and other stuff to service the people in the high rise. Okay, so once you have created this, you are now going to create another one. Let's just use another extrusion, and we're going to click on pick plane, and we're going to pick on top. So this time we're now going to create the repetitive floors, the things, the part of the building that is going to repeat on different floors. So this actually, some people may say this is the main high rise. So let's just start with a box. So in this box now, we're going to use, instead of 10 meters, we're going to be using 100 meters, and we're going to click on finish. Okay, so as you can see, this is how some high rises are. So this is the main building itself, and this is the podium. So the podium houses all those facilities, and the main building also now houses the floors that is going to repeat. If it's an office building, a typical floor usually repeats on each of these on this whole long row of buildings or floors. Okay, so now another thing to consider while designing high rise is the core. So the core is like the heart of a high rise building, the same way you look at maybe the spinal cord of a building. Sometimes the core can be used to solve structural issues, like using shear walls in the core, if you are using the shear wall structural system, which we might actually use. So let's we draw a box inside this. Okay, it's morning where I am, so don't mind the crow. So we're just going to click on finish. So now you can see that there is a shaft here. So let's just assume this is the core. So this is just a simple mass of what I'll call a very basic form of high rise. Okay, so we can have the core here. We now have the spaces around this, but I don't think this kind of shape will quite make the cut, because apart from the whole structural issue, there are many other factors to consider while designing. Number one is the ventilation, the view, and the whole massing of it, how you are going to be able, because if you look at this box now, it's going to be difficult for us to put a lot of units, because what I'm targeting in this design is 8 units per floor. By 8 units, what a unit is like a family house, like an apartment. So I'm targeting for this high rise to be able to accommodate 8 units on each floor. Okay, so now we are now going to modify this form, okay, and we're going to see what we can do. So let's just say we go back to this NGL. So now what I'm thinking about is creating a form in this way. So now I'm just going to click on finish first, and I'm going to delete this massing. So now what I'm going to be using, I'm going to be doing some line works. So now I'm now going to kind of go to annotate, and I'm going to go to detail line. So now I'm going to start with a box. Then once I've created this box, I'm just going to select it, click on rotate, and rotate it by 45 degrees. Okay, so now I'm now going to do like this. Go click on this box, then I'm going to click on this mirror tool, and I'm going to mirror it this way. Okay, so now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to annotate again. I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm now going to do something a bit interesting. I'm going to draw a line to this point, and I'm going to draw another line to this point, and draw another line to this point, and draw another line here. So in a nutshell, this might be the high rise. But so I have an issue with this form now, because I'm already thinking of this form. So I want a form to be in a way that the services can be easily walked, and the service spaces can be accessed with ease. So now what I'm going to do is I don't like this join point here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate these lines. So now I'm going to highlight this. Okay, it's not yet separated. I'm going to use split tool to separate this. I'm going to highlight this, and I'm going to move this by, let's say, 10 meters. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z, and I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to copy it by 10 meters. Then I'm going to select this copy. I'm going to delete it. Select this to delete it. Then I'm also going to do the same here. Move it by 10 meters. So what I'm doing now is essentially creating drafting how the form will be. So I'm now going to draw a line here. So I'm going to draw another line here. So now from what we have now, I want to make a core to be at this point. So this will be the core where all the services will be, and the core will be somewhere in proximity to this point. Then in all these places here, this will now be the service area. So this whole place will now be a concourse. This is the units that will go across each floor. So the podium will basically be this whole space. This whole space here, this will be the entrance. So this is just a concept I have in mind of how this high rise is going to be. Okay, so depending on the kind of design you are doing, you can differ your concept. You can also look for more forms in high rise, but each of these boxes I'm creating here is going to serve to house 2 units. So this is now going to help me achieve those 8 units I'm looking for. So now I have an idea of what the shape is going to be like. I'm going to start asking some design questions. I'm going to ask, how is this elevator shaft going to be positioned, and the staircase in a way that is not going to be backing any of these units, that any unit can access it. So I'm now thinking, should I put the elevators 2 in front, 2 at the back, since I'm serving 8 units? It won't be a bad idea. Then the staircase will be at the side. So if I put the elevators here and all the elevator servicing here, then here can be where the convenience will be, some general, maybe a general convenience, or the electrical, because in high-rise building you also need to provide these services, include electrical ducts, plumbing duct, water duct. So you have an fire escape. So you are going to have a kind of provision for all those things to be passed through, and all those things to be serviced at the same time. So if there is any issue on any floor, any of those, they can call any plumber or professional to go to each floor and service it. So now what we are going to do now is we are now going to start modifying the sizes of each of this thing we have done. So we are going to delete this, and it's always good to start from line work because you can see the freedom I have starting from a line work. So I want to achieve 2 units and each of these box. So what size? The next question I'll now ask myself is, what size will be necessary for me to achieve 2 units? So now we already have idea of what the form will be. I can delete one part of it. So I'm going to modify one, then mirror it to the other one. Okay, so firstly I'm looking at this 21 meters. I think 21 meter is too much for the services, so I'm just going to reduce it to 15 meters. Okay, if 15 is too much, but I think 15 is okay considering the scale of this building. Okay, so now in each of these I'm just going to be clicking on a hypothetical line to divide this box. Let me just divide it like this. So I'm going to be looking in this 11 meters. Can I achieve a 2-bedroom apartment here? So I'm just going to do kind of like a mini design. So let's just say we have the foyer here. We have the guest room here. And maybe we have a duct here. Okay, I think this duct can be accessed here. Let's say we have the guest toilet here. We have a duct here. So we now have a bedroom, a living area here, all to this point. We have a dining extended to this point. Then we now have a kitchen here. And we now have 2 bedrooms here. So let's say we have bedroom 1. And we now have bedroom 2. Okay, I think this might actually work. Okay, or let's say we delete this now and we create the lobby inside a corridor here. Then in this point we are going to design 2 toilets here. Okay, let's just modify a bit of some things. Okay, let's say we now have something like this here. Okay, so I'm going to modify this service area. I'm going to bring it out to about 4.5 meters. Then I'm just going to try and join it here. The reason why is that I don't want this place to be a dark end. So I hope that these spaces will be enough to pass on the servicing facilities. So I'm just going to do this here, and I'm just going to try and mirror this. Click on mirror, try and select the center point. Okay, I think this is the center point, and mirror it here. So let's just say this box here is the service area. So I'm having a feeling it might be too small. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this. Click on this, delete. Then I'm just going to try and move this here by about let me just use 5 meters. So I think this is substantial for service area of all these spaces. So now you can see that we're already drafting up a floor plan. Okay, so it's not like I'm saying that the floor plan must be detailed, but I'm just trying to have an idea of how it will be for it to work, for me to be sure that okay, this thing might actually work. So if I push this kitchen here, let me just drag this here and I create this. Okay, let's just use this space. So we have a major living area here. We now have a bedroom here. Okay, so I'm going to explain what I basically did. So I just drafted a nice apartment space. So this is the anteroom or the foyer. So this is the guest convenience with its own toilet duct. So this is the living area and the dining area. So this is a very big space. So we now have a kitchen here. We have the kitchen terrace and a small portion for an emergency staircase. So emergency is another aspect I haven't really touched on. So emergency is very important in public buildings, especially of this scale. So in each of these wings I intend on putting an emergency. So my duty now in the design of the podium is I'm going to design how this emergency is going to serve and go down and be able to exit the building entirely. So that is going to be one of the challenges of the design. So it's going to be like hamper me a bit, but it's just a necessary thing to do in the design. So now I have an idea of how the planning of these spaces will be. I can now go and mirror it around and see how it's going to look on these other spaces. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to select all these lines here. Granted, these lines are not accurate in terms of dimension, but as far as I have the draft idea of what I want to do is totally okay. So now I've done this, I'm just going to mirror this. Click on this mirror tool, pick axis, click, make sure this copy is checked, so it's going to duplicate. Then I'm just going to mirror it here. So the same thing, I'm just going to highlight all the lines here again. Okay, let me just separate some of these lines, separate this and separate this. So now I'm just going to highlight these lines again. Highlight this one, hold Control key and just right click and drag to highlight. Then once I'm done highlighting, or rather left click, once I'm done highlighting, I'm just going to click on this mirror tool, draw axis. Then I'm just going to click and mirror. So now you can see we have already created 4 units on each of these wings. So you can see how the units are coming out. So now I'm just going to highlight this line again and I'm just going to click on mirror, select the center point of this and mirror it here. So now we have now had an idea of what the high rise is going to look like. So now we've done this, we are now going to design the core for this. Okay, so as you can see, I'm still using line works because I don't want to jump into the intricate aspect of the form. So I'm going to go to detail line now. I'm going to continue drafting. So in this core, I want this core to be in a way that it will be easily accessible for all the occupants of these wings. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw a center line from here. So I'm going to be making this offset here to be about let me just use 10 meters. Okay, so granted the size of this high rise might reduce, but I'm just using this for now. And another thing we are going to be doing is at each of these lines here, we're going to be putting some expansion joints, because the usual principle in UK and in the country where I work for is that a building exceeding 30 meters should have an expansion joint. Okay, if you don't know what expansion joints are construction segmentations made in a building for the building to be able to accommodate contractions and expansions due to change of heat and temperature. So it's like making a building be able to accommodate those changes in the structure due to heat and temperature changes. Okay, so now we are now going to draw. Now we have drafted 10 meter from here. We are going to be drafting our elevators. So typically for the mass of this building, I'm going to be using very sizable elevator shaft. I'm going to be looking at 2.2 with this line by, let's say, 4.5. So it's going to be 2.2 by 2 round. So now I've drafted this box, I can select these lines. I can just click on mirror. Okay, so we have 4 elevators here. We have 4 elevators servicing this point. So I'm kind of having a feeling that this concourse is too big, which I understand, and it may give a problem. So this may lead to us adjusting this form a bit, even though it's serving a lot of units. So if I go to detail line now and I do the opposite thing to this service area, instead of making it come out this way, I kind of now make it come in. Then I'm now going to delete this from here. I'm going to delete this. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to move this by the same meter which I took from here. So this is now going to be the new center point. Okay, so I think it solves issues because it's going to reduce the amount of space we are going to waste. So I think this is looking a bit better. So I'm now going to use detail line and I'm going to change this to make a staircase, a shaft for a staircase. So in this staircase, I'm thinking of making it a 4-way staircase where 2 staircases coming to this point, then a landing here, then going back up, that kind of stuff. So I think it will be nice, especially from the fact that people are coming from all directions, that is going to serve the high rise well. So I'm going to think of how that is going to work. So now we have this, we now have a lot of concourse space for circulation and movement. Then I'm now going to, while designing in intricate, I'm going to find way to maybe I'm going to reduce this concourse again by chopping into this space and taking it in a bit, just to reduce wastage of space, because we have a lot of unused corridors here. So let me just say I draft 5 meters from here, or 6 meters. Then I'm going to draw a line here, draw a line. Okay, Ctrl Z. I'm going to draw a line here, draw a line here. Then I'm going to click on this to join this here, click on this, join this here. Okay, so this is just what I'm thinking now, but it might change. So I'm just going to leave this line here for now and see how it goes. So still on the ground floor, we are now going to have something like this. So I'm just going to select this too, and I'm going to click on mirror to mirror this here. Okay, I'm going to click on trim, and we're just going to trim this. I'm just going to trim this. Okay, so far so good. This is what we are having for this high rise. So you can see I already have an idea of what I want to do. So this is the core, this is the service area, these are the units, and this whole form here is going to serve as the podium. So in high-rise design, some people usually use basement because high-rise usually take a lot of depth in foundation. So some people use basement to utilize the depth is going to be taken. Okay, so it's now depend on you whether you want to add basement, although basement used to add a lot of cost because they're going to excavate a lot and work under it. Okay, so basement usually help serve a lot of functions, because basement will easily carry all the services and all the garbage truck and all the chute system that is going down to the basement. Is going to make it easy that the service people can come into the high rise, do whatever they want to do, and go out of the high rise without the public even notice, or the people using the high rise easily noticing. Okay, so for this project I've decided we're going to be using a basement. So the basement is only going to go 1 floor deep, so we're going to use it to service the collect the services, or just to service the building entirely. So now we have done this, we can now go to and start creating our levels. Okay, so as I explained before, levels are horizontal references to elements in a building. For example, you have the first floor, second floor, you have the roof levels. So levels help guide you and allocate those important features in this building. So to create levels, we are going to go to an elevation here. So in this elevation, what we are going to do is we are going to click on this, because if you notice, if you go back to this plan, our scope, if you click on this review hidden element, our scope isn't really covering this view elevation viewpoint, so you are not going to see some of these levels in this scope. So what I'm going to do first is to solve this issue. I'm just going to increase this scope, do the same for this again, just to make sure that our elevation views encompass the we are going to be able to see the levels visible. Then once we've done this, I'm going to go back to this review. Then I'm just going to click on this and make sure that this elevations viewpoint is viewing the whole building. So I'm going to go back to these elevations. So now you can see that the level is now showing. Now I've increased the scope. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to this icon here, and I'm going to this icon, and I'm going to hide crop region. So now we have the natural ground level, which is the NGL. So now we're going to be creating levels. So the first one is we are going to go to architecture. We're going to go to levels. So now we're now going to create the DPC. So the DPC doesn't need to be too high. For a high-rise building, it doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to put it at 900. Okay. So now we have created this. You can notice that this level doesn't have head. It's not looking like this one that is previously created. The reason why is because we didn't select. Okay, it's asking us to save. Revit asks to save after 30 minutes, but we'll do that later. Is we didn't change this from no level head. We are supposed to click on this 8mm head. So now we have selected it. I think is the level of this. So we're just going to click. You're going to see a dimension will come out, so it will help serve as a guide. So once it's 900mm, what I intend, I'm just going to click on this, and I'm just going to place this. So this is 02 DPC. Okay, and I'm going to click on yes. So for the podium, I plan on making the podium 3 floors. So it's going to have all these commercial spaces, it's going to have office spaces, so the high rise can be served very well, not only to the people occupying it but also the occupants. So I'm now going to create the podium. At the podium's headroom will be 3.6 meters. So I'm going to the level, I'm going to, because of the floor offset, because in Revit if you create a floor, it offsets downwards, and the floor thickness we usually use is 150. So I'm going to be adding that 150 while placing the levels for each floor. So I'm going to be making it 3750. That is 150 plus 3.6. So once I've placed this, I'm going to call this 03 or 0, or let me call it 04, or let me just say 03 first floor, FFL, first floor level. Click yes. Then I'm going to do the same, and I'm going to just continue creating these levels. So I'm going to click on this and copy it from here. Okay, Ctrl Z. There's an issue here. Okay, so the dimension is 3760. So let me just make it 3750 and click enter. So now I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy to. I'm going to click on this level here. Then I'm going to copy it to this point. So now I've copied it. I'm going to name this 04 SFL. That is second floor level. Okay, so now I've done this, we have made some progress. So another thing I'm going to be creating, I'm going to create a intermediate service levels. So apart from the basement being a service floor, you're also going to create some intermediate service levels. For instance, this intermediate service level is going to be like a floor where all the pipes and all the shenanigans going on the podium is going to be collected and channeled to one place. So this, I'm going to create a mezzanine floor for that services, and I'm going to call it what it is. So but I'm still contemplating whether it's going to be after 3 floors or just after 2 floors. So it's going to be 4 or 3 floors in total. Okay, we're also going to be creating our another floor, that is the 3rd floor. Then we're just going to call this 05 3rd floor. Okay, then once we have done that, we are now going to create the mezzanine floor. So the mezzanine floor is not going to be too high. As I said, it's a service floor, so we're just going to make it high enough for human accommodation. So we're going to be making it 2550. So the functional headroom will be 2.4 meter, enough for the tallest plumbers. Okay, so I'm just going to call this 06 mezzanine 1. Okay, why I call it mezzanine 1 is because we are going to create another mezzanine floor after 10 floors. So now this is where we come to the typical floors. Okay, so the typical floors are the floors that are going to repeat. You get? So those are the residential floors. So after the typical floors, all the pipings that are going to come from the typical floors, once it reaches this mezzanine floor, is going to be ducted to one particular, to the main service duct, so it's not going to affect the other spaces below. So you are going to see how practical this is once we go into that. So now I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this level. This time I'm going to be copying the level to I'm going to be making the typical headroom 3.3. so that means the function the overall, I'm going to be giving it a distance of 3450, just because of the floors that is going to offset down. So I'm just going to confirm it 3450. So the working headroom is 3.6. So I'm going to call this 07. Let me just say typical first floor, or let me just say typical after third floor, typical fourth floor. Okay, so this is the nomenclature I'm going to be using for all the typical floors: typical fifth floor, typical sixth floor, that kind of thing. So I'm going to easily know which one is which one once I'm working on the plans. So I'm going to click on this. Okay, this is the third floor, this is the mezzanine floor. Okay, this is actually supposed to be the mezzanine floor. So let me just click on this, Ctrl C, and change this to Ctrl V. I'll call this 05. This is the mezzanine floor. Then this is now going to be Ctrl C, 06. This is going to be ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, typical fourth floor. Then this will now be typical fifth floor. So I think this is accurate. Okay, so now we have done this. Now we are now going to continue copying this and just naming it accordingly. So we have another one here. So this time we are going to click Ctrl C. Okay, let me just click on this and click on this checkbox. Ctrl V, change this to 8, change it to 6. Okay, then click on this and we're going to copy it again. Going to Ctrl C, Ctrl V, change this to 9, change this to 7. Okay, we are going to change this to 10. We are going to change this to 8. We are going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C, and copy the text. So we're just going to be naming it like that till the 20th floor. Okay, so now we have a small issue. It's not really an issue. You can see that that new level we created, we didn't see it. So we're just going to click on this show crop region. Then we're going to click on this, and we're going to change this from far clipping to clip with outline. Then we're going to click on this view overall, and we're going to change it to none. So once we change it to none, we can now manually control this our scope. So I'm just going to click on hide crop region, and I'm going to continue copying these levels. So once I've done this, I'm going to hit Ctrl V, change it to this to 11, the 11th level, and I'm going to change it to the 9th floor. I'm going to click on copy again. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to hit Ctrl V. I'm going to change this. Okay, before we do this, I'm just going to click on Ctrl Z now. So before we go further again, you can see that we're already at the 9th floor. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so what we are going to do is, after the 10th floor, or since we already have 3 floors on from the ground, we have 1, 2, 3. So it means we have 17 floors remaining in the high rise. So 17 divided by 2 is 8. So after 8 floors, we are now going to put another mezzanine floor. So we have one after 8 floors. After the podium, we are going to put a mezzanine floor. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we still need 2 more floors before we put a mezzanine floor. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on copy. So I'm going to hit Ctrl V, I'm going to change this to 12, and I'm just going to call this typical 10th floor. Okay, then I think after this typical 10th floor, we can now decide to put okay, not yet. I'm just going to copy one more, and I'm now going to call this 13, and I'm going to call this okay, sorry, not 17. I'm going to call this 13 mezzanine 2. Okay, so now this is now the mezzanine floor. So for this mezzanine floor, I can now copy this at 2250 again. This is like the service floor. So this I can, once I've copied this, I'm now going to click Ctrl C and just paste this here and call this 13. So we can now continue to the roof. So the reason why I'm creating this mezzanine floor again intermediately before reaching the roof is that, you know, this is a high-rise building, and in high-rise buildings, another thing to consider is when you are pumping in water to all the buildings, you know, water works with gravity. So instead of using a pumping machine to pump water up to 20 floors, they usually have these intermediate service floors where they can put some water tanks that will now help pump water from the mezzanine down to this remaining 10. So it kind of makes distance easier. So it's like they will have a major pumping machine that is going to pump water to the 10th floor, then the minor ones is now going to distribute it from the 10th floor, is now going to be distributed to other floors here. The same thing for water pumped to the roof, and is going to distribute it to these other 10 floors. So it's kind of something that helps the functioning of the building. So we're now going to create our remaining 20 floors. Okay, so this is typical 11th floor, not 10th. Okay, so I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on copy 450. Okay, then I'm just going to click Ctrl V, and I'm going to call this 15. Okay, this is 14. Then let me just hit typical 12th floor. You can see I'm taking time in just allocating the levels. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to hit Ctrl V. I'm going to call this 16, typical 13th floor. I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C again. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to copy this here. Going to paste Ctrl V, and I'm going to call this 17, typical 14th floor. Then I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to hit Ctrl V again. So I'm with this going to be 17, typical 15th floor. So we have 5 more floors to go. So I think, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this is the 8th floor. Okay, we might have actually made a mistake, but let me just continue to the end. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to copy this again. I'm going to call this 16th. I'm going to call this level 18. So if you are looking at the way I'm naming this level, it is very important. You are going to see how it's just going to come out very streamlined, and after I'm done. So I'm going to hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V again. I'm going to call this 19. I'm going to call this 17th floor. So how many floors do we have after this mezzanine? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think there is an imbalance here. So this mezzanine is meant to come up by 1 floor. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to just move it up by 1. So once I've done this, I'm now going to click on this and copy another floor here. So I'm going to now be kind of redoing some nomenclature. So I'm going to hit Ctrl C. I'm going to do Ctrl V. Okay, I can't name this, so let me just hit Ctrl C, add 1 to this, then Ctrl V. Then I'm now going to typically copy this. Okay, so I'm going to leave this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Ctrl C again, Ctrl A, Ctrl C, copy this, Ctrl V, change this to 13. Then this is going to be 14. So I'm basically going to copy all the names by one floor down, so it's going to resolve the issue. So I'm just adding a dot after it, so it's not going to show the name appears 2 times, so it's not going to show an error. So you see the error is showing, so I'm just going to do it again. Okay, so we have 15, 12, we have the 13th floor, we have the 14th floor, we have the 15th floor, 18, you have 19, you have 20, you have 21. Okay, I think the nomenclature is good. Then I'm just going to click on copy. Then we have 22. Now I have typical 19th floor. And finally we have 23. We now have the 20th floor. Okay, so now we now have the 20th floor. We're now going to create the ceiling, roof and parapet level. So I'm just going to create this at 3.3 above this and call this 24 ceiling level. Then I'm just going to click on copy and copy this as 600. This will now be 25 roof level. Then I'm just going to click on this, copy this again, and I'm going to copy 1.8 and I'm going to call this 26 parapet level. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. So now normally I used to add lintel levels, but if I add lintel levels to this scale of building, it's going to be too cumbersome. So these are basically all the levels. So now we are going to hit Ctrl S to save our project, and we're now going to go back to the floor plan. So in this floor plan, we're not going to start like the typical design that we're going to start drafting from the ground floor. We're going to start drafting from the typical floor. So once we are done with the typical floors, we are now going to go to the podium. So it's like the typical floors is like the main aspect of this high-rise design. So now as you can see in the floor plan, we are basically seeing only 3 levels here. So we are not seeing all the levels we've created. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to floor plans. We are going to go to view. Under this view, we are going to call to plan views. We are going to click on these floor plans. Then I'm just going to hold shift key and select all of them and click OK. So all the plan views is going to be visible now. So now if you go to NGL, you can still see the sketch we did. So what we are going to do is we are just going to highlight this sketch and we are going to click on copy and we are going to paste it to align to selected views, and we are going to paste it at the typical 4th floor after the mezzanine. Okay, so we are going to just go to this typical 4th floor. You can see how the nomenclature I use is helping this thing look easier. Everything is just streamlined. Let's just hit Ctrl S to save our project. Okay, so now we have done this. We are now going to start using the walls. Okay, we are going to start using drafting, doing the main stuff in Revit. So what we are going to do to make this thing much faster, since we have a typical space here, we are going to do the wall, do the finishes, do everything for this space. Then we're going to mirror it around before we now copy it. Okay, but before we do that, let's start by working on the core. We already have the outline for what the core will be. So in this core, we're going to click on walls. So we're just going to be we are supposed to use some concrete walls. So I'm going to use the normal 225 wall first. Then I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this 01 concrete walls. So I'm going to click on OK, and I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to change the materials. I'm going to right click, duplicate, change it to concrete. Then I'm going to add a pattern. Okay, let me call it concrete wall. Then I'm now going to go under these graphics. I'm going to go to cut pattern and I'm going to add a dotted graphics. Click OK, click apply, click OK. Then I'm going to click on OK, click on OK. So now I'm just going to be going to under this wall. If you open this properties panel, once you click on one, you are going to see an array of options here. So now we are going to set the constraint. The constraint simply means where the wall will start and where the wall will stop. So we are going to be setting the top constraint at, let's just set it at roof level. Let's go to the top. Then I'm just going to draw a wall here, draw another wall here, draw another wall here, draw another wall here. So from what I've done, I think the dimension is supposed to align here. So let's just say something like this. So now I'm going to draw another wall here and draw another wall here. Okay, so now we have done this. I'm now going to draw another single wall here. So now I can now highlight this, go to filter, uncheck the walls, leave only the lines and delete the lines because I don't need them. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to dimension and I'm going to dimension this elevator shaft. So I want each of the elevator shaft to be 2 meters. 2 meters by I think 2.1 depth. So I'm going to make sure that is what it is. So these are 4 elevators that is going to service the whole high rise, which is fine. Let's say 2 elevators servicing 4 units. Okay, which is fine. So I'm going to change this to 2.1. I'm also going to change this to 2.1. Then I'm going to click on this, change this to 2.1. Okay, so now we have gotten at least the space for the elevator shaft. We are going to draft walls for the staircase. So for this kind of staircase, I want the staircase to be placed in a way that is going to be accessible from both the front and the back. So for that, I know exactly the right staircase to do. So the first thing to do is I'm going to click on this wall and I'm just going to copy it out of this point to about 6 meters from here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to this architecture tab. I'm going to go to the sketch stair, click on this staircase. Then I'm going to click on under this properties panel, click on this drop down icon and select the monolithic staircase. Then I'm going to click on edit type to just confirm some things. So I'm going to put this maximum riser height to be 150 and the maximum thread depth to be 300. Minimum thread depth. So I'm going to make sure that everything is good to go. I'm going to click on this run type and I'm going to make sure that the material used is concrete, so it's not going to give me some difficulties in future. Okay, let me just spell concrete well. Okay, so now let me just look for a nice concrete material and I'm just going to use this masonry concrete, or let me just look for normal concrete and click on. Okay, so let me just use this stamp concrete material. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on apply. OK, click on OK. Then there are many ways to create staircase. You can click on this run. It has a variety of options to give you, so you can use any of these options depending on the kind of stairs you want to create. But to have more versatility, I always suggest you use this create sketch. So this create sketch gives you full control over our staircase. So you are going to start from drawing your boundary lines. So this boundary lines is like the guide to your staircase. So it's like where the staircase boundaries will be. From the name is explanatory. As you can see, I've drawn a U-shape, a kind of U-shape with this boundary line. So I want our staircase to be 1.8 meters in width. So at full capacity, it can carry a lot of people can use the staircase, even though in most cases they'll be using the elevators. But I'm just going to make the staircase as big as possible. So now that I've done this, I'm going to go and offset 900 from this center point, because remember I told you I want the staircase to be accessible from 2 sides. So you're going to see why I'm making this middle part 1.8 900 millimeter offset. So now I'm just going to trim this. Then I'm going to click on this riser tool. So now I'm just going to click on the riser tool and I'm just going to draw one here and I'm going to offset it by 300 millimeters. Click on offset, click 200, then copy it. Then once I've done this, I'm just going to select all these riser lines and I'm going to hover around till I get the middle of this line. Then I'm going to offset it. I didn't get the middle well, so I'll just have to manually move it till I get the edge of this boundary. So note that if this thing is not joined very well, the staircase is not going to create. See me, I mistakenly used the mirror tool without checking the copy tool. So I'm going to redo the mirror again. This time I'm going to make sure this copy icon is checked on. Then I'm just going to mirror this here. So I'm going to use risers again at this point. Then I'm going to draw some risers here. I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting this. Okay, so as you can see that while creating staircase, there's one important aspect I forgot to talk about, and that is you should always look at the levels in creating staircase. You can see there's just showing 20 risers created, 3 remaining, so it means I've not yet created enough risers. So what I'm going to do is I can just highlight everything here and I can extend the width of this staircase. Let me hold Control on my keyboard. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move it by, let's say, 600. Then I'm going to click on offset again and offset this. So it's showing 1 riser created. Let's just complete this, although I'm feeling there's something off going on. So let me just trim this now, and let me just create this staircase for now. So the final thing to do while sketching your staircase is to click on this stair path. So this stair path governs the way the stair will flow, so it's very important, and the staircase won't create if you don't do it. So we're going to draw one line here from this middle, draw another line from this middle, then we're going to click on this trim icon, and we're going to trim this here and trim this here. So we have created a staircase. Then I'm just going to click finish. Okay, so now we have done this, we are going to look at some parameters of this staircase. We can see that the staircase, the base level of the staircase is typical 4th floor to typical 5th floor, which is correct. The actual thread depth is 280. Okay, so I'm just going to make it 300. Then I'm going to click on this staircase, and I'm going to click on edit sketch. So I want to edit this staircase for a reason, because if you remember, the lower floors we have, the levels are higher than these typical floors. So I want to make provision for them in such a way that these risers will not come out from this core in the lower floors. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to highlight over here, and I'm going to extend this by 2 risers here. Then I'm going to click on offset again. So now I can now have provision to delete this 2 here. Then I can just move this to this point. Then I think this is fine. Okay, I think this is fine. So now I'm just going to click on this trim tool. I'm going to trim here. Okay, Ctrl Z. I'm going to click here, trim here as well. Okay, then I'm just going to delete the hair too. So I'm now going to, I think it's almost balanced, but I think we can still, okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. Then I think this is fine. So I'm going to click on finish, and our staircase have been created. So now instead of clicking finish, remember I said I want to mirror this staircase to this side, so it's going to serve as one single unit of staircase. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm now going to mirror it to this point. So what this does is that people can come from here, as well as people can come from this side too. So they will now come and land here. And one big mistake I made is I mistakenly left this staircase. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z because I just noticed a big mistake. So I'm going to click on edit place. Then I'm going to make sure that this riser here is 1 point. Let me make this 1.5. So the total width of the staircase will be 1.8 as I intended. So let me make this 900. So make sure this is 1.8. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm just going to click on mirror tool, and I'm going to mirror this on this point. So now you can see we have created a single staircase that is big and can serve both distance. So if you go to annotate, we are just going to check the individual width of all this time. So look at this width, this 1.8, this width 1.8. So it's just a design way I just used to get the staircase. So I'm going to click on finish. Then as you can see graphically, it isn't looking good with divisions here, so we're going to solve that. The first thing to do is to click on this railing and delete this too. Then once we've done that, we're now going to click on modify. We're going to click on this line work. We're going to change this, select this by category and change it to invisible lines. Then we're just going to delete this one, click on it for this line to disappear, double click, and the line will disappear. So this will look like a single staircase. Then I can click on this wall here and just adjust it. Okay, click on it and adjust it to this point. Okay, so now we have done this. We have our staircase. We can select highlight over here, click on filter, and we can just delete, click on check none, then check all the lines, click OK. Then we can now delete all these lines. So now we have a core here. So we are now going to start working on these services, and we are going to see what we can do and the spaces we are going to provide there. Alright, so now we are done with this core. We are going to be designing these service spaces. So we are going to go to architecture. We are going to go under walls. So we are going to set the constraint of this wall from this typical 4th floor to typical 5th floor. Okay, so once we do that, after we are finished designing it, we are now going to make the walls go up until the highest level. So we are going to select our wall. For this we'll be using the normal white wall. Then we're just going to be drawing the wall. We're going to make sure this location line is wall center line. So we're just going to draw a wall here, draw a wall here, and draw a wall here. So firstly, we're going to draw a wall from this point. We're going to draw another wall from this point. So due to the shape of this, we can make this place a major duct. So we can make one for the electrical pipings, we can make one for the plumbing pipings, that is the water supply and the sewage waste and all those stuff. So all of them can come within this duct. So the another thing for services we are going to need a place where the fire hydrant can be. So the fire hydrant is best located here. So this place will also serve for not only the fire hydrant, but we're going to create provision for a chute system. So chute is like the waste management system in high-rise buildings. So it involves an opening in a space so people can come and dump their refuse there, and it goes into a pipe that is going to carry it to the ground floor where the waste will be managed and put in the distribution truck. So we're going to have another space for a janitor, and we're not going to have a space for an electrical room. So now we have brought out these walls like this. As you see here, they are no dimension, so at least we already have an idea of how it will be. Then we can start doing some modifications like opening the place we want to be openable. For example, I want this chute to be openable, so this will be the fire hydrant to be here, and the chute will also be at this other side. So we're now going to put some dimensions. We're going to go to annotate, and we're going to dimension from here to here. We're going to try and select this point here. We're also going to dimension here to here, dimension this too, dimension this as well, and dimension this as well. Okay, firstly I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to 600. So I'm going to do the same for this, change this to 600. So after I've done this, I'm going to make this chute 3 meters, so it will be enough provision for people to come and do their things. Then I'm going to make this janitor 1.5 meter. Let me just make it 1.8, because a janitor is good to store cleaning stuff that they can use to service these main floors and clean what they need to clean. Then we now have an electrical room, and I think the electrical room should be 3 meters. So all the electrical switches and changeover stuff is mainly going to be located here. So if people on each floor have issues, they can always come here to services. Then this, I'm now going to move this to 1607 minus, so 1007. So this is going to be 600. Okay, so now I think everything is good. So we're going to place some doors where we need to place some doors, and we're going to place some other things. So for this, I'm going to be opening down my favorite project, or the high-rise project I've done before. It's going to help me I'll be picking some things from there that I need for this project. So I'm just going to open it. Okay, so now I've opened it, I'm just going to go to the ground floor. And okay, not the ground floor. Okay, I think the ground floor I can get one in it. So I'm just going to copy this fire hydrant. I'm going to copy this chute. Yeah, I think this is a chute, so I'm going to copy them. I'm going to copy this fire hydrant, and I'm just going to copy this, and let me just copy some things I may need later on. Like I'm going to copy this. I'm also going to copy. I think I'm good to go. I think I'm good to go. Then now I've done this, I'm also going to see if I can copy this wall. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard in this icon. Then I'm going to go back here, and I'm just going to go somewhere outside the project, far from it, and just click Ctrl V to paste it. So anything you copy into from a Revit project to another Revit project, apart from it just being placed visibly, is going to store as part of the project. So if I want to access a door I copied, I will see it. If I click on door, I'm going to see it there, as you are going to see now. So I'm just going to delete this. You can see the whole chute stuff. So now if I go to architecture now, and I go to component, and I click on this drop down icon, if I scroll up, I'm going to see the chute and the hydraulic. So I can just type in waste, and I'm going to see the chute. So now this is the chute, so we're going to place 2 here. So we're going to place this and this drop off point here, and we're just going to copy it. So now we've done this, I'm going to click on component again, and I'm going to click on this drop down icon. I'm going to be looking for the fire hydrant. So I'm just going to type hydrant. Okay, if I don't see it, I'm just going to click backspace, and I'm going to see fire hose. So now I can now place this here, because this is going to be directly opposite this mega duct for all the plumbing fixtures. So now I've done this, I think we've done justice. So I'm just going to click on doors, and I'm going to click on this drop down icon. Okay, so I don't have the right doors for this, so I'm going to go back to that file and copy some doors that I'll be using for this project. So I'm going to go back to the 3D view. Then I'm going to go to the ground floor again. Then I'm just going to look for where I kept some doors. So these some toilet doors. Then I'm also going to click on this. Let me just get some normal doors and some these. Okay, this normal door, these some toilet doors. So now I've done this, I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard again. I'm going to go back to the project, Ctrl V, and I'm going to click OK. So I'm just going to paste it somewhere here, and I'm just going to delete this for now. So I'm going to go back to doors now, and if I click on this drop down icon, I'm going to see D1 and D2, which are those two respective doors I copied. So I'm going to click on D1. I'm going to place one for this janitor here, so people cleaning the space can use it to store, and I'm going to put one for this electrical room. Okay, so now to indicate that this is a duct, I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line, and I'm going to put a cross line here. I'm going to try and pick this point, pick here too, pick this point again, pick here too. So okay, so now once I've done this, this means that this is a duct and is a void, so it means it cuts across each floor. So the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a grill here, and I'm going to show you how to place those grills. I'm going to put a grill here, so if people want to access this space and repair some things, they can access it through that said grill. Okay, so now this is done. I'm now going to click on escape now. So now we have done this. We are still going to adjust the position of this core, but before we do that, we want to be certain of how our spaces will be and how the sizes of this unit will be, because remember, I didn't put dimension in these sketches, so this is more of a just a draft something. So we're going to start running walls and design one unit properly. Before, from that unit, after we've mirrored the unit, we're now going to decide how big and where the core will be accurately, so there will not be too much waste of space. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. So I'm going to make sure our constraints are set properly. The base constraint are typical 4th floor up to typical 5th floor. So the core will be walls, the location line will be wall center line. So now I'm just going to go forward, and I'm going to start drafting some walls. So I'm going to draft a wall up to this point and just basically follow this design, although I'm still going to adjust a lot of things, but let me just follow it for now. So we'll follow the draft. So we're also going to put another wall here just for the duct. Okay, so we're going to do one here, and one here, the duct for this guest convenience. Then we're going to follow this up with here. Okay, so now we have done the walls. We have drafted these basic walls. The next thing we're going to do is to go to annotate and do some dimensioning. So we're going to be dimension end to end, so we're going to know the sizes of these spaces, so it's going to help us while drafting. So you can see I'm just dimensioning. Now as you can see, this dimension I'm putting, the thing has this extension lines are long, and I don't like it like that. So to solve that, I'm going to click on the dimension, I'm going to click on edit in place, then I'm going to put this witness line, and I'm going to change it. Instead of gap to element, I'm going to click it, set it at fixed to dimension line. I'm going to click on apply, set the witness line length to 1 millimeters, click OK. So it's going to be proper now. So I'm going to go back to this dimension, continue dimensioning the unit end to end. Alright, so now this is done. We are now going to start adjusting the size. Firstly, we are going to start from this duct. We are going to reduce it to 600. Then we are just going to click on this wall. We are going to reduce this foyer size. The foyer doesn't need to be too big. We are going to make it 3 meters. Okay, so now this is done, or let's just increase it a bit. Let's make this guest convenience 2.4. So we are going to make the width of this guest convenience 1.2. We are going to make the width of this foyer 2.4 because the foyer doesn't need to be too big. So now another thing, okay, since this is static, we are going to reduce it from this side. So we are going to click on this and we are going to make this living area 5.1 meter. Then we are just going to replicate the same thing we did, 2.4. Then this will become 1.2. Alright, so now we're going to be adjusting the dimensions from this other axis. So we're just going to be doing that. So now we're just going to, because these lines are causing an obstruction in my view, I'm just going to highlight most of the lines here. For now, I don't need them anymore. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none. Then I'm going to select only the lines, thin lines. Then I'm going to click on delete so nothing will be obstructing my view. So now I'm going to click on this dining space. I'm going to reduce this to 3.6 meters. Okay, so now what I'll now start to do is I'll now start to align these walls. I'm going to align this wall to this wall. Then I'm going to make sure that the dimension between this wall and here is 1.2 meter. Because I think that is a standard size for a good lobby. So we have 3.6 meter in this bedroom, which is rather small, but I think it's still fine. So now I'm not going to drag this wall and I'm going to align it to this point. So now I'm now going to click on this room and give it a size. So I'm going to make the room 4.5 meters. Okay, I mistakenly went to the other building, so I'm going to go back. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to reduce this convenience space to 1.650. Okay, so I think 1.650 is enough. I'm going to drag this kitchen wall to this point and I'm just going to replicate basically the same thing for this one, 1.650. And this space, since it's a master bedroom, I'm still going to make it, I think 1.5 is okay. Alright, so now we have done this, we have created good spaces, very spacious and not a waste of space. So we are going to design the balconies now and we're going to start knowing which place will be the terrace and all. So we are going to start with line works again. We are going to go to detail line. So now we are going to be drawing the end-to-end walls. So we are going to draw 1.2. I think, okay, let me just make this 1.5 because of the emergency and draw a kitchen terrace first. So I'm going to draw another. I'm going to click on offset and offset 225. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to go to annotate detail line again. Then I'm going to be doing the same for this space. I'm going to draw a line up to 1.2 meters. So we'll have another balcony going around the building, because you know in all this high-rise buildings, it's always nice to create very nice balconies and giving the viewers enough balcony space to move around, although we are still going to make safety measures so someone may not jump and fall out from the building. So I'm going to delete this. So aside from this, I'm also going to add one more thing. I'm going to add an expansion joint in this place. So an expansion joint is basically a joint that gives provision for expansions and retractions due to change in temperature. Okay, so this it can serve many purposes, but that is just the main purpose. So it's always good to create it for building exceeding 30 meters. So this building, as you can see, is obviously going to exceed, if you check the total distance, 30 meters. So we're going to provide it at this strategic joint. So what it involves is that the spacing between expansion joint is 25 millimeters. So I'm going to click on this copy tool and I'm going to copy this to 250. So it's going to leave a 25 millimeter spacing here. So this is the expansion joint. Okay, so now we have done this, we are going to now create the balcony. So for this balcony, I'm going to be using the balcony to create a very nice facade character. So by doing that, I'm going to be using dwarf walls at some point and taller walls at some other point. So let's just start by offsetting this line. Revit is asking us to save project, which is important, so I'm going to click on save. Okay, so now we are going to click on offset. We are going to offset from here. Click on offset, offset these lines here. So this is going to be our balcony. So this is the kitchen terrace. We're also going to click on line, do another detail line, and we're going to draw a line 1.2 from here. Then we're going to offset, draw another line to about 2 or 3 meters from here. Let me just use 2.7. Well, let me hit Ctrl Z and make it 3 meters because of the height. So let me just make it 3 meters. So this is going to serve as the emergency staircase, provision for the emergency staircase. So the same thing, 225 here, 225, just to highlight where the walls will be. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw another line from here, 750, because I want to, as I'm working on the plan, I'll be already creating the facade design. So I'm going to click on the this and draw another line, chamfering it or cutting it at that point. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls now. So now, instead of using, I'm going to now set these walls to be dwarf walls. How am I going to do that? I'm going to edit these properties. So I'm going to change this base offset to minus 450. So this minus 450 gives provision for beams. So if you are doing the section, you already have a wall depth that you can now use to accommodate beams. Okay, so now you can still create actual beams in Revit, but I just do this to be quicker. So, and I use detail line for the whole other details. So now we are now going to go to this top constraint, and we're going to put a value, and this value is going to be a negative value, so it's going to reduce the size of the wall instead of increase it. For instance, I'm going to put minus 3150 millimeters. So you can see that collectively it has already given a total height of the wall depth. So if I 450 from the top constraint and minus 450 from the bottom constraint, is now going to give a dwarf wall from the bottom of the beam to the top of the dwarf wall of 750 millimeters. So I hope you understand that. Yeah, if I may, it was a long explanation. So I'm going to click on finish wall exterior, and I'm now going to draw the walls, dwarf walls from this one. So another thing, due to the character I want to give, I'm not going to be using the same type of walls for the facade. For the dwarf walls, I'm going to be using a dark wall. So I'm going to be using a dark colored wall, a wall with a dark material. Then I'm now going to draw the dwarf walls here. So after I've done that, I'm also going to do the same here. Then now I'm not going to do another thing. I'm going to, instead of putting this top constraint as minus 350, I'm now going to put it as 300, because I want to now draw walls that is going to kind of barricade here, but it's still part of the whole facade design. So I'm going to draw them from here, and I think that is it for now. So I'm now going to draw the walls here, a wall here. So now we have done this, we'll have our balcony, we have some wall stuff we have done here, which is all nice and good. So now we are going to draw some railings for this balcony, and before we do that, we're just going to make sure of this size, the size of this duct here, which is 675, which is too much, so I'm going to make it 600. Okay, so now we have done this, we are now going to draw some railings for the balconies. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to railing, and I'm now going to, you can see the base level of the railing is already showing at this level, which is okay. We're now going to offset it by 150 because we already have a dwarf wall there, so the railing will not sink inside the dwarf wall. So I'm now going to draw the line here. Remember, you can get this whole project file, so you can get all these components I'm going to be using here. So I'm going to go to railing here. Okay, this railing is not the one I wanted to use. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this drop down icon and select this glazed railing. One of my favorite glazed railing is nice. So I'm going to go to railing again. Then I'm going to select the glazed railing, and I'm now going to draw another one. Note that you cannot draw two separate profiles of railing in the same editable interface, so you do them one after the other. So now I've drawn this railing, I'm going to click on finish. So now we are going to go further and start placing some doors and furnitures for these spaces. We're even going to put the room tags and all. So we're going to start from doors. So I'm going to click on this normal door. So this D1 is the normal conventional door. So we're just going to place one here. Click on space to change the swing of the door. We're also going to do the same. Place another one here. After we've done that, we're going to place one for this kitchen here. We're going to place another one for this terrace here. And we're going to place one to link the lobby to the kitchen. Let me just place that one somewhere here. Okay, so now we've done this. We have, even though this is looking a bit cumbersome, I would have preferred if this is a barn door. So maybe I'm going to bring in a barn door and place here, so it's not going to be causing a lot of confusion here. So because I don't like this swing here, so I'm going to replace this, delete this, and I'm going to look for a barn door in some of my previous projects. Okay, so now I'm going to click on door again, and I'm going to, this time I'm going to click on D2. So now I'm not going to place this door in between this, and you are going to see why I'm placing this door at this center point. So it's going to give me provision to be able to design this toilet very well. So I'm going to do the same for this and place a door here. Okay, so now we have done this. These dimensions are now obstructing me, so it's time to delete them. So I'm going to highlight everything as usual. In short, highlight everything to this point, click on filter, check none, check the line first. Then after I check this line, I'm now going to check the dimensions, click OK. So it's only the dimensions and the lines that are selected. I'm now going to click on delete. So now I've done this is looking nice and all. So I'm still going to click on door again because I still want to place some doors here. I'm going to place a door for this guest convenience. I'm also going to look for a nice double swing door and place at this entrance and here. So I'm going to click on drop down icon. I'm going to click on this double door. I'm going to make sure the double door is 2.4 in height. So I think this is okay. Then I'm now going to place one here and place another one here. Okay, so now we kind of have a very tight space for this foyer, and well, it's a foyer, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. So what I can do now is just to make a small provision here, so I can put a seat here, so this door will not really affect it. So I'm going to bring in another kind of door that is not this big, and so there will be provision for someone to sit here. So now I'm going to open one of my previous residential projects, and I'm going to see whether I can get some nice components there. So if you are familiar with this channel, you have seen this file. I used it to do one very nice tutorial, so you can still check that out later. So we're just going to copy this one. It has some sliding doors, and let's see what we can do. So I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy these furnitures as well. Okay, after that I think so far let's just copy this first. Go to typical floor, then click on Ctrl V. Then we're going to paste this. So I'm also going to go and search for that barn door. So I'm going to bring the barn door into this project. So I'm going to be opening another file and see whether I can get the barn door. Okay, so I'm just going to also copy this door. When click cancel, click on this. I'm going to copy this to clipboard, go back to our main project, hit Ctrl V and paste it at first. So now I've done this, I think I have what I need for now. So I'm going to delete all this. Then I'm going to go to door again. Then I'm now going to try and place another type of double swing. So I'm going to be placing this one. This one is a 1.2 meter double swing door. Although one swing is smaller, so it's kind of better for this row. So I'm going to place this door here. And instead of placing this big door here, I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to also place this door to serve this entrance again. So another thing to make sure is you need to make sure the height of the doors are uniform. At least it's uniformly intended. If you don't want it uniform, it's something you should be able to control. So I want all the doors in this project to be 2.4 meter in height. So I'm just making sure in these door components I'm editing them to serve that. So I can put a chair here as a waiting chair. Then this is the foyer. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to start placing some windows and furnitures. Okay, so for windows, you can place windows in Revit by clicking on window, and you'll be able to place some windows. But me personally, I don't like using windows because it kind of limits my versatility. So I usually prefer curtain walls. So in these curtain walls, I will be able to place windows and door inside the curtain walls, so it still gives me that versatility. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start from this bedroom here. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to use detail line to just segment my wardrobe. So wardrobe design is always very important in bedrooms. A bedroom without a wardrobe is not working. So it's always good to make sure that you have designated space for your wardrobe. So in the case of this bedroom, I have a 1.8 wardrobe, which I think is sufficient for a bedroom. And also in this kitchen, we're still going to model a kitchen cabinet, but we're just going to draw a small use lines to just indicate where will be the functioning cabinet for the kitchen, and we're going to offset the line by 600. So it's just going to give us an idea of the working space of the kitchen. So I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this. So we already have an idea. The space is already working. We have a nice dining. We're going to go back to curtain wall. We're going to click on wall. We're going to click on this drop down icon, and we're going to select curtain wall. So in curtain wall, the same way you set the constraint of your wall, you are going to set the constraint of your curtain wall. So we're going to set the base constraint at 0, because we want the glazing to also serve to also be accessible like a door. We also want to put door in the glazing. So we're going to click this top offset to our top level to the next floor, which is the typical 5th floor. Then we're going to put an offset of -450 to make provision for the beam. Okay, so now I'm now going to draw the curtain wall from here. And okay, before we even draw anything, make sure you go to edit type, and I'm going to tell you the things that you will make sure are set in this curtain wall. You are going to make sure this function is set at exterior. You are going to make sure this automatically embedded is checked. You are going to make sure this curtain panel is set at system panel glazed. Then this joint condition not defined. Then these other things you can leave them as none, because I usually prefer people manipulating them custom, like do it. Don't let it Revit do it automatically for you. You are going to set it at custom to control it yourself, unless it's something you actually want to be repeated, like an actual curtain wall system. But if you're using curtain wall for doors and windows, it's good to leave it plain so you edit it yourself. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to draw this curtain wall up to the point. Then I'm now going to do the same for this. I'm going to draw another one up to this point. Okay, so I'm going to also draw a third one here up to this point. So you see the versatility I was talking about in curtain wall. So I'm going to draw another one up to this point. So as you can see now, we have curtain walls, but there's nothing actually here because we have not done anything here. So we need to go to the 3D, and to go to the 3D, we are going to click on this house icon here, default 3D. So now, to see what we are doing very well, we are going to change the graphics of this 3D. We are going to change it to shaded. We are going to go over this icon, change the detail level to fine, change this to shaded, and then we are going to start working on it. So we're going to click on this view to actually click on this, because you know this design is sloping at 45 degrees. So if we click on this angle that is at 45 degrees, it's actually going to be like we're looking at the elevation of this. We're looking at the orthographic elevation of this view. So I'm going to go to curtain grids. So this curtain grid enables us to draw some grid lines, some curtain wall grid lines that will now determine where the mullions will be. So we're going to be drawing this normal one at 1.2. So the one for the bedroom, remember we have a door here, so we want to place a door at this edge, so we're going to be drawing it here. We're now going to draw the remaining 1 meter, 1 meter. Then we're now going to draw a horizontal one to serve here. We're going to draw another horizontal one here. So we're going to be doing the same 900 at this point, 600 here. Then we're just going to do this 1 meter, 1 meter. So another kind of curtain grid tool we can use is, we can use this one segment tool. So this one segment, what it does is that instead of picking the whole line, it's going to just pick one segment from what we've created. So we're going to use it where we want to create spaces for curtain wall embedded windows. Like this point now, we are just going to place one here. We're going to place one here. We're going to place one here. So now sometimes the way we place it initially may not be the dimension we want, so you can easily edit that. We're just going to click on this curtain grid. We're going to change this height to 1.5 meter. I think it's good. Then we're going to do the same for this. Then we're also going to do the same for this. So now we have done this, we're now going to click on this add or remove. So this add or remove will now extend the segment. So for instance, I want to add these two here. So I'm just going to click on it, click on this second line. You can see the gap between them have disappeared. Once I click on escape, you are going to see it's going to extend. So I'm going to do the same for this other side. Click on this, add segment, add this, escape. Click on this, add segment, add this, and add this. So now you can see what we've done. Okay, let me click on this and remove this segment and remove this one. So we have made provisions for curtain wall panels. We have also made provisions for the door we are going to place in future. So we are going to place mullions now in this curtain wall. To do that, we are just going to click on mullions. Under these mullions, we are going to click on all grid lines. So what this all grid line does is, instead of, if you click on this grid line, it's going to require you to pick them individually, but this all grid line is going to require you, is going to pick everything for you per curtain wall. So if you see it, you are going to see it's going to highlight. So but before we place this curtain wall, we want to edit the mullion. We are going to click on edit type. We are going to make sure we can apply the material. You can set the thickness, the width of the mullions, the depth of the mullions, which is the thickness, and click OK. This one is already set for me. That's why it's good to have a template. So remember, this file is made available for you. Check the link within the description below. So I'm going to click on mullions and I'm just going to place them automatically. So now we have done this, I'm going to click on escape. So now we have a curtain wall. If you go back to the plan view, that is typical 4th floor plan, you can see the curtain walls here, but there is no door there. And if you click on this normal door too, if we place it there, it's going to show an error. So I'm going to click on cancel. So now what we're going to do is we're going to place a curtain wall embedded door inside this project. But before we do that, we will need to load in a curtain wall embedded door. Like, there are families that are meant for curtain walls. There are door families in Revit meant for curtain walls, and there are normal door families. So we are going to be bringing in the one meant for curtain wall. So I'm going to be using one of my previous projects because my Revit library is not on this system. But if you have a if you have a good Revit library, you can use that to load in your curtain wall embedded door. So we're going to just open one project I've done before. I'm going to open my Revit Focus. I covered how to do curtain wall doors in that project, and I'm still going to show you now. So I'm just going to click on this and copy this. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back here and hit Ctrl V. Okay. So now I've done this, I'm just going to place this here. I'm going to click on this, delete this. Then I'm going to go back to our 3D view. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on tab, hover around this curtain wall here, click on tab till I select this panel where I want to change to a door. I'm going to click on it. Then I'm going to go over to this pin and unpin it. Then I'm going to click on this drop down icon, and you're going to see the doors I've reloaded in. So I'm going to see this single panel door, click on it, and we have a curtain wall door. If you go back to the plan view, you are going to see the door here. We can just change the swing and change the swing here. So that is simply how to create a curtain wall door. So the same way you can use it to create curtain wall windows, you can use it to place any other thing you want to place in your curtain wall. So we'll go to 3D. We're going to do the same for these other ones. So there's a funny thing, you can see that this curtain wall and this curtain wall are looking different. One is deeper than the other. That one is not a problem. The cause of it is if you click on this plan view, just click on this two-way icon so it will switch. Click on this so it will switch. Then click on this door again, then move it backwards. So that is a simple solution. So let's go back to 3D and let's change this. So another thing in this, changing this curtain wall door, we can delete this mullion on this lower part. Can delete this now. Click on this mullion here to hover around it. Sometimes you need to be patient. Click on tab, select this. We can even select multiple at a time. Click on tab till we select the panel. Hold Control, select it. Unpin it, make sure you unpin it, click on this drop down and change it to curtain wall door. So now we are going to click on tab, click on this, click on delete this. So now we have our curtain wall doors. Now we are going to place some curtain wall windows panels here. So we are going to do this like this. Click on tab, click on tab again, click on tab again. So we are going to select multiple at a time. Click on tab. Click on tab here. Then rotate this here. Click on tab. Click on tab. Then when we have selected everything, we are going to unpin it, click on this drop down icon and change it to curtain wall windows. So you can see all the windows placed here, which is all nice and good. So let's go back to the plan and see how we can do for this other side. So using the same principle, we're just going to do it to create some glazing here. I don't want to create glazing here because I want the glazing to run across many floors. So before I do that, I will have modeled everything on this floor, and it will be ready to duplicate to the next subsequent floors. So now I'm going to go to wall again. Then I'm now going to draw another wall for this. So for these other places where I just want to give windows, I'm now going to give a base offset of, let's say, for this 300 now. So now I'm now going to draw another curtain wall here from this point up to, okay, so instead of drawing a big one, I think I want to place the door here. So I'm just going to reduce the size to 900 so I can place some bed, then draw another one from here up till 900. Okay, instead of drawing another one, I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. Then I'm going to go to this one. Since this is a kitchen, I want the sail height of the window to be above 1 meter, above 900, so I'm going to make it 1 meter. So I'm going to draw a big window for this kitchen, because this kitchen is not really ventilated. So I'm going to try, and it's not cross ventilated, so I'm going to try and compensate for it using very long big glazing. Okay, so I'm also going to do for this toilet here. So I'm going to draw a wall, a window here, and I'm also going to place a duct here. So this duct, you are going to see how easy it is. I've done a video on how to create ducts, your own custom duct. You can check the video out. But in this video, in this template, I already have a duct system, so I'm going to be using that, a duct curtain wall system. So in this, I'm just going to increase the sail height to 1.8. Then I'm going to make the window long. Then I'm just going to work on it. So let's go back to 3D and work on this before we start copying it. So firstly, I'm going to click on this wall, click on HH to temporarily hide it, because I don't need the wall to be obstructing me. I want to work on this toilet window. So I'm going to click on this. I don't want the toilet window to be this size, so I'm going to make this minus 900 or minus 750. Okay, instead of that, let me make it minus 1050. Okay, so now I think this size is okay. So I'm going to go place some cutting grid, go over to this one too, place some cutting grid here, then do the same here, 1 2, and place one here, make this 600. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to click on mullion, click on all grid, do the same here. Then I'm going to rotate this here, click on all grids and put the same here. So now I'm going to click on tab. I'm going to change all these panels here to windows. All the panel I want to change to curtain wall embedded windows. I'm going to do that now. So I'm going to click on tab again, hold Control, select it, click on tab again. If you don't have this proficiency in selecting them one after the other, you can do and change the thing one after the other, so you won't make a mistake. Me, I'm already used to this thing. So I'm going to click on tab, hold Control, click on tab again till I select the panel, hold Control, tab till the panel is highlighted, hold Control, tab till the panel is highlighted, hold Control. Then I'm going to unpin all of them, click on this drop down icon and change them to windows. So now if you go back to this typical fourth floor, you are going to see that the thing is set well. So what we are going to do is we're just going to click on them, change their position, click on them, change their position, click on this one, change this position. Then we can now copy this one. So we're going to copy this one to this point. Let's make it copy to this 3.6. We're going to click on this one and we're going to now mirror it here. Okay, so now this is done. I think our space is coming out very well. We don't need a window here. So now we're just going to trim this wall. I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split. Then I'm now going to click on trim tool. I'm going to click on this trim here, trim this wall here, then trim this wall here. So this is now our expansion joint. I'm also going to click on split again. Then I'm going to click on trim again, then trim this to this point, then also trim this to this point. Then click on trim and trim here, click on trim here to here. So we have this thing. So now I'm now going to put our duct grills. So to do that, I'm going to go to architecture wall. If the duct is not here, I'm going to copy it from another system. So I'm going to say grill panels. So you can see it's a curtain wall system, so it's very easy to control. So the base offset, I'm going to make it 300. So I'm going to draw a vent here, a duct here. So it's going to conceal this toilet window for privacy, a vent here. The same thing for this. Okay, I'm also going to copy this here so people in this toilet will not choke. So I'm going to copy this here. Then I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees. I'm going to click on this curtain wall, reduce it to 1.2 so it will fit into the guest the guest convenience, click on move, click on this center point and move it here. So you can see we have resolved a lot. We have placed the glazing, so it's now this major glazing remaining, but we'll still handle that. So if you go to the 3D, we're going to look at how these vents are coming out. I'm going to click on HR to undo the HH temporary hide element, so you can see how it's coming out. We're already making our spaces. So I'm going to go back to this typical fourth floor and I'm going to start placing furniture. So I'm going to go to components and I'm going to see how much furniture I have in this project. If I don't have enough furniture, I'm going to copy from the other projects I have. So we're going to scroll down and see the furnitures we have. Okay, I think we have some good plumbing furnitures at least. So I'm still going to copy furnitures for sitting room furnitures, actual furniture. So I'm going to click on plumbing fixtures. I'm going to place the sink first. I'm also going to place another sink here. So I'm going to place another sink for this guest convenience. Click on this drop down. Then I'm now going to select this shower. I'm going to put this shower head here. Click on space, put a shower, comfortable shower head here, put another shower head here. Okay, then I'm going to click on this drop down icon and I'm going to be looking for some baits. So I'm going to place one here. I'm going to click on edit type to make this bait bigger. I'm going to make the width 1 meter. I'm going to make the depth 1650. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now it's big. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z because there is actually an error. I'm going to click on edit type. Then the width, I'm going to make it 1 meter. Then this depth 1650. I don't know if it will work, but I'm going to click OK. Okay, so it worked well. So I'm going to click on space. I'm going to hover around this diagonal wall, click on space again, then place this here. So now I've placed this here. I'm now going to manually move this. I'm going to click on move and move this to the corner. Click on tab to select the corner. So now I'm just going to mirror this to this point here. So we have comfortable shower trays. So now we are going to go to architecture components again. We are going to look for some WC. So I'm just going to search WC. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to place our WC here. So as you can see, our WC is not coming out well, and the reason why is that we have not set this detail level to fine. So if you set it to fine, you're going to see the hinges of the door and the WC very well. So you can see how comfortable this toilet is. We're also going to place a WC here. So we already have a nice condos. So now I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save our progress so far. Then I'm going to go and copy some furniture from my favorite full cost project. Okay, so I'm just going to go there, click on file, just open this one. Then I'm going to go to the ground floor plan and I'm just going to copy some furniture I'll need. So I'm just going to copy this living area stuff. I'm going to copy this dining. I'm going to copy this kitchen worktop, sink, cabinet, and gas cooker. I'm going to copy this bedroom, beds, and center. I'm going to copy this console, TV console. Okay, I've copied it already. Then I'm going to copy this single sofa. I'm going to copy this washing machine. Okay, I don't need this, but I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard, go to this floor. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl V and click OK, then paste everything. So some things like this, I'm just going to hover around this one. I'm going to right click. I'm going to click rotate 45 degrees. Then I'm going to click on move the position. I'm going to click on this center point of this TV console and I'm going to try and move it somewhere here. So now it's too, so I'm just going to adjust it to somewhere here. Then I can now delete this particular sofa. Click on this one, click on copy, then paste this one here. Okay, I think this is fine. I don't need to, I can just shift this back. So I could click on this whole thing, hold Control, click on 3 of them, then I can just move this back a bit so here won't be too clustered. Then I can click on this dining. I can rotate it to 45 degrees. Then I'm just going to move it to position here. A nice dining. Then click on this, rotate this to 135 degrees. So then I'm just going to click on move. If you have your own furniture, you can place them. This is just using my own furniture. I'm just showing you how to do it. Okay, so I've placed this waiting chair here. So now we can now start placing for the bedrooms. So for the okay, let's place for this kitchen. I'm going to click on edit type, click on this, click on edit extrusion, delete this profile here. Then I'm just going to follow this profile here, click on offset 600 and copy this here to form our kitchen worktop. Then I'm just going to draw this here. I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now we can now add stuff like the laundry can be here. The laundry can be in the kitchen, which is fine. We're going to place our gas cooker, click on space, hover around here. Okay, since we're just going to click on space and rotate it to 45 degrees. Then we're going to move it to position here. Then we're going to click on this kitchen cabinet, click on edit, click on this, click on edit extrusion. Then we're going to trim here, and we're now going to add some lines and cut this. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click finish here. Okay, so I'm going to click on this sink and I'm going to move this here. Then I'm going to rotate it by 45 degrees. Then I'm just going to drag this to this point here and place it. So I think our kitchen worktop is set. I can delete this too. Then we're going to start designing the bedrooms. So this bedroom design, the two main things here is the TV console. So I'm just going to delete all of this because I want to actually place them. So I'm going to go to components and I'm going to start with the bed. So I could just click on bed, because since I've brought in this bed, is already part of this project. Then it's always not good for the back of a bed to be backing the window because of security issues. So I always place the bed head at a smooth empty wall. Then I'm also going to do the same here. I'm going to place this here. Preferably, it's preferable for the TV to be directly opposite the bed, but if you cannot achieve that, you can place it adjacent to the bed. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on components again, and I'm going to click on drop down icon. I'm now going to look for TV console. Let me just add console, entertainment center. So let me just click on it. And I'm going to place one here. Then I'm going to also place one here. Okay, so now I'm now going to place a mat and center table. I'm going to click on components. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to search for mat. Then if you are not sure of the name, you can click on escape, click on this. So it's rug. Then I'm going to click on components and just click on this drop down, search for rug. Then I'm going to click on this and place the rug. So now we can edit the size of the rug, the width. I think I will reduce the width to 2.4 and the depth to be 1.5. So I think this is good. So I'm going to click on space. I'm going to place it here. I'm going to click on here and place it here. So I think we have designed the bedroom, we have designed these spaces, and this is looking nice. So now we are now going to use some room separator lines because we want to start allocating the spaces. So we can go to architecture. We can use rooms. So rooms are tools used to allocate spaces in Revit. We are going to start from placing room separators. So these room separators demarcate room spaces, rooms. So how they will be functional is, let me just start from using rooms. So to create rooms, you are going to go to architecture. You are going to click on rooms. So these rooms, you are now going to set parameters. So you are going to set the upper limit from this typical 4th floor. You are going to set the upper limit to typical 5th floor. So you are going to set it from level to level. You are going to click on this limit offset at 0. So as you can see, we have created a room now. So you can see that this dining, there is nothing separating it. Is the Revit is detecting this dining, this living area, and this lobby as one space. That is because there is no wall demarcating them. And if there is no wall demarcating them and you want to demarcate them, you actually need to use those room separators to demarcate them. But for now, you can see that this our room is actually not looking, is not graphically the best. So what I'm going to do is, you can easily click on this room and edit the room. Once you click on it, you can click on it and edit the family. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit family. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to delete this. I don't need this. Then I'm going to go to this view first. Under this view, I'm going to go to visibility. Then I'm going to annotation categories. I'm now going to show annotation categories. Then I'm going to click OK. So it's going to show us this annoying box. So I'm going to drag this room name down. I'm going to drag the volume. I don't need the volume, I can delete it. I'm going to drag this room area now. So now I'm now going to select these lines, click on tab, select the 4 of them, delete it, click on this room name, click on edit type, duplicate, then I click OK. Then I'm going to change this text font to any text font of your choice. By me, I use Bebas Neue, nice text. So I'm going to change the text size to 2. Then I'm going to click OK. So I'm also going to click on edit type. I'm going to make the text font bold, and I'm going to do the same for this. Click on edit type, change it to Bebas Neue. But for this, I'm now going to change this to 1.4. Then I'm going to change the color from black to red. Click OK, click OK. So now I've done this, I'm now going to click on load into project. Then it's going to ask us which project I want to load into, since I open many projects. So I'm just going to click on this high rise focus. It's going to ask me whether I want to save changes. I'm going to click on no. Then I'm going to click on override existing. So now I'm going to click on this room tag, click on this drop down and select room tag with area. So you can see this has formed the room now. Okay, so what we are going to do is now we are now going to go to architecture. We are going to click on room separator. So this room separator, we are going to pick this point here and draw a line here. We're also going to draw a line from here to here. You can see the area has reduced from 50 something to 44. If you click on this room separator and click on it, the area will reduce again to 36 meters square. So we have separated this space. So in order for this room separator not to be causing graphical issues, we are now going to select this and hide in view by category. Okay, so we can now go to annotate. We can now use detail line. We can now use overhead lines to just draw our overhead to indicate there is an arc. So now we are now going to rename this room. We are going to name this living area or living room. We are going to make sure our caps lock is on, because in architectural lettering is always capital letter. Living room. Okay, so now we're going to go to architecture and we're going to be creating more rooms. We're going to make sure this room with area and the constraints are set well. So we're going to place one here. We're going to place one here, place another one here, place another one here, place one here, place one. And since we are going to be mirroring a lot of these spaces, it's not a bad thing, so it's going to function just fine. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to name this foyer. I'm going to name this guest convenience. Then I'm going to name this dining. Then I'm going to name this terrace. I'm going to name this bedroom 1. I'm going to name this kitchen. I'm going to name this lobby. I'm going to name this WC or bedroom BATH/WC. So I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl V while renaming this. Then I'm going to name this bedroom 2. Honestly, everybody will want to be in this bedroom too. So another thing we forgot to do was we forgot about this emergency staircase that will be here. So what we are going to do, we're just going to click on annotate detail line. Then we're now going to draw this 1.2. We are going to draw. The reason why I don't want to create this stair now is I want to mirror it first. So I'm going to draw it. Remember I said I'm going to do it up to 3 meters, and I'm just going to do it. So now I'm going to click on this railing, click on edit part, then reduce the railing part to this point, click on delete here, click on finish, then click on this and reduce this to this point. So remember, we have not yet created any floors, and there's a reason why we have not yet created the whole form. So we are still working on this. So now we have our rooms, we have everything, almost everything we need. So we are now going to start mirroring. So now I'm just going to hold Control, select everything here. I'm going to make sure I select every single thing that will be important. I'm going to make sure I now go to modify and I go to split, and I split these walls here. So each element will be independent, and I'll not need to copy it, something I don't want to copy. So I'm just going to hold Control again, and then I'm going to hold Shift to deselect some. I'm going to hold Shift to deselect the center lines, deselect this. Then I think everything is good and we can mirror now. So now I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. I'm going to select the center of this wall here, and I'm just going to mirror it, and let's see how long it will take. So we have created a lot, so I'm just going to click on OK. Okay, now as you can see, many of these rooms, they are redundant because they change position. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this reveal hidden. Another thing, before this thing continues, let me just click on this reference planes, hide in view by category. I honestly don't need those reference planes. Yeah, I rather just click on it and delete both of them because I don't need them. Then I'm going to click on this. Okay, so now we're going to figure out why these spaces are redundant. So we're just going to click on this reveal hidden element, and the reason why they're redundant is we didn't mirror these room separators. So we're going to select the room separators, click on tab, make sure we select both of them, click on tab, select both of them. Then we're going to click on mirror, and we're just going to mirror this. So you can see now we've mirrored it, the rooms are no more redundant. So I'm just going to click on this review. So you can see we have already mirrored one unit of this apartment. So we have 2-bedroom apartment on one wing. So now what we're going to do now is we're now going to mirror this everything here. We're going to click on this reveal hidden element, and we're going to mirror everything that is here to this other wing. So this will now be like a corner. So we are going to do that. We're just going to select everything. Let me just start from here. Select everything here. We're going to click on shift to deselect the things we don't want to deselect. Then I'm just going to I'm going to hold shift to deselect this view gizmo because I don't think we can mirror it. I'm going to go to filter. Then I'm just going to click on this survey point and uncheck it. So I think now we can now mirror it. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to click on mirror, and we're going to select the center point of this wall, and then we're just going to mirror it. So this is going to take some time, but we need to be patient. So we're going to see what it does. So you can see we have mirrored this. We have 2 units here, 2 units here, making it 4 units. So now the last thing we're going to do is we're going to mirror everything that is on this side. We're going to mirror it to this other side. So it's going to create balance now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to annotate. We're going to draw detail line. Then we're going to do this. Okay, one big mistake I made. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. Remember I told you I want to create an emergency staircase here before I start mirroring these things. So I'm just going to do just that. So now I'm just going to click on this on hide. Then I'm going to start drawing some walls to create this staircase. So I'm going to click on wall for now. I'm now going to click on this drop down icon, and I'm going to select this white wall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the normal wall constraint, put everything to 0 again. Then click on this top as 50 picofloor. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on this location line to wall face exterior. So okay, let me just start from here. So I'm going to draw this here, draw this here, and draw this here. Okay, so since this is 1.2, I'm just going to click on this to make it come out here. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to start to create a staircase here. So we're going to be creating a tight staircase. So emergency staircase, like I said, is not for comfort. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to stairs. So under the stairs, we're just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and call this emergency stairs. Emergency. Okay, then I'm going to click OK. So now we are going to set this maximum to 175. We're going to set this thread depth to 275. So like I said, it's not a place for comfort. It's just you can make some compromises here and there. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. I'm going to just leave it at this emergency staircase. So the staircase depth I think is still okay. I'm just going to click OK. So now I'm going to click on sketch. So we're going to be starting our staircase from here, or we're going to make a bit of provision here. So I think this staircase will have to be longer because of just what it is. So I'm going to draw 1 to here. So instead of 1.2, since the emergency is only meant to serve this family, I'm going to be making it 1.2 instead of 1.8 like the major one. 1.2 here, 1.2. So I'm now going to click on trim. So I'm going to be clicking on these riser lines, and I'm going to be drawing one from here, one from here. Then I'm going to click on offset 275. Then I'm just going to offset this here, offset this. Then after I've done this, I'm going to click on another riser. Remember I told you it's not a place for comfort. So I'm just going to try and put, let me just click 75 from here to get some winders here. or let me hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to draw a line from here to here. Then I'm going to draw one here. Let me use 50 first. You can see I'm just trying to get the best out of this space here. So I'm also going to do the same for his. Let me do 50. Then I'm going to put another one here. Okay. Now I'm going to delete this. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to select this tray. Select this as well. Select this one here. Hold Ctrl, select this. Then I'm going to click on mirror. So as you can see, we still need two more. So I'm just going to click on this. Offset this here. Offset this. So now I'm just going to click on trim to trim this here. Trim to trim this. So this is an emergency staircase. So now I'm then going to click on this stair part here. Then I'm going to click on this pick line tool. I'm going to put the offset at 600. Then I'm just going to pick it. Pick here. Since the offset is at 600, it's going to join. So I'm just going to click on finish. So you can see that this is the emergency staircase. I'm going to click on finish. So what this entails is that we're now going to delete this exterior railing. We're going to click on this wall and we're going to move this. But the thing about emergency is that emergency is meant to be blocked off. From if fire is happening here, you need to be able to, for it to be blocked off so smoke will not enter this emergency access. So here can be blocked off, while here we now have nice windows. So now I'm not going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on wall. I'm going to now draw the normal wall from this point here. Let me just click on these two railings and click on HH to hide them. Then I'm just going to click on architecture wall. Then I'm going to select wall center line and I'm going to just run a wall to this point. So now what I'm going to do is I'm now going to move this here. I'm going to move this here and move this here. So now I've done this, I can now go to doors and I can now place a single normal swing door here and a single normal one. So each people in this unit have access to this emergency staircase. So this emergency staircase can serve for one unit, while this other emergency staircase can serve for another unit. So you can see how this is good. So now if you go to 3D now, we can see what we've done. We're doing a very nice work and it's coming out very well. So now what we are going to do now is, if you look at this now, we want to make this emergency. So we have the option of making this emergency staircase an open stairway, where we'll just have dwarf walls guarding the staircase. So if people enter this emergency, they can come down. Okay. So now what we're going to do is, because of this is a high rise, and putting that kind of open emergency is, I don't think is the safest things to do. So I'm going to leave it closed up with some nice windows here. So I'm going to go back to this typical 4th floor. Then I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls and I'm going to go back to curtain walls now. So I'm going to click on curtain wall. I'm going to be setting the parameters for that curtain wall minus 450 at the top. Then I'm now going to click the base offset as 300. Or I could just copy one of these windows and place here. Then I'm going to run a big glazing running all the way through here, which I think is the easier thing to do. So I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this window. I'm going to paste this here. Then I'm going to click on this window, rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm going to move it to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it from this axis here. So we have two windows here. We now have option to run a glazing all the way through this point. So now we have done all this. We are now going to try and mirror this to this other side, since we have our emergency staircase here servicing this unit very well. So I'm going to click on this reveal hidden elements icon. I'm going to try and select everything here. Then remember, we're going to click on shift on deselect this, go to filter, and we're going to make sure that this survey point is not checked on. So we're going to click this project base point. We're also going to look for survey point and we're going to uncheck it too. So because once those two are checked on, we can't mirror them because we can't mirror those survey points. Then I'm now going to click on mirror. I'm now going to pick this point here and mirror it to this point. So we're going to give it a while for it to mirror. Okay, so now we have mirrored this to this other side. So now what we are going to do now is, you can see that this building from the initial sketch we made and from where it's coming out, it has significantly reduced, and that is a good sign. It means we are managing our spaces and we are trying to optimize this design. Okay, so now what we can do is, I'm even thinking of adding a courtyard here, an atrium here, just to throw light from the top. So here is going to be like a corridor going through, which is a nice idea, very nice. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line, then I'm just going to draw a line from this point. Okay, listed, let me just draw a line from this point to this point, then I'm going to draw it out to this point. What I'm trying to do with this line is I'm trying to create a line here where I can use as a tool to mirror this whole thing. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is, firstly, I think we are done with these lines, we don't need them again. So I'm going to highlight everything here. Once I highlight everything, I'm going to go to filter, check on, and I'm going to uncheck these two lines here. I'm just to leave these overhead lines. I'm going to uncheck these 10 lines here. Then I'm just going to click on delete because I don't think we need them. So now we are just going to highlight everything again from this point again, the same thing we did before, but this time we're going to go to filter as usual. We're going to go to this project base point, uncheck it, go to survey point, uncheck it, click on OK. Then we're just going to simply click on mirror. So if you are not using a heavy system, a strong system, this might hang your system, but we are just going to mirror this thing. So we are going to get the 8 units we intended to get in this high rise. Okay, so now we have done this, we have gotten a very good idea of how this high rise is going to be. So we have already gotten our 8 units, we have designed them properly. Okay, so we can turn on this reveal hidden elements because we don't need to do it for now. And we are now going to start. We are going to rearrange this core. Remember, we have placed these service spaces, so we know what we are doing now. So now we are going to go to detail line and we are going to try and centralize this core again using this detail line. So now we already have this center point here, so we are going to draw a line from here as reference to get the center of the core to this point. So now also we are going to draw another line here, draw another line to this point. So this line, we are going to find the center point of this line. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to align the center of this core to this point. So we are just going to highlight this here and we are going to click on move. We are just going to move this here to this point and move this to this point. Okay, so now we're also going to move this horizontally or vertically and we're going to move it to this point. So now we have centralized this. So now what we can now do now is we can now run a very long wall at this point, so we can now determine how much space is going to be left at this front and this back. So now what I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking of using this detail line. I want to do something a bit interesting. Let me just delete these lines here. I want to maximize these spaces. I don't want there to be wasted floor space because I feel at this point this floor area is a bit wasted if we leave it. So I'm going to try and highlight the circulation area and the places I'm going to leave void throughout all these floors, so it's going to serve a nice purpose. So I'm going to go to detail line. Of course, I'm going to save project after this progress. So you can see we are making progress, and designing a high rise isn't so difficult like that as people may have it. Okay, so I'm now going to do is some detail line here, and I'm going to go, I think I'll use 900 here. Then I'm going to do this. So instead of doing this, let me just click on select line to pick a line here, pick a line here. Then I'm going to, okay, since I can mirror it, then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 4.5 meter from here. So I think 4.5 is enough for people to circulate, so I'm going to offset 4.5 here. Then I'm now going to try and click on trim these two here, then see what this trim can give. So now I'm also going to click on offset here. I'm offsetting 4.5 from this point too, so I'm going to use this to trim here and trim here. So what I want to do is I want to secure my circulation space to just this place. So now once I've done this, I can delete this line in particular, then I can select this and I can just click on mirror and I can just mirror this here. So you can see that I'm trying to define a circulation path for here. So if I do the same here and I just click on this and click on this too, click on this too, and let's say I mirror this here. Let me just pick any line here. Then I can now adjust this position to this point here. So you can see that this thing is looking a bit balanced, and it has kind of maximized the space. So it has reduced the amount of lobby spaces, and it gives me provision to place some pillars here and structurally aid the design. Because if I put a whole slab here, I'll need some columns. Since this is a rigid frame structure, I'll need some columns and beams to support them. So it will be kind of obstructing space. So instead of obstructing that space, let me use it for something. Let me use it for something that can be beneficial. Let me just move this one bit again and move this to this point, so you can see the kind of balance we are creating. Then we can now go to annotate again, go to detail line. I'm going to drag this line here, and I'm going to drag this line here. So what I'm going to do now is, after I've dragged this line here, because remember I'm trying to avoid waste of space, so I'm going to click on offset, click on copy, then offset this at 4.5. So now I'm now going to trim this and trim this. So what this has given me, it has given me 4.5 meter all round in this circulation space. So we have a very functional circulation space in this building, so which is nice and good. So now I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on wall. So under this wall, I'm going to select the normal wall, 225 white wall. So now I'm going to be running some walls that will be going across each floor. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to set this to 0. Then I'm just going to set this top distance to roof level. Then I'm going to remove this top offset. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm now going to change this from finish face to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw our wall from here. Draw it here, draw it here, and draw it here. So you can see this our high rise has gotten a very nice form. So I'm now going to run some dwarf walls here, and we're going to put some railing, because in this design is going to reflect, all this whole place is going to be a void. So this is somewhere people can come and look, and just look down at the high rise. Although it can be dangerous if you think of it from another context, that people have the opportunity to jump from this building, but you can also make the argument that they also have the opportunity to jump from their own apartment. So anything can happen. So it just depends on the individual. Okay, those who understand what I'm saying knows what I'm saying. So I'm going to click on this typical floor. I'm going to make sure that this is set as minus 450, because I want to create some dwarf walls. Then I'm now going to set this top constraint to the next level. Then I'm going to put it minus 3150. Okay, so now I'm just going to draw the wall from here, this point, this point, this point, this point, this point, this point. So I'm going to do the same here. This point, this point, this point, this point, this point, this point. You can see from this whole high-rise design, the whole design is centered around this core. So that is why the core design is very important. So now we still remember, we still need to place some elevators here, so we're going to do that shortly. So now I'm going to go to railing, and I'm going to draw railing, the railing guard here. So I'm just going to put it here, copy this here, and draw this line. Then I can just simply click on mirror this here. I can do the same for this. Go to, or simply click on mirror tool, then click on this and move this to this point. Okay, so now we have done this. Now we are settled on this atrium or courtyard here. We are just going to select these walls here, click on tab, select these walls here, click on shift, so we'll deselect this shaft wall. Do the same here, click on tab, select every wall here, click on shift, so we'll just deselect this particular one. Hold control, select this railing here, hold control, select this railing too as well. Okay, let me just try and zoom in. So I think this is it. So I'll hold control and select it. Then I'll just go to copy to clipboard, and I'm going to paste it across the rest of the typical floors. So I'm going to align to selected levels. I'm going to go all the way to 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, mezzanine, 12th, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and I'm going to click OK. So it's going to take a bit of time, but let's give it a wait. So now the same thing, we're going to place some elevators here, and we're going to copy elevator from one of my previously design project. But let me hit Ctrl S to make sure I've saved the progress I've made now, because it's very important. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the bank of one of my projects, and I'm going to try and load in an elevator. So I can see an elevator shaft here, so I'm just going to click on this wall too, then click to copy to clipboard, then go back to okay, not this. I'm going to go back to our file. So now I've gone back there. I'm just going to hit Ctrl V somewhere here, then I'm going to click OK. Just paste this here. So now I'm going to click on delete instance, since we have a 8-person lift, but normally the lift I designed for is bigger, but we just manage that as a component. So I'm going to click on components, and I'm going to look for, just click on 8, so it's going to come out. So I'm just going to look for 8. Okay, I think this is it. So now I'm just going to place it in the middle. I'm going to highlight this, go to mirror, place this here, click on this, then I'm just going to mirror it to this other side. So we have our elevator shaft serving the 2 wings. So we can just select this, and we can just click on copy, click on paste, align to selected levels, click on this, then hold shift, click on this, hold shift, then select all of them, then click on OK. So all these components I'm copying is actually going to make this work significantly more heavy. Okay, so if we go to 3D, let's just go and see what we've done. So you can see that we've established some elements of our core. So you can see the elevator shaft. We are still going to copy this staircase across each of these floors, so it's going to reach the highest level. So you can see how everything is coming out nice. So now we are going to be copying our unit to the typical floor. So you are going to see that thing I said about alternation. So you are going to see how I'm going to alternate this facade character and create a unique design from this 3D. So we are going to go to mezzanine now. Okay, not mezzanine, we are going to go to the typical 4th floor again. So now what we are going to be doing is we are just going to click on these stairs, and we are going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views, then I'm going to click on this. Okay, let me click on cancel. Let me just make sure. Click on copy, paste, align to selected views, then click on this typical 5th floor up till the 19th floor or the 20th floor, since we'll need some servicing on the roof. We need access to the roof of a high-rise building. I'm just going to click OK. So the staircase is going to copy as well. Okay, so for this typical floor, I told you I want to come alternation. So we have like 2 types of typical floors, and we're going to be copying it at intervals of 2. But before we create the differences, we'll just need to copy one single one to the next one. So what are we going to do? We're just going to do what we did before. We're going to select all of this. We're just going to go over here. One thing that is very important is to make sure you don't select something twice and copy it twice. So I'm just going to select this here. I'm going to hold shift to select this here. I'm going to hold shift. Okay, let me go to reveal hidden elements, and let me just click on this. So we're going to hold shift again, hold control, just select this first, then hold control, left click, hold, and select this too. Okay, now the system is hanging. So just keep in mind that I'm using a Core i9 13th gen system. So for it to be hanging like this, it means this is really some stuff. So I'm going to hold shift to deselect some things I don't want to deselect. Remember, we've already copied this to every floor. We don't need to select this. We don't need to select this. We don't even need to select this. You can see in this high-rise design, I've not even gone to the basement and the other floors, because I know that once I get this one, I will still manage my way around that basement design, which is not going to be too difficult for me. So the main thing is to get these typical floors well and very functional. So now I've done this, you can see I've selected this. Another thing, I'm going to go over to this filter. We're going to make sure we remove this project base, and we're going to make sure we remove this survey point and click OK. So what we are simply going to do is we're going to click on copy to clipboard, then we're going to click on paste, align to selected views, then we're just going to select typical 5th floor. So let's give it a width. Okay, so now we've done this, we're now going to go to this 5th floor and we're going to start changing some things. So before we start anything, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to just delete all these balcony elements apart from one unit. So we're going to delete everything here. We're just going to delete this. We're going to delete this as well. We're going to delete this, delete. So we're just going to delete this. So remember that if you click on this, you remember that this started from the 1st floor. So we are not going to delete this. We did this on purpose. So we're just going to delete this one here. Okay, we're not going to delete this one. We're going to leave this one as the one we'll work on. Then we're going to mirror it to the rest. So for now, let's delete everything first. So you see, for a high rise, this is a lot of units I was able to achieve in one single floor. 8 units is a lot. So close to my design prowess. It's now what I'm making, but just that. Okay, so now we've deleted this. We're going to work on this one. Remember, I told you I wanted to create a kind of unique design alterations. So I'm going to delete this railing first. So now we have this here. We're going to delete this and we're going to delete this. So we're going to leave this one. If you go to 3D view now, let's go to 3D view. You can see that. Okay, let me rotate this to the one we're working with now. So this is the one we're working with. You can see that this has flowed like this. So what I want to do is I want it to flow like this, flow this way, then flow back and just continue repeating like that. So I don't know if you get the gist. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to this typical 5th floor. Then I'm going to go over to this point here. I'm going to click on split. I'm going to click on split here too. So now I'm now going to click on split here as well. Then I'm going to click on annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. I'm going to draw a line from here to 1.2. Stop here. I'm going to click on a line from here to 750 and stop here. The same thing, I'm going to do the same for this point here. I'm going to click on a line from here to let me just use 900 here or 750 as well here. So on each floor, this balcony will be able to see some things. Then at this point, 750. So now, once I've done this, I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split and split. Then all these walls here, I'm going to select this particular 4 walls that I demarcated. Then I'm going to change it. Instead of this minus 350, I'm going to change it to 300. So it's going to go above. So what this does is that it's going to alternate these floors. So I'm just going to drag this here. I'm going to drag this here. So I'm going to do the same for this. Drag this here to this point. I'm going to also drag this to this point here. So I'm done. Once I've done this, I'm going to drag this here. I'm going to drag this here. I'm going to drag this. So now you can see what I wanted to achieve. So if I go to this view now, we are going to see that this is something like this I wanted to do. So once I've done this, you're going to see this is going to just flow like this, and that is just basically what I want. But because of the nature of this floor here, I'm going to reduce this. Instead of making this at plus 300, I'm going to reduce it, make it minus 300. Because if I copy this, okay, I think I made a mistake. Okay, let me just put minus. The reason, because if I copy this over this, you are going to see that these two might be interfering. So it's better I just allow this to rest on this. So this is just going to just flow and continue the way it is going. So that is just basically what I want to do. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to go to this typical now, and I'm going to go to railing again, architecture, railing. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. Okay, let me go to modify. Then I'm just going to click on pick, and I'm going to pick the center point of these walls. Pick here too, and pick here. Then I'm going to trim everything together. Okay, now I'll click finish. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to select this wall here. I'm going to select this railing, select this wall, select this wall, select this wall here. The same thing, select here, select here. and select here. So I'm going to select these new walls I modified, and I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it round to the corresponding views. I'm going to do the same for here. I'm just going to select this. So after doing this, I think this is good. I'm now going to go over to this point, and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror this. So the same thing, I'm just going to do the same here again. I'm going to select everything and mirror it from this center point to this back point. So I'm going to hold Control. I'm going to hold Control, select this, here, 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 here. Hold Control, select this. So now I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to select the center point here and mirror it to this point. So you can see this balcony, this terrace has been resuscitated. So now I'm now going to go back to 3D view, and you're going to see the effect I wanted to do. So you can see how this is flowing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to be copying from, like, this is the fourth floor. So I'm going to be copying this fourth floor to 6th floor to 8th floor, like in intervals of 2, and I'm going to be copying this 5th floor to 7th floor to 9th floor, something like that. So how I'm going to do it now is I'm going to go back to DPC. Okay, not DPC, I'm going to go back to this 4th floor, and then I'm just going to try and select everything again and copy it accordingly. So now you need to be careful very well, because when copying this thing, remember we have a mezzanine floor, and that mezzanine floor doesn't really, we're not going to copy this to the mezzanine floor. Okay, so we're just going to stop there and do some considerations before we go and copy what we are not supposed to copy. So firstly, of course, I'm just going to select everything here up to this point. Then I'm going to hold Control 2, and I'm going to select everything here. So now I'm going to hold Shift, deselect this, hold Shift again, deselect this. Then I'm now going to go and go to Filter, and I'm going to make sure I uncheck this project base and uncheck this survey point. So once I've done this, now I'm now free to copy this thing as I want. So I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. So this is going to be a very, very heavy operation, and it might take my system 30 minutes. It's just I'm going to pause the video and come back after a while. So I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to click on paste. So I'm going to go to align to selected views. So I'm going to start from, for this 4th floor, I'm going to place this as 6th floor, 8th floor, 10th floor. So I'm meant to place it at this or this 11th floor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this at this 12th floor. I'm going to place this at 14th floor, and I'm going to place this at 16th floor. I don't know, I hope this works. I'm going to place this at 18th floor, and I'm going to place this at the 20th floor. So we have everything up to this point now. So we are now going to look better if I create this. Alright, so now I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to come back later while my system is working. Alright, so I think our copying is done. So we're just going to close this review hidden elements. Then we're going to go to our 3D. By now our 3D is going to start getting super heavy. So look at what we've done. So you can see that we've done this. You can see that is we didn't copy, we copied it at an alternating format. So you can see there is still space in between here. So what we are going to do now is, just so our 3D won't get too heavy, we are going to rotate this a bit, and we're going to hide all the furnitures in this 3D view. So it's not like we're deleting it, we're just going to right click and hide in view by category. So the reason is that once we copy the rest, it's not going to be too heavy for the project, for the system. So it's just a way of optimizing this. So we're also going to do the same here. We're going to rotate this, click on one of these plumbing fixtures, then hide in view by category. so it's not going to be that heavy like it is now. So now what we are going to do is we're now going to go to this typical 5th floor. Okay, so we're just basically going to do the same thing. Okay, so now we're just going to click on this review hidden elements, because it's very important to copy that room separator. So we're just going to copy this here, select all of this. We're going to hold Control, select all of this too. Then we're now going to hold Shift, click on Shift to deselect this, click on Shift, click on Shift. So once we've done this, we're just going to click on Filter. We're just going to make sure we uncheck this project base and this survey point. Click on OK. Then we're going to click, I think, copy to clipboard. Then we click on paste. Then we click on align to selected views. Then we are going to start from 5th to 7th, hold Control, 9th, hold Control, 11th, 13th, 14th, okay, this 14th, okay, 13th, 15th, 17th, and 19th. Then we're just going to click OK. So we are going to be right back again and wait for it to copy to each of these floors. Okay, so now everything has copied. We're now going to go and look at our 3D view and see how the thing came out. So this is what we have now. So now you can see how the flowing pattern was achieved. You can see how it's looking, and this is really heavy, but you can see how the form is already coming out. The only thing we are going to work on separately, which we are going to go on to later, is this mezzanine floor. So we are going to just go and work on this mezzanine floor to kind of just balance everything out, so it will actually make sense. So you can see how it's looking here, and the only thing is now we are just going to go to this 11th floor. So what we are going to do is, in this 11th floor, we are going to select this emergency staircase, or we are just going to select these walls here. We're going to select these walls here. We're also going to select these walls here. The same thing for these walls here. Then we're going to change the constraint from this mezzanine 2 to 12th floor, so it's going to fill up that gap there. So now we are going to go to this mezzanine floor. Okay, now I think it has filled up the gap. So we're going to go to this mezzanine floor. As you can see, the mezzanine floor is not looking complete because the typical floors don't really match the mezzanine floor. So what we are simply going to do to resolve the issue, we are going to just observe some of these walls first. We're going to click on it. We're going to see what is showing. Okay, the top offset is 300 millimeters. So we're going to leave it at that. And so let's just go to 3D view and see how it's really looking and why it's looking that way, just to confirm before we make any out of place decision in this design. Okay, so let me just go to one of these elevations and see what is actually the issue. So I'm just going to click on this crop region. Then I'm just going to go over to this clip without cropping. I'm going to change these views to none, so I'm going to be able to edit this crop region. Remember, we are still going to design a basement, so we still have quite some work in this high rise to do. So now we're just going to drag this up. So now the project will now be taking some time because it's now really heavy. So let me just copy this. Okay, so apparently I think the reason why we are seeing those walls in the mezzanine floor is because of the view range. So we'll need to resolve that view range. So we're going to go back to this second mezzanine 2 floor. Well, it's going to ask us to save the project. It's very important we need to save the progress. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to this view range. We're going to change this offset from 2 meters to 1.2. So it's not going to be looking at walls above this floor level. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to this view range. We're going to change this from none to, we're going to just do the view range below. That is the 11th floor. So now what we're going to do is we're now going to do some balcony walls and some green areas. So we're just going to fill up this mezzanine floor. But before we do that quite yet, we're just going to go back to this typical 4th floor and we're going to just settle something. So we're going to click on these walls here. These walls are very important. They are the services, so they should go all the way to the roof. Then the only thing we are going to be copying is we are going to copy this service features and doors to each of those levels up to that level. So we're just going to set the top constraint to roof level. Then after we've done that, we're now going to select these doors and this chute and copy it across each floor. So another thing for this duct is that we're going to create some ducts here. We're going to go to architecture walls. Under these walls, we're going to be using some grills. So we're just going to add some grills. So it's going to provide some space for plumbers to be able to access this. So we're just going to click on escape. We're going to click this 0 or this at 300. So we're just going to put this offset as minus 450. Okay, then we're just going to draw one grill here to about 1.2. I think 1.2 is okay. Then we can just click on this and we can just mirror this, find the center point, mirror this here. So once we've done this, we can now select this here, select this. Then we're going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views, click on this, click on shift and hold this to 20th floor, click on OK. Okay, so now we have done this. I think we have copied the services goes across every floor. So now we are now going to go back to the mezzanine floor and work on the mezzanine floor, put green areas at the edge, because the main thing that will be contained in the mezzanine floor are the columns. So we're just going to be placing some columns here, and these columns will run through each floor. We're going to place it in strategic points so it's not going to obstruct the architectural design. But before we do that, we're just going to go over here first. Then we're going to start drawing our dwarf walls to just fill up this mezzanine floor. So this mezzanine floor is where we're going to put stuffs like water tanks, and where they're just going to rejoin and reconnect all the pipes. Is mainly like an empty floor, but we're going to do it in a way that is still comfortable for occupants that are going to be using it. So we're just going to go to walls. Under these walls, we're now going to be using some normal dark walls, since dark walls is mainly what we're using for the balconies. So instead, we're going to put this to 0. We're going to put the top constraint to this, and we're going to put this at minus 1.5. Okay, I think 1.5 is a bit too small, because okay, I think it might just be fine. So okay, I think it might just be fine, because I'm still going to put railing on top. So just for this, I'm now going to click on walls. I'm going to change this to wall center line to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here. I'm going to click on this, change this to finish face interior. Then I'm going to start sketching from here. So I want to create, not only do I want to create some dwarf walls, I also want to create a flower bed. The flower bed is going to go around the mezzanine floor. So it's going to create like a band of green area on the elevation. So it's going to come out very nice. So it's something I really look forward to doing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on offset to 900. So I'm going to be offsetting this wall inside by 900. So once I do that, I'm just going to trim them. So now I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls again. So I'm still going to be using the same dwarf walls. I think I made a mistake. I'm going to hit Z. So I'm going to click, instead of interior, I'm going to click on this wall center line. I'm going to use this here. I'm also going to use this for this point here. Okay, now this work is really getting heavy. So I'm going to go to floors. Under these floors, I'm going to be using floors to create a green area. So I'm just going to be looking for this grass tray. I'm going to be setting the offset from base to 700. Then I'm just going to be using it to draw the profile here. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on finish. Okay, since there is an issue here, I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this. We'll click on continue, and I'm going to trim this and click finish. So now I've done this, I'm now going to create a railing that is going to guard this, because safety is very important. So I'm going to go to railing. I'm going to click on pick lines, and I'm going to pick the middle of these walls here. And this time the railing will be a bit higher because this floor is mostly open, so a high railing should prevent funny things from happening. Okay, so once I've done this, I'm going to offset the railing to 600. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on tab to select these walls here. I'm also going to try and tab to select the floor itself. Okay, let me click on tab to try and select the floor first. Click on tab, select the walls. Click on shift. Hold shift and deselect this. Then click on tab here. Hold control, select this. Hold shift, deselect the ones you don't want to deselect. Shift. Or rather shift. Then I'm going to hold control to select the railing. So I think we are good here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, select this center line here, mirror this here. So you can see this is looking nice. So now I'm going to do the same for here. I'm going to hold control, select everything here again, select here too, select here too. So now I'm just going to click on mirror. I'm going to try and select this center point and mirror this here. Okay, so another thing I always make mistake, let me hit Ctrl Z. I forgot to draw the band of edges. So I'm going to go to component, model in place, and I'm going to be modeling a nice edge. So I'm going to go to casework. Under this casework, I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to click on sweep. I'm going to click on sketch path. I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. I'm going to click on tab till I select this floor. Then I'm going to just select sketch the path by picking these edges. You can see the amount of work there is just taken to just do this thing. So I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm just going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to go to 3D view. So I don't know how heavy this thing is going to be, but we're just going to manage regardless. So I'm going to zoom out, look for our axis line. Then I'm just going to click on one view. I'm going to click on front. So since the front cannot get what we are looking for exactly, let me just wait for it to load. Okay, so now we have gotten an appropriate view. We can just start sketching our sweep profile. So now what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to simply draw a box. I'm going to draw this to about, let me just change this to, okay, what I'll just do is to click this to this point here. I think this is the point. Then I'm going to draw up to this point here. So now we're just going to click on this trim to this fillet arc. So we're going to bevel the edges. So okay, before we do that, let's just set the height and be sure of the height. We are going to make it as high as 450. I need the green areas to come out very well. So now in the 750, I think the edges will be high enough. So I'm just going to bevel this. So if you go to any rendering software, once you know how to apply edges as a material very well, you can use a material modeled like this, even though it's looking smooth like this, to apply to get nice 3D effect. So I'm going to put 150 here. I'm going to put 150 here. So the repercussion of this hanging is that we are going to be working more with orthographic view, so the file won't be too heavy, or the file will not in extreme case crash. So we are going to click on this. We are going to right click, duplicate, change the material. We are going to be changing the material to 01 edge. Then we are going to click on this to assign a new material. We are going to go to appearance. We are going to go to site. Under this site, we are now going to click on a nice shiny green area. We are going to go to graphics. We are going to make sure the pattern is none, or even if it has a pattern, we are going to make the pattern a drafting pattern, solid black. Then we are going to change the color towards green. We are going to click on apply. We are going to click on OK. We are going to click on finish. So now we've done this, we're now going to go back to this level now. So now we can now select this now, and we can now click on mirror and mirror this here. Then once we've mirrored it once, we're going to click on finish. So we have a nice sweep here. So we're going to hold control, select this here, hold control, select this, hold control, select this, hold control, select this as well, hold control, select this. Then I think we're good to go. So now we're just going to click on mirror. We're going to mirror this from here to here. This is good. We're also going to do the same. We're going to hold Control again, select this here, hold Control, select this, hold Control, this as well. Do the same here, hold Control, select this, hold Control, select this here. Then we're going to go to this center point. Okay, hold Control, still select this. Then after we've done that, we're now going to go to this center point and we're just going to click on mirror again and mirror from this side to this side of the building. Okay, so this is nice and good. So now remember that this staircase, we didn't copy a staircase to this mezzanine floor, so we'll need to create an emergency, but the emergency in this mezzanine floor will not be, the emergency staircase will be different because the headroom of the mezzanine floor is different from the headroom of the typical floors. So we're just going to quickly create a staircase. We're going to click on this, we're going to click on copy it, we're going to click on paste, align to selected views, mezzanine 2. So now we are going to click on it. I don't know if the thing copied, but okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to try and cut a section here and make sure. So I'm now going to go to views. Under these views, I'm going to click on section line and I'm just going to cut a small section here. I'm just going to double click on it to see what I'm looking for. So you can see that this is the mezzanine floor. So in this mezzanine floor, I want to copy this staircase up by this mezzanine floor, but this mezzanine floor is not as high as this other floor, so I'll need to edit the staircase on the mezzanine floor to be unique. So I'm going to click on copy, click on it, click on escape, click on it, click on copy, paste, align to selected views. Then I'm going to click on this mezzanine 2. So now I've done this, I'm going to click on this edit stairs, click on this edit sketch. Then it's going to ask me to go to a plan view, so I'm going to click on mezzanine 2 and click open view. Alright, so before we continue editing this staircase, we need to set some things right. So we're just going to click on finish first. So we're going to make sure that the parameters of this staircase is set right. So as you can see, we want it to move from this mezzanine 2 level to the typical 12th floor. So yeah, we're going to go back and make the just set these parameters. We're going to edit the desired number of staircases. So we're going to make sure the riser height is about 150, so it will not be waste of steps. So now we are going to change this to 18, since if we increase the number, okay, we're going to change it, we're going to change it to 14, since if we reduce the number of risers, the height is going to increase. Or let's just make it 15, which I think is okay. So now we have set this parameter right. We can now click on this and we can now click on edit sketch. So now you can now see that it's showing 20 risers created and 5 minus 5 remaining. So we're going to delete 5 risers. We're going to start from these intermediate ones on this landing and delete it. Then we're just going to maybe delete one from here. Then we're going to use this trim tool to trim everything together. Okay, so once this is done, I can click on finish and this is going to lap perfectly, and just click on finish. So now what I'm going to do, now I've created this staircase for this mezzanine floor, I'm just going to click on the staircase and I'm going to mirror it the same way I mirrored other things in the project. So I'm going to click on this mirror tool, mirror it to this way, then select this, then mirror it from this center point all the way to this side. Okay, so now we are done with this mezzanine floor. I think the next thing we are going to do is we are going to be working on the facade treatment. Okay, so in that facade treatment, we'll need to go back to the 3D and work on the roof side, because we have a lot of things we have not finished touching up there, because you know we just duplicated the floor. So we need to make sure the highest floor is set well, the parameters are set very well. So let's go to 3D. So now we are going to be working a bit more with the 3D. Since this work is super heavy, we'll look for ways to optimize the project. Okay, so let's just zoom in now and see what we have here. So in this, we are going to now work on the roof. So in this roof, some things are very important. We are going to provide a service space for the elevator. So we are just going to make the space on the roof, so it's not going to require any much consideration. So to just work on all these walls, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this 20th floor. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select all the walls. Okay, or rather I'm just going to try and select these major walls here. So I'm just going to try and make sure all the exterior walls, I think it's better it just works in 3D. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on rotate, click on escape. Then I'm just going to carefully try and select all these walls, or select rather the exterior walls, just to make sure that it's actually at the roof level. So I'm just going to do this. So now, as you can see that the thing goes up to ceiling level. So we're going to change these constraints to roof level, and we're going to put the top offset to 0. So it's going to make sure that all these walls, they start and they end at the roof level. So we're going to try and unify everything, all the walls on this highest level, so it's going to lap with the roof level. So we're going to make the whole work consistent and good. So I'm just going to continue selecting it, selecting the walls I want. So this is one of just those works you can't really avoid if you are designing this scale of buildings. You just have to do distance in most scenarios. So it's just something that is, at this point, I think is unavoidable. Okay, I'm going to hold shift to deselect this. So I can simply just go to the top view, click on the top view to get a proper view of what I'm doing. So I'm just going to be patient and wait for it to come up. So I'm just going to easily be selecting all of them from this point. Okay, so now I think I've selected everything, and I'm just going to go to this top constraint, click on it, and make everything stop at the roof level. Then I'm going to put this top offset as 0, so everything is just going to balance and unify. So I'm also going to do the same for this expansion joint. So I'm just going to select everything, make sure the top constraint is unified. So now it's done, I can just click off and start clicking on the walls in this expansion joint. Okay, since the work is hanging too much, so what we're going to do is we're just going to reduce the detail level from this fine to coarse, and we're going to change this visibility options from shaded to hidden lines. So I think it's going to make it faster, so we can select these walls much quicker. So I'm going to hold Control, select all these ones within the expansion joint, and just do the same thing I did previously. Okay, so now I've selected them. I'm just going to do the same thing, change this to roof level, put the offset as 0. So now we are now going to kind of complete the ceiling work of this project. We are going to try and run walls on this ceiling level, so we're just going to complete the shading of the balcony of the highest floor. So if you don't really understand what I mean, let me just rotate this 3D. In as much as this thing is heavy, I'll just have to manage it in this level of detail, using this level of detail. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go over to this wall here. So I'm going to try and draw a balcony, a cover for this balcony. So these balconies can be kept open, so I'm just basically going to draw a cover. So you can see there is actually an issue in this, because this top layer now for some reason is just clashing with this one. So I thought it wouldn't clash, but apparently it's clashing. Okay, but regardless, we are just going to move on. So what we can do for this, since these two walls are clashing, we can just click on this front view and we can just resolve it manually. So that is the thing about being very careful while doing this kind of things, because once you've copied everything to subsequent floors, changing it now will now require you to do some manual stuff like this. So now I'll now have to do the dreadful task of selecting each of these walls manually to actually resolve it. So basically what I'm going to do is, once I select them, I'm just going to change the top offset, and I'm going to change it to minus 3150. So it's going to lap in very well. So basically I'm now going to do the same for the rest of the other balconies. Right, so now I've selected all these walls, I'll now just go to the constraints and just maybe currently the value is at minus 300. So if you look at it, you can see that the offset, the error there is just 150 millimeter difference. So I'm going to change it, instead of minus 300, I'm going to change it to minus 450 to resolve the issue. So I actually took time in selecting this thing, so that is just the whole burden of designing a high-rise building. So I noticed another major issue, that this for some reason, I don't know why exactly, but these walls, these dwarf walls here, are not joining in with these balcony walls at this point. So I'm going to resolve that also. What I'm just going to do is, I'm just going to select all these walls here. So it's just going to, the aim is to blend it with this one. So I'm just going to adjust it. So I'm going to take my time to select all of them and set it well. Okay, so now I've selected them, I'm just going to change this top offset to 0 to resolve this issue. So now we have done this, we can now go back to working on this ceiling level. So you can see that this is the roof level. Let me just zoom out a bit. You can see that this is the roof level here. Sorry, this is the ceiling level and this is the roof level. So we're going to be drawing some beams that is going to serve as a cover for these balconies here. So what we're simply going to do is, we're going to go to the top level, or we can even go to this ceiling level. So once we have reached this ceiling level, we are now going to draw some walls here. So now in this ceiling level, you can see that we can't see anything. We can only see the walls that crosses the ceiling level. So what can help us is to go to this underlay, click on this drop down icon, and just set it to this 20th floor. That is level 23. So now you can see these walls, you can see everything now, and it will be easy for us. So we can just click on walls. Of course, we'll be using the normal dark walls. We are going to change this top offset to 0. Then we're going to change the top level as the roof level. So you can see that the unconnected distance is now 600 millimeter, which is good. So what we're going to do is, we're going to be picking this finish wall exterior, and we're just going to be drawing it on one part. Then we're going to mirror it just like the way we've mirrored it throughout this while we are modeling. So I'm going to draw it to this point. I'm going to draw it here. So now I've done this, I can just click on it and select it at this point. Then click on this mirror tool and mirror it from this point. So you can just see how nice this whole thing we've done is. So we can just click on tab, okay, click on control, just select them individually. Then we can just mirror it around the project. So I'm going to do the same, mirror it to this point. Then I'm going to hold control, select it here, hold control, select this as well. Then I'm just going to mirror it to the other wing of the project. Okay, so now we have done this, now we can now start working on the roof level. So we're going to go to the roof level. So as you can see in this roof level, we can't see anything because we don't have any walls crossing the roof. So what we can do now is to click on this underlay and change this underlay to the ceiling level, so we can only see things on that ceiling level. So once we've clicked on it, we can now see the outline. So in this roof level, in the roof of a high-rise building, there are things we will need to consider. Of course, we will need to consider an access from this emergency staircase. So when there is an emergency, people can actually reach the roof and come out, and maybe a helipad will be there, maybe a helipad at this point and a helipad at this other point. So that is also very important. So we are now going to create access point from here, as well as access point we can also serve for services of this elevator shaft. So all the emergency can reach this helipad if they need to be. So to do that, we are first going to draw some walls now. So I'm going to go to walls, and this time I'll be using the normal white wall. Okay, So now I'm using this normal white wall. Now I can now do some things. So what I'm just going to do now is I'm just going to make sure that I set the top level at parapet. Then instead of leaving the top level at parapet, I'm actually going to go back to the elevations because I want to increase the parapet level. So because I want the parapet to be up to 2.7 meters because this is a high rise. So I just want the parapet level to not only serve as the parapet but also serve as the headroom for those service spaces. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to make this 2.7 meters. After all, it's very big. Okay, so now the parapet is big enough. I'm now going to go back to this roof level and I'm going to start drawing some parapet walls. So I'm going to go to a wall first. I'm going to go to use this normal white wall. Then I'm just going to pick this center line, wall center line, and I'm just going to draw a wall here. So once I've done this, I can click on tab. I can just mirror this to this point here. Then I can just mirror both of them. Click on tab again, click on tab first, hold Control down, select this, then click on mirror. Select this center point and mirror it to this other side. So now this is done. I'm now going to also click on walls again and I'm going to draw a wall around this elevator shaft. So it's going to serve like a service for the 4 elevators. So I'm just going to draw a wall here for the elevator. I'm also going to draw an extended wall here for an access to the service space. Then I'm going to draw another wall here. So it's going to serve as a shaft. Okay, so now on this slab there are going to be a lot of drainage here. So we're going to start drawing the main parapet walls. So this parapet wall is where the slab is going to cover, even though the slab is virtually going to cover everything, but it's like where the thing is going to stop. So we're going to start drafting the parapet wall. So I'm going to draw the wall from this point here. I'm going to draw it to this point. I'm also going to draw it and connect it here because I think this is where the kitchen balcony is. And for this particular wall, I'm going to disjoint this wall first. I'm going to disjoint this here, select this wall and change the base offset from roof to ceiling level. Okay, so once it's like that, I think it has solved our issue of that balcony. Then I'm going to click on architectural wall again. Then I'm going to just continue drafting the parapet walls here. I'm going to draft this here and I'm going to draft this here. So now I've done this, I'm just going to hit tab here and I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror this here. Okay, so it's showing highlighting walls overlap, so I can delete this and then do the same thing. So I'm just going to hit Control and manually select these walls here. So once I've selected these walls, I'm now going to mirror it to this other wing. So now I've mirrored this. Now you have made some nice significant place now. Okay. So it's still showing the same issue of double wall in the same place, so I can delete the second one. Okay, I hit Ctrl Z, click on save. So it's important to save our project. So now we've done this, I'm just going to click on walls and I'm now going to continue running the parapet wall to this point, run to this point and run to this point. Then I can just click on this and run to this point. Okay, so now we have done this, we are now going to start placing some doors. So I'm going to place a door linking to this service staircase. So I'm going to be putting a door. I'm going to most likely put a double swing door so it will be big enough for people to use it as an escape route. So I'm just going to place this door here. I think placing it here will be fine. Okay, so I think doors are meant to open this way, although this is actually very tight, so it's going to be problematic. So let me just swing it this opposite way. Okay, and make this 100. Okay, so now as usual, mirror, then hold Control, select this and mirror to this other wing. So now for this, I'm also going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to door again and I'm going to place another one here. Then I'm going to go to door and place a normal single swing door here. Then once I've placed this, I think this elevator shaft can now be serviced here. So now I'm going to start creating floor. So I'm going to put a concrete slab that is going to move over this. You get? So now how I'm going to do it now is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floors. Under these floors now, I'm now going to go there and look for concrete slab. So you can duplicate and create your own floors the same way you can create wall. So let's say we have this stamp concrete floor here I've created before. So I'm going to click on edit type as usual, duplicate, and I'm going to call this concrete slab. So once I've done this, I'm going to click OK. I call this slab. Let me just make sure it's spelled well. Slab. So once I've done this, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click edit. You can see that I can edit. I can click on this and I can delete, or I can choose to even insert a new letter. Let me delete it now. So now you can see I can set the thickness to any number I want. Then I can apply a material by clicking on this. So you can see this is a material called stamp concrete. So I can just look for the normal concrete material here. So once I see any concrete I want to use, let me use this roof slab. I will just click OK and click OK. So now I've created typically a new floor now. So you can see if I click OK, you can see concrete slab. So now I can now go over to this tool to use any of these tools to sketch. So I can use these pick line tools that usually make things faster. So I'm just going to be picking these edges, because me, for the sake of modeling and rendering and presentation, I usually like picking my floors outer to on the interior of the walls. So I'm not going to need to do any special thing just to convey or conceal the floors during renders. So it's just the way I work, and it makes things faster for me. So now I'm just going to be picking this line end to end, picking. Okay, go to pick lines, and I'm just going to be picking them one after the other. Then once I'm done picking it, I can now trim. So instead of doing the same thing, I can always mirror this. Once I just get to the main lines I want, I can always trim, join. Okay, trim this here, join this here. Okay, I think this is good. Then once I do this, I can select this, hold Control, select this, then click on mirror. Okay, so once I've clicked on mirror, if you notice that I made sure that my slab didn't cover the staircase. So that is very important. Your slab shouldn't cover your staircase. If not, the staircase is useless. Then I'm just going to select all of this here, then click on mirror. So for things like the elevator shaft, of course, I'm always going to leave it open. So I'm going to create a void here, a space for this void. Things like this duct, I think it should be covered. Then I'm just going to use trim, pick line tools, pick here. Then I'm going to use trim and just trim everything together. So now we've created a slab for this. I think if I click finish, it's meant to create. So you can see our concrete slab to this deck. So if you go to 3D now, you're now going to see what we've done so far, and I think we've made some progress. So if I rotate this to this point, you're going to see the concrete slab, and you're going to see the form of the high rise coming out. So we're also going to need to create another layer of slabs. So in this case, these slabs, they are going to serve. Okay, you can see there's an issue here. If I click on this concrete slab, there is a big problem. The height offset, this is another important thing. Your height offset from the level you set it at is important, because as you can see, the height offset here is 700. So I'll need to change this to 0 for the thing to actually work. Okay, so now this is at 0. You can see that it's now coming very well. So I can click on this. Another thing to do while editing is once you click on a floor, click on it and you click finish, you can see an option that it will give you that the floors, the walls under this floor, do you want them to attach to the bottom? And you can click on attach. So what this does is that it automatically puts every wall under the area which this floor covers is going to go underneath the wall. So it's just an easy way for you. So you can click on OK. So it's going to just put the walls under. It can have some error sometimes, and it can also put some walls you don't want to be placed under it. So for example, these walls, you can see that I wouldn't want these walls to be placed under it, so I could just select these peculiar walls individually, and I could just click on detach base and just click on the floors. So it's just going to reverse what it did. So I'm also going to do the same for these other wings. You can see these walls here. I don't want these walls to attach to the bottom of this floor, so I'm just going to click on one, then hold Control, select the other ones, then I'm just going to click detach from base, click on the floor, and it's going to reverse. Okay, so let me just do this for the other wings. So I'm just going to click on detach and just select the slab, and it's going to detach. So now we are now going to create extra slabs just to cover this and roof this deck. So we're going to need, this place needs to be covered in the end, even though these some service spaces, whereas we will still need to cover this. So we're going to put another extra slab on top of this. So we can just go to this top view, or we can even go to this parapet level. So this parapet level is empty because none of the walls came above the parapet level, but we can always use the underlay tool to see what is underneath. So I'm going to click on this and just select roof level. So now we can now see the roof. So we're just going to from there create slabs to cover this. So I'm going to go to floor again. I'm going to make sure the height offset is at 0, so we will not repeat the same mistake. Then I'm going to be using this pick line tool to just click on tab, or just pick this, mirror it, trim it, then just mirror it to this other wing. Okay, then we're just going to use the box tool to just slab here now. Okay, so I'm going to click don't attach. So if you go back to 3D now, you can now see what we've done. We have created and we have slabbed this very well. So for all these walls that are just coming out of here, we can hold Control and we can just go to the top offset and put -150. So it's just going to adjust beneath. So now we have done the high rise good justice. So now we are going to be doing some finishes on this high rise. Okay, so you can see that issue I talked about. You can see that some of these walls that are attached to the bottom is not good that way. So you can just hold them, hold Control, select any one you don't want to attach to the bottom of the slab, and we are just going to detach it from this slab. So we're just going to do the same for the back, and then we're now going to go to some finishing touches on this roof, especially drawing some helipad points. Okay, all right, so the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to create coping for this parapet walls. So in parapet walls, it's always good to have this coping. So this coping kind of gives this kind of finishing crown on top. So let's just resolve this. You know, sometimes this high rise is a very big scale building, so a lot of times this kind of issues just keep happening. Like you can see all the walls here, all the walls that are attached to this thing. You can just click on tab and they'll be detaching this. You can see that every wall related to this floor slab is just attaching to the bottom, which is not meant to be. So I'm going to be trying to detach all of them as much as I can. So while doing that, we're also just immediately after that, we're just going to try and create a crown, a coping for the parapet wall. So let me just quickly round up this. Alright, so now I think we're done with that, and that is out of the way. So we're going to still go to the model in place interface. So we're going to be using some model in place tools to create some elements we want to use here. So firstly, I'm going to go to component, model in place. I'm going to be going to casework. So under this casework, I'm going to click OK and click OK. Then I'm just going to click on sweep now, because I'm going to use the sweep tool to create some profile. So I'm going to go to sweep, I'm going to go to sketch path, then I'm going to click on set, and I'm going to go to pick a work plane. So I'm going to be picking the top of this parapet wall. Then of course I'm going to click on this pick line tool, and I'm just going to hit tab. Once I hover around this wall, I'm going to hit tab here. So I don't think this have done justice to what I'm looking for, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. So I'm just going to try again now. So instead, I'm going to go to this parapet level. I'm going to go to pick line, then I'm just going to go to pick, then I'm just going to be picking the edges here. Okay, so once I've done this, I'm just going to trim here. I'm just going to make sure that the thing is aligned to the walls perfectly. Then once I'm sure certain of that, I'm going to hover around this and I'm just going to mirror, and I'm just going to do the same thing and mirror this to this other wing. So now I'm just going to click on pick line tool and I'm going to pick here. Then I'm going to trim this here and trim this here. So now I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click on edit profile. It's going to ask me to go to an elevation or a 3D view. I'm going to go to 3D. Then I'm just going to rotate this to the side so I'll be able to sketch a good profile. So once I've rotated this 3D gizmo, I'm just going to click on left. So I'm just going to get an appropriate view. So once I've done this, I'm going to zoom in. You can see my system is just hitting up and down, so it's really heavy. Alright, so when we were doing that casework, we came across an unexpected error. So the Revit file actually crashed. So what we are going to do to optimize this 3D properly is to be using section box. So we are going to just go over to this properties panel and click on this section box. So what this does is that we are just going to seclude where we are going to be working with into a smaller area, so it's not going to tax the system graphically. Okay, so why the section box might take some time to activate, but once it's activated, you are just going to see it as one kind of box over the 3D. So we are just going to zoom out and you are just going to see the section box here. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to this bottom part and just drag it up. So it's going to cut up to this point here. Okay, so once this is done, it's going to help optimize the file. So you can now see it's only this top part that is visible. Okay, so we can even go and change this to shaded, so we'll be able to see the colors we are working with now. So you can see that we are going to continue from where we stopped. We are going to start drawing some curtain walls here. We are going to create some coping for these parapet walls. So it's very simple. We're just going to go to architecture once again. We're going to go to component, model in place. We're going to hit casework and click OK. Then we're going to click on sweep. We're going to click on sketch path, set, pick a work plane. Then we're going to pick the top of this plane. So now we're just going to rotate this to the top view and we're just going to pick some lines and start to draw the profile. Okay, so I'm going to be starting from here. I'm going to be picking here. Okay, so now this is done. It's showing an error. It means that there's something wrong. So I'm going to try and figure out what the issue is. Okay, see the issue here. I'm supposed to trim this here. I'm supposed to also trim this here. The same for here. I'll trim this. I'm also going to trim this. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to rotate this to this view here. Then I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to draw this here and draw 25mm to this point here. Then once I've drawn this profile of the coping, I'm just going to click on to assign a material. I'm going to be putting my white plaster material. So it's basically just a white material for I used to use to represent gypsum plaster with stucco paint. Okay, so I'm going to click on cancel and I'm going to try and figure out why the sweep profile isn't creating. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to go to edit sketch. I'm going to delete this part of the profile, because I feel what is causing the issue is actually this angle here. So I'm going to try and click finish again, select everything and delete it again. Then I'm going to click on finish first. Then I'm going to click on edit sweep, sketch path. Then I'm going to pick again. Then instead of, I'm just going to be using the line tool to just manually sketch this line instead of trimming, just to avoid any potential error. So now I've done this, I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so the thing created well. So I'm just going to click on edit sweep. edit sketch, and I'm going to try and mirror this round. Okay, so now it's done. I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so it have successfully created, so it means there was something wrong that time that it didn't create. Okay, so now as you can see, we are done with this. We can just click on finish. So now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go back to the first typical floor. So in this typical floor, I'm going to from here start drawing some curtain wall or elements that is going to go across every floor. So like some continuous curtain wall like in this place. So I'm going to do a unique design to this point here. So I'm just going to mirror it around. I'm also going to do some curtain wall panels here just to beef up this entrance side. So I'm going to start from this point, this place, as you can see. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Then I'm going to click on this drop down icon and select the curtain wall. So what I'm going to be doing here is, before I even do the curtain wall, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. So I'm going to be thinking of how I'm going to create a kind of design for this. Okay, so what I want to do is something similar to a slanted wall. Yeah, I think this should be fine. Alright, so I'm just going to be drawing curtain walls here because I just figured out that if I start doing a lot of wall work, it will cause more harm than good. So now for these curtain walls, I'm going to try things to make it faster and easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Under these walls, I'm going to select curtain walls. But this time I'm going to click edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm going to call this long glazing. So after I've done this, okay, I spelled it wrongly, so I'm just going to put G. Then I'm going to click OK. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be adding a vertical layout. So this vertical layout, I'm going to set it at fixed distance. So what I'm going to be setting it out is 900. Okay, so once I've set it at this, I'm also going to go over to these mullions and I'm going to just set the vertical mullions. So I'm going to be setting mullion main as vertical mullion. Click on this, set mullion main, click on this, set mullion main, and I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to draw a glazing from here to this point. So what this does is automatically is going to give me that 900mm spacing in between. I just figured out that if I click on this mullion, this is not the mullion, this is 65 by 125. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to change this to, or rather I'm going to click on cancel. To unify everything, I'm going to click on this, right click, select all instances in entire project. Then once I've selected all instances, I'm going to wait for it to select, click on this drop down and change it to mullion main. So it's just going to unify everything because I prefer using that mullion main. Is thicker. It's not really thicker, but the depth is just appropriate. I set the depth at 75. So it's going to take some time to load because we have literally copied this thing throughout the project. So we're just going to come back a bit after the changes has applied. Okay, so now the changes has applied. You can see all the mullions will change. So now we're going to go back to our 3D view. So what we're going to be doing now is we're just going to go to this point. Okay, you can see there is an issue. I mistakenly did this on the wrong distance, on the wrong wall. So I'm going to try and bring it to this front. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to click on the curtain wall. I'm going to click on this mirror tool and I'm going to uncheck this copy. Then I'm just going to mirror it to this front wall. So it's not going to copy, it's just going to transfer from there. So now it's done. Okay, so now it's done. I'm just going to go to 3D view and I'm going to try and set this. Okay, before we do that, let's go back to this ground floor. Remember, I forgot to set the parameters, the constraint of this curtain wall properly. So I'm going to click on this. Remember, I said I wanted to run all the way to the highest floor. So I'm going to click on this top constraint and set it. Okay, because of the mezzanine floor, I'm just going to set this at 11th floor and I'm going to put an offset of minus 450. Or let me just set it to the mezzanine floor and set it at minus 450. Okay, Okay, so now we've created this curtain wall system and we have set it to reach the mezzanine 2 level. Before we start creating the grid lines and we start creating all the windows that is going to be on it, we'll need to do something that is very important. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to be creating lintel levels for each floor. So normally I will have done this at the beginning of the modeling when I was still creating these levels initially, but I felt that it was going to make the duplication of these different floors more complicated. So I just settled for creating the main levels first. Then now I want to create the lintel level. For this lintel level, I want the lintel level to be 2.4 above each of the floor where it's at. So every lintel on each floor will be 2.4 meters high. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to click on escape first. I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to click on this copy tool here and I'm just going to select this level, click on copy tool again, then copy this by 2.4 meters. Okay, so once I've copied this, you are going to see that it's going to come with a name because I've previously named this lintel level. But what you just need to do is just know this. What you need to do is you are going to double click on this name and you are just going to put a numeric value 00 lintel 1. Okay, let me use caps lock 00 lintel 1. So once you have done this, Revit will automatically read this as these numeric values. So the next lintel you are going to create is going to follow this numeric value. If you notice that I added 00, the reason why I did that is so once I'm seeing it on this floor plan in this project browser, you are going to see it's going to show as 00. Let's just go to view, for instance. Let's go to plan views. Then let's go to floor plan. Then I'm just going to click on it and click OK, so the lintel will show. So you can see that this 00 makes all the lintel levels to appear in this uppermost place. So it's going to make everything organized. The lintels come first. You can access all the lintels here depending on which floor. So let's just go back to this elevation and continue duplicating this lintel. So the same thing, we're just going to do this here. We're going to click on this. We're going to click on copy. Then we're just going to copy it by 2.4 meters. Then you can see this has come as lintel 2. We're going to click escape and we're going to be repeating the same thing for each and every one of these floors. So for this mezzanine floor, we don't need to create any lintel for this mezzanine floor because the mezzanine floor is lower in of itself. So we don't need to create any lintel. So our next lintel will be here. So one thing I want to try is copying multiple levels at one time. So I'm going to hold Ctrl, select multiple of them and see if copying multiple of them at once will work. So I'm just going to click on this 2.4. Okay, so it worked perfectly well. So you can see this has arranged itself in a sequential numeric value: lintel 4, lintel 5, lintel 6, lintel 7, lintel 8. So we're just going to do the same and just make things faster and just do the needful. Okay, so now we have created all these levels here. We are going to go here, so hold Control. Okay, so now this is done. We are just going to click on copy, go here 2.4 meter, and now we have lintel levels for each and every floor. So we're just going to go under this view template. We're going to go to plan views, click on this drop down icon, click on floor plan, click on this first lintel, scroll down, hold shift, click on the 8 to click everything together, then click on OK. Then you are going to go to this project browser and you are going to see all the lintels showing on the floor plan, which we will use for future purposes in case we feel the need. So we are now going to go back to this our approach elevation. So we are going to start adding some cutting grids to the long span glazing we want to use. So the reason why we're adding cutting grid is so things will be much faster, because if we don't add cutting grids, to select the exact level of the grid, cutting grids will be difficult. So we're just going to do that here. Okay, so as you can see, this elevation, we can't really get a good view of this curtain wall system. So what we are going to be using is we are going to be using a spot elevation or a section. So normally I'm just going to click to this typical fourth floor, then I'm going to go to section. So section is usually more direct in my opinion, and I'm just going to set the section at 45 degrees, exactly parallel to this view. So once I've created it, I'm going to click on escape, double click on the section, then I'm going to open the section view. Just zoom into the head of the section, double click on it. Okay, if it doesn't open, I could just go over to this project browser, go to these sections here and click on this section too, which I think is this one we just opened. Okay, so now you can see it's appearing very well. So now we are going to be adding some cutting grid, some horizontal cutting grid system. I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to cutting grid. So I'm going to be adding the first ones here, the horizontal ones. I'll try and be careful. Once the levels highlight, it means the cutting grid is going to be on this level. So I'm just going to place one. I'm going to place one. For some reason it's telling me manually delete place cutting wall grid, so I'm just going to click on delete element. I'm also going to place one here. Okay, so one thing I'll need to check well is I'm going to click on this cutting wall system. I'm going to click on edit type. I want to make sure that the horizontal layout doesn't have any grid line, so I'm just going to try. Let me just set the mullions to the mullions of the horizontal to be this. So I'm just going to set it at main mullions and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm going to continue placing some grids. I'm going to go to cutting grid. I'm going to place one here. I'm going to place one here. I'm going to place another one here. So this may take time because of the way it's taxing on the system, but it's always good to know that once you're working on this big kind of project, it's always good to save at intervals because your work has the probability of crashing. Okay, so another thing, since the work is hanging so much, what we can do now is we can just click on this and we can crop out a large portion of the work, so it's not going to be too heavy on the system. We can also crop out this top portion, so it's just going to be this small part remaining. Okay, so now this is done. I think we have done justice on this. So what we are going to do now is, instead of suffering this whole thing again, we are just going to hover around this curtain wall. We are going to click on it, or we can go to typical ground floor again, or typical fourth floor. Then once we click on it, we are just going to click on copy, and we're going to copy to clipboard. Then we're going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then we're going to put it on the level above the mezzanine 2. So that is the typical 12th floor. So I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm going to go back to that section again. That is section 2. Then I'm going to be seeing what is done, and I'm just going to adjust the parameters just to fit in very well. So I'm going to stretch this crop region up, and I'm just going to click on this and set the highest parameter to be at the ceiling level, and I'm just going to click on this top offset to 0. Okay, so now it's at the ceiling level. Let me just extend this a bit. Then I'm just going to add some more cutting grids just to complete the last few panels. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to cutting grids, click on this and click on this. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to click on escape. Then I'm going to go back to the ground floor, or sorry, I'm going to go back to the typical 4th floor. Then I'm just going to be mirroring this round to every part of this project. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror, click on this center wall here and mirror it to this other side. Then now it's done. I'm just going to select these two here, hold Control, select these two. Then I'm going to click on mirror here, and I'm going to pick this point and mirror it to this other axis too. Okay, so now I'm done with that. I'm now going to do another one. I'm going to hold Control, select the 4 of them, then mirror it to the other wing. Okay, so now we have copied this 4. So we are going to go to the level above the mezzanine floor, and we're going to also be doing the same thing for that curtain wall there. So I'm just going to select this. I think there's an issue here. I don't know why it moved off, but I'm just going to, so I'm really confused why this railing is here. But for now, I'm just going to ignore it and pretend I didn't see it. So later I'm going to check what the actual issue is. So I'm just going to click on this curtain wall, and I'm going to mirror it to this other wing. Okay, I don't think I got it in this view. I'm going to click on visibility. I'm going to go back to this typical fourth floor. Then I'm just going to go to visibility graphics view. I'm going to go to view template. I'm going to go to create. I'm going to call this P. Just use P because this is not my presentation graphic, so I don't want to save it as that. Then I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to go to this typical 12th floor. I'm going to go to view options. I'm going to go under views. I'm going to go view templates, click on apply. Then I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to look for P. And I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now let's just start mirroring this. But before we mirror this, I want to check what the actual issue or what is causing this error to be here. So I'm just going to go to the floor above it just to make sure the error didn't repeat on that floor and go back to this floor. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first of all click on this edit view range and check what is happening here. Since the view range is not really showing me anything, I'm going to click on this section again. Let me just try and select the section view, or let me go and just click on section 2. Then I'm just going to scroll over to this point and see what is actually going on here. So I'm just going to click on this element, click HH, click on this element HH, click on this cutting wall HH. Then I'm not seeing any railing inside here, so I think it's a graphical issue. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to that floor now. I'm going to go back to typical 12th floor. Then I'm going to click on this cutting wall system here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to just select the center of this wall here, mirror it to this side. Then I'm just going to mirror it to the other wing, then to the rest of the building. Hold Control, select this, click on mirror it to this wing here. Then I'm going to select these 4 cutting wall systems and mirror it 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm just going to mirror it from this center point. Okay, so now we have done this. We are going to run a nice glazing because we are going to start doing the highlight of this design, which is this center point. Okay, so in this center point I want to do some cutting wall system, and in those cutting wall system I'm also going to put some cladding panels. Okay, then I'm going to start with the base and the panels I want to put around it before I now draw the actual cutting wall system. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this typical 4th floor. That is the starting of the typical floors. Then I'm going to go to annotate again. I'm going to go to detail line. So now I'm just going to do some things. I'm going to draw a line from here, offset it by 600. Okay, let me draw the line again. Let me hit TL, so it's going to deactivate the tick lines. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 600. I'm going to draw this out here to up to, let me just use 1.2. Then I'm going to do the same. I'm going to draw another line up to 300. Then draw it up to 300 away from this one. Okay, so this is going to represent our profile where it's going to go around. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go to the 3D view. The 3D view is really heavy, so I don't know how it's going to work, but let me just hope for the best. Okay, so now this 3D, now we are going to do some things. Of course, we are going to make it lighter. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this visual graphics, click on it and change it to hidden lines. So I think these hidden lines will make it much more easier to control. Then now is this way. I think this is okay. This is the rear of the building. I think this now in the front of the building. So now is this way we have provisions to do our casework. So what we are going to do now is we are going to use this section box that we've created before, and we are going to crop the section box only to this front. So it's going to reduce how heavy the work is. So once we've cropped the section box, we will not need to be showing a lot of what this view has. So it's just a way of optimizing the view so this thing will not crash while we're modeling what we want to model. So I'm going to crop it up to here and even crop it up to here. Okay, so now I think we have cropped a lot of it. We can now go higher up and the thing won't hang too much. Okay, it's still very tall. Okay, another thing we can do is just to click on this, hide in view by category. So it's going to help lighten up the work. Okay, so now as you can see the coping of our high rise. You can see the top of it. So we are going to be creating like a hood for this main curtain wall here. So this is going to be like the center catching eye of the design. So we're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to component, model in place. Then we're going to scroll down and we're going to click on walls, and I'm going to click OK. Click OK. Then I'm just going to look for sweep. I'm going to click on sketch path. Then I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick work plane, and I'm going to be clicking on tab till I select this wall at the center. So I could even select this wall parapet here as a plane. Since it aligns with this wall, it's still no problem. So I'm going to draw our first profile line up to this point. Then I'm just going to draw the thing going around, kind of like a hood. Okay, so now I've done this. Now I think this is good. I'm now going to draw the profile. So I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click on edit profile, edit sketch. Then I'm going to go to typical fourth floor. Then I'm now going to be using this profile I've drawn here. So I'm going to be drafting it from here. So here I'm going to be using some cladding panels. Okay, so these cladding panels, it doesn't need to be block wall. It just needs to be cladding panels. There will be frames inside to attach it to the wall. So we're going to make the thickness about 25 millimeters. Then, or let me make it 35. Then I'm going to click on offset here. Then I'm going to click on pick line to pick here. So I'm just going to trim this. Then I'm going to assign a new material to it. So for the material I'm going to be assigning, I'm going to try and make it a dark cladding panel. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this dark cladding panel. Okay, so after I've done this, I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance, and I'm going to go to metal. Then I'm just going to make it kind of an off of blue. So I'm just going to go over here and make it this copper hammer, or if I see any color similar to what I want it to be, I think I'm going to use it. Okay, let me just use this iodized blue, but this is looking too thick for me, so I'm just going to click on apply. I'm just going to use wall paint. Then I'm going to look for cyan. I'm going to be using this steel blue. I think this is a perfect color. Then I'm going to click apply. Okay, another thing, I'm just going to click on trim, this trim tool. Then I'm going to pick on these two lines. Then I'm going to click on offset. Then I'm going to click on trim. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so if you go back to the 3D now, you can see what it has done. So this isn't really what I want it to be, because I feel it shouldn't go above this line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on edit sweep. I'm going to click on edit sketch. Then I'm going to move it by, let me move it by 900. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now I'm going to click on edit sweep. I'm going to click on edit profile. And then I'm going to go back to this typical fourth floor. So I'm going to draw a line here, and I'm going to know the distance. This is 1.8 meter from this point. So I'm just going to click on finish. I'm going to go back to 3D, click on this, edit the sketch, click on offset it by 900 millimeter, uncheck this copy, offset it down. So I think it's more balanced here. Okay, so the issue now is if I go back to typical floor now and I click on edit sweep, edit profile, the 1.8 meter is not totally from this point. The 1.8, the distance I'm supposed to measure is supposed to be from this point to here. So I'm going to draw a line here to this point. This 1.2. Okay, so I'm going to click on finish, go back to 3D, click on this, click on edit sweep, edit sketch path, offset it by 600. And I'm going to click finish. So I think this is good. I think this, so far, if I click on this and change it back to shaded, we can see that it's already forming something. Okay, so now in a cladding panel, I won't want it to just be simple like this, like it will just not have any corrugations. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use void extrusions to do some things. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using void sweep. So I'm going to go to this typical fourth floor. I'm going to go to create. I'm going to go to void forms. I'm going to go to void sweep. Then I'm going to go to sketch path. Then I'm going to draw our path from here and here. Okay, then I may even go up to this point here. Okay, I don't think I need to go up to that point. So now I'm going to click on finish and I'm going to go to 3D. So if you notice, due to the nature of our form, you will notice something like this here, something like this kind of void form here. So we're going to use something to fill up this model, so it's not going to look deficient like this. So now we are still going to be working on this void form. So I'm going to click on edit, just like the way we do sweep. We're going to now edit the profile. So in the case of this profile, we're going to be drawing multiple profiles for this. So we're just going to click on this and offset it by 1 point. Let me use 1.5 since this is a very big project, or 1.2. Then I'm going to put the depth of 15 and this. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to delete this line and I'm just going to be clicking on copy from this point to this point, and just like that. So I'm going to highlight this tray again, click on copy, because if I'm copying it one like this, I may not finish this work. So I'm going to do the same again, select all this, I think 16 or something, click on copy. Select everything here, click on copy. Copy this here. Copy this here. Okay, so now this, we are at the last point. You can now click on copy again and copy this final one here. So now we've done this, we are just going to click on finish and you're going to see that it's going to cut through. So you can see all these corrugations here, just to show it's a cladding panel. So I'm going to go to this typical floor now and I'm just going to go to this 3D view. And what I could do now is I could even click on this void form here, click on edit sweep, then okay, or click finish. Then I could just click on, try and click on the void form, then go to this typical floor. Then I'm just going to unpin it from here. Then I'm going to click on mirror, select the center point and mirror it to this wing. Okay, so now we can go to 3D and see whether the thing mirrored, and of course it mirrored perfectly. So now we are going to be doing some more modeling. So we are going to be using some extrusion, or rather some sweep, to fill up this place, because this place is already looking problematic. So we are going to go to create again. We are going to go to sweep. This time, instead of sketch path, we are going to click on pick path. So we are going to be picking this part. We are going to click finish here. We are going to go over to this view. So for now, what we are going to do is to solve this issue we're having now. We are going to change this to wireframe. So now it's in wireframe. We're just going to edit the profile and we're just going to fill up this place here, and offset it by 35 millimeters. Okay, so now we're going to click. Okay, we're just going to slightly elevate here, well, because we want the water to pour off from this point. So it's good to always keep this in mind while designing. So we're just going to slant this, so this panel will slant, so water won't be hanging there. Okay, so if we click on this and change it back to shaded, you are going to see that this is what we've done. Okay, but so far this thing, there's an issue here, is popping out from this area here. It's popping out from here. So what we're going to do is we're going to hover around here. We're going to click on create. We're going to go to void forms, click on void extrusion. Now we're going to click on set. We're going to click on pick plane, click on tab, select the top of this plane, rotate it to this top view. So you can see how the project is much lighter with these section boxes we're using. Then we're going to click on void forms and draw a box. We're just going to pick here, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. we're going to pick here. Let me click on top view to get the proper top view. We're going to click OK, Ctrl Z. So we're just going to go over to this typical floor and we're going to pick from here. Okay, this is an actual issue. I think there's a problem here. So we are going to make sure we set our work plane very well. So I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick plane. Okay, I forgot that this wall is slanted. So instead of picking this plane, I will need to pick a flat plane. I don't want to pick this plane now. So what I'm going to do now is, instead of picking that plane, I'm going to try and pick a flat plane. So I'm going to be clicking set. I'm going to click on pick work plane, and this time the work plane, I'm going to click on cancel, discard it. Then I'm going to go to create again. I'm going to go to void forms, click on extrusion, click on set work plane. Then I'm just going to click on set to the work plane and set it at the roof level. So I'm going to see roof level and I'm going to click OK. Then so now it's on roof level. I can now go and rotate this to this top view and pick the lines accurately that I want to cut through. So I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Then I'm just going to trim this. Click on split, trim. Then I'm going to offset by 75. Uncheck this copy. So now I've done this, I'm now going to set the depth at, let's say, 900. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, so I think 900. Okay, now I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on this to offset here. I'm going to drag this, extend this here. I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to make this 1050. Okay, so I'm going to click finish. Okay, so far, see what we've created. We've done some nice stuff. This is a good cladding panel, but remember that we wanted these panels to go even along this way. So this can serve, okay, instead of it going along this way, this can now serve as a signage. You can now create this a signage at this point here. Okay, so we are still going to get into that because we are still working here. So I'm going to click on this, still click on edit in place. So now I'm going to create another form here. I'm going to create another band going around, but this one is a much simple band. So I'm going to go to create, I'm going to go to sweep, I'm going to go to sketch, I'm going to go to set work plane, pick work plane, then I'm going to pick this plane. So I'm going to rotate this to this front view. Then I'm just going to start picking my profile here. And I'm going to pick it round to this point here, go over to this point here, and go down to this point here. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to go back to this typical fourth floor. So now I'm just going to click on finish. I'm going to go to edit profile. Then I'm going to be drawing just a simple casework. Okay, so I'm going to change this to plaster. Okay, then I'm just going to click on white plaster and I'm going to click OK, click finish and click finish. So now if you go back to 3D, you're now going to see this extra band, which I think gives some solidity to this what I'm doing here. Then I'm now going to start working on the signage, because it's always ideal for the signage to be in front of the building, so everybody will be seeing it from far and wide. Although I doubt this signage being too high might be problematic. So now I'm just going to click on create. I'm going to click on void forms, void extrusion. I'm going to click set work plane, pick on top of this, just simply on top of this plane. Then now I'm just going to click on this to start sketching my profile. I'm going to offset it at 1.2, just like the way I did the other corrugations, and I'm going to put the thickness the same with this 25. I'm going to do it at 25. The depth to be at 15, just like the other ones. So now I'm just going to set the depth at 15. Then I'm going to delete this and I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to start copying. Okay, I'm going to click on copy again. I'm going to pick here. So I'm going to select this again, click on copy, Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to delete this and I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now we have our cladding panels, we have this thing on top. So now finally we are going to create a signage board. So the signage board is not really the signage itself. We are still going to put some text and I'm going to show you how to do that, but we're just going to create a platform where the signage will be. And firstly, we are going to start with a regular extrusion. We're going to go to create, and this extrusion is not the signage panel itself. We're going to create some LED lights at the background. So we're going to start by using an extrusion. So I'm going to click on normal extrusion. I'm going to click on set work plane. I'm going to be picking this work plane. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to draw a line from here, or I'm going to pick a line from the center point. Pick here. Okay, Ctrl Z. So, or let me just draw a box from here, from this point up till this point. So now I can now do some offset. I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 300 from each side. Offset 300 from here, offset 300 from here. Okay, I don't think these corners need offset. Okay, I don't think they need. I even think they need offset here and offset here. Then I'm just going to use this trim tool, this fillet arc, and fillet here. So now I'm just going to click on this and change it to 300. Click on this and change it to 300. Click on this again, 300. Click on this, 300. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting this thing by 25 millimeters all around. Click on tab and it's going to go around. So the depth now, the extrusion end, I'm going to set the extrusion end at 50 or 75 since this is a very big building. I'm going to change it by category. I'm going to use one of my luminous materials. These materials are not actually luminous, but I use it for things like this. So I'm just going to click on this, my luminous material, click on OK, click on finish. So now I'm not going to create the main panel. I'm going to click on create extrusion and I'm going to set it and pick the work plane on top here. So once I've done this, I'm just going to click on this, click one, click on tab, so it is going to tab the rest. Then this initial that is overlapping, I can delete one of them. So I can just click on offset and offset it by 75 millimeters and I'm going to offset it round. Click on one, offset the remaining, then select this line, tab it, delete. So now this one I'm going to make the thickness 75 as well, but this time I'm going to be duplicating a material and calling it signage base. So when I'm rendering, I can apply any material I want and I'm going to click on apply, OK, click finish. So now we have created a base for our signage and we can click on I'll click on finish. Remember not to click cancel model, if not we could have deleted all the things we worked on. Now I'm going to click on save project now, so to save our project. Alright, so now we have completely modeled the base of this signage. We're now going to model the actual signage. So that is very simple. We're going to be using model text. So you are going to go to your architecture tab. You are going to click on model text. So under this model text, you are just going to click cancel first. So it's always important that if you want to use model class text, you use set and you're going to pick a work plane. So you are now going to pick the work plane you want. In the case of this, we are going to pick the top of this signage. Then we are going to click on model text and we're just going to give it a name. Let's call this Piper Towers. Okay, so now we've done this, we are just going to click on OK. So an issue is down. We are not seeing anything. So once we click on this reveal hidden element, you are just going to see it here. We are going to right click on hide in view by category. Then we are just going to click on this reveal hidden element, so it's going to off. So now we are going to rotate this to this top view. So you can see it isn't even spelled correctly. So we are just going to click on this. We are going to rotate it by 90 degrees first. Then we are going to place it appropriately. So now we are just going to correct the spelling by clicking on this edit text. Then we are going to call this what it is, Piper, no EO. So we're just going to click on it here. So now we can click on this. We can now go and edit the depth. So preferably I like my depth being 25 millimeters. Then we are also going to have the option to edit the material, so we can change the material whatever you want. So of course this material, I'm still going to use this luminous base first, then I'm still going to duplicate it, or let me just use this purple LED, or let me use this luminous base. So now I've done this, we can now edit some more important things of the text, like the text font and the text size. So to do that, we're going to click on edit in place. So you can see the text font is currently this text. So now we can use other kind of text depending on the one we want. We can use let me try Helvetica. You can download Helvetica. So let me try this Helvetica CE. Click on apply, and okay, I don't like this. Let me try another one. Let me try this Halo Solid. No, this way off. Let me try this one. Okay, this still way off too. So I'm just going to, let me try Bebas Newer, my favorite. Okay, so now we have used Helvetica. We can now increase the text size. We can increase it to 1.2 meters. Click on apply. If it's too big, we can reduce it to 1050 or 900 millimeters, depending on what we enter. So okay, I think 900 will be ideal. Click on apply and click on OK. Then we can now drag this to the center point somewhere here. We can use our visual prowess. Then once we've done this, we can now click on this top view. Then we can now copy it out. So now remember, I used an luminous material for this. So I'm going to click on copy, normal copy to, uncheck this constraint, then copy just 25 mm above, so it's going to rest on this one. So now I can now click on this, and I can call this the actual signage itself. So I'm just going to click on it, click on the material, change the material, and just click and search for signage. Okay, so now I'm just going to right click, duplicate, and call this signage main. Then I'm going to go to graphics. Under graphics, I'm going to click on this 4 pattern, and I'm going to click on none, click on apply, click on OK, apply. Okay, so now you can see we have our signage successfully modeled now. So now we want to model a good curtain wall panel here. We are going to place a curtain wall and also put wooden panels in the curtain wall system. So we are going to go to this typical 4th floor, and we're going to just click on this wall here, and this time we're going to be using the normal curtain wall system. So we're going to have total control over this, or we can still use the long glazing as well. So let me just pick from here and draw it up to this point here. So now we can also go to line, annotate. We can go to detail line and use the detail line as a guide. Then we'll select this and drag this to this point. So now we are going to set the parameters of this curtain wall panels. We are going to click on this one. So we want this one to be different. So we're going to click on edit type. We're going to click on duplicate, long glazing too. Then we're going to set the spacing between it to be 1.2. That is the vertical spacing, and the horizontal spacing, okay, let me even make it 1.5. So, and the horizontal spaces is up to our own discretion. So now instead of using these main mullions, we can use thicker curtain wall mullions. We can use this 50 by 150. I think this is better for this. Click on apply and click on OK. So now we can now go back to this constraint, set the top constraint to be at the ceiling level, and we're going to go back to 3D view, and we're going to see what we are doing. So now we're just going to click on this front view, and we're going to click on this curtain wall panel, and obviously the thing rose above, way above what we wanted it to be. So we're just going to set it, instead of ceiling level, we're going to call it lintel 20 and put -900 first to see if it will come down. Okay, so I think the ideal value should be -600. Okay, so now we have done this. We have already set the height very well. Everything is just set for us to work now. So now what we are going to be doing is we are going to go to architecture. We are going to go to cutting grid. So in this cutting grid system, we are going to do something similar to what we did before. So in this cutting grid, once we have clicked on cutting grid, we are going to be placing it following each of these levels, both the lintel level and the floor level. So we are going to use it as reference. So we are going to make sure this is set at all segments. So what we are going to do is we are just going to place one here, place another one here, place one here, place another one here. So we're going to do this for all the subsequent floors. Okay, so now we have done this, we have placed all this now. So what we are going to do is we are going to hover around one of these panels. We are going to click on tab here. Then once we click on tab, we are just going to unpin it first. Then we are going to click on edit type. We are going to click on duplicate, and we are going to call this 01 wooden panels, or wooden, or let me just call this brown panels. So because they are not actually going to be made of wood. Okay, so now we have named it. We are going to click OK. So we are going to be setting the offset of these brown panels, and usually I like it at 25. Then we are just going to assign a new material. We are going to click on it, and I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm just going to call these brown panels. So once we have named this, we are just going to click on this to assign a material. Click on appearance, go to wall paint, and just look for this cafe color. Click on apply, click on OK, click on apply again, click on OK. Okay, so now you can see there's an issue. I'm going to click on tab again. I'm going to click on edit type. So in these brown panels, I'm going to make sure I click on this material editor. I'm going to go to graphics and make sure I click on this use render appearance. Click on apply, click on OK, apply and OK. Then it's going to change color. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be alternating where these panel positions are. For instance, if I place one panel here, I'm not going to place another panel here. I'm going to place the next panel somewhere, let's say here. Okay, then I'm going to place this next panel here. Click on tab, panel here. So the reason I'm spacing them like this is I don't want it to kill the function of this glazing here. I still want a lot of light to pass through this glazing and ventilation, but I'm just going to be using the panels as kind of just for aesthetics. Okay, so I'm just going to click on pin. So I'm just going to select multiple of them at once instead of doing them one. So I'm also going to do something like this here. Something like this here. Then I'm going to do one here. Yeah, I'm going to go here and pick here. Go here and pick here. Then I'm going to click tab here till I select the panel, hold control. So I'm just going to basically repeating this same format of pattern. So I'm going to start here, go to this point, then go here again. So in order not to make mistake while selecting control, once you have reached a point like this, you can just go and unpin it and click on this drop down icon. Then you are going to see this your brown panels here. So you can now see that I've done this. So it's better for you to be doing it gradually like this, because if not, you might just make a mistake and deselect what you have selected and you start selecting it again, and it can be really frustrating. So I suggest you do this poco by poco, one after the other. So you can see already from the way we are working with this has already created a pattern. So this can, since this is the front of the building, I think it will serve a very iconic purpose. So I think this is the final panel. I hope I don't make a mistake. And I didn't. Okay, so I'm just going to click on unpin. Click on this and change this to brown panels. So you can see the pattern we have created with this. So this is looking very nice. Okay, if you still will have more time, you can always place windows where you want to place windows, but I don't think that is really necessary anymore. Okay, so now we are going to go back and resolve some things. Remember that if you go back to this typical fourth floor, I did let me just click save to save the project. Very, very important. So you can see how the form of this high rise is really coming out. Very nice. So you remember that I created a void form here. I'm planning to create a void form so people can look through from here. So here we'll not need any really structural support. So I plan on throwing in lights into the building from this point as well. So I'm going to make sure I I inculcate that in the roof design. So to do that, I'm just going to go back to 3D, and I'm just going to click on this section box and click it to this point. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to rotate this to top view, and I'm going to open the section on the width and open this section box on the width. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this wall here, this floor here. Then once I've clicked on this floor, I'll make sure I click on this top view, and I'm going to click edit part. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be editing this part to fit in to these walls. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this. Okay, I'm going to zoom in, click on this point, and click on this point. Okay, this is an actual issue. I'm going to click onto first. So what I'm going to do now is I need to actually push this section, this scope box down. Then once I've done that, I'm just going to rotate this to the top view again. So I'm going to click on this top view on this 3D gizmo. Then I'm just going to click on this floor again. So now I've clicked on the top view and click on edit spot. So you can see that we have already reached the edge of this floor here. All right, so we're going to be using these walls as reference to pick profile. So we're just going to click on this pick line tool. If you want things to be faster, we can always go to a plan view, but let's just pick these lines here. Once we are done picking this, we can now trim everything. So I'm picking here. I'm going to zoom in because of this issue here. I'm not going to mind it. I'm just going to pick on the external part of this wall. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm just going to click on this split tool, and I'm going to be splitting this element here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to delete this outer one here. Then I'm just going to click on trim this here first, trim this to this point, trim this to this point, trim this here. I'm going to also trim here and trim here. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm just going to click on finish, and I'm going to click on don't attach. Then I'm just going to click on this wall, and I could just click on AL to align. That is the shortcut for align. Click on this plane and click on here. So it's going to show some, but I don't mind it. I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm just going to go over to this highest level, that is our roof level. Then in this roof level, I'm now going to be drawing some walls here, some dwarf walls, before I create the skylight that is going to be above this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to wall. Under this wall, I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to use this white wall 225. Then I'm going to set this location line to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to set the top constraint is already at the parapet level. I'm now going to put an offset, a top offset of minus 2.1. So it's going to come above the ground floor. Then I'm going to put a base offset of minus 450. Okay, you're going to see how I'm going to structurally support this, because we have not yet placed column in this build. Okay, so I'm just going to start drafting this wall here. I'm going to draft one here and draft another one here. Then I'm just going to follow this part here till we get to this point. So I'm going to be doing the same thing for this here. I'm going to go here and just follow it like this till, so I'm going to pick this point here and pick this point. Okay, so now I've done this, we have already created an opening here, but I don't want this to be open. If not, someone will be easily able to fall into this place. So now we are going to put some slope glazing. We are going to be using some skylight glazing here. So skylight is this way to create skylight is very simple. We are going to click on this roof tool here. Under this roof, we are just going to click on roof by footprint as usual. Then under roof by footprint, we are going to click on this drop down icon. Instead of selecting any of this generic kind of roof, we are going to be using slope glazing. So we are going to edit type. This is like the cutting wall of roof. So of course we are going to leave the spacing distance at 2.1, okay, at fixed distance, but we are going to change the values to 1.2 against 2.1. Then we're going to click on this cutting wall panel, and we're going to set it in system panel glazed. Join, we're going to leave it as non-defined. So we're just going to add some change these mullions, because we don't want these mullions to be this netful. So I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to set it to the normal 50 by 150 millimeter mullions. Okay, so now this is done. I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to click on use these tools here. You can use any of these tools. You can use line tool, rectangle tool, but we are going to be using this pick line tool to draw our profile. So remember that this block wall offset 600 millimeter from this roof level. So we're going to make sure the base offset is at 600. Then we're just going to carefully draft out our slope glazing. So we're just going to follow this way, pick here, then we're just going to trim this round. Okay, so unlike normal roof, we don't need this to reach the edge here. We don't need this to reach the offset from this wall. It's just a slope glazing, so they can attach it directly on the wall. So I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split this here. Then I'm going to trim this to this point and trim this to this point. So now I'm going to select all this line and I'm going to uncheck these define slopes and I'm going to click on finish. So of course it took a little bit of time, but if you go back to our 3D view, we're going to see what it has created. So you can see we have a nice slope glazing here. This can throw light into the corridors of this high rise comfortably. So first I'm just going to click on this wall and put -150, so it's not going to be obstructing our graphics here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to this roof level. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on tab to make sure I select the whole curtain wall system. Then I'm just going to click on mirror. Then I'm going to select the center point on this wall and mirror it to this other wall. So we have successfully created our skylight. So now, due to the adjustments here, we're going to make the service over the elevators at this point. So we're just going to put a door here and we're going to just put the door to this point here. And we're also going to click on this and put another double swing door to this general staircase here. So it can also serve here. Okay, so as you can see, some of these doors we placed here, for some reason I think it disappeared, maybe when it crashed or something like that. So we are just going to put single swing doors there to replace the doors that got missing. So we're going to be putting normal D1 single swing and we're just going to be placing it here. So this time I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror it to this point here. I'm also going to click on this and I'm going to click on this and I'm going to mirror it from this center point. Okay, so now we have done a lot of work on this high rise. We have done some facade design. So let's just go to this typical ground floor and see whether we could touch anything before we start entering the structures. Okay, so because remember I told you about the structural system is very crucial in a high rise building. So this is going to be a duct, so I don't think it needs windows. I just think it needs vents so they can pass all the pipes or electrical pipings or whatever they are passing. But as for these two janitor spaces and electrical room, I think it needs a small window, at least a high level window. So what I'm going to do is that it's very simple. I'm going to click on this toilet window. I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to copy one to this point here. So now you remember that this window is slanted at 45 degrees. I'm just going to click on rotate and change it by 45 degrees to make it horizontal. Then I'm just going to pick this point here and move it to this point. Okay, so now this is done. I can now just click on copy and do the same for this. So this is just basically what I need here. I'm just going to select both of them and I'm going to click to copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected view or selected levels. Then I'm just going to go over here and just place it per each level. I'm not going to place it on the mezzanine floor. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, so I'm going to click on OK and it's going to copy to all these levels. So now this is done, we are going to start placing columns. Okay, so these columns are very important in high-rise buildings. It's very important to do. So what we are going to be doing is we are going to go to architecture. Alright, so the columns are very important in high-rise buildings because if your high-rise building is not structurally stable, it has automatically failed. So we are going to be placing some columns in this building and we are going to try and make sure that the thing is structurally functional and has a nice aesthetical balance to it. So what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be going to structures and we are going to be placing columns. Okay, the problem with placing columns is that Revit places columns in an odd way. Like like it's going to place the columns at a level, then offset it downward, so you will not be able to see it immediately. You need to go to 3D. And given the fact that our 3D is limited due to our section box because of how heavy the work is, we are going to be going to roof level to place the columns. So I'm just going to go to click on this roof level. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on columns. I'm going to click on this normal, okay, go to structure again, click on columns. If you click on this drop down icon, you can see different kind of columns, but for here we're going to be using normal rectangular column. So in this building, I'm because of the wall is 225 millimeter in width, I'm going to be using 225 columns. So I'm going to be clicking on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this my column, or column 1. Let me just call this 00 column 1, because there can be different kind of columns in one project. Okay, so we are going to change this depth. This depth is okay at 450. We are going to be changing the width to 225 millimeters, which I think can work for good spans. So I'm just going to click OK. So now I'm just going to place one column, or before I place the column, I'm going to make sure that the material of the column is matching the material of this building. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on duplicate. I'm just going to look for this wall paint. Then once I look for this wall paint material, I'm just going to look for my wall paint. Okay, let me just click on search, and I'm going to click on my wall paint. Okay, so this is it now. So this is the material I used on almost all the walls. So I'm going to just click on this duplicate. Okay, I'm going to close this first. I'm going to right click and click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 00 column material. So what I'm going to be doing now is, now I've given a material, I'm going to be giving the column a material, a particular graphics. I'm going to be putting the cut pattern as solid fill, and I'm going to click OK. I'm going to change the color of the solid fill to red, so it's going to come out. So I'm just going to click on OK, apply, and click OK. So now I'm just going to place the column here first. So you see that, and I'm saying the column is not visible. The only reason why it's visible now is because our underlay is turned on, because he selected the level and it went downwards. So that's the difficulty I have. I don't know why Revit behaves like that. So then I'm just going to click on this column, and I'm just going to set the parameters, right? I'm going to set the column up till the top level of the column to, okay, I can leave the top level to be at roof level. Then I'm just going to set the bottom level to natural ground level. So one principle you should learn about placing columns is that it's always good, especially in a very tall building like this, any column you are placing should run from the foundation up to the ground floor level. So if you start cutting the columns on like all these small buildings that you can disjoint columns here and there and use beams to join them, it's usually not advisable to do that for a very tall building. So if you are working with very tall building and you are using rigid frame structural system, it's always good to keep the columns running from the foundation to the highest floor. So we are going to go back to this our typical fourth floor, and we're just going to adjust this column. So of course we are going to start from this expansion joint. We are going to click on AL, that is the shortcut for align. Select this wall here and select this column here. So now we are just going to click on this column, and we are going to click on AL again to align here and here. So since this is an expansion joint, we are going to copy this column here to this point. Then we're just going to copy another column here. So for this project, I want this column to span all the way here. So it's important to know that there is a limit of distance a column can span typically, unless you use special measures. For instance, this is 7 meters, and I think a column can comfortably span 7 meters. Not really comfortable, but so there is no need to place another column here. Some people may prefer to stay on the safe side and place another column, but I feel if I place too much columns, it's going to cause interruptions on the lower floor, because remember I told you that while placing column, it's always good to consider that these columns will run from the natural ground level or the foundation to the highest floor. So I'm going to copy another one here. I'm also going to place another column here. I'm going to place, and if you notice that even though I've not placed some grids, which I'm still going to do shortly, you can notice that these my columns are placed in repetitive. Like you can see that it's already aligning very well. Okay, so I'm not a structural engineer, but I have a good idea of how to place columns. So I'm just going to place another one here. So you can see some things the columns have started to reveal some things to us. You can see that placing a column here has already revealed to the fact that we cannot place this window here, so we may need to adjust it on each of the wing. So I'm just going to click on this and move this one in this wing. Then as we work subsequently in the project, we can still adjust some other things. So I'm going to click on this column here and I'm going to click on it and place it at this edge here. Okay, so you can see something similar for here too. We need to be careful the way we place our doors here. Okay, so now we're also going to place another column here. Okay, for even this case here, we can now even choose, we can hit Ctrl Z and we can choose to rotate this column here. So I'm just going to click on this column and rotate it by 90 degrees. Okay, so once I've rotated it, I'm just going to click on move and I'm just going to move this to this point. Okay, so note that I'm not telling you to become a structural engineer, but if you have a good, you should have, when designing this scale of building, you should have a good idea of how the structures is going to work. You understand? So I'm going to click on this, select the center point and copy it to this center point here as well. Then I'm also going to do the same for, click on this, copy and select this here, so all the columns will be joined at some point. So I'm also going to do the same for this point here. I'm going to select these two columns since it's an expansion joint, and I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to select this point here and copy it to this center point. Then I'm just going to click on this again and I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to also copy this and I'm going to copy it to this point here. Okay, so depending on what the structural engineer calculates, the column may need to be bigger than this. Okay, but this is just a rough idea. As I said, I'm not saying you this is an ideal structural design, but it's something you should keep in mind while designing this scale of projects. So I think we are going to now place the final column here. Okay, so let's say this is one wing of columns, so you can see we have already placed some columns here. So what we are going to do now is, okay, I think we can still place one more at the corner of this wall here. We are going to click on copy, then we are just going to paste one here. Okay, so you can see we have some columns placed here. So what we are going to do now is we are going to select each of these columns here, or okay, we can just carefully select each of the columns here and we are going to mirror it to every wing of this building, the same way we have done for other things. Okay, so now we've done this, I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror this to this other wing. So now what I can do now is I can just, like the way we've done before, highlight everything here, go to filter, check none and just look for columns. Okay, see structural columns. Then once we've selected everything, we can just hold Ctrl and select this last two. Then I can go over here and I can just click on mirror. Okay, so you can see I've mirrored this now. So we have an issue. We can just, what we can do is to delete a set of these columns here. So these two can just serve. So you can see we already have our columns here as well. So we're also going to do the same and select all the columns on this wing. Click on filter, uncheck, just look for structural columns, click OK. Then we're going to hover around to get the center point here, I think, and just mirror it to this other wing. So I hope the thing mirrored perfectly. So I think you can see we have placed our columns here. So another thing we forgot to do is we forgot to place some glazing in key aspects of this building, like here, because I remember I said I'm going to create glazing for this part of the building. Okay, so it's going to serve as the opening for the fire escape, because fire escape needs to have some form of opening, so, and it should be locked up from where fire is coming from. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're now going to click on architecture. We're going to click on walls. Under these walls, we're going to go back to curtain walls. So we're going to be using the long glazing. So in this long glazing, I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate one more time. I'm going to leave it as long glazing 3, and I'm also going to set a horizontal layout fixed distance to 2.1 meter. So I'm going to click OK. So this is going to be a fixed glazing panel, and I'm just going to draw it from, let me use 300 millimeter and make it 2.1. So I'm going to set the top constraint to 0, and I'm going to set it to be at typical 5th floor. Okay, so for some reason this curtain wall is not showing. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. Then I'm going to go again. I'm going to go to walls. Under walls, I'm going to click on edit type, click on OK, set the top constraint to, let me use the ceiling level, click on this as 0, click on this, make it 0 as well. Then I'm just going to draw another profile from here. Okay, so it has formed. So now I'm going to click on this. I'm going to impute a distance 2.1 meter. Then I think we are good to go. So I'm now going to edit this glazing 3 again, and I'm going to make the spacing 1050. So it will just be 2 panels. Click OK. So now I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to make sure this is at I'm going to make sure this is at 250. Okay, so now I think it's placed well. I can just mirror it the same way I've done previously. So I may select this as well, mirror it to this other wing. Alright, so now I'm going to be drawing some glazing panels here, at least up to this point. So here won't be blank. I'm going to go to architecture, wall again. I'm going to be using that same glazing 3, but this time I'm going to be putting a base offset of 300, and I'm just going to draw our curtain wall profile from here up to 4.2. Or I could even still reduce it to, okay, I think 4.2 is okay. So once I've drawn this, I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to the other wing. Okay, so I think we have done a very nice work. So if you go to 3D, we are going to see at least some part of what we've done. So you can see these are our columns here. We have placed the columns very well. You can see the curtain wall system we've placed here, and the building is looking actually very nice. So now what we are going to be doing now is we are going to click on these columns here, select all instances in visible view. Then we are going to be putting a top offset of -150, so it's not going to be interfering with this slab here. So you can see we have done a very wonderful work. So now we are going to be creating our slabs for the typical floor. So the reason why I didn't create slab is because I just gave provision for future adjustments, because when the building is forming, it still has these tendencies to change and change a lot. So that is why I don't place columns on the get-go. So now that is why I don't place slab on the get-go. So now I'm going to go to floor now, and I'm going to be using, so the same way you can change walls, you can also do that for slabs. So you can see a lot of slabs I've created here. Let me select this, my slab 150. You can always click edit type, you can click on duplicate, you can rename it 01 slab main. Then you can click on OK. You can always click on edit to change the thickness. You can also change the material. You can just change this slab material to click on this icon, go to appearance, and select whatever material you want to select. You can even select this one here as the slab material, graphics, click on apply and click OK. So once you have done this now, you are just going to be given the interface to draw your profile. So you can just click on this pick line tools, which is easier and better for especially this kind of big project that we usually hang. You can just use it to pick some parts you want the slab to do. So for the sake of the way I used to model, I usually prefer, normally slabs in actuality used to exist at the edge of the wall and it's covered by paint, so you'll not be able to see the difference. But while modeling, I don't have time to start painting everything around, so I just modeling it end to end. So when I'm drawing my sections, I now bring out time to use detail line to cover up those inadequacies. So we're just going to be doing this and be trimming and joining this. All right, so once this is done now, I'm just going to select these lines here. I'm going to click on trim first and trim this to this point. Then I'm going to select these lines. Okay, before I do that, you see some of these spaces that are docked. It's always good to make sure you create an opening there, because in actuality there won't be walls there. These ducts are used to pass pipes, and you could say I could reduce the size, so I'm going to make provision for passing air conditions. So this will be where the air condition will be, and some parts will now be for the pipes. Okay, but there's a lot of pipe in this building, so I rather just create it. The air condition can be single unit. So I'm also going to do the same here, because the whole pipe of the 20 floors is passing through this duct, so I think the duct can't get big enough. So even this pipeline here, I think it will be a bit tight, but I think it can manage with this size. Well, okay, so that said and done, we are just going to mirror some parts of this profile, like these lines here. We are going to go to the center wall and mirror this to this point. Then we are going to trim more and more. Okay, we can delete this line now. Okay, so now we've done this. I think, okay, we have not yet mirrored this, so I'm going to select this tool here, click on mirror and mirror this. Okay, so now we have done with drawing these profiles of each unit. We can now mirror it to the other units. So I'm going to highlight everything here. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to mirror it from here to this other side. Then I'm also going to do the same. I'm going to trim this together here. Then I'm just going to select everything here and mirror it to this other wing. You see why the form of your building is very important. If not for this form we selected in this project, mirroring all these things won't be this easy. So you can see once I work on one, I can just mirror it. So we're now going to be drawing our profile for this center point of this building, this service area. So I'm just going to be trimming this. Okay, I'm going to extend this to this point and bring this here. Since here are working spaces, then these other places are void, so I'll drag this to this point. I'm also going to click on pick line tool again. I'm going to pick here and pick here. So I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to be picking here, here. I'm also going to pick around this elevator shaft, because the elevator shaft cannot have slabs under it. Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on split line to split here. Then I'm just going to click on trim to just join this here. So now this is done. I'm going to trim here. I'm going to trim here as well. So I'm going to click on this and trim here too as well. So I think we have created a profile for this, and this is good. So I'm going to click on pick line tool again. I'm going to pick here. I'm going to pick here. I'm going to pick here. And I'm going to pick here. Okay, so now we are now going to draw the floor profile of this. So you can see we have a slab here. So what we are going to be doing is we are going to start where this staircase starts, go to this point, click on this center line, join this here. Then we are just going to trim everything here. I'm going to click on cancel, click on this. Then I'm just going to click on this to trim this here. Okay, so now I can delete this here. I can click on this, delete this as well, click on this and just mirror it from here. Okay, then I'm going to click on split here too. Then I'm just going to trim this. Okay, so now I think we have done a lot of work. So now we're going to click on this pick line here. We're going to pick this line here. Then we're going to go and pick trim here to this point. We're also going to trim here to this point. Then I'm going to click on finish. So you can see this is the typical slab here. So now what we can simply do now is we are just going to click on this copy tool. We're going to click on copy to clipboard. Then we're going to click on paste. We're going to click on align to selected levels. Then we're going to start and paste it from typical 5th floor down to typical 20th floor, and we're going to click on OK. So you're going to see it's going to replicate this same slab in across every floor. So this is very wonderful. I think now it's safe to say we can now go to the basement. But the podium. So before we start designing the podium, we need to finally now unify this work by creating our grid lines. Okay, so what are grid lines in construction? Grid lines in construction are imaginary lines. So what these lines mainly help you to do is to locate positions in your project. So by locating these positions, you can do things like aligning your work, structurally designing your work very well in a way that things is going to align, and it's going to help you know where you're placing whatever you want to place in consideration of design factors such as structural stability and utility of the project. So basically, this just help you organize your work. So in Revit, to create grid lines, you are going to go to architecture. You are going to see this option here called grid, and we're just going to click on grid. So of course, Revit asks us to save after every 30 minutes, so it's always important to save. Okay, so now we have a kind of unique project here. Not really unique, but peculiar. So by peculiar, a lot of these elements in this our design are slanted at 45 degrees. So in typical in generic projects, you are going to place grids. They used to use alphabets for maybe the vertical grids, then then numbers for the horizontal grids. But in the case of this, when we have one axis here, another axis here, and another one here, and maybe even another one here, we are going to be using both numeric and alphabetical systems. So I'm going to show you how we are doing it. So for instance, we are going to start from this wall here. So we are going to draw a grid line from this point here down, and we're just going to draw it up to this point. So now we are going to, before we start doing any other thing on this grid line, notice that this grid line is like the default Revit grid line. So we're going to select it, and we're just going to select this 6.5 millimeter bubble, which I think is the ideal grid line I like using. Then we're just going to drag this, and so you notice that when we click on this grid line, you're going to see that what is going to come out here is showing 3D. So what this means is that anyhow I drag this grid line is going to affect other views. So I'm dragging this in 3D. So by dragging it in 3D, it's going to affect how the grid line is on other views. Okay, so we are going to click on grid again, but this time before we place it, we are going to click on this drop down, and we're going to set it at 6.5 millimeter bubble. So the second set of grids we are going to be drawing is, we are going to draw another grid here. So grids are mainly drawn where there are major structural elements or structural walls. So we're just going to be drawing them in this important part of the building, or mainly external walls. So we're going to draw another one here. Okay, so another thing to keep in mind is that, remember I said we are going to combine the numeric and alphabetical system. So I'm going to call this A1. Okay, I'm also going to click on this and call this A2. So now the next grid is going to be A3. So we're just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on this point here, this center point, and I'm just going to, you see Revit has automatically followed my naming system. So the next grids I'm going to be placing, I'm going to go across perpendicular to these first grids I've placed. So instead of calling them A1, A2, we're now going to be using the alphabetical order for them again. So by this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from this one here. And I'm going to call this, instead of calling this A8, I'm going to click on backspace, click on this dash, and call this AA. Okay, so now I'm going to go again and go and create another grid here. We are going to start adjusting them, because we are going to do another set of grids using the B series for this wing, using the C series for this wing, and using the D series for this wing. Then in the end, we are now going to use the final series, E series, for this last wing. I don't know if you understand this numeric system I'm using, but this is just a numeric system you can adopt for complex project like this. Then I'm going to click on this grid, and I'm going to try and select this dot here, and I'm going to drag all of them back. Click on this on pin. Then I'm just going to scroll out and drag them all the grids to like this point here. So I'm going to click on this and drag this here. Then I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same for this wing here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to drag this here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to drag this up to this point. Then I'm going to click on this and see if I can drag this up to this point here. So I'm just going to try and align these three together. So I think I've done just that. So I'm going to go to this other wing here, click on this and adjust this as well. Click on this second grid here and I'm going to adjust it too as well. I'm going to click on this third one here. So you see the care and precision I'm using to do this thing. So I'm not going to make some flimsy mistakes. So I'm going to adjust this. I'm going to try and align all of them. Okay, then I'm going to finally go to this wing here, the A2 and A1, A2 series. Then I'm just going to drag this here. Okay, then I'm going to also click on this A6, click on this and drag this here. Then now I can click on this now and I can leave this here. Okay, so now this is out of the way. I think we have created grid for most aspects of this building. So we can just click on this, drag this here and make sure that none of the grids are hidden in sight, like this one here. Okay, so now we've placed this here. We can now click on this grid. You can see these two zigzag icon and we can just click on it to just kind of stagger it so it will not be obstructing graphically. So we are now going to go and create grids for this wing. So remember what I said, I'm going to start from the A grid here and I'm going to go to B as this next one. So of course I'm going to be starting from this grid here. So since we already have this grid here, like for example we have this one as A, E, we can always click on this, click on this grid, click on this point here and drag it. Okay, so once we've done this, we can bring this to this point here since this one already extends here. Okay, so we can bring this one back to this point. Okay, let me just click on this and I'm going to unpin it. Then I'm just going to go and drag this one so it's going to move independently. So I'm going to click on this, unpadlock it and drag this back. Then I'm going to click on this grid AE. Then I'm just going to carefully drag it. Alright, so now we are now going to create the B series of grid. So we are going to start from here since this is AE. And remember we started from this point. We are now going to call this B1. So we are going to go and go to architecture. We are going to go to grids and we're going to start from this wall here and we're going to call this grid B2. So we're going to drag this to this point, click on escape, call this B2. This one to this point. Okay, so now we have done this. An issue I just noticed now is we didn't create a grid for this particular wall. So we're going to change this to A8 and we're just going to kind of upscale all the numerical values, change this from A6 to A7, then change this from A5 to A6. Then we're just going to click on this grid and you can, just like other elements in Revit, you can copy grid lines. So you will just click on this, try and make sure we select the grid line itself and just copy it to the center point of this wall and call this grid A5. Okay, so now this issue has been resolved. We're now going to go back here. You can see we have already created the B series of grids. So now we are now going to create the alphabetical part of the B series, just like the way we did for this one. We're going to create BA, BB, BC, BD and all those stuff. Okay, so we already have grid here, so we can say for sure that grid. Okay, we are going to start from this outer wall here, so just as we did here. So we are going to go and click on grid. We are now going to click on this first one here. If you are wondering why I'm not creating grids for these balconies, those balconies are cantilevers and they're not running all the way to the ground floor, so I don't see need to create the grid for them. So I'm going to rename this as BA. I'm going to go to grid again, and I'm just going to continue it that way. Okay, so one good thing about Revit is that you can actually mirror grids. So instead of going through this whole thing and singularly placing our grids one after the other, you can just click on mirror and we'll be able to mirror all these grids that we've placed on this wing to another wing, and Revit is automatically going to give them names. So what our job is now going to be is going to rename them and give them proper names. So I'm just going to highlight everything on this wing. I'm going to go to filter, check none, then click on these grid lines here. And I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to try and select the center point and mirror this here. So now you can see their names have changed, but what we are going to do now is we're just going to work on it. So since this is BA, we can call this CA. Then we're just going to jitter this again and space it here. So now we are now going to these ones here. So before we even do this, one thing we should have done before mirroring is just to adjust this, try and align everything and bring this out to this point. Click on this and bring this out to this point. So one important thing after making such progress like this, it's important to hit Ctrl S just in case the file crashes. So now we are going to continue here, and we're going to continue in this our naming ways. So we're going to click on this, align it to this point here. Then we're going to bring everything out by a distance. So I'm going to click on this too as well. So just like the way we started in this one, we are going to start from this point B2, since this goes this way. So this is currently BW, and I don't think it's meant to be that way. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to name this C1. I'm going to name this C2. So I think we have currently placed all the grids for this major part of this work. So now some of these sections that we created for modeling purposes, you can delete them since we don't need it again. You can also always delete this one as well. We don't really need it again. So now we are going to be placing some grids that are key to this center point of this building. So for these grids, you can now use a numeric value that is important, like 0, 1, 0, 2. Okay, so we are going to start from here, and we're going to start by placing this vertical grid here. So since we don't really have any vertical element here, we can go and start using this one here. We can start from here and call this 0, 1. So we can go to grid this again and call this 0, 2. We can also call this 0, 3. Since the core is a key aspect, placing grids on the core elements is very, very important. So we can call this 0, 4 here. Okay, so now we can click on this grid and we can drag it up to this point here. Okay, so now we are now going to create some horizontal grids, since I think these are the major components where the wall grid cover. So now we have done this. What we can do now is since this wall here is close to this grid, we can decide to drag this wall and align it to this point here. So even if it means it's going to adjust the whole thing on each floor, we can still do that adjustment. I think it's worth it since they are not too far apart. Okay, so these are what grids help to do. So we are now going to create another grid here, but this time it's going to be purely horizontal. So instead of calling this 05, we are going to call this 0A. So I just gave it a special numeric value because it's special, like it is the center grid. So I can just click on this, drag it, scroll out while I'm holding right clicking, drag this here. I can also do the same for this. Click on it, scroll, hold my left click, then just drag it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create more grids, more horizontal grids. I'm going to create for this second wall here. Okay, so now I can just click on these grid lines and I can just try and drag this to this point here. Then after doing so, I can drag it to this point here as well. So it's going to be like joining or grouping them together, locking them together. Then I'm going to drag them out. And place them here. Alright, so once we've done this now, we know we have placed our grids and we have done a lot of work. So now I think we're now going to go into designing our podium properly. Alright, so far we have been working on the typical floor. So now we are going to start designing the podium, which is another integral aspect of a high-rise design. So to start, we are going to go to the ground floor level, which is NGL. So this is the natural ground level where our initial lines were created. So what we are going to do now is we are going to highlight everything here and just go to filter. Then we are going to click on check none and only select these 10 lines. Then we are just going to delete it. So these 10 lines were used previously. So now you can see our grid lines that we use, we have already created, and you can also see the columns, which are also very important, and this will aid us very well. So the next thing we are going to do is we are now going to click on this underlay icon here and put the underlay to the typical fourth floor. So this now gives us in a grade outline, we are going to see the outline of the main high rise. So we are going to start from line work, of course, and we're going to be using detail line. So what we are going to do is we are going to basically just draft out this shape, which we are not going to be considering these balconies for now. So we're just going to use line work and just pick these edges first. Okay, so once we have gone to some extent, we are just going to trim it. So unfortunately, the lines I'm using are overhead lines, so I'm just going to select all of them and I'm going to change it to normal thin lines. So, or I could even use thicker lines. Let me just use medium lines, and let me just use thin lines. So now I've done this, now I'm going to hit TL. So it won't be showing this kind of thing. So now I'm just going to try and trim this well. Okay, apparently I can edit this from here, but I'm going to click on cancel. So I'm just going to try and just draft this shape properly. So I'm going to click on modify and make sure these lines are joining properly. And once I'm sure, okay, I'm also going to click this and just join here properly. Okay, so once I'm sure this is done, I'm going to click on tab to select this. Okay, it's not yet trimmed here. I'm going to trim this and this. Okay, so now I'm going to click on tab to select these whole lines. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to mirror it to this point. Then I'm also going to select everything here, click on filter. Then I'm just going to make sure it's only the line work I selected. Then I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm going to pick this center point here and mirror it to this wing. Okay, so now we have done this. We are now going to go and click on annotate. We are going to go to detail line again. Then we are going to click on this line and join this point to this point here. Then we're also going to click on line work and create another line in this center point. Then once we have done that, we're just going to go over to this line and trim this here and trim this here. So now, okay, so now we can go back to this underlay, and we're going to turn it off. So this now gives us a clear outline of what our main high rise is looking at. So we're going to go to annotate, and we're going to start doing another detail line, set of detailed lines as a proposal for this our podium shape. So it's always good to know that your podium is where we accommodate all these communal spaces, and you should also factor in some other things. Like if you go back to this typical fourth floor, I'm planning on putting a swimming pool here, so I'm also going to factor that in while planning the podium. So I'm going to go back to this NGL again, and I'm going to click on detail line, and this time I'm just going to click on offset first. So I'm going to be offsetting 2.4 from this wing here. I'm going to offset it from here. Then I'm going to offset another 2.4 from here. Okay, then I'm going to do the same for here, 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 here. Okay, so now I've done this offset. I'm now going to click on trim and trim this point to this point. I'm going to trim here to here. I'm also going to trim here to this point and here to this point. Okay, so actually I don't need to do this for this rear side. I can click on offset again, uncheck this copy, and just put it back to place. So the offset is only going to be going this way. So now I'm just going to trim this line and this line. So our podium is actually this whole line here, but this shape is going to be important because we are going to factor in the fact that an emergency escape is here. So we are going to make sure, because while designing emergency escape, the part of the requirement is to make sure that the emergency exits. Once you land from the staircase, you exit outside the building. So I'm going to drop a locked up lobby here, where two access, or rather one access, can be for the emergency occupants to occupy the building. So this is going to accommodate major spaces of the high rise, so as this wing. So like, let's say a shopping mall or a big restaurant. So all of them are going to be here. So we are going to start planning this space now. So we're going to click on architecture, and we're going to click on wall. Okay, before we do that, it's always good that while designing this kind of things, this is when you now factor in whether you want to curve a part of the building. For this podium, I want to curve the edges of this podium. So what I'm just going to do now is I'm going to click on this front part. I'm going to still give it some more offset. So I'm going to click on modify and offset it by 600 millimeter more. So the offset will be in total of 3 meters. So okay, let me make sure. Okay, so after I've done this, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line, annotate, detail line. Then I'm just going to go to this fillet arc. Then I'm going to click on these two lines here, and I'm going to create a fillet arc here. Click on these two, create a fillet arc. Then I can change this to, let's say 2.4. I can also do the same for this, change it to 2.4. Then once I'm done with this, I can go to detail line again. I can go to fillet arc again, then just do the same here and bevel these edges so it won't be sharp. So now I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to change this to 9 meters. I'm also going to change this wing here to 9 meters. Okay, not 900, 9 meters. Okay, so now we have done this. The reason this podium doesn't really require any special structural support, because mainly the only thing that will be above it is a swimming pool. So actually it may need some columns to support it, but we'll still get there. So now we have created this profile. We are going to start drawing our major external walls. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. Under this wall, I'll click on this drop down icon, and I'm going to select this white wall 225. I'm going to set the base offset to 0 and the top constraint to up to the typical, up to the mezzanine floor 1. So now I'm just going to click on this location line and put it at wall finish exterior. Then I'm just going to draw a line here, a wall here. Then I'm going to click on this point here and kind of draw this from the external. I'm going to draw another wall here. I'm going to click on pick line to pick another one here, pick another one here, pick another one here, pick another one here, yeah. Okay, so now I've done this. This is a very big structure. Now I'm going to go to architecture again. I'm going to click on wall, and this time I'm just going to, let me click on wall and click on modify. Then I'm just going to draft out a wall from here. So I'm going to be picking to this point here. I'm going to pick to this point here, and I'm going to pick to this. Okay, so now we have done this. We have created an outline for how the shape of the podium will be. Okay, so now we are going to start drafting out the massing or the major spaces. Then we're now going to be making outlining the circulation space. So we're going to click on wall again. This time we'll be clicking on this location line to be wall center line. All right, so now I've done this. Now I'm now going to start outlining the major circulation spaces. So I'm going to start from here where this emergency is, and I'm just going to draft out a wall here. So remember that we already have this emergency walls in a static position. So what we can just do is to click on this, change it to finish face exterior for now. Then we're just going to draft this to this point first, just to secure this shape. So of course, the same way we used to do once we create a shape like this. Okay, before I start mirroring, let me just confirm what I want to do. Then I'm going to click on this wall again, and I'm then going to draw another wall. Since there's a column here, I'm going to be clicking on finish face wall center line. Then I'm going to draw another wall here. I'm also going to draw the wall up to this point. Then while doing this, I'm also now going to outline the fact that there are two major walls here, and depending on the way we create the space, we are going to know where we are going to separate this, open this expansion joint at, so it can give way for doors. So I'm also going to draft another wall here. You can see how these grid lines are just helping in getting the walls at the right position. So even these columns here, even in as much as they are serving the typical floors, they are still going down into the foundation. So we are going to know where each column is, and we are going to be placing them like that in accordance. So now I'm just going to lock this place up for now. Then I'm going to draft another wall here. So this will now be the major circulation lobby in this place now. So now what we are going to do now is we are now going to go over here and create a kind of a terrace here. Let me just create the wall here. And then I'm now going to create another wall here. So what this does is that this is now the emergency escape terrace. So this is how it's going to be. So this will be the major circulation. So if people enter this space, they can access the facilities that are here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start creating some unit of shops. Okay, so now I'm going to be creating a first unit here. I'm going to draw a wall here, and I'm going to be drawing the wall up to this point. Okay, then I'm going to draw the wall again up to this point so as well. Okay, so now I'm going to be drawing another wall here to create massive lettable shops. So I'm going to be doing the same here. Okay, so what this I've done is that now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this split line tool. I'm going to split these walls here. Then I'm just going to click on trim. Click on trim again. Then I'm going to click on trim here. Click on trim again. So I'm also going to click on trim here and click on trim again. So now I've created two walkways around this shop, one from this side and one from this side. So if peradventure I decide to divide these shops here into two a smaller shop and a bigger set of shops, it can still serve. So which I might just do anyway. So I'm just going to click architecture wall, and I'm now going to divide this here and also divide this at this point. Okay, so now I've done this, you can see we have created some set of lettable shops. Let's say this one is a bit tight, we can always find a way to utilize this space more properly. But you can see we have our major shops here, and we have not yet set our course to go to the natural ground level. We are still going to work on all those things. So now we now have a major space here. So this major space now can now serve for maybe a big shopping mall. So I'm going to extend this wall to this point. So another thing to factor in while designing this kind of thing is that we'll need, especially for this big hall, we're going to need some service spaces to back it up. So what we're going to do is we're going to dedicate about 2 of these rows of spaces to the services of this. So we are going to do something like a drop off. Let's say we dedicate these whole rows of spaces. So these rows of spaces are going to serve as where the managing offices will be. So I'm just going to draw it to this point. Then it's also going to serve as where goods can be brought in for, maybe if it's a restaurant, where the kitchen will be, if it's a shopping mall, where goods can be dropped off from. So I'm going to make this whole place a delivery bay for this space here. Okay, so now we have gotten to this point. We already have an idea of what this space will be. So we are going to do the same thing, and we are just going to mirror some of the things we did here. So I'm doing particularly this wall 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're just going to go over here, click on mirror, and we're just going to mirror this over to this point. Okay, so now these columns, what we can do for these columns, since they are obstructions, what we can now do is we can just create some cladding over them, and this cladding will be in a circular format, so it's going to prevent sharp edges and from people kicking their legs when they're accessing this space. But we'll save that work for later. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is we're going to click on this line here, and we're going to click on split to split this wall here. So once we split this wall, we're just going to click on trim, and we're going to trim this here, and we're just going to trim this here. Okay, so now we are just going to go to architecture again. We're going to go to walls, then we're now going to draft some more walls here. Since remember I said this is an emergency staircase, so it always needs to be locked at some point. So I'm just going to lock it up at this point here and lock it up here. So this will be the emergency exit up to this point and up to this point here. Okay, then I'm going to leave this as a open corridor here to these spaces. So now I've done this, I can now split this space here to this, and I can just click on trim, and I can just trim this off here. So we are having a bit of wasted space, particularly this space. Okay, so now what we are going to do now is we are going to make some adjustment to these emergencies. For instance, we have this that is like this, which I think is wrong. I think this lobby should be given a provision here. I think this wall can be dragged back to this point. Then I think this wall can go back here. Then this wall can just extend here. So now we have about 6 lettable shops here, or lettable spaces. We have a major mall here. So in this kind of big project, we need to create a central convenience. So this central convenience, like let's say, serve people on this wing, and it can also serve people on the concourse. So it's something that could be easily accessible by everybody. And where better place to place it than this area here. So we're going to segment a place, and we're going to just segment a part where all the male convenience, and we should be targeting about 3 male conveniences and at least 3 female conveniences, including conveniences for provisions for the disabled. So we are just going to extend this wall here. So what we are going to do now is we are going to click on this, or we are going to click on architecture. We are going to click on wall again. We can save the project, so our progress will save so far. Okay, so now we are going to draft another wall here. We are going to make sure it's wall center line and just draft another wall here. So now we are just going to click on this and we are going to click on split element. Once we split here, we are now going to trim this and click on this and trim this. Okay, we are going to click cancel. We are going to just click on this and just trim this way. Okay, so now we are just going to click on this and make sure this distance here is 2.4 meters, which I think is enough. So we are going to make this space a warehouse and we are going to make this whole space the central convenience for this wing. So we are going to click on split element. We are going to split this point here and split this point here. Then we are going to click on trim to just trim this to this. We are just going to also trim this to this. So once we've done this, we can just continue the same for this other part. So now we have this. Now we are now going to start designing a bit more in details. So of course here we are going to open here as well, since it's an emergency exit. We are going to do some wall work here because I don't think this column should be exposed. So I'm going to go to architecture walls. Then I'm just going to continue from here, draft to this point and draft here. So maybe here can be some recording spaces for this delivery bay. So now we are going to click on split. We're now going to be splitting the parts we don't want to join here. Okay, so now we are going to click on trim here. We're just going to trim this to this point and trim this to this point. So at this point, if you noticed, all the walls I created here are going up to the mezzanine level. So it means what is going to be here is going to repeat in most of the floors. So the reason why I'm doing it is that I'm still going to exclude some walls because I feel some walls don't need to repeat in each of the floors. You get, but most of them is going to repeat. So with time, I'm not going to factor in those ones that I feel are not going to repeat in each of the floors. But for now, we are going to start detailing some of these spaces, okay, and creating some provisions for them. So of course, we are going to first do some curtain wall work. So in this curtain wall work, we are going to now put some curtain walls and put some doors for these typical lettable shops. So now I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Under this one, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select curtain wall. So under this curtain wall, I'm going to set the curtain wall from DPC, the base constraint of the curtain wall from DPC up till first floor level. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this top offset to -450. Then I'm just going to draw a curtain wall from here to this point. So now I'm going to click on this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to section. I'm going to go to view. Then I'm now going to go to section. Then I'm just going to create a section here. So this section's main purpose is for me to be able to view this wall very well. So once I'm able to view it, I'm now going to create curtain grids and place curtain wall embedded doors. So now I'm going to click on the section and I'm going to try and open the section. So now, as you can see all the whole floors we've created, but we don't need to show all of them. We just need to show the one that concerns us, which is this curtain wall. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to curtain grid and I'm now going to start segmenting it. The main door, I'm going to make it 1 meter, then the others 1.2 subsequently. 1.2. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this, make it 1.2. Click on this, make it 1.2. Then the rest, this one can be 1,250. Then I'm going to go to Munion. I'm going to go to, okay, I'm still going to go to curtain grid again. Architecture, curtain grid, and I'm going to make the horizontal part here. Then I'm going to go to Munion, all grid line, then select all the whole curtain walls. So all the munions will fill in the place. So I'm going to click on tab here, click on this, then I'm going to unpin this, click on this drop down icon and change it to single swing door, glass door. Then I can just click on this munion here and delete it. So if I go back to this DPC now, you can see that in this DPC, you can see this curtain wall, it's embedded here and it has a door. So what we can do now is to click on this and we can click on copy here and copy it to this point. So now we can always go here and reduce this extension to this column here. Then what we can do now is select both of them, and we can just simply mirror it. So I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to select the center point of this wall, then mirror it at 45 degrees. Since it didn't enter well, I'm still going to try and adjust it to the middle of the wall, that is this point here, and see how it will adjust. So now you can see what we've done, and it's looking very nice. So you can always click on this one, and we can still copy it to this other part as well. Okay, so we have some glazings here, and we have some typical. So now let's start designing this convenience here. So this convenience is very important, and we're going to be creating about we're going to be creating 3 for male, 3 for female, or possibly 4. So it's going to have a total of 8 convenience on this wing to serve the mass number of people coming to this wing. And we also, when we mirror it, is going to be 8 on this other wing as well. So we are going to go to walls here. Well, this time we're going to be using 150 walls because these are conveniences. So in this 150 wall, we're just going to go back to NGL. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to click on wall now, and we're going to reset all these offsets to 0. Then we're going to set this top level to mezzanine 1 level. Remember, I'm cancelling out a lot of things in that mezzanine 1. That is why I don't want to do anything above it, because the mezzanine should be like a plain space. So now you can see that the advantage of placing the convenience here is because all the pipings can go to behind the building. So it's not something that is going to cause issues in this front. So this front is free, and everybody goes here for the convenience. So I'm going to try and select the middle of this by creating a point here. I'm going to create the first lobby. Then I'm going to start creating the ducts. So I think this first lobby should be much bigger than this. So I'm going to make this about 2.4 meters. Then okay, let me reduce it to 2.1. Then I'm going to join this here, or I think I can reduce it to 2.4. Yeah, I think 2.4 is okay. So there will be space for urinaries. So once we have this, now we have an equally sized toilet. So now we can click on door, and this time we can place some 1.2 meter door. I'm just going to go to DPC. So I'm going to click on door here. Then I'm going to place this 1.2 meter door, or rather I'm just going to click on this D1, click on edit, duplicate it, and call this D7. Then I'm going to make the width of this door to be 1 meter in width, or 1050 millimeters. And so what this door does is that it makes provision for the disabled to be able to access the convenience as well as any other person. So it's 1.1 meter, and it's also going to have the male on one side and the female on one side. So I'm going to go back to this natural ground level. I'm going to go to walls. So I'm going to start drafting some walls. So of course, the first wall I'm going to draft at this end, I'm going to draft out a wall for the disabled, a convenience for the disabled that is wide enough. Then I'm now going to try and fix in 3 here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this. I'm going to make the regular convenience about 1.1 meter, which I think is very fine, 1.1, and this last one 1.1. So this disabled toilet is now going to be the biggest. So this duct, since it's not housing a lot, so I'm just going to make this duct about, let me use 500 for the duct. So I think this size is appropriate. Okay, so now we have done this. We're now going to go over to the DPC now. So in this DPC, we're going to select the 4 of them, these 3 walls, and we're just going to mirror it to this other wing. Okay, so now what we're going to be doing is I'm going to open one of my previous projects where I have components for the disabled toilet, and I also have components for the normal toilets, including urinaries, and I'm going to copy those components to this project. So you are just going to give me a minute, so I'll just open the project. Okay, so now the project is open. It's a Senate building I designed. So I'm just going to click on some of these components here. Click on the urinaries, click on this disabled convenience, and click on this. So I think I can copy everything I need to copy. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to the DPC of this high rise, and I'm going to hit Ctrl V and paste this. Okay, so now we have this. I think we can delete most of this. We already have it in the project now. So I'm going to go to components now, and I'm going to click on this. So I'm going to be looking for that disabled. I'm just going to try this. Okay, so I'm going to click on this disabled toilet, and I'm going to try and place it here. So I'm going to be placing it at this point here. I'm also going to be placing it at this point here as well. So I'm just going to try and align these major parts of it to this point, and I'm going to try and align these major parts to this point. So I'm going to just align this to where it's deficient. I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move this to this point, and I'm also going to click on move, and I'm going to move this to this point. So it's going to perfectly synergize with it. So the same for this. I'm just going to drag this down a bit to this point here. Click on this and move it here. Then click on this and move it here. Okay, since we have kind of like an extension, I think the difference won't be too much, so I don't mind leaving it this way. So now we are now going to start placing some doors here in this guest convenience. So I'm going to click on doors. I'm going to be placing the normal toilet doors for this normal convenience, like here. Just placing the normal convenience doors, and also here as well. So once I'm done placing this, I'm going to click on components again. Okay, I'm going to click on architecture, and click on door. Then I'm going to be placing this D7 door in this toilet for the disabled. So I'm going to place one here. So I'm also going to place another one here. Okay, so we have toilet for disabled consideration. I think we'll solve that issue. So now I'm just going to go to components. This time I'm going to be looking for WCs. So I'm just going to click on this white WC here. I'm going to go over to this icon here and change it to fine. So I'm going to be seeing what I'm doing well. Then I'm going to place this here as well, and just place these WCs here. So now I've done this, we have a WC. We can always place our tissue holder later. So now I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to look for some sinks. So I'm going to be placing some sinks. Okay, so I'm going to be placing this sink for the hand. Okay, and I'm going to be placing it at repetitions here. So since this, I'm proposing this to be the female convenience, I don't need to put urinaries. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place some series of sink here. I think about 4 of them. Let me hit Ctrl Z and try and place them with more consideration to space. So I'm just going to click on this one. I'm going to click on copy, pick this point here. Then I'm going to place it here and place the last one here. So it's 4 sinks. So for the ladies, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to indicate that there's going to be like a board here, a kind of worktop where they can put their makeup and stuff. Then there's going to be maybe a mirror on the wall. Maybe I can just jitter a line out to this, then draw it up to this point here, just indicating something like a mirror on the wall, so they can use for their whole makeup and stuff. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to components, and I'm going to be placing for the dudes. So I'm going to start by placing some sinks here. I'm going to place 2 sinks here, and I'm also going to place 2 sinks here. Okay, I'm going to reduce the spacing so it's at I won't waste any space. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press 2 urinaries. So I'm going to go to components, click on this, and I'm just going to look for these urinals, and I'm going to place about 2 or 3. So dudes can come and do what they usually do. So We'll place 3 urinaries here. Then we have comfortable conveniences. So now once we have designed this is very good. So we can now go to walls. Under this wall here, we can click on this drop down icon and use this our grill panel cutting wall, and we're going to draft some grills from here to this point here. We're also going to, before we go further, we're going to click on this parameter. We're going to set it up to the mezzanine, and we're going to set the base offset to be 300. So it's going to have a base. Then we're basically going to replicate the same thing while doing it for the other parts of the guest toilet. So I'm just going to do that, set it to the mezzanine level. Then I'm going to draw it from here to this point here. Click escape again, draw another one from here up to this point here. So I think now we've reached this point. I think it's safe to save the project. Then I'm just going to, because the system is already filming, so I'm just going to hit Ctrl S. Okay, so now before we move further, we are going to go back to our typical floor, and we're going to set the parameters of these service walls very well, so they are going to come down to this wing, and the core is going to come down as well and copy the remaining components. Okay, so now we are going to be going back to this region here, and we're going to do something. So we are going to start planning the spaces for this shopping mall. So in this shopping mall, we are going to have the counter region here and a lot of the mall components here. So it is going to be a very big mall. I think it's going to cover a very large area. So what we are first going to do is let's design this delivery bay properly. So we have our delivery bay here, and so we have some stores here. So we are going to place some doors for those stores. So I'm just going to be using this D1 here. Going to be placing one door here, and I'm going to be placing another door here. So I'm also going to click here, and I'm going to be placing a wall here. So this wall is going to have a garage door. So anytime the delivery comes, the garage door will be open. Then you can have these 2 stores here. So I'm also going to click on this door here and click on this and place a door here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create like another door here. So this is mainly going to be the door to get to the presiding officers. So I'm going to create a major door here. So this is like the staff working space, and this is the main presiding offices for the mall. So I'm going to click on door again to create another door here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on modify, and I'm going to click on split. Then I'm just going to split open a point in this expansion joint. As far as it's not obstructing the columns, that is the most important thing. So I'm just going to make an opening here about let me use 2.4 meters. So once I've done this, I can now go to architecture, I can go to doors, and I can just place a double swing big door here. So I'm going to be placing this door here. Okay, so now in this office here, we can now decide to create a convenience for these offices here. So we can just create a small, maybe 2 convenience or something with its own duct. So it's going to create provision for the staff of this place. So I can even create a convenience here. So I think 2 convenience should serve. So I'm going to go to walls. Under this wall, I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to 150mm wall. So here I'm just going to draft up some convenience, and of course the fact that I'm not naturally ventilating this one, some things are very difficult to, especially when you're designing at this scale. To create everything you want in mind with natural ventilation is very difficult. So some of the spaces will just have to settle for artificial ventilation. So we're just going to create a duct here, and we're going to be placing some small doors here for the convenience of the staff. So I think this can work. Remember, you can always find a better solution, but for now this is the solution I'm going with. So now we have done this, now we can now go over to this wall here, and we can now try and mirror these walls. I'm going to select these 2 curtain walls, then I'm going to click on this mirror tool, and I'm going to mirror at this point here where they originally meet. Okay, then I'm going to click on this curtain wall door, to swing it to this side. Click on this cutting wall door, swing it to this side. Okay, so now we have a functioning. Okay, remember I said I'm going to draft a wall here, and I'm going to put a garage door here and a garage door here. So this is more like a warehouse, and this is a delivery bay. So I'm going to go to walls. Under this wall, I'm going to set it back at the 225 wall. Then I'm just going to click on the it to mezzanine, click on this 0, click on this NGL, and I'm just going to draw this to this point here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to go back to typical floor now. Then what I'm just going to do is I'm going to select these walls here, click on tab, select these 4 walls, select this one as well, select this one as well, then go over here, select these walls including everything here. Then I'm going to set the base constraint to start from NGL, so it's going to go to the ground floor level and start there. So once it's done, I'm now going to copy some key components like this, and I'm just going to click on it to copy this. Click on this, click on this, click on okay, click on this first, click on this, click on the chutes, click on the doors, click on these ducts, click on these windows here. Then I'm also going to select these four elevator shafts, click on copy, paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm just going to place it at the DPC first floor and second floor level, and even mezzanine level. So I'm going to click OK. So now what this does is that this has automatically just placed everything on this ground floor. So if you go back to the natural ground level, we are going to see what we've created before. So the only difference is that the staircase, we have not duplicated the staircase, which we are going to do shortly. We're going to copy the staircase and work on it. So now I'm going to go back to this typical floor. I'm going to click on this staircase, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to paste it at the DPC. So now if we back to DPC, let me go back to DPC here. If you go back to DPC, we'll need to edit this staircase because it's not actually joining well. So I'm going to click on edit stairs. I'm now going to click on this and make sure that the parameters are set well and the actual riser is 150 millimeter. Then I'm now going to set this to first floor. Then I'm going to click on this 0. So once I click on it, and I'm going to click on this as well. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit sketch. Then what I'm going to do is I'm now going to click on offset, and I'm going to offset by 300 again. So it's because the podium height headrooms are actually higher than the typical floors, so it's necessary to just create the remaining ones. So now I'm just going to click on trim, click on trim here, then trim this with this tool and this tool, then click finish. So now I'm going to click on this there, delete it, then click on this one, then mirror it to this way. So once I've done this, I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now I've done this, I can click on this staircase, I can go to copy to clipboard. Now I can click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to click on first floor, second floor, and mezzanine, and I'll click on mezzanine floor. Okay, click, hold control, click on first floor, hold control, then click on OK, and it's going to paste it there. Okay, so we already have our ground floor is almost set, and from there our typical floor will now be set. So we are making some nice progress. So what we are going to do now is we are now going to start placing some more furnitures in all of these spaces. So we're also going to design this properly, like I said. So what we are going to do first is I'm just going to click on this curtain wall here, and I'm just going to copy it to this point first. So this is not a small lettable shop, this is a shopping mall, and for a shopping mall we are going to need a very big double swing door. So I'm just going to click on this, I'm going to click on this grid here, I'm going to reduce this to 75, the spacing in between to 75. Then this is 2.1 is too much, so I'm going to reduce it to, I'm still going to increase it. What am I talking about? I'm going to delete this now. I'm going to click on this cutting grid here, and I'm going to change this to 2.4, or let me change it to 3 meters. so I'm going to give provision from this point here. So I'm also going to go to cutting grid here, and I'm going to create another provision here. I'm going to go to mullions. I'm going to create on all grids to create mullions. Then I'm going to click on this and change it back to glazed panels. Then what I'm going to now do now is, once I've done this, I'm now going to click on this and put this cutting grid to 600 millimeter. Then I'm just going to put this one to I'm going to put it to 2.4. I think 2.4 is enough to house people. I'm going to make it 1.8 at 2 doors, so it's going to be able to accommodate enough traffic. Then I'm going to put this at 1.2. Then I'm also going to put this as 1.8. So once this is done, I can now delete this grid line here. So I'm going to click on this door here. I'm going to change it from single swing to double swing. So I think I've loaded in a double swing door for this. So I'm just going to click on this drop down icon and see whether I can see the double swing. Okay, so this is the double swing glass door. So I'm also going to do the same for this. Click on this, unpin it. So I'm just going to click on this drop down icon and make this a double swing glass door. So we have enough access for this shopping mall here. So I'm going to open another of my project of mine, because I've designed a counter for a shopping mall before, so I can just copy the components and furnitures and just place it here. So this will be the whole counter where people will get their goods. So once they get their goods, they will follow here and exit. So they'll enter from this and exit from here in this shopping mall. So I'm just going to open one of my old files. So I'm just going to open this. It's going to take some time, but let's give it a chill. Okay, so apparently I didn't even do much here, but I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to copy this. So I'm just going to copy this to here and click on copy. Then I'm going to go to this NGO, and then I'm going to go to the DPC, and I'm going to hit Ctrl V. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to, once I paste this counter here, I think, then I'm just going to move it to this point here. So now I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to start editing it. So I'm going to click on edit in place, click on edit extrusion. Then I'm going to draw the whole countertop from this point here. So I'm just going to be drawing this from here, from this column here up to this other column here. So it's going to go back to 600 millimeters, just a normal table worktop. Then I'm just going to click on enter. So now what I'm going to do is, after every worktop, there's going to be a pathway for people to pass. So I'm going to be making the worktop at 1.5 meter each and a 1.2 meter pathway. So instead of screw what I just did earlier, so I'm just going to trim this on join this element here. So what I'm going to do now is, once I delete this, I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this 1.2 plus 1.5, that is 2.7. So I'm going to place this at intervals of 2.7 meters. So the first thing I'm going to do while placing shelves for our shopping mall is that I'm going to give a provision line of circulation. So I'm going to go to detail line. I'm just going to draw an imaginary line for now. So I'm going to be drawing it 2.4 from here. Then the thing is going to just offset and go perpendicularly to this other one. So I know that my furniture is going to start from this point here. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to determine the size I want for the circulation pathways. And for a mall, I want the circulation pathways to be big enough. So I'm going to be making each circulation pathway at least 2.4 meters. So now for 2.4 meter, I'm going to push this by 1.2. Click enter. Then I'm just going to click on rotate and rotate this by 45 degrees, or Ctrl Z, click on this, rotate this by 90 degrees. So once I've done that, I'm going to make sure the spacing between each of these grid is 1.2 meter. Then I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror this here and mirror here. So now I'm going to select these two shelves. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to place to this here, this here, this here. Okay, so now we have reached this point. I'm going to place another one here. So we can now know that this is an interval, so we can now give another offset here of about this is currently 1.8 plus 2.4, that should be about Okay, that should be about 4.2. So I'm just going to push this by 4,200. So now we have 1.2.4 spacing in between here. So I'm just going to copy this, complete this. So we have about 2 major rows here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to click on this highlight, select all instances in visible view, and we're going to click on group to group them. So we're just going to go over here, okay, go over here and click on create group, and we're going to name this shelf row. So I'm just going to click on OK. So now we have grouped them. It will be easy for us to copy them across here. So now this is 1.2. So I'm also going to do 1.2 plus 2.4. That is about 3.6. So I'm going to displace this by 3.6 meter. I don't know if it will work, but if it doesn't work, fine. So I'm going to place this here. So this right here is too tight and I don't think it actually functions. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to reduce this spacing overall. I'm going to reduce it from 2.4 to 1.8. So I'm going to click on this to move here. Then I'm also going to move this again by 1.8 meter. I think 1.8 should be able to serve. Okay, so I think the spacing has balanced out itself. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to just mirror it from this point here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this and continue copying it. So I'm going to copy this to this point here. Copy this to this point here as well. Then copy this here as well. Copy this here. Okay, since you can see that this is already clashing, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on group here. So I'm going to delete some of these shelves here. Let's say this one and maybe this one here. So here is going to be free. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select all of them here and I'm just going to move it by a bit. So it's not going to interfere. I'm going to hit shift to deselect that line. It's not going to interfere with this stuff. So I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to move it to this line here. Then I'm going to move it 300 millimeter away from the line. So I think this is what our mall is supposed to be like. So we have the mall going up to this point, and so we have all the stuffs here. So this is the circulation part, so we can have a functional shopping mall here. So now we are now going to start placing shelves for each of these shops. So while designing for lettable shops, you create shelves, as well as you're also going to create a table for an officer there. So I'm just going to click on architecture door, because sometimes in this kind of big project you just be seeing a lot of issues and you just be solving them as quick as you can, and just solving them on the spot. So it's not something you need to start trying to resolve later. So I remember that I wanted to place some garage doors, so I'm going to go under doors here, and I brought in some garage door component from the other family. I'm going to click on edit type and edit the size. The width is going to be 3 meters and the height is going to be 2.4, or let's make the height 3 meters as well. The height, should it be 3 meter or more than 3 meter? Okay, I think 3 meter is okay. Then I'm just going to place it here and place this one here. Okay, so now we are done with this garage door. It's asking if I'm going to make sure I save the project. So now I think we have designed something very good. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be working on this emergency basically. So we are going to go back to this typical 4th floor. Then so what we are going to do now is we are going to start from this mezzanine 2. So we are going to copy this mezzanine 2 staircase, or the staircase in this mezzanine 2. I think that is this one here, mezzanine 2 to typical floor. Going to hold Control, copy this. Going to also hold Control, copy this as well. Going to also hold Control, copy this as well. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. This time this level I'm going to select is mezzanine 1, and I'm going to click OK. So once I've done this, I'm now going to go back to this typical 4th floor. Then I'm just going to click on this staircase here. So I'm also going to select these other ones too. Select this one as well, and select this one. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. then I'm going to paste it in DPC. So now I'm going to go back to our DPC. I shouldn't have copied the 4, but I'm just going to delete these 2 now. In short, I'm going to delete 3 of them. So I'm just going to leave 1 here. So I'm going to work on that one. So I'm going to delete this one. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit staircase. So in this edit staircase, I can see the direction of the stairs. I can click on this and I can make sure that, okay, you can see that this desired number just adjusted itself to be 20. So I think it's still fine. Since it's an emergency, it doesn't need to be comfortable. So I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on edit sketch. Then we're now going to see what the top to base offset is. Let me click on finish. So if you click on finish first, if I click on this, I'm now going to see the top offset is minus 300. So I'm going to change it to 0. So by changing it to 0, I'm just going to click OK. You're going to see the actual riser is supposed to increase. So I'm going to reduce this desired number back to 20 again, because we don't have space to accommodate more. So we're going to increase the height of the risers. So it means this emergency on these lower ground floors will be much steeper than the emergency stair on the higher floor, which I think is fine. So what we're going to do now is, instead of using this wall here, we're going to delete this wall now. So this wall is not going to serve as a barricade. The main barrier door will now be this door here. So once I do this, I can now click on this and adjust this. Change this from finish face interior to finish face exterior to finish face interior. So once I've done this now, I think I can now delete this here. Delete this here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this. And I'm now going to click on mirror. And I'm going to mirror this here. Okay. So we have an issue here. So I'm going to click on tab here. I'm going to click on tab, select this. Then I'm going to click on mirror. This time I'm not going to click on check the copy. Then I'm just going to pick this line and mirror it to this wing here. So now we have the staircase here. So we're going to place some emergency door here. So both people from this staircase and people from this concourse here can run to this emergency in case of a fire emergency. So I'm going to click on doors, and I'm not going to place our biggest single swing double door. So I'm going to place it here. I'm also going to place it here. So far so good. We are making a lot of key progress while designing this, and I think it's very nice. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to modify. We are going to click on split here. We are going to split this here. Then we are going to go and just trim this here. Okay, my main concern for this emergency if I'm opening here is the fact that security wise of the high-rise building, people can access people's apartment through this space here, and I need to lock it off. And that is a fair argument, but it's also another argument why designing emergency access, you should always make it direct that once people come down, they can exit the building. So I think for this experimental design, I'm going to stick with that one, leaving it open, even though it may potentially compromise security depending on the location. So right now, I think we have done some things, but we still need to start working on some part of the facade. By some part of the facade, I mean this part that spans a lot. So we are going to be running some big glazing panels all the way from here round to this point. So we are going to start by doing some line works. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm now going to detail this here and also draw some line from here. Okay, so once I've done this, I'm also going to do this for here. Okay, so I think this is good. This one is just a window, nothing too complex here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Under these walls, I'm now going to select, I'm going to be selecting this curtain wall, long glazing tray. I think that is it. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to see all the settings, the parameters I set it as. Then I'm going to click OK. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this offset, base offset to be 300. Then I'm going to be running long glazing panels all the way from this natural ground level, this DPC up to on top over the mezzanine floor. So I'm just going to place it at mezzanine 1 for now. and I'm just going to run it first. So I'm going to be using this pick line tool, and I'm going to pick here first. Once I pick here, I'm just going to click on trim, click on this line here and click on it, so it's going to trim it to this point. I'm going to go to architecture again, wall, and I'm going to click on pick line again. I'm going to pick here. I'm going to pick here as well. I'm also going to pick here. I'm also going to pick here too. And I'm going to pick here. Okay, so now you can just draw this and just de-extend it to this point here. So it's going to stop here. So we have big glazing panels, and before we go to 3D, we will need to adjust some things in the 3D. So remember, our scope box focused on one aspect of it, so we are going to adjust the 3D scope box to focus on this podium, so it will not make the project heavy. So we are just going to click on this 3D, that is clicking on this home icon here. Then we are going to wait for our 3D to load. So now it has loaded. The first thing we are going to do, since it's this way, we are going to rotate this to the top. Then we are just going to go over here and just click on this scope box, reduce this to this part first. So we need to be careful while doing this so it won't crash. So we are going to reduce this here and reduce this here. Okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z, click on this and reduce this here. So now I'm going to click on top view again. I'm now going to go down now. So I'm also going to go down here. So now I'm not going to extend this now, since I've gone down and extend this. Okay, this is a very big design. So now we can access the 3D view. You now see we have more control over this work than before, and it's going to aid us very well. You can see the columns we placed and how they are serving. You can see all the columns going from these typical floors down. So this is just what is going to be our guide. So for these external walls, especially this one's going here, we're going to just select them first. So once we select them, I think I select this one here, select this one, select this one, and select this one. Also rotate it a bit. So once we've selected them, we're just going to click on filter. We're going to uncheck this section box. Then once we have done that, we are going to set their top constraint at typical 4th floor. So now we have them at typical 4th floor. We don't just have them at the mezzanine level. So the reason is that normally the mezzanine floor is meant to be open, but just for this particular view, just because of this front facade, I'm going to leave all this whole place glazed for even the mezzanine floor. So I'm just going to click on this curtain wall here, click on this as well, click on this, click on this, hold Ctrl, click on this, click on this, click on filter, then uncheck this curtain wall grids. Then once I've done that, I'm going to set this constraint at typical 4th floor. Click on this and click minus 450 to make provision for beams. Okay, so now we have a full glazing going around. So we're now going to go back to this DPC and we're going to see what we can do from here. So we're now going to go and start placing furnitures for these typical shops and placing convenience furnitures for this as well, since we're already getting somewhere via this facade and form. So I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save our project. Okay, let's go to this convenience now. We are going to go and place some WC. So I'm going to click on component. I'm just going to place the sinks first. I'm going to place each of these convenience to have its own sink. Then I'm just going to do the same here. Then I'm going to place some WC water closet. So I'm going to look for WC. I can just click on search and type WC. Then I'm going to click on it, then just paste one here and paste another one here. Okay, so now I'm going to be placing some furnitures for these typical spaces here. I'm also going to create an opening and curtain wall here for ventilating this space in particular, at least windows here, even if it's into the concourse. So I'm going to click on modify, I'm going to click on split, and I'm just going to click on split tool here, and I'm just going to open this point here to about this, and I'm going to also open this point here to about I'm going to drag this dimension from this point to, let's say, Ctrl Z. Let me click on this and set this at okay, let me just hit Ctrl Z. Okay, so I'm going to leave this for now. So let's continue placing the furniture. So of course I'm going to click on this shelf here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to organize a design for these typical shops. So I want the shop to be in a way that people can access it, meet the salesperson, and choose whatever they want. So I'm just going to rotate this by 90 degrees here. Then I'm going to move it to this corner. So I'm going to establish my circulation path, which I'm going to leave at 900 millimeter from this point here, and also 900 millimeter from here. Then I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to make sure I check this copy. Then I'm just going to copy this here. So I'm going to select both of them, and I'm going to just copy this here, and I think this is fine. So once I've done this, I can select the four of them, and I can just click on copy, and I can copy it by 2.4 meters, I think, or 2.1 meter. Okay, so we have a working shop. So now I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on components. So I'm going to look for any table I can find, any table and office chair. So I'm going to put this office chair here, maybe for the cashier. Okay, Ctrl Z. I mistakenly placed it. I'm going to click on space, and then I'm going to place this here. Then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to look for a nice table. Let me just search on table. Then okay, since I don't have a table here, I could load in the component, or I could just, let me search again. Okay, so I'm going to put this decks here. So I'm going to hover around here. Once I see this point here, I'm just going to hover and put this here. So we have some furniture for this office space. So I'm going to hold Control, or rather this lettable space. So I'm going to hit Control, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to just be pasting this here, and I'm going to paste this here as well. Alright, so once this is done, what we can simply do is to select this as well, select this four, and we can just click on mirror, and we can just mirror it to this other wall here. So we have the same thing on this wall. So now we have done this, we can now go over here and copy some of these things. So I'm just going to click on copy, and copy from this point here. Then I'm going to click on rotate, and I'm going to rotate this by let me rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move it gently and move it to this point. Then I'm going to move it out. Okay, so these ones are not accurate like the other ones, but I think we can still manage. Okay, so now this is done. We can select this four here. Then we can just click on move, and we can just move it a bit upwards by, let's say, 720. Okay, so we have some typical shops here. Then we have an office space. So we can just click on this and copy some furniture into this office space here for serving this major open space. So once I've copied this, I'm going to click on rotate it 180 degrees. Then I'm just going to paste one here. I'm going to click copy and paste another one here, and paste another one here. So once I've done this, I can just hold these three of them, or rather the 6 of them, click on mirror, and just mirror it from this point. So what we have now is like an office space where the people working can just work together. So it's just like a general office space for maybe meetings and everything pertaining to this hall here. Okay, so now we can, all these other minor furnitures, I don't think they're really necessary. So now we have done this, we know we have placed some furnitures, so we can now start going into the higher level. I think we don't need this wall here, because I believe once we are done with this part, we are going to mirror it to this other side. So I'm just going to delete these walls for now because I don't think we need it. Okay, so now we have done this. Now we are going to go to the first floor level. Okay, so we're just going to click on FFL 03. So basically you can see what we did here. The first floor is still going to contain typical floor. So what we are going to do, the only difference is that we are going to void off this place. So we are going to create another wall here. So what this wall is going to serve as is this wall is going to now block off this place, since we know that there is nobody that is going to access here, since it's going to be a double or rather triple volume. So I'm going to click on wall now. Under this wall, I'm just going to change it back to this normal 2254. Then I'm going to reset the constraints to 0 and set the top constraint at second floor. Set it at typical fourth floor. So I'm just going to draw a wall from here to this point. Okay, so now we have filled up this place. Now I think most of these spaces can serve. It's just that the only difference will be this emergency. So in this emergency, we'll need to block off one of these spaces, since this is still an emergency space. So what we are going to be doing is that we are just going to click on this wall here, and we're going to continue it here. So the reason why we're clicking on this wall is so this will still be an emergency lobby, so people can come here and reach this staircase. So I'm going to draw a wall, and this wall is going to be up to typical floor. Then I'm going to draw the wall from here to this point. So I'm just going to try and select from this point here and draw the wall up to this point. So I'm going to click and I'm going to move it. So we have this wall here. I can click on this wall here, go over to this junction here, and just click on this point here and click on mirror. Okay, so now we have done this. We can just click on this and drag this to this point, and click on this and drag this here. Okay, so now we are going to go back to this DPC, and what we are going to do now is we are going to highlight every furniture, every door, window and curtain wall we place. Okay, let's start from only the furnitures. So we are going to highlight everything here. We are going to click on filter, or I'm going to click on cancel. I'm going to hold control, highlight everything here. I'm also going to hold control and highlight everything here. Okay, then I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to go to check none. I'm going to click on door, furniture, and I'm going to click on plumbing fixtures. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to hold shift to deselect every furniture in this hall here, since I'm not going to use it. I'm going to hold shift to deselect this door. I'm going to hold shift again. Then I'm going to hold shift to deselect this garage door. I think so basically I'm just going to hold shift to deselect this, because I don't want this wall to run up to that level, to the typical floor. So once I've done this, I'm now going to hold control to select these cut glazing panels. So I'm going to select this one too, select this one. I'm also going to go over here, select this. Okay, this duct, I don't think it will need it, so I'm just going to hold shift and deselect it. So once this is done, I can just click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected view. Then I can just paste it to first and second floor. Then I'm going to click OK. So we're going to make some modifications, because remember we said we wanted the second floor to be office spaces. So in office spaces, you cannot just compromise privacy. So I'm going to delete these doors here, and I'm going to click on this particular 4 walls here. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to set these walls back to the first floor as a top constraint. So I'm going to click on delete instance. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a way to work with these spaces now, since on this higher floor they are not serving as service spaces for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break up here, and I'm going to delete these furnitures first. So now what I'm just going to do, I'm going to delete this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create another corridor here, a kind of a mini corridor here. So this can also serve as a space, as a lettable space for offices and shops. Okay, so I'm going to delete these doors here. I'm even going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to drag it, only secluding it to the first floor. Okay, so now I'm going to click on delete this. So I think this is still okay. The convenience here is very fine, and all these cutting walls here are still good and fine. This escape lobby is still very nice. Okay, and this place will be a void, so we can go to annotate, we can go to detail line, and we can just draw an X to indicate that is actually a void. So I'm going to just start from here and draw a line to this point. Then I'm going to draw another line to this point. Okay, honestly this shape is kind of a bit tricky, so okay, so what I'm going to do, let me just draw it like this way. So I think this serves to indicate that this is a void. So now I'm going to go to architecture again. I'm going to click on walls. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to draw a wall up to the typical floor from this first floor, and I'm going to draft the wall from this point here. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on modify, I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to be splitting these walls here and splitting these walls. Okay, before I do that, first I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to try and make the distance, the offset 1.5, since it's only going to access a few of these spaces. Then I'm just going to drag this. Okay, I'll click on this, make it 1.5. So since this is this way now, I'm now going to click on split. I'm going to click on split here. I'm going to click on split here again. Let me just click on HH to hide this column here, so I can work with these walls freely. So since, if you remember, this wall serve an integral row on the ground floor, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to click on split here, and I'm going to split this element here. I'm also going to split this wall here and split this wall here. So once I select this wall and select this wall, I can set the top constraints to be at first floor level, and I'm going to delete this instance here. So once I've done this, I can also click on split and do the same thing here. First floor level, set it to first floor level, so it won't exceed where I want it to exceed. So now I now have the freedom of doing what I want to do here. So if you go back to the ground floor, just to confirm what we didn't mess up anything, you can see it didn't affect anything because we set our constraints right. So I'm going to go to this first floor, and I'm going to start augmenting or modifying the furnitures in this space, since this space is no longer what we intended it to be. So of course, even here, so I'm going to make this a central big office space, so it's also going to serve. So I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split element here. I'm going to click on this column, click HH to temporarily hide it. Then I'm just going to click on split to just split this wall here. Then I'm going to change the wall top level, top constraint to first floor level. So remember I said we are still in the first floor, so we would still need to leave this first floor as Control Y. We still need to leave this first floor as lettable shops. So this first floor is still meant to serve as lettable shops. So what we are going to do now is we are now going to go back to the ground floor DPC. So we are just going to click on this, and we are going to select this as well. Then we are going to click on copy to clipboard. We are going to click on paste, copy, paste, align to selected level, and we're going to click on first floor. Okay, so now we have clicked on first floor. We're going to go back to this first floor. So what we're going to do is, since this office space we want it to be here, okay, we can still leave these lettable shops facing this area. It's not really appropriate for it to face the convenience, or rather it faces here, but okay, I can still do that. So what I'll just do is I'm going to click on this, I'm going to click on this, select all of them again. Then I'm going to click on this mirror tool. I'm going to uncheck this copy, find the center point accurately, and just mirror everything here to here. So now I've done this, I can now click on another mirror tool again. This time I'm going to check the copy, and I'm just going to try and select a center point here. If I can't do that, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from here to here. Then I'm just going to select it again. Then I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to find the middle point here and mirror it here. So now what I'm just going to do is I'm going to hold shift, deselect these two cutting walls, then I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move it to this point here. Then I'm going to click on copy, pick this point and copy it here. So we are now going to have some set of lettable shops here. So we can also have another one here. I doubt if this lobby, this 1.5 meter, is not too big, but I think we'll manage. So I'll click on door, and I'm just going to place a single swing door here. That is this D1, and I'm going to place it somewhere here. So now we have a design for the first floor. So I think it's nice. So we're going to click on this wall. We're going to make sure this base offset is minus 450. So it's going to, let me click on cancel, set it at minus 450. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this DPC and see what it's telling me and what is the issue. So I'm going to go back to first floor, and it's not meant to. Okay, I'm just going to drag this to this point. So I'm going to go over here as well. I'm going to click on this, change this to minus 450. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm now going to go to this space here, and I'm going to just try and arrange something here. So I'm going to copy this, click on copy. I'm going to copy this to this wing here. I'm going to rotate this, rotate it to about 90 degrees. Then I'm going to just place it here. Then I'm just going to copy these same things here. Then click on copy. Then copy one here. Then I think I can still do some more copies, but let me just, okay, I can still click on this, click on this, click on copy. Copy this from here to about 1.2. So I'm just going to click on copy. And I'm going to copy this to 2.1. I'm going to also copy this here. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to delete this one here, or I'm going to rather select all these four here, or delete these two here. Okay, so just for safety's sake, it's always safe for the owner of a store to be directly close to the door for security reason. So I'm just going to move this chair here from backing this whole shelf, and I'm going to rotate it to 90 degrees. So I'm just going to move it here. Okay, so we now have another lettable shop here. I can delete this now since we don't need it. So this is going to be a general storage and warehouse for these whole things. Okay, so now this, so far we have done a very nice work. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to this second floor. So this second floor is similar to the first floor. The only difference is that we are going to change the furniture arrangement and make these office spaces instead of lettable shops. So we are going to delete all of this here. Okay, so now this is done. We're going to go back to this first floor. We're going to click on this staircase here. So this staircase is from DPC to first floor. So we're going to go back to DPC. We're going to click on it. We're also going to click on this, and we're going to click on copy to clipboard. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels. So we're going to paste one at first floor and one at second floor, and we're going to click OK. So this second floor is leading to the mezzanine floor. Okay, now we have done this, we are going to go back to the first floor, which I think the first floor is set. Then we're now going to go back to second floor. So in this second floor, we are just going to, okay, let's go back to first floor, and we're going to select 1, 2, 3, 4. Select this. Then we're just going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected level, and we're going to paste it in the second floor level, which is the level for office spaces. So we're going to go to this second floor. This second floor is now like a corporate space for the offices. I can delete this here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to start placing some seats just to indicate it's an office space. So you can still see that this our generic corridor layout is still working perfectly, in the sense that you have a layout here, you have a wing, circulation wing here, you also have a circulation wing on that side, and this is a void because there will be major spaces here. So we are just going to click on this, and we're going to kind of create an office layout for these chairs. So I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this table here. So what I'm going to do is that, okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. I'm going to select both of them, and I'm just going to copy this to this point 2.4. Then I'm going to copy, click on copy, and just click on this point here and paste it here at this point. So I'm going to try and move and make sure it's joined perfectly together. Then I'm just going to click on this Okay, click on this, then I'm going to click copy again and see whether it will be able to accommodate these spaces. Okay, so since it's a bit tight, I'm just going to delete this one and I'm going to leave it as 4 for now. Okay, so the details of the furniture arrangement in this scale, for this purpose, I'm not going to go too much in detail on it, although it can still be very important to show how the space will function very well. So we have a set of office tables and we're just going to move this here. So let's just say this is the manager's table. So we're just going to use this as a generic layout of the office spaces and copy this here. We can move this backwards a bit and balance out this space here. Then we can click on copy again to copy this. So now we can just, in this space here, we can just set a generic office here. We can just click on this, click on copy, and we're going to click on this. So we can select this two here. So another thing, I'll need to put a very big window running across all the floors here. So I'm just going to click on copy and move. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select all of this here. Then I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror it to the to this other wing. So I'm just going to adjust it a bit. I'm going to push this backwards by 300. So I think there will be some provisions here. So we have some bigger offices here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to try and select all these spaces here and see if I can mirror it to this wing. Or if not for mirror it, I'll see if I can copy it. So I'm just going to click on copy, click on this point here, copy it here first. Then I'm going to click on rotate and rotate it by 90 degrees. So I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to try and move this here. So I can use the navigation key on my keyboard to adjust it however I want. Then once I've adjusted it, I'm just going to click on mirror. This time I'm going to use my Visual Pro OS to select a center point. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to move this back. Okay, so we have some office spaces here, some lettable office spaces. So I remember I said I'm going to create a window here and a glazing here, very important. So I'm also going to go over here and I'm just going to try and arrange some office spaces. So I'm going to be using the same layout here. I'm just going to click on copy, paste this here. So I'm just going to go over here and rotate this by 90. Then once I've done this, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to mirror it to this other wing here. Going to select both of them and I'm going to click on copy, select this point here, copy it to here, copy it to here. Okay, so we can still have some more spaces for some office seats. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to click on copy. Since in an office space you want some level of privacy in the office, I won't allow any seats to be backing another seat. So I'm going to rotate this by 180 degrees and I'm going to select both of them and push this to the wall. So I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this space here, this furniture here, and this. So I think so far we can use this as a storage, whatever. It's nothing too complicated. I can now click on another copy space and paste this here. So I think so far we have created enough office spaces. We have a general convenience to serve everybody, including 8 convenience per each wing, which I think can do justice. Okay, so now we are going to be placing some windows and some glazing here. So we are going to make sure this whole space is well serviced. Okay, so what we are going to do now is we are going to go over to this DPC. And in this DPC, we are now going to draw a few curtain walls here. We are going to draw a curtain wall here, and we are also going to draw another one here. Okay, so I think this should be a window, so I don't think this should be a curtain wall. So let's start from the main curtain wall. I'm going to click on walls. Under these walls, I'm going to set this at long glazing tray. Then I'm going to draw a profile from here up till this mezzanine 1. I'm going to put the offset as -450. Then I'm just going to draw it here. Okay, so we have our glazing now. I can click on this and make this 2001. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go over here. So I remember I said I want to craft a long window, so I'm going to go to walls. Under walls, I'm going to be using the normal curtain wall system, and I'm just going to draw a window at this point. The window is going to start from here and stop at the lintel 2. I think this is the lintel. Okay, lintel 1. I'm going to click on 0, click on this, offset 300. Then I'm just going to draw this here up to 1 point. I'm going to try and make the window as big as possible, so I'm going to make it up to 1.2. So I'll try as much as possible to ventilate that space, this space well. So I'm going to go to 3D view. I don't think it should be hanging since we use the crop region very well to segment everything we're doing. So I'm just going to click on HH for this curtain wall here, this wall here. Going to click on HH. You can see my system temperature is already rising just from this small thing. So I'm just going to click on left. Okay, or rather I'm going to click on this corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to cutting grid. It's asking me to save project again, which there's no problem. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go to add cutting grid. I'm also going to add another cutting grid here. I'm going to click escape, click on this, change this to 600. Then I'm going to click on architecture mullion. I'm going to click on all grid lines, and this time I'm going to select my mullion main, and I'm going to just select this. So I'm going to click on tab keyboard. I'm going to click on tab again to select this second panel. Then I'm going to click on pane, click on this and change it to curtain wall window. So I'm just going to click on it now. Since it's on each floor, I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views. I'm going to now set it at first floor, second floor, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so if you remember, these are mezzanine floor where for services. So I'm going to click on HR to unhide everything I've previously hid. So we are going to go back to the second floor. So I think in the second floor we are now going to do some things. So let's go back to typical floor first. So remember that in this typical floor we did some things, and those things meant adjusting something. So we're just going to click on this railing family, and we're just going to try and adjust it to a proper position like here. So I'm going to click on finish. So unfortunately I'll have to do this for all the floors, delete all the railings there and copy it to all the floor. But for now, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select this wall here, select this wall as well. I'm also going to select this one too, select this one, select this one, select this, and select this one too, select this one. So after I've selected this, I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to paste it at the remaining suspended floors, mezzanine, second floor and first floor. So this is going to help me define that wing properly. So now I've done this, I'm going to go to typical floor now. So in this typical floor, I want to do something. So this typical fourth floor, I will need to create some dwarf walls here. So this dwarf walls is what is going to mark the parapet where will now be the working space for this typical floor, because this typical floor is the start of the typical floors. So it's just after the mezzanine. So it's not really a typical because I'm going to see the slab here, the podium slab will start from there. So I'm going to go to this underlay and I'm just going to click on mezzanine 1. So now I've clicked on this mezzanine 1, we are going to see what, okay, let me just click on it to even lintel 3 instead of mezzanine 1. So we're going to see all the walls that are supposed to be here. Okay, so I think so far these are the walls that are supposed to be here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on architecture, I'm going to click on walls. So this time I'm going to be selecting this normal. Okay, let me go to annotate first. I'm going to click on detail line. So because I want to create an effect here, I want to create something like a shading device for this curtain walls here. So I'm going to create like an offset and eave to hold that shading device. So I'm going to go to detail line first, and I'm just going to pick here. I'm going to pick here as well. I'm also going to pick here. I'm going to pick here too. I'm going to pick here as well. Okay. Then once I've done this, I'm now going to pick here. I think this is the final one, so I don't need to eave here. So I'm just going to click on trim. I'm going to trim here to this point. Then I'm just going to trim this line here to this point here. then I'm just okay, this one is already trimmed, so I'm going to click on offset again, and this time I'm going to be offsetting 1.2, or rather let me just offset 1.5. I hope this makes sense, but I doubt, but there is no problem. So once I offset 1.5, I'm going to offset this, offset this, offset this, offset this. So now at this point is with this is important because I'm going to from this point draw my entrance porch walls. So this entrance porch walls is going to be like the cover for the entrance. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to walls. So under this walls, I'm going to go to this normal generic white wall 225. Then I'm going to make sure this base offset is at minus 450. Then I'm going to make the top offset to be at minus 2.1. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to click on walls. Instead of wall center line, I'm going to click on finish face exterior, and I'm then going to pick here as well, pick here as well. I'm going to pick here, and I'm going to pick here. So now I've done with this, I'm now going to go to click on this finish face exterior, change this to wall center line, click on this pick wall too, and I'm going to draw a parapet wall from here up to this point. Then the same thing too, I'm going to draw another one from here up to this point. So now I've done this, I'm now going to do some trimming. So I'm going to go to modify, I'm going to go to trim, and I'm going to trim this here. I'm going to trim this here, going to trim this here. Okay, so we now have something to serve as like our entrance porch. So I'm going to click on escape again, I'm going to click on architectural wall, then I'm going to draw a wall from this point here. Then I'm going to click on this and put it at 0, then draw another wall from here. Okay, so now we are done with this. We can now know that okay, this is what it's going to be. So I'm going to now also mark out the portion of our swimming pool. So the swimming pool is very important because I want to create a swimming pool in this podium, so people can come from this center point here. I'm also going to make an opening for, click on this and put an opening for some single swing doors in some of these panels. So I'm going to click on, for this instance, I'm going to click this, I'm going to click on tab again, hold Control, select this, unpin this here, and I'm just going to change this to double swing. Let me just change it to double glass doors. So what this does is that it's going to make people access this top here. So on this top of this podium, you can put a lot of things, and once people walk here, they can access the whole high rise to this communal facility here. So in this communal facility, I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line again, I'm going to pick some lines here. So I'm going to pick here, I'm going to pick here again, and I'm going to pick here. There's a reason I like picking lines first. I'm going to pick here first too, and I'm going to pick here too. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to offset a safe distance for the water in the pool. So I'm going to be offsetting 4.2 first. I'm going to offset 4.2 from here. I'm going to offset 4.2. I'm also going to offset, I'm going to offset 3 meter from this external wings. 3 meter here, 3 meter here, 3 meter. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to click on trim. So there's a kind of wall I have, I used to call it pool wall. So it's something that helps me draw my pool very well. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to walls. Under this wall, I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm still going to see if I can still have that pool wall. If I don't have it, I'm going to click on edit type, I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 01 pool wall. Then once I've given it this name, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm just going to change the material. So I'm going to have a pool wall material created before in this template. If I don't have, I'm going to create ASAP. Okay, so this is just, I don't have something like that, so I'm going to click backspace. So I'm going to click on this duplicate, then I'm going to name this 01 pool wall. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on use render appearance, click on this, go to appearance, go to stone, or I'm just going to look for ceramic. Under this ceramic, I'm now going to select this blue mosaic, click on graphics, change this foreground to none, click on apply, okay. So what I'm going to do for this pool wall is that I'm going to set the constraints kind of uniquely. So this top offset, I'm going to make it minus 2250. So it's only going to be one step to enter the pool. Then I'm going to set the base offset to mezzanine, and I'm going to set the offset from the mezzanine to be about 1.5. So you can see the total depth to come out, but I still feel this depth has an issue. So I'm going to make this offset 1.2. 1.2 might be a bit tight for maintenance, but I think it's something that is better that way. So it's going to be like a safe offset from the floor above the hall, or I could even reduce the slab at that point, so it still doesn't mean. So I can just make it I can even make it 900. So the swimming pool will be 1.8 meters deep, but just for the sake of safety, let's make it 1.5 and make the swimming pool 1.2 meters deep. So I'm going to click on pick line 2. I'm going to click on finish face exterior. I'm going to change this back to mezzanine 1, so it's going to not spoil because once you are not in a floor, Revit has this behavior of resetting the constraint back for you unless you go to that floor. So I'm just going to pick the swimming pool walls. Okay, so now this is done. I think we have done some nice work. I'm just going to, I can delete the lines later. I think I don't need them, so I can delete this line here. So now I'm going to go and turn off this underlay. So I'm going to see what I want to see. So from this underlay, what we have done now is we have created the pool walls. We have already allocated space for this pool. So I can now click on delete to these detail lines. So we are now going to have something of substance here on this pool deck. So now another thing is we can now create some railings. So this railings is kind of what will border around this point here. So it's going to protect and give a barrier to this. So I'm going to go to architecture, and so what I want to do now is the same way I created a band of green area, I want to create a band of green area on this podium. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line again. I'm going to click on pick, and I'm going to pick here as well. I'm going to also pick here too, and pick here. Then I'm going to click on offset. I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 600. I think 600 is enough for a green area. Yeah, 600 here. So this still gives provision for good movement around this top area. Although here is a bit tight, but I think overall it still gives provision for good movement. If I go to detail line, the distance from here to here is about 1.8 or something. So now I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to set this back to the normal generic 2254. So let me just set it at 2254. I'm going to click on reset constraints, and the top level is going to be at lintel 4. So I'm going to put the offset as minus 2100. So this is just going to, I want this to just serve, click on this location wall, finish wall exterior. So I'm going to make this interior. So I'm just going to draw a wall here. I'm going to pick here too. Okay, I made a mistake. Hit Ctrl Z, hit Ctrl Z, hit Ctrl Z again. Then I'm just going to go over here, go to pick finish face exterior, pick here. So it's going to offset outwards. So once I've done this, I can just trim this. So now I think I can create a railing. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railing here. Under this railing is this normal railing, offset it by 150. Then I'm going to click on pick. I'm going to pick here as well. Then I'm going to pick here. I'm going to click on tab, pick here. Click on tab here, pick here too. Click on tab here, pick here. Then pick here. So I'm going to click on finish. So now you have seen we have already designated, at least have an idea of what this podium will be like. So now what we are going to do is we are going to go to 3D now, and we are going to see what we are doing. So one important thing is that we made a mistake. We mistakenly set this wall as normal wall. So we are going to click on tab. I'm also going to click on this. Click on this here. Click on this. So I'm going to change it back to the normal wall. Okay, so now we are going to look out for some things. We are going to be drawing some walls and closing up some issues. So what we are going to do now is we are now going to go over to this point. Okay, we haven't changed this one. Okay, so now we are going to look at this. We are going to see where this wall stopped. So we are going to be drawing a wall closing up this place from the mezzanine floor. So we're also going to do that for this wing here. So we're going to go to this top view now. So what we are going to do now is we are now going to draw a wall here. So I'm going to go to architecture, wall, and I'm going to set the wall at this generic 225 wall. Then I'm going to set the base offset as mezzanine 1 and the top offset as typical, not typical 5th floor, typical 4th floor. Then I'm going to click on this as 0. So now I'm just going to draw a wall from here. I think I'm going to set it at wall center line, and I'm going to draw a wall from here to this point. Okay, then I'm going to do the same thing for here. So this is a bit confusing, but once we start creating floors, I think it's going to come out well. So now what we are going to do is we are going to go to floor now, and they say it cannot work with this view. So what we are going to do, we are going to click on set. We are going to click on set work plane. Instead of walls, we are going to change the work plane to, we're going to change it to mezzanine 1, and we're going to click OK. So I'm going to click on floors. So under these floors, I'm going to try and create a nice pool floor. So I'm just going to click on this, click on edit, duplicate, and call this pool floor. So in this pool floor, I'm just going to apply the same mosaic tiles as the pool wall. I'm going to click on it and click on pool. So I'm going to click on pool wall, click OK, click OK, click apply, click OK. Then I'm going to click on pick elements here. Once I click on this, I'm now going to set the offset just the way I did it, 1.5 meter, and I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now we have done this, we can now create the water in the pool, and for this we can use extrusion. We can go to component, model in place, we can go to casework, or we can go to, you can even use floors so it will be visible. Click on this, click OK. Then we can click on extrusion, set work plane, pick a plane, pick this plane, click on profile, select everything here, click on top view. Then we're just going to pick all these edges here. Then we're going to put a distance of 1150. So we're now going to put this material as water. So we're going to be using this site water or fountain water, and we're going to click OK, and we're going to click finish and finish. So we have already established our swimming pool, and this swimming pool is going to be over this big space here, but it's going to be buffered by the mezzanine floor. So we're now going to go to this mezzanine 2 floor. So in this mezzanine 2 floor, I think we're now going to copy the floor from there and copy it to this mezzanine 1 floor. So I'm just going to click on this slab here. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to set it at mezzanine 1 and click OK. So if I go to this mezzanine 1 now, we can see that it's still looking very, very empty. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to adjust this mezzanine 1 to fit what it's meant to do. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit boundary. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the whole boundary from this wing, the whole lines here. Then I'm also going to delete that of this wing too. Okay, so now this is a bit confusing. I'm going to delete this. So I'm just going to click on pick line too. I'm just going to be picking these external lines first. So once I pick it first, I'm now going to trim this. So now, in this mezzanine floor, we haven't worked on it, so there isn't much of anything existing there. So I'm going to click on escape and drag this here, and I'm just going to trim this. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're now going to go to the, while still editing this, so we're just going to go to DPC. So in this DPC now, I think we are now going to be given the opportunity to pick the profile. Well, so I'm going to click on pick. I'm going to just pick this wing here. I'm going to go over here, pick this wing here. I'm now going to go over here. So the reason why I'm going quick ahead to just create a floor for this mezzanine level is me too, I'm getting confused. So this floor is going to establish some definitions while we're working in 3D. So we'll know this is the mezzanine floor, and this is the floor barricading whatever is going on down there. So now what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to hover around this, click on mirror, select all of this, then click on mirror. Then I'm just going to mirror this here. Okay, so now I've done this, I don't think this is accurate, so I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this to this point. So I think it's accurate now. So now I'm going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here and click finish. Don't attach. So now we are now going to go, and we are going to go to 3D now and see what we've done. So the advantage of this is this has given us some definition. We know which one is the mezzanine floor. So if we are working with these walls now, we'll now be confused on what to do exactly. So we can see that we have a wall here and we have another wall here. So I don't want these walls to just come in like this. I want them to actually offset down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set their base offset to -450. And I'm just going to set the top offset to the top constraint to mezzanine 1. So what happens here is I'm going to create like a dwarf wall in all of this. Then once I create a dwarf wall, I'm now going to run some railings to kind of cover the mezzanine floor. So I'm going to rotate this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to click on this wall, and I'm going to click on a top offset of 300. So now this 300 has made the mezzanine floor open, so it's just basically the columns carrying it. So now it's open, I can now go and do some things like create that railing there just to guard it well. So this floor now I can click on this and click on it to typical 4th floor, because I think that is where it's meant to be. So I'm just going to complete this wall here. So you can see what this floor has done for us. It has now given us a good view of what we are doing very well. So I'm going to rotate this here, and I'm going to see if any wall here needs some resolving. So I don't think any of them needs it, so I think we are good to go in this aspect basic. So for this particular parapet, I want it to be more defined than this, so I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on the top the base offset to be at mezzanine 1. So it's going to be down ahead. I'm also going to click on this, set the base constraint to mezzanine 1. Okay, then in this mezzanine 1, I'm now going to click on this, set this base offset to be 1.2 meter. Okay, so I think this is good the way it is. So now what we are going to be doing now, since we have created a floor here, we're also now going to create a floor for this podium here. So we're going to go to this typical 4th floor. So in this typical 4th floor, we're just going to create kind of like a pseudo floor for this podium. So we're going to define this podium space well, create the green area and barricading it. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to floor. Under this floor now, I'm now going to click on this and change it to slab main, or rather I'm going to change it to a more, I'm going to call this DPC slab, or I'm just going to call this, let me use roof deck. So I'm going to change this offset to 0. So now I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to pick lines here. I'm going to pick these walls here, pick here as well. Just pick all these walls that are not the external walls of the building. Pick here, pick here, pick here. Okay, so instead of doing the same thing, let me just try and trim everything here, then mirror it, because this will waste my time. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to select all these lines here, hold Control, make sure I've selected everything. Then I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to pick this point right to this point. So I don't know where the walls overlap, but I think I'm going to find it out later when I want to click on finish. But this is risky, sure. So I'm just going to pick this too. So now I'm going to click on trim. I'm going to pick this too. Then I'm just going to trim this here. So now I'm going to go here and pick some lines too. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to trim this line here. So I'm going to stop the floor here. I'm going to click on escape, delete this, and I'm just going to basically leave this like this. Then I'm going to click on pick line tool again, and I'm just going to click on tab and select around this pool and click on finish. So it's going to show it's overlapping, so I'm going to click on show. I'm going to click on continue, so it has showed me where the issue is. So I'm going to delete it and click on finish, don't attach. So if I go to 3D now, you can see that this now has now been defined. We now know that, okay, this is the podium, so we now know under it is the mezzanine floor. So now we now have a clear view of what the building, how the building actually is. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is we're now going to start setting our upper model for the final touch. So now before I do that, I'm just going to select this wall here and I'm going to change the base offset to the mezzanine 1 level. Okay, so I'm going to make this 300, the offset from 300. So I think this is fine in of itself. So after I've done this, I'm now going to create my green belt here that is going to go around. So I'm going to go to this typical 4th floor again. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floors. Then I'm going to set this at grass 3. Then I'm just going to pick some lines here. Ctrl Z. Pick some of these lines here. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Click tab. Okay, just pick here and pick here. So now I'm just going to click on trim. After I've clicked on trim, I'm just going to trim this too as well. So now I'm going to click on this offset and I'm going to offset this by 300 and I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click on done. So I'm just going to go to 3D and I'm just going to rotate this way. So now what I'm going to do now is I can see some obstructions here, like I can see this walls coming out here. So I'm just going to select all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, then I'm just going to change the top offset to -150, so it's not going to obstruct. So you can see that we have we can also click on this one too. Click on this one, -150. So this is some good stuff. Let's just create some windows for this wing here and create some windows here. So let's go back to, I think, DPC. Alright, so now we're just going to place some windows in some of these project parts, and I'm going to try and make sure. Okay, for example, we have an issue here, so I'm going to click on this and try and centralize this. So I'm going to try and move this off here to about 300. Then since it's not removing, I'm going to drag it manually off and change this to drag it to 2.1. Okay, so now I think this is done. I think this is good. I can change this to 300 now. So I think it's kind of balanced. So I'm going to go to this point here. I'm going to go to walls. Under this wall, I'm just going to simply go to back to this typical 4th floor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this WC convenience window here. Click on this. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to align it to the DPC. So I'm going to go back to this DPC now. So I'm going to look for where it is, which is here, and I'm just going to start moving it around and copying it. So I'm going to click on move. I'm going to move this here, and I'm going to rotate it. Click on rotate and rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to try and place it one after the other. So I'm going to place this here. So I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to place this here as well. I'm going to place this here. I'm going to click on this, reduce it to 1001. Drag this and place this here. Then I'm just going to be doing the same for the rest of this convenience. So after I've done this, I can select 4 of them. I can click on mirror, select this wall here and mirror it here. So once this is done, I can just go over here, click on this, click on copy, and copy it, another one here. Then rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to move this and move this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag and extend this to this point here. Then I'm going to hit this cutting grid and I'm going to put it at 1.2 meter each. I'm going to go to cutting grids 2, add some more. Okay, after I do that, I'm going to go to munion, all grid line, and set the munions. So I think this is fine. Then I'm just going to go over here, click on this, click on copy, copy this to this point too. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to drag this here. Click on delete element, delete this element. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, 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 go to filter, uncheck these windows, click OK, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, go over first, second. I don't think I need it for mezzanine, so I'm just going to click OK. Okay, this is fine and good. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to go over here and we're just going to mirror this emergency escape stair here. We're going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror this at this point here. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to go to first floor. So in this first floor, we're now going to be creating some glaze panels here, since we have already created for this point and this point. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to go over here. We're going to click on this and we're going to click on copy, and we're going to copy this from this point here to this point. So instead of just placing this here, we're going to change the constraint on this from DPC to first floor. So after changing it to first floor, we're going to make the offsets to be about 300 millimeter from first floor. Then we're just going to go over here and we're just going to mirror this. So you see, like, modeling a high rise is simply no joke. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this here. Delete elements. Okay, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm just going to click here, disconnect it from the wall. Then I'm going to click on move, click on this point here, click on this and move this here. Then I'm going to drag this and extend it to this. Okay, so our emergency is proper. So now I'm going to go over here. I'm going to just try and click on this. I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to copy this from here and paste it here. So after I've done this, I'm going to drag this and drag this to this point. I'm going to change the offset height to 300. Then I'm going to click on 0, change this to lintel 2, or rather change this to lintel 2, not lintel 1. Then click on this and click on copy, paste, align to selected levels and paste it on second floor. Okay, so let's just go to 3D. This one was just showing some errors. So you can see I'll need to delete this. Okay, So what we're going to do now, you can see how it's already good. So now what I want to do now is I want to model the facade panels I'm going to use to shade these curtain walls. So this is like the main key of this design. So in this design, in this facade, we can also do some things like we can change the panels, replace this with some panels, with some like cladding panels, the way we did for this center part of this model. We can do all that, but we are now going to settle down and we're going to model the shading devices. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to the NGL, that is the natural ground level. So for these facade panels to work, we are going to need to create what we call reference planes. So reference planes are imaginary planes where you can set your modeling on. So it's just going to help you serve as a modeling tool. So I'm just going to click on RP, that is the shortcut for reference planes, and we're going to draw a reference plane. So I'm just going to click on this reveal hidden element here. So I think I hit the former reference plane, so I'm just going to type RP, and you're going to see the option. The reference plane will come out here. So I'm also going to draw another one. Once you draw it, you can change the name. I'm going to call this side plane. Then I'm going to draw another one here and call this front plane. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and I'm also going to click on view, and I'm going to draw a section line here. So this section line is going to help as a guide here. So I'm going to draw one section line here, and I'm also going to click on this section line, this existing section line, and I'm just going to move it to this point here. Okay, so now this section line, I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to click on this zigzag icon over here and just change the direction to view here. So I'm just going to extend this view here. I'm going to do the same for this. So I'm going to click on this section first, and I'm going to start creating the panels for this. I'm also going to create another section here. So I'm just going to draw the third section here. So this section line is for me to view these panels and do what I want to do. Okay, so I think I know what I'm going to do. So now I'm just going to go over to this underlay. I'm going to change this underlay to view the typical fourth floor. So once I'm clicking on view the typical fourth floor, I'm going to see that offset we gave for this shading device that the shading device is going to rest on. So what I'm just going to do is now I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to component. I'm going to turn off this reveal hidden element. I'm just going to go to components, model in place. I'm going to go to casework. I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to click on extrusion. So in this extrusion, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to change this to brown panels. I'm going to look for that brown panels, or let me just look for, okay. So I'm just going to click on right click, and I'm going to duplicate, and I'm going to click OK. So after I've done this, I'm now going to go over here and look at this wall here where the shading device I propose is going to be hanging from. So I'm going to hit TL to turn off these thick lines. Then I'm going to draw a line here to this center point. I'm going to draw a line here to 100, or I can even make it 150mm thick since the scale is like this. So I'm first going to draw another one here. I'm just going to call this, move this at on 10. I'm going to move this at 10 too. So after I've done this, I'm just going to trim this. Then I'm going to select this, and I'm just going to be copying it at intervals. So I'm going to copy this at intervals of 300. Or rather, I'm going to move it more, and I'm going to move the intervals at 450. So let me just experiment. If the thing doesn't look good at this spacing, I'm going to reduce it. So instead of doing this kind of hard labor, I'm just going to click on this, copy this, select all of this again. So I'm just going to be copying it in these multiples as it's multiplying. So after I'm done with this, I'm now going to go over here. So in this place is kind of going to be a bit peculiar because this is an angled region. So and one thing about this kind of thing is that you can't just select this and use the tool. So to hit Ctrl Z. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on this and delete this and stop this here. So I'm just going to click on finish. So of course you can see, so there are some issues, so I'm just going to try and resolve this. I'm going to click on this too. I'm going to click on copy this to here, see if I replicated the mistake somewhere else, and I'm just going to click finish. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change the extrusion end to 9000. Then I'm going to go to 3D view and I'm going to see how it's looking here. So once it's done like this, I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to drag this to meet up with this point here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to try a model one that I'm going to array to this. Then I'm just going to try and mirror this one. So I'm going to go back to this NGL and I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit part. Then I'm just going to delete everything first. So now I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to draw a line from this, pick a line from this point here. Then I'm going to try and get the focal point. So I'm going to try and pick and get the focal point from here. So I'm just going to do the same for this. So now this is done. I think this is the focal point here. So now I'm just going to go over around here and just drag this to this center point, or hit Ctrl Z. Click on offset 112.5. That is the center of this. Then I'm just going to click on modify, click on offset again, change this to offset 10 from here, 10 from here. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to drag this to this point here. Let's say about this. Then I'm going to click on delete this middle line, delete here. Then I'm just going to click on trees to trim here. So after I'm done doing this, I can delete this here. I can now click on finish. So what I'm not going to do now, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this array tool. I'm going to click on this angular array. I'm going to click this here and I'm going to try and select the focal point here. If I can't select the focal point, I'm going to click on escape, click on finish. Then I'm going to go to annotate to detail line, go to pick this line here, go and draw another one line here and just try to get the focal point first. So I'm going to click on this again, click on edit in place, click on this, then click on this array tool, pick this point here, pick here too, click on this here and just change it by, let's say 6 degrees and just say 15. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this a bit to, okay, I can increase it to even increase the gap between them. So I'm going to use my visual prowess. So I'm just going to change it to off. Let me change it to 13. So now once this is done, I can now go and start doing some things. So I'm going to go to this 3D view and I'm just going to try and use a void extrusion to cut this. But before I do this, I'm going to go back to this NGL. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to try and mirror this. So I'm going to select this point here and just mirror this to this wing here. Then I could click on edit extrusion and I could do the same thing I did before. Select everything here and copy it. Okay, so now this is done. We are now going to do the same thing we did here on this wing. Click finish. So I'm going to click on finish first, then I'm just going to save the project. Okay, so what we are basically going to be doing here in a nutshell is just doing some line work as we did before. So for instance, we are going to go to annotate, we're going to go to detail line. So we're just going to click and pick this line here. So we're going to be able to array it like the way we did for the last one. Then I'm just going to go to this detail line here. I'm going to try and select the focal point and also select the focal point here. So now I'm going to go back here, click on this, click on extrusion, then click on this, click on edit extrusion, then delete this. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So now I'm going to go and copy one of these. I'm going to just click on copy, then copy it off here. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on this, ungroup it, click on edit extrusion. Then I'm now going to try and do the same thing I did here, and I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to pick a line here. I'm going to click on offset 112.5. Then I'm going to click on offset here. Then I'm just going to offset 10 millimeter from in to out. Then I'm just going to draw a line here, and I'm just going to draw it to this point, and I'm now going to draw another line here to about this point. So I'll just use my Visual Prowess to match it to the size of the other ones. Then I'm just going to click on trim this here, delete this here, delete this here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm just going to click on this array. I'm going to click on this point here. I'm going to pick this focal point here, and I'm now going to click on this, then array it by about my Visual Prowess is telling me let me use 2 degrees, and I'm going to array it to about 50. So now, since this 2 degrees, I'm just going to check the distance compared to the others. I think it's pretty good. Then I'm just going to go here and reduce this to 45. Okay, so now this is done. I can click on this, and I can just click on mirror, and I can just pick here and pick here and mirror this to this last wing. So I think this is good so far. And if we go to 3D, we have done some stuff. So now we are going to be, this is where the void extrusion will now come in, because this void extrusion is meant to like control the way these things are, so it won't be too much, okay, and kind of give it an aesthetic appeal to it. So what we are going to be doing now is we are now going to go back to the ground floor NGL. Okay, then we are going to click on this section here. So once we've clicked on it, we are just going to start working on this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to create. I'm going to click on void forms. I'm now going to click on void extrusion. Then I'm going to click on pick plane. So I'm just going to be picking this plane here. So after I've picked the plane, I'm just going to do some things. So I'm going to draw a line from here, and I'm going to draw the line to this point here. I think where this one stops, the last one stops. So after I draw that line here, I'm going to draw it up to this point here, and I'm just going to slant it back to this line here, and the void extrusion is going to be 2000. So once this is done, now I'm just going to click on finish, and it's going to cut through. So now what I'm going to do now is I think it even cut through this slanted walls, so it's still nice. So now another thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to now go back to this NGL again. So now I'm going to go to this section. So let's wait for it to load. So the same thing we did for here, we're going to do something similar to that in this section. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to create. We're going to go to void forms, void extrusion. We're going to click pick plane, and we're just going to be picking one of these planes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try and draw a line from here up to this point. Okay, in order for our progress not to crash, I'm just going to click on finish, go to continue, click on cancel first. I'm going to go to finish, and I'm going to save this project, because the way it's doing now it might crash. I'm just going to hit Ctrl S to save this progress. So in all these sections, one thing we should work on this section is we should crop down this region. There's a lot of tax on this system, so I think cropping down the section will do a long way in helping optimize this file. So I'm just going to click on it and I'm just going to drag this down here. Okay, so I'm going to go to other sections. I'm going to go over to sections. I'm going to go to section 1 and I'm just going to crop this, adjust this crop region as well. Okay, then I'm going to go to section 2 and I'm going to adjust this crop region as well. Then I'm going to go to section 3. So I think all of them is set. So in this section 3, I'm going to click on edit in place again. Then I can now create my void form here. So I'm going to go to create. I'm going to go to void form, void extrusion. I'm going to click on pick a plane. Then I'm just going to try and select this plane here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line to get the center point. And I'm going to do another one here. So after I've done this now, I think I can now from here get the center point here. So once I've gotten the center point, I can now draw a line. I can just draw a line from here first, just to keep note of this center point. Then I'm going to draw another line here. I'm going to go over to this point where I stopped this one here. This mezzanine floor here. I'm going to draw and join this here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm now going to draw a line from here. And draw it to this point. Then the same thing I'm going to pick from here again. I'm going to draw another line all the way to here. And draw it to this point. Then now I'm just going to go to this point here. Pick this other line here. And draw it to this point. So one thing I'm going to consider is that I'm going to try and make sure that this doesn't affect the emergency escape, so which I think it doesn't. So now I've done this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on delete here. I'm going to also delete this as well, delete this line here. Then I'm just going to try and click on this and I'm just going to trim this. So I'm going to click on finish. So as you can see something similar happened here. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and select these void forms again. Click on tab, select this, and we're going to reduce this to 1.2. Then I'm also going to try and select this too and reduce this to 1.2. Okay, so there's still an issue here. So I'm going to click on tab here, change this to 1.5. Then I'm going to click on tab here, 1.5. Or rather, let me make this 1.8. And I'm going to just click on cut. So I think so far we can just click on tab and we can uncut some of this void. For instance, we are going to click on this drop down on cut, select this void, select this one here. We're going to select this void, select this one too. Okay, then we're going to select this second void here and select this one to uncut it. Then we're going to click on cut we're going to select this void and select this one to cut it. So I think it's balanced this way. So also here we're going to also try and find a balance here. We're going to click on tab. Okay, so now we have a kind of a minor issue here. This void here requires a much deeper cut due to the fact that this bend here is much deeper. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to select this and I'm going to copy to clipboard. Then I'm just going to delete it. So I'm going to click on finish here. So after I'm done with this, I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror this void extrusion here. So now I've mirrored this here, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change it to 6000. So now I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on cut, multiple cuts. I'm going to click this and just select each of these. Click on this. Okay, so I think this is still not enough, so I'm going to click on tab. I'm going to even make this deeper more. I'm going to make it 12,000, or let me make it 9,000. So now I'm going to select it again, click on cut, select the void form, select this. Then I still think this is still not enough, so I'm going to select the void form again, click on tab, select it, make it 11,500. Finally I'm now going to click on cut 1 2 3 4. All right, so now this is done. We are now going to go back to 3D view and we are going to see what we've done so far. So you can see the shading devices and this is looking good. So now what we're now going to do is we're now going to create an element for here. So this time I don't think these shading devices at this point should still really retain that is tip nature. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to go to here, I'm going to go to create, I'm going to go to void forms, void extrusion, and I'm going to click on set and I'm going to pick plane here. So I'm just going to go over to this NGL. Then I'm going to go to this section here. If I can't select this, I'm going to click on cancel first. Then I'm going to pick this section, click finish. Then I'm going to try and pick this section first. So I'm just going to go to the section views, click on this section 1. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit in place. Then I'm going to try and create another void form to cut through it. So now I'm going to click on create. I'm going to go to void extrusion and I'm going to click on pick plane and I'm just going to pick here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go over to this point here. I'm going to drag this to up to this height here, I think. Then once I've done this, I'm just going to go and pick a line from here. So I'm just going to try and blend this whole shape here. I'm going to click on this arc line tool and I'm going to arc here. Then I'm going to click finish. So I think this is beautiful and I'm just going to click finish model. So I think we've done justice to the shading devices. I think they are looking nice. If you go to 3D view, you can see how the thing is looking and it's looking good all the same. So now what we can now do now is, now we have created this, we can now decide whether we want to add some more shading devices, but I think the shading devices are okay. Okay, so now I think we have done a lot of work now, so I think it's safe to mirror what we have here to this other wing. So now we're just going to push this to an approach view. Then I'm just going to select this section box here, and I'm just going to drag it down to this point. So what I'm going to do now is we have most of the things here. Okay, so I think I'm just going to go back to this front, click on this, and I'm just going to drag this down to this point here. Okay, so now I think we're at this point now. What I can do now is I'm going to hover around here, and I'm going to just go here and select everything on this wing. So now of course I'm going to be deselecting some things because not everything I'll need to copy. I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to remove the floors, the grids. I'm going to remove the columns, structural columns. I'm going to remove the stair runs and stairs. The railings, I may leave it. Let me just remove the railings first. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to hold shift here. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to hold shift 2 here as well. So I'm just going to rotate it to see everything I want to copy. I'm going to also rotate this here. I'm going to hold shift on this place here just to deselect everything here. So I'm going to just try and make sure that everything I'm copying is within what I want to copy. Then I'm going to go to top view, and I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror this here. So let's wait for it to mirror, then we'll see how it comes out. Alright, so now we've mirrored this. What we are going to do now is we are going to select some things we didn't select. The reason why this our furniture didn't select is because remember I hid them in the 3D view. So what we are going to do now is we are just going to highlight over this here, highlight everything here, go to this filter icon, uncheck everything, then we're just going to select furnitures and plumbing fixtures. We're just going to check the furnitures and the plumbing fixtures. So now we have done this, we're just going to click on mirror, and we're going to mirror all these furnitures to this wing as well. So now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to start creating our floor for this DPC. So we're going to create the floor, and we're going to draft out the pattern for our entrance porch. So we already have an idea of what each of these spaces are. So once we have placed our floors, we're then going to start placing the room tag. So we're going to go to architecture first. Under this architecture, we're going to click on floors. Under these floors, we're going to be selecting our generic slab. So this DPC slab 150 is what we're going to select. So we're going to make sure this height offset is set at 0. So now we're going to click on this pick line too, and we're just going to be picking the interior edges. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pick here. Remember I said that a ramp is going to be here, so I'm just going to pick here and avoid here. So we're going to carefully pick these edges. Then I'm just going to trim here, and trim here. Okay, so now this is trimmed. I can now click on this, and I'm just going to trim here also. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to click on, okay, before I click on finish, I'm now going to extend this floor outside to form the entrance. So I'm going to draw a line up to this point. So this is going to form where the ramps will come from. Then once I've done this, I'm now going to continue this line parallel to this original one. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to draw a line here, and I'm going to click on an offset and click on offset it to 3 meters. Okay, so once I've clicked on 3, I'm just going to pick here and offset it. So now I'm just going to click on trim to trim this here, and now I'm just going to select these 2 lines. I'm going to click on mirror, select this middle point and mirror it to this spot. So now I'm also going to click on trim to trim these 2 together, trim here to here and trim here to here. Then I can delete these 2 lines. So once I've done this, we have created we have created a place, so we have created like the setup for our ramp and our staircase. So I think we are good to go. Then I'm going to click on finish. So of course I'm going to click on show, so it's going to show us where the issue is from, which it has showed us here. Then I'm just going to click on trim. I'm going to go to this other wing, click on trim there too, and click finish. So it's showing us another issue. We're just going to trim as much as we can trim. Okay, so this one we need to delete this here, and I'm just going to click on trim here. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on save project. So now we have what we want now. This is looking good. So now we can now start creating some flower pots and some green areas before we create our entrance staircase and ramps into the building. Okay, so firstly we have an issue. I think this wall, something is not set well. So I'm just going to click on these 4 walls because I didn't want the wall to run across the floor. I just wanted the wall to be a dwarf wall. Then once I'm done clicking on it, I'm just going to change the top constraint. I'm going to change it to DPC, and I'm going to put the offset at 300. Okay, so it's showing an error, so I'm just going to select it again. Then once I select it, I'm going to change this base constraint to NGL. Click on this and place it as 0. Then I'm going to change this top offset to DPC. Put the top offset here to 300. So I think it has solved the issue. Then I'm going to select these 2 walls here. I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this point. Okay, so now we have done this. This is looking good. So we are going to go to architecture, and we're going to go to floor. So this time we're going to be creating some green areas. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on this grass tree. So in this grass tree, we're going to first create a green area for this courtyard here. So we are going to be putting the offset at, okay, since it's already at DPC, we're going to put the offset at 150. Okay, Ctrl Z, so we're going to pick an overlapping line. So once we pick this, we're going to trim this here, and we're just going to select everything, and we're going to click on mirror. Okay, so now we have done this, we're also going to create a green area for this entrance. So what this green area is going to serve is going to serve like a design guide, like it's going to help segment where is going to be our staircase and help us segment the ramp too. So you're going to see what I mean shortly. So we're going to first click on this center point here, and we're going to draw an offset to 3 meters on one side. So if you add 3 plus 3, it's going to make the staircase 6 meters wide, which I think is appropriate for this scale of this building. So we're going to draw another line here. So now I'm going to extend this line down to, let's say I'm going to stop it to this point. So now I'm going to estimate how long our ramp is going to be. So I'm just going to, okay, if I do it that way it will be too much. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to put 6 or 6. Okay, let me not make it 6, let me just make it 4.2. So it's not going to be too much. Then I'm just going to click on offset. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this together. So now after I've done this, I'm just going to click on escape, and I'm going to delete this line here. So now I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to click on 150 millimeters. I'm going to uncheck this copy. I'm going to offset this here, offset this here. Then after I've done this, I'm just going to select this. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this wing. So now what I'm now going to do is, after I've done this, I can now go look for some other areas that I may need to create some greenery. So I'm going to create another greenery here, since this place is kind of, I don't think it has an actual function. So I'm just going to create a green area here, and another one here. So once I've done this, I'm going to look for any other place I feel needs a green area. So what I'm just going to do is, I'm just going to create it. So I'm just going to do this like this. So now once I've done this, I'm just going to highlight this, and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. Then once I've done this, I'm just going to click on finish. So now our work is not yet done. We still need to do some things. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Under this walls, instead of selecting our normal generic walls, I'm going to create a wall or a kind of flower pot wall. So I'm just going to click on this 150 brick wall. I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 01 flower pot. So these are like the flower bed walls. So it's going to help us demarcate some major flower beds. So now I'm just going to click on right click. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 01 flower bed, flower wall. Then I'm just going to click on OK, click OK, click OK, click apply, click OK. So now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go back to this NGL, that is natural ground level. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on the walls again, and I'm going to set the top offset to the curb constraint to the DPC, and the top offset to be 300. So once I've done this, I'm going to click on this wall center line and set it to finish face interior or finish face exterior. So once I've done this, I can now draw a wall here, draw another wall here, draw one here, and draw one here, just to guard up this place. So I can just click on tab, select this 4, click on mirror it to this wing here. So I can go over here where this one is. I'm just going to go to architecture wall. I'm just going to go there and simply draw the profile the same way, draw it to this point, draw it to this point. Then I'm going to go to this other one here. Then I'm just going to click on this, draw it here, and draw it to this point. So I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on these walls here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it from this point to here. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to click on shaded, or I'm going to click on hidden line. So if you go back to this DPC, we're going to check some things that may be penitent issues. So as you can see here, we don't have any railing here, and there's supposed to be a railing even inside this green area. We're still going to work on the graphics of this thing, and we're just going to, once we do this, we're now going to create our graphics template that we're going to use for every floor in our presentation plan. So now this is done, we are going to start creating our staircase. So let's just go to this typical 4th floor. Then we're going to click on this railing here, select these 2 railing, and we're going to click on copy to clipboard. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and we're going to paste it at the DPC level, which is fine and good. So now we are now going to go back to this. Okay, remember some things when we were working, we didn't mirror some things to this other side, so we can just be mirroring them as we continue working. So the first thing is we didn't mirror this wall, so I'm going to click on tab. I'm going to select just hover around the wall. I'm going to click on tab, so the wall will select like a whole chain. Then I'm going to uncheck some of these walls I don't want to mirror, like this ones here, this one here, and this one here. So after I'm done selecting this, I'm going to go hover around this wall as well, click on tab 2. I'm going to hold Ctrl and select it just like a chain as well. Okay, so of course I'm going to hold shift to deselect the ones I don't want to mirror to this other side. Then once this is done, I'm just going to hold Ctrl and I'm going to select this railing. So once I've selected this, I'm just going to go over here, click on tab, and I'm going to select this wall here. So once this is done, now I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to click on this point here. I'll mirror it to this point, so it's going to also up on this other wing. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm just going to click on this wall and I'm going to drag this back here to this point. So if there's any issue, I can click on unjoin it. If there is any issue, we are going to find it as we continue working. Okay, so remember, the main reason why we came here is to select these 2 railing here and copy it to the DPC, which if I go back to DPC, I think we've already done, and which it looks nice. So now we are going to continue from where we stop, and we're going to create the staircase. Okay, so this staircase will come in significant places. For this emergency point, I'm going to use ramps because ramps can be accessed by both the disabled and the non-disabled. So I'm going to show you how to model your ramps, and I'm going to show you how to model your steps. Okay, I've already shown you how to model staircase. So let's just go to the steps. Okay, so we're going to go to architecture. Under this architecture, we are now going to go under this stair. So the same way, instead of this emergency stairs, we are going to create a separate staircase for our steps. We're going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're going to call this 0 steps. Okay, so I'm going to click on OK. So we're going to change some parameters. We're going to change this to 150. We're going to change this minimum thread depth to 300. So after we have done this, I'm just going to click on this run type, and I'm going to click on these 3 dots. So I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this 01 steps. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to change this underside surface from smooth to stepped, and I'm going to change the thickness to 450. Okay, then I'm going to click on apply. So now I'm now going to go to NGL. So once I've gone to NGL, I can now set this from NGL to DPC under this properties panel. So now we are going to go on sketch. So we are going to first draw our boundary line. I think if our boundary line is 1.2 meter, it should be able to get enough steps. So I'm going to do the same for the other side. I'm going to click on risers. I'm going to just drag this to this point. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to click this value at 300 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy the rest here. So now I'm just going to click on trim. I'm going to trim this side. Then I'm going to click on stair path, and I'm going to draw a stair path along the middle of this line. Then I'm going to click on finish. Now the staircase is showing this direction, so I'm going to click on flip, so it will go start from here and go up to this point here. Okay, so I'm going to click on finish for now. Because we own some underlays, we are seeing a lot of graphical unclarity in this view. So I'm going to go over to this underlay, and I'm going to change it to none. So it's going to like revert back to base. So now after I've done this, I'm now going to look for any other place I want to create some steps, which I don't think necessarily I want to create steps in any other place. I want to create ramp in the remaining places because I don't plan for any emergency to be at this point. Okay, so now that's out of the way, we're going to go over and create some ramps. So we're just going to click on this ramp too. So ramp is similar to staircase. The only thing is that setting the parameters is a bit different. So we're going to click on edit type, and we're going to duplicate, and we're going to call this entrance ramp. Although it's the only ramp we're going to use in this project, but it's always good to separate them in case if you want to have a separate ramp for the entrance and a separate ramp for the ramp going across floors. Another important thing is to change this ramp material, which is very important. We're going to change it to concrete. So we're just going to look for, okay, I didn't spell the concrete well, my bad. So I'm just going to click on this tap concrete, or okay, I can use this stamp concrete, and I can click OK. Then I'm just going to now set this maximum incline length. So this maximum incline length, from the name, is maximum incline length. So this ramp slope is 1 meter height to every 12 meter. So if you reduce this number now, what it means is that you are going to need a shorter distance for a higher height. So depending on what you do, I think for ramp, for people to ramp up on their own, for people that are disabled to go on their own, I think 12 meter to 1 meter height is the recommended. Then for somebody pushing them, I think 10 or 8 to 1 meter is the recommended. So you can check that in standard. But for now, let's go and use 1:8 meter. 1 meter height is to every 8 meter run, because I don't think we have all the length in the world to use. So of course, I'm just going to click on this ramp thickness. I'm going to change this, instead of thick, I'm going to change this to solid. So what this does is that instead of creating like a slanted slab, it's actually going to create like a triangle in the section. Okay, you're going to see what I mean when I create it, but I hope you understand. So I'm going to click on apply. I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm just going to click on boundary, the same way in our staircase. Then I'm now going to draw our boundary line for the ramp. So I'm going to draw the boundary line of the ramp up to, let me use 6 meters. Then I'm going to do the same here and draw this here. Then I'm just going to click on the riser here, and I'm going to draw one riser here and another riser here, and I'm going to click on finish. So look at this. We are now going to go to 3D now and see how the ramp is looking. We're also going to see what we have in this entrance. So if we look at this now, there's an issue. We actually did the inverse of what we were looking for. So once we click on this and we go back to this NGL, let's go back to NGL. We are just going to click on this. Then we're just going to click on, they are going to see this two-way icon or this arrow here, and we're just going to click on this. So it's going to change direction. So if you go back to 3D now, we're just going to look at it. So now we can delete this railing because we don't need any of this railing at the side. Okay, so as you can see now that this length is not enough for it to catch up to the height we're looking for. So I'm just going to click on edit type, and I'm going to see how changing these parameters is going to help me get what I want. So if I change this to 6 and I click apply, you are going to see it's going to fill up this place, but this 6 means it's too steep, so I'm going to revert it back to 8. It's not more realistic. Then I'm going to click 8 and click OK. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this NGL. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click edit type. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting this by 1.8 meter. Then once I do this, I'm going to uncheck this copy, and I'm just going to offset it here. Then I'm going to click finish. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this other wing too. So I think we have created the ramp and the staircase for this entrance, which is serving very well. So now we are going to go over here, and we're going to create another ramp for this point here. So this ramp is going to serve for this emergency escape. Okay, so in order to get more length on the ramp, what we can do is we can always click on this, and we can push this entrance, this terrace backwards a bit, so we can get enough length. So I think that is the best option moving forward. So I'm going to click on edit type. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to click on this line work here, and I'm just going to drag this line up to this point. Drag this up to this point. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on trim here and trim here. So I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to click on this line here and drag this here. Then I'm just going to draw another line here. So I'm just going to trim here, and I'm going to trim here and trim here. Okay, so after I've done this, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to click on this line, click on this, click on this. Then I'm going to go to this center point here, and I'm just going to mirror it to this point here. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on trim again, and I'm just going to mirror this here, mirror this here, and mirror this. Okay, trim this, sorry. So I'm also going to trim this too and trim this here. So once I'm done with this, I can just click on this and drag this to this point. Then I'm going to click on finish, and I'm going to click on don't attach. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to create a ramp that is going to properly fit here. I can delete some of these lines because they are kind of confusing me. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to ramp. So under this ramp, I'm going to be using the same entrance ramp, and I'm going to click on this boundary line to sketch. So you can see that we used about 7 meters there. So we're also going to try and do the same, or 8 meters. So I'm just going to drag this up to this point, drag this up to this point. Then I'm going to click on riser, and I'm just going to click on this. Then I'm going to click finish. So now you can see, well, I'm just going to click on this and click on this arrow so it will invert. So I can click on delete to delete this railing. I don't need them here. Then I'm also going to go to this wing too. I'm going to go to ramp. Then I'm going to click on boundary. I'm just going to draw my 8 meters here, my 8 meters here too. Okay, then I'm just going to click on riser, and I'm just going to try and join it here. Click finish, click on this arrow here, delete these lines here. So now I'm going to delete this two railing. I'm going to select this ramp here. I'm also going to go over here and select this ramp here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to, okay, and click on mirror again, and I'm going to mirror it to this other wing. So another important set of ramps I'm meant to create is I want to create a ramp to this garage. Okay, so this garage is like a drop off to service these spaces. So I'm going to go to ramp again. So what I can do now is, for instance, if you look at this garage now, we actually have, okay, I don't think we can move it because of the column placement. So I just think we need to create a ramp to fit. So I'm just going to go to ramp again, and I'm going to go to boundary line. So this might be an issue, but I think we'll just have to stick with it that way regardless. So once I click on this, I'm going to click on this to create a ramp here. Then I'm going to click on riser, and I'm going to create a riser here and a riser here. Okay, so what I can do now is I can actually reduce this ramp here and make this about 3 meters from here, since this is a vehicular ramp. So as it is a vehicular ramp, vehicles are usually stronger than humans, so I think it can manage. This is not a standard, but it's just what I'm compromising in this design. Then I'm just going to, once I've drawn the risers, I'm going to click finish. I'm going to change direction, so this is going to start from here. So I'm just going to click on delete and click on delete. Then I'm going to click on this ramp. I'm going to click on this, duplicate, and call this vehicle ramp. Then I'm going to now change the standard to 1 meter is to 6 meter length or run. So I'm going to click on this. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror this to this other wing. Okay, so now we have our staircase, we have our ramps. We can select some of these groups here that we created, and maybe we can just mirror this as well to this other wing. So we can have maybe 2 possible shopping malls. In the end, they might use this space for a conference space depending on what they want, but it just is versatile. So now we are going to create our major entrance of the building. So we are going to be creating some curtain walls, then we're going to be putting some curtain walls, embedded doors and windows. Okay, so let's just delete this line. So what we are going to do first is we are going to go to annotate, we're going to go to detail line. Then we're going to draw a line from here to 900 millimeter and stop it here. The same thing for here, we're going to draw a line from here to 900 millimeter and stop it here. So what we are going to do now is we are now going to go to architecture, we are going to go to walls. Under these walls, we are now going to go to this plain curtain wall. So now we are going to set the constraint carefully. We are going to go to DPC. Okay, so if you go to DPC, those lines we created are no more working, so we can just go to NGL, select the 2 lines, hold Control, click to copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views, then set DPC. So now if you go to DPC now, okay, then you can see the 2 lines have appeared here, at least presumably. So what we are now going to do now is we are now going to go to walls, and we are going to set this curtain wall. We are going to set the base offset as 0, base constraint DPC. Then we are going to set the top constraint as typical floor, or we are going to be using typical 4th floor. Then we are now going to put the top offset as -450, provision for beam. Then I'm just going to draw a simple curtain wall up to this point here. So once I've done this, I'm going to go to 3D. And I'm going to start adding the curtain wall grid. So you can already see that this our podium is having some character, but we can still do some more touches to it, which is still nice and all. So once we've done this, we are now going to go to the curtain grid system. So we're going to go to curtain grid, and I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to curtain grid. Then I'm going to be placing some vertical grids first. I'm going to just be placing them randomly before I start manually adjusting their spaces. Okay, so I'm going to place about 4 of them. So of course I'm going to be setting the distance between them at 1.2. So I actually increased the size of this to 7.2 meters. So now I'm just going to be clicking on this and spacing it 1.2 meter from each side. So I'm going to try and get a midpoint here. So now we have provisions for this. So what we're going to do, let's just put 1.2 meter from this side here. Okay, so everything balanced out to 1.2. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go and create the horizontal grid, curtain grid. So of course I'm going to cancel this, I don't want to save for now. So now of course I'm going to be following the levels. I'm going to be placing it at the lintel. Okay, that is not a lintel, so this is a lintel. Then I'm going to place it on the floor, going to place it on the lintel floor. Then I'm going to place it on another lintel. So now I've done this, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this curtain grid. I'm going to click on add or remove segments and just click on this to remove this segment. So this is going to be where I'm going to place the first door. I'm going to click add or remove and click to remove this segment. So we have a total of 4.2 meter width indoors. So I'm going to click on munions, and I'm going to click on all grids and set munions for all these grids. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this wall just to make sure I'm looking at what I'm looking at. Okay, this is the floor, so this is accurate. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be clicking on tab, and I'm just going to design this curtain wall. So I'm going to delete this munion first. going to delete this second one, delete this and delete this. So we're placing our two big doors here. So I'm going to click on tab, select this, click on tab again, select the second one. I'm going to click on unpin. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be putting a revolving door. So I'm just going to go, okay, so I'm going to click on this drop down. Let me just select this double glass double swing panel door. So now I've created this double swing, I'm actually going to bring a revolving door into this project. Then I'm going to start putting some panels on this. So I'm going to start clicking on it to select this panel. I'm going to click on tab here as well. I'm also going to click on tab here. Then I'm going to click on tab here. So now I'm going to click on tab here. I'm going to click on tab here. Hold Control, select this. I'm going to click on tab here as well. Hold Control, click on tab here. Hold Control. Then I'm just going to do something a bit similar now. Hold Control. Hold Control. Then I'm going to hold this here and hold this. So now we have selected some of these panels. I'm just going to select the final two here. I just purposely did it in a somewhat symmetrical but still asymmetrical pattern. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, unpin it first, click on this drop down and change it to brown panels. So it's going to like interchange and create kind of like a woven design here. So now we have done this, I'm also going to now go back to this NGL now. So now we can see our two major doors, we can see this. So we're going to go to DPC and we're going to see if we can add some more unique design on this. Okay, so this unique design can just aid in making this thing just look a bit more interesting. So I have a cladding design in mind, so I'm just going to be using some kind of woven design to just complement this. So I'm going to be going to architecture, I'm going to go to component, model in place, I'm going to go to casework and I'm going to click OK and click OK. Then I'm going to click on sweep, I'm going to click on sketch path, then I'm going to draw a path from here. Okay, so I'm just going to check the length from here first. So I'm just going to start from here and draw a path to 900. Then I'm going to click finish and I'm going to click edit profile. Then I'm going to click on 3D view. So now the 3D view is open. I'm just going to click on this corner here to get 45 degrees because we are doing this on this slanted surface. So once I've gotten this 45 degrees, I can now sketch my profile. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to draw a profile up to 2.1. Then once I'm done with that, I'm going to draw a line here at 150. Click enter. Going to click on escape. I'm going to select the line there and I'm going to mirror it to this top side. Then once I'm done, I'm just going to select this center point and put it at 50. Then I'm going to click enter. So I'm just going to create a line here. I'm going to create another line here joining this. Then once I do that, I'm going to delete this one too. Then I'm just going to delete this one. So what I want to now do now is I now want to settle down and start copying this line here. So I'm just going to select from here, hold Control. So I'm not going to select the reference lines. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this here. I'm going to copy this here as well. I'm also going to copy this here as well. Copy this here. Copy this here. And copy one last one here. So I don't know how this extends, but I'm just going to assume that it's supposed to stop. Let's say somewhere. Let me just stop it at this point here. And use another line and close this off here. Then I'm just going to click on delete and delete this one here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. So I'm just, now this line is complete. Then I'm going to assign a material to it. Personally, I'll have wanted to use blue, but just for consistency, I'm going to use those brown panels. So I'm just going to search for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this now and I'm going to right click duplicate. And I'm now going to call this 01 brown panels. Then once I've selected it, I'm just going to click OK, and I'm going to click apply. Okay, then I'm just going to click on finish. So now we are going to go back to our DPC. So what we are going to do now is we are now going to click on copy, and we're just going to copy this to this one here. So now we have done this, we're just going to click on this, and we're going to click on edit sweep, and we're going to click on edit select profile and edit profile. Then we're going to go back to our 3D view again. So now we are going back to this 3D view. What we're simply going to do is we're going to highlight everything here, go over this filter, uncheck this reference planes, and click OK. So it's only the sketch profile. Then we're just going to click this, and we're just going to move this by one wavelength. Let me just call it wavelength, and we're going to delete this here. So this is the interwoven pattern I said I wanted to create. Then once we have done this, I'm just going to click on trim. So now on the other hand, what we are going to do now is we're going to click on this, and we're going to click on mirror. So we're going to mirror it. Ctrl Z, click on this, click on mirror. We're going to pick here and mirror it to this wing. Then we're now going to draw another line here. Then we're going to trim this. Then we're going to delete this line here. So now we have done this, I'm going to click on finish and click on finish. So I'm just going to go back to DPC. Then I'm just going to select both of this. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this here. I'm also going to copy this here. So now in this kind of issue, when we have something like this, we can now highlight everything, and we can click on move, and we can just move this to this point here. So it's going to flush perfectly. So as for this one, we're just going to settle down and click on this, click on edit sweep, click on this sketch part. Then we're going to drag this up to this point, and we're going to click finish. Okay, so now we have done this. I think we have done justice to this. We can click on finish. So now we can just click on this, we can click on mirror, and we can just mirror it to this other wing peacefully. So if we go back to 3D view, we are going to see what we've done. So you can see this is just like, if I click on the front view now, you can see is kind of giving this kind of mosaic pattern on the elevation, which I think is really nice, and it's something, if I even look at this, we can even adopt it on this place here just to fill up here. So I'm just going to click on delete on this first. I'm going to go back to DPC because I just fell in love with this thing. Then I'm going to click on this edit type. Then I'm going to select this one here, since I'm doing it kind of interwovenly. So I'm just going to select this here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on rotate it back to 45 degrees again. Then I'm just going to click on edit sketch, click on sketch, then drag this to this point, then drag this here. So now I'm just going to click on finish, and we're going to finish this up. So now I'm going to select this, and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. So we have our design here. So as you can see how nice this is looking. This is just looking very, very nice. Okay, so now we are going to go back to this DPC, and we're going to start creating spaces. But before we start creating spaces, we need to use what they call room separators. So if walls are basically the tools used for separating rooms in Revit, but if places like this where there are no walls separating them, we still need to somehow separate it. So we're going to go to architecture, and we're going to click on room separator. So this room separator are actually imaginary lines that help us separate these spaces. So we're just going to draw one here. We're going to draw another one here. We're going to draw another one from this point here all the way to this point. Then we're going to draw another one for this entrance. We're going to draw one here. We're going to draw the line up to here. We're going to this point here. We're going to sketch. You can see why it's making this is because if you are drawing a room separator over another wall, it's going to show error that is already separated. Like, why are you drawing another one? But it's fine. So I think by this wall, by the virtue of these walls here can be separated. We can also click on a room separator line and draw it to demarcate this staircase from the lot, or this stairway, right? Then I'm just going to pick this point here. Okay, so now this is done. I'm now going to go over to these ones here that are on this side. I'm going to hit Ctrl and select the second room separator. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. So now what we're going to do is we're now going to click on rooms to add room tags, just like we did in the typical floor. So we're going to be setting the parameters. We're going to set it from DPC to first floor level. Then we're going to change the limit offset to 0. So of course we are going to start from the entrance, then we are now going to go to the biggest space of all, the concourse. Then we can go here and to the courtyard. Then we can now go and place this at this is the emergency exit. Then these are the lettable shops. We can place this here, place this here, place this here, place this. This is the major shopping mall. This is the support office. I forgot, I said I was going to create a window here. I forgot to do that. I'll soon do that after this. Then I'm going to place this here, place this here, place this. This is our male convenience, female convenience, and it's basically the same things we're just going to do for this space. So this is a really big project. These are a lot of spaces we've created, and I honestly love this design, to be frank. So now I'm just going to place this here, place this, place this, place this here too, place this here, place this here, emergency, and just basically the same space. Okay, so we're also going to place a space here, a space here. So remember that these are ducts. So I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm now going to go to detail line. Then I'm just going to draw this here, and I'm going to draw this here. Then I'm also going to do that here. I'm going to draw this here, and I'm also going to draw this here, just to show that this is a void. So now let's start. We're going to start from this, and we're going to call this the entrance. Then we're going to go over here, and we're going to call this 900 meters square the concourse. Okay, so after the concourse, we're now going to go over here. We're going to click on lettable shops. So we're going to hit Ctrl A to select all the text, Ctrl C. Since there are plenty of them, we're just going to be selecting, double clicking on the room tag and hitting Ctrl V to just replace it. Okay, so we're going to do this here. We're also going to do this here as well. Okay, I think there are just two lettable shops here. Okay, so now we're now going to call this office. And very important, we're just going to copy one of these windows here, and we're just going to click on copy this window here, click on this, rotate this. Once I click on it, I'm just going to click on rotate. I'll rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm going to click on unjoin element first. Then I'm just going to click on this and move this here. Then I'm also going to click on this copy and move this here. So at least these people will not suffocate. So now I've done this, I'm just going to click on this and try and join these walls properly. Then I'm going to select both of them, and I'm going to click on mirror. The reason why I just quickly did this is so I will not forget it and leave these people non-ventilated. So I'm going to select both of them, and I'm just going to click on OK. I remember the design layout is different in the other floor, so I don't need to copy it to the other floors. So I'm going to call this work log, or let me just call this lobby. Let me now call this delivery bay. Okay, then this is now going to be emergency exit. Emergency exit. Okay, so I'm going to hit Ctrl A. I'm going to hit Ctrl C now, and I'm just going to, since the emergency exit is at 4 corners of this high rise, so let's just copy it and share it around. So I noticed something important. These two emergency staircases are not mirrored to this side, so I'm just going to do just that. Hold Ctrl. And so this is the best way to work in this kind of massive project. Any issue you see, just and resolve it on the spot, so you will not forget it. So I'm going to hit Ctrl C for these lettable shops, and I'm going to double click Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V. This is a really tight shop, but I'm sure in New York the rent for this can be able to buy a house in another country. So I'm going to do the same for this. Okay, so now this is done. I'm now going to name this electrical room. Then I'm now going to name this mechanical room. Okay, then I'm going to call this male convenience. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C. Then I'm going to do Ctrl V here, and I'm just going to add FE to change this to female. The same thing here, Ctrl V, the male convenience, Ctrl V, FE, female convenience. Okay, so now I think we've done this. So now I'm going to call this shopping mall. Hit Ctrl A, hit Ctrl C. Okay, Ctrl Z. Okay, Ctrl A, backspace, shopping mall. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C. Then I'm going to go over here and just change this to shopping mall as well. Okay, so I think if I zoom in now, so another thing we need to create is we are just going to copy the names of these spaces here. I'm going to copy this office. I'm going to paste this here. So I'm going to go over here too and copy this lobby, Ctrl C, and paste this here, Ctrl V. I made a mistake. Let me go back here again, Ctrl C, and let me go here now, Ctrl V. Then delivery bay, Ctrl C, delivery bay here, Ctrl V. Okay, so this is nice and good. So now we're going to call this store 1. Store 1. Then we're going to hit Ctrl C. Click on this, Ctrl V, store 2. Just change this to 2. Then we're going to do the same for this. Ctrl V, store 1. Ctrl V, store 2. Okay, so we have made some nice progress and this is looking good so far. So now we are going to start working on the graphical works on this floor plan. So once we work on the graphical work, we can, as we go to each of the floors, we are going to set it, do the furnitures, do the graphical work, and we'll just keep moving like that from there. So I'm going to annotate, click on detail line, then I'm just going to draw a line from this point here and join it here and draw a line just to indicate this is a ramp graphically. So I'm going to select, go to a detail line again, the same thing for this. Here I'm going to go over here, the same thing here, and here I'm going to go over here, the same thing here and here. So now this is all nice. I'm going to click on select, hold Control to select multiple. Then I'm going to go over here, click on mirror and mirror from this center point here. So okay, let me just mirror this. I forgot to select it. Ctrl C. Okay, so now I've done this. Now I think we can now work on the graphics work. So I'm going to change the scale. First of all, I'm going to change the scale to scale 1:150. I'm going to go to custom, change it to 1, scale 1:150 first. Then after I've done this, I'm now going to hide some of these elements. So I'm going to click on this, right click, hide in view by category. Okay, so after I've done this, I'm now going to select these grid lines here. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm just going to check this halftone to halftone it. So after I've done this, I'm now going to go to VV, that is visibility graphics. I'm going to go scroll down and I'm going to click on this wall pattern. I'm going to change the thickness of the wall line is 5, which is okay. I'm going to change the wall pattern to solid fill. Once I've changed it to solid fill, I'm going to change the color to black but not too dark. I'm going to click OK, click apply and click OK. So now I'm done with this. I'm now going to click on GD, that is graphics display option. I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. Click on this shadow, cast shadow, show ambient shadow. Then I'm going to uncheck this cast shadow. So I'm just going to leave show ambient shadow, sketchy lines. I don't need sketchy lines. I'm going to go under lighting. I'm going to increase this sun to 100, ambient light to about 40, shadows to about 5. Then after I've done this, I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click OK. Then once I've done this now, okay, I forgot to name the courtyard. I'm just going to go over here and call this courtyard. Then hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C, go over here to Ctrl V. So now we can go over here, go to architecture, add a room. Then this room will now be called stairway. Click on escape, click on tab to select the room tag to rename it. Okay, so after I've done this now, you can now see that this our plan is looking very nice. So now I'm not going to go over to under this color scheme here. I'm going to go to this properties panel. I'm going to set this color scheme. I'm going to click on this drop down, click on room by name. Then I'm just going to check this by value, make sure I click on it. Then I'm going to click apply and I'm going to click OK. So you can see it has already given all of these spaces colors. You can see all the lettable shops is following a particular color pattern, which is looking beautiful. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to go to annotate. Under this annotate, I'm going to go to color fill and I'm just going to put this color legend here to show the spaces. So now we are done with the DPC. We are still going to touch some things as we work because we are going to create like a mini basement here. Then I'm now going to go to the first floor level. So now similar to this, if we will need to go back to this DPC first. So after we have done all this work on this elevation, let's just do some more things. Select these two, right click, hide in view by category. Select this viewpoint as well, right click, hide in view by category, so it's not going to obstruct our view. Then we can turn on this crop region to see our actual crop region. Select it and then crop it down to the building in of itself. So once we've done this, I'm just going to click on hide crop region. So once I've clicked on hide crop region, I'm now going to go over to this view icon here. Then once I click on this, I'm going to click on view template, create, and I'm going to call this presentation plan. Once I've given it this name, I'm just going to click OK. So it's going to save this view template and I'm just going to click OK. So now we can safely go to the first floor. Before we go further, we are going to hit Ctrl S to save the project. So now the first floor is similar to the ground floor. The only thing is there are some differences, especially in the lettable office space and this void, this shopping mall. There is actually a void here and this is actually another lettable office space. So what we are going to do now is we are just going to do the same thing we did on the floor plans on the first floor. On the ground floor, then we're just going to mirror. So we're going to select this, right click, select all instances in visible view. Once we've done this, we're going to click on mirror and we're going to find the center point of this. If finding the center point is difficult, we're going to go to detail line. We're going to pick a line from here, draw it to this point, pick another line here, join it, then draw a center line here from here. So it's going to be our reference line. Then I'm going to select this, select all instances in, okay, not in entire project, select all instances in visible view. Then I'm going to click on mirror. I'm just going to mirror this here. So right click, select all instances in visible view, click on this, mirror it here. Click on this too, so right click, select all instances in visible view, the same thing here. Then select these two walls here because I think they are meant to be mirrored. Click on mirror and we're just going to mirror this here. Okay, so now this is some nice stuff. So now after we have done this, we have mirrored the furnitures. We are going to do this for the plumbing fixture. So I'm going to click on this, right click, select all instances in visible view. Then I'm just going to click on mirror and mirror it to this. The same way, we're going to select all the WC, select all instances in visible view. Then we're going to hit Ctrl to select this urinary, select this one manually. So we're just going to hasten things up. Then we're just going to mirror it to this other portion now. So of course, we're going to click on this railing here. We're going to click on mirror and we're going to mirror this railing to this side too. So this is all wonderful. So now I'm going to click on this line, delete this. delete this line too, delete this and delete this. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to use line works where necessary. So I don't think there are much places here that I need to do line works because most of them are enclosed. But before I even do the line works, I'll need to create our floor for this first floor. So I think it's this first floor that will go up to second floor, and before we now go into the final mezzanine, which I don't think we need to do much work on that mezzanine, by the way. So now we're going to go over to this section here, and we're going to move this section, move this section here for this point. So I just want to confirm something, then I'm just going to click on the section to view the section. So I'm just going to try and select this section head and double click it. So once it's viewed, I'm now going to see whether we have staircase where we want. So I think we have staircase all across each and every floor, so I think we don't have a problem. So we're going to go back to this first floor since my confirmation is true. Then I'm now going to start drafting out the floors. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to floor. So under this floor, I'm going to change it to generic slab. I'm going to change this offset to 0. So I'm now going to start sketching. So I'm going to start from one side. I'm going to pick here. I'm going to pick here too. Pick here as well. Pick here as well. Pick here as well. Then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to pick here. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here too. Pick here. Okay. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. I'm going to pick here rather. Then once I do that, I'm now going to go here. Pick here. Here, here. Okay, so now in the case of this, I'm just going to pick here first. Then I'm just going to hypothetically click on wireframe first to see whether I can see any line. If I can't see, I'll go back to hidden lines. Then I'm just going to pick here for now. I'm going to just pick here for now. So what I'm going to do here is, instead of picking any of these lines, I'm just going to delete this because I don't want to make mistake and select the wrong line. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to pick here, and I'm just going to trim this first. Trim this here. Trim this here. Trim this here. Trim this here across the staircase, so we'll not make the mistake. Trim this here. Trim this here. I'm going to trim this. I'm going to pick a line here. I'm going to trim this as well. I'm going to trim this. I'm going to trim this. Then I'm going to click on pick line. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So now I've done this, what I'm going to now do now is I'm going to select all these lines here. Of course, I'm going to try and align, get a reference line I'll use to mirror all this. I'm going to draw this here and draw this here, then draw a line here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select all of these lines here, and I'm going to click on this line as well. Then I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror this here. So once I've done this, I can delete these two lines here. Then I can just sketch my profile across here. Okay, so now I've done this. Now I can now go to pick line 2. I can just pick here. So now I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm just going to trim here, trim here. So if there's no more issues here, okay, there's still an issue, I'm just going to go over here and draw a line to this point. I'm going to go over here and draw a line to this point. Then I'm just going to perforate here. I'm going to select these 3 lines, click on mirror from this center line here. So now I've done this, I'm going to click on split line to split here. Then I'm going to go to trim this. I'm going to go to split line 2 here, split here as well. Then let me just trim all distance to perfection. Then I'm going to click on finish. So of course it's showing an error, meaning something is wrong. So I'm going to click on show. So it's going to help us show us where the error is coming from. So as you can see the error here. going to go over here and I'm just going to click on finish, click on show again. Then I'm going to click on trim here since the error is from this point here. Then I'm going to drag this down to this point. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim here. Then I'm going to click on finish, done show. So you can see now that we have created this floor now, but the floor is still incomplete. Remember, I left a gap here. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to click on this, click on show DPC, underlay to show DPC. So once I've clicked on this now, you are going to see a faint line showing the dwarf wall here. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit footprint. Then I'm just going to pick here. I'm going to pick here as well. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to click on this and delete this. Then I'm going to select both of these here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror this to this side. So I'm going to click on delete. Then I'm going to click on trim here. I'm going to click on trim. Then I'm going to click on finish and click on don't attach. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to paste, align to selected views. Instead of this first floor, I'm going to click on second floor. So once I've clicked on second floor, since the first floor and the second floor are almost identical, I can now go into for the further phase of this work, which is placing of rooms and stuff. So I'm going to go over here, change this to fine first. Then I'm going to go back to this underlay and turn it off. Alright, so now what we are going to do now is we are going to start tagging these spaces and placing some room tags. So before we do some room tags, of course we are going to use the room separator lines to kind of separate some spaces. So we're just going to draw a room separator line here. We're going to go over here too, and we're going to draw another line from here. We're going to do the same for this too. We're going to draw another line from here. We're also going to go to this point and we're going to draw another line from this point too as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on room. Under this room, we're going to set it at second floor SFL. Then we're going to click this limit offset at 0. Then once we've done this, we're now going to place some rooms. So of course I'm going to start from here and just be placing them one after the other. Okay, so now we have placed all these tags. We are going to use the room separator line again. I'm going to click on escape, click on room separator. Then I'm just going to use this and draw a line up to this point. And I'm also going to draw another room separator line from this point up to this point. So now we've done this, we are now going to click on room tag again. Then we're going to place a room tag in this concourse here. Then we're also going to place one here. So this is going to be a void, so we don't need to place any room tag here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm just going to draw this void line from this point to this point and this point to this point, indicating that this is a void. Then I'm also going to draw this line here and draw this line here. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm just going to select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then I'm just going to go over here and just try to find the center point and click on mirror. If I can't select the center point, I'm going to go to detail line again. I'm just going to draw a line from this point here and draw another line from this point. So after I've done this, I'm going to pick a center point here. Then I'm just going to hit Control, select this line, select this, select this, select this, select this while holding Control, click on mirror. Then I'm just going to draw on this axis. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on this, delete this line, delete this line, and delete this line. So now what I'm going to do is I'm now going to be calling these lettable shops again. So I'm just going to type LETT, lettable shops. So what I'm going to do, okay, I didn't on my caps lock, so I'm just going to delete it and spell it again. Okay, so after I've done this, I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to double click on all the lettable shops and just be pasting this name. Okay, I made a mistake, so it's meant to be lettable shop, not lettable shops. So I'm going to click Ctrl A, Ctrl C again. Then I'm just going to be pasting it here again. So I just hope the spelling I used is corresponding with that on the ground floor. So I'm just going to confirm, which I think it is, then go back to the first floor. So we're going to call this concourse. So now we're just going to be going to the ground floor back and forth and be copying some text, so instead of wasting our time. So I'm just going to click on this, Ctrl C, go to this and just paste it here. Then I'm going to go back to this ground floor, and one space I forgot to name is this space. I'm going to call this warehouse or storage. Let me just call it general storage. I'm going to hit Ctrl C. Then I'm going to go to first floor and be pasting this. Then I'm going to call this a stairway. Then I'm going to go to annotate, and I'm going to add this stair part and just show this direction. Then I'm just going to click on this and copy this. Then I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to go back to DPC and copy this mail convenience. Ctrl V, paste this. Ctrl V, paste this. Ctrl V, paste this and add FE. Ctrl A, Ctrl C. Ctrl V to paste this here. So now we have done this, I think we have given all the spaces names in this floor plan. Then I'm just simply going to go to under this view. Under this view, I'm not going to go under view templates. I'm going to click on apply. Then I'm going to look for that template we created called presentation plan. Then once I've seen it, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click OK. And the template I used on the ground floor is also going to apply here. So you can see this is looking nice and it's now matching the graphics of the ground floor. So now we have done this, I'm just going to go to annotate again and I'm going to click on color fill legend and I'm just going to place it beside this here. So now we have done this, we're now going to go to the next floor. So but before going to the next floor, I want to do something. I'm just going to select this line here and these lines, so things will be much faster. Then I'm going to hit copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views. Then I'm just going to select this second floor and I'm going to click OK. I'm also going to select this line here, just this one's in the courtyard. I'm going to click on Control, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views. Then I'm just going to select this mezzanine, this typical fourth floor, typical up to all the floors. Even though typically I'm not going to show everything there, but let me just copy to each and every floor and click on OK. So now we have done this, we can now go to the second floor level. So in this second floor level now, we are going to basically do almost the same thing, but before we start, let's just mirror some of these furnitures. So once we have gone back there, we're now going to go to annotate and we're going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to draw this line here. I'm going to draw this line here too. I'm also going to draw this line here just to indicate that this is a void, so the graphics will not be confusing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select the 4 of the lines. Then I'm going to click on mirror. So once I click on mirror, I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. Then I'm going to mirror it to this other wing. Once I've done this, I'm going to hold Control, select more of this. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views. Then I'm just going to set all the views in the podium, first floor, second floor, mezzanine, and I'm going to click OK. So after I've done this, I'm just going to do one more thing. I'm going to click on these lines here Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views. Then I'm just going to paste it in first, second, typical fourth, fifth, typical fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, just basically all of them. Then I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now this is done. We are going to go back to this second floor. So we are going to make sure, so this has helped us to make sure that our lines are well. So I'm going to go back to this first floor and I'm just going to confirm some things. Let me go back to DPC. So it's still in fine. So I think what I was concerned about is actually not an issue. So what I'm going to do now is basically room separators. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to room separator. Then I'm just going to start from here. I'm going to draw a room separator line to this point. Before I do this, let me just click on these walls that is missing here. Of course, let me go to detail line, annotate here too, then hover around for the center point. So I'm just going to select these two dwarf walls which are supposed to be there. Then I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to just mirror it to this wing too, so it's just going to fill up here. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to room separator. Then under this room separator, I'm going to draw a line here to this point. Then I'm going to draw that line here to this point too. So after I've done this, I'm now going to go and draw a separator line here in this emergency staircase side. Then I'm going to do the same thing here too. Then I'm also going to do the same thing on this wing. So as you can see, on this wing we don't have an emergency staircase there. So I'm just going to put this room separator line. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on this step here, click on this stairs here, then click on mirror. Then I'm just going to mirror this to this other wing. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on detailed. So there is a critical mistake I noticed there. There is not really critical, but there is an issue I noticed here pertaining to this staircase. So if you notice that we have a staircase but we don't have a railing guarding people from here, so this could be very dangerous. If there is no railing here, people will fall to their demise. So I'm going to go back to DPC and I'm going to start from there to okay, in DPC I don't need the railing, so I'm going to start from first floor. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railing. Okay, not ramp. I'm just going to click on railing. Then under this railing, I'm going to change it to normal 900mm rectangular pipe. Then I'm going to draw it from here, 75. Click enter. Then I'm going to draw another line up to this point. So once I'm done with this, I'm going to make sure this base offset is at 0 exactly. Then I'm going to click on this finish. So now I'm going to go over to mirror and I'm just going to mirror it to this other side as well. So I'm going to select these two railings here, very important. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. So I'm going to start from this second floor up until the 20th floor. So I'm going to click OK. So it's going to copy throughout the project. So this is very important. I'm glad I've just rectified it. So now we are going to go back to our second floor and we're going to see how we can work on it. So now we have done this and I think we have placed the room separator line. We are going to start placing the room tags. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on rooms. I'm going to set it to mezzanine 1 and I'm going to click on this base offset to be 0. So after I've done this, I'm just going to start placing these rooms in each of these space here. Okay, so now I think we have named virtually all the spaces on this second floor. I'm just going to go under this view. I'm going to go to view template, apply template. Then I'm just going to scroll down and I'm going to look for presentation plan. Then I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click OK. So you can see that once I click on apply, you're going to see the whole graphic. So I'm going to go to annotate again and I'm going to click on this color fill legend and I'm just going to add it to this point, so it's going to help graphically. So now we have done this, we're now going to go to this mezzanine 1 level. So this mezzanine 1 is actually just mostly an open space. So the only thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at why some of these walls are coming up to this point. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to see that some of these walls don't necessarily need to come up, like this one here. I think the only walls that need to come up are mainly these external walls. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to hit Ctrl to select all of them that are popping up, which I don't feel any wall should be popping up at this point here, except for maybe these service walls, this staircase wall. So I'm just going to hold Ctrl and select all these walls that are coming out when I don't think they should be coming out, like this. Okay, I think I've selected them. Then I'm going to click on the top constraint as mezzanine 1 and I'm going to leave it at that. So after I've done this, I'm just going to go back to this second floor to be sure that what I did didn't really change anything, which I think it did not. So I'm going to go back to this mezzanine wall, because this mezzanine 1 is just like an open slab space full of pillars where you can now see they can now connect the pipes and we can place some water tanks here. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be copying some water tanks which I'm going to be placing in this mezzanine floor. So this is going to serve as water source, so let me just arrange some water tanks. So if you also remember, there is a swimming pool here, so this is also going to serve as a spot to service the swimming pool. Another aspect I just remember to do now is I didn't place any column carrying this courtyard. So as you can see, let me just select these two walls here. I mistakenly didn't. I'm just going to mirror it to this point. Let me just mirror it randomly here. Then I'm going to click on move and I'm just going to move and place this here. So now this is done. I can now click on this railing and I can just go and mirror it here. Then I'm just going to try and move it to this center point here. And I think it's all set and good. So now we have just done these small things out of the way. We are going to go back to the main issue I just discovered, which are mainly these columns. Okay, so I'm going to go to NGL. So in this NGL, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to model some circular columns. You can load in some columns, but my component library is not on this my system, so my hands are kind of tied. So I'll just go to architecture, component, model in place, click on columns, click OK again. Then I'm going to click on extrusion. So this time I'm going to set the material by category. So I'm going to change it to the same column materials I use for the actual columns. So I'm just going to click on this column material and I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm going to be using some circular columns since this is more of a circulation space. So what I'm just going to do now is I'm going to draw some lines here. And I'm just going to, at this point, just try and determine whether I'll need a column here. So I believe I'll need a column at this point here. So I'm just drawing some cross lines here. I also believe I may need a column at this point as well. So I'm just going to do this here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this circle tool and I'm going to draw a circle with the radius of 300 millimeter. That is diameter of 600. So I'm going to be using this point as reference to just copy it to each of and every of these points. So after I've done this, I can delete these lines within them. Delete these lines within them. So note that these columns, they are going to run very, very high. So they are going to run all through the project since this courtyard runs all the way. So once I've copied it like this, I'm now going to go to detail line. I'm just going to draw a line here. Bring this out here. Okay, Ctrl Z. Bring this out here. Bring this out here. Join this here. Draw another line from this center point. Then I'm going to select all these columns and I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror it to this point. Then I'm going to delete this. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set the extrusion end and I'm going to set it at 150,000. Then I'm going to click on finish, and I'm going to click finish. Okay, so as you can see, there's an issue here. There's one line remaining here, so I'm just going to take my time to delete them. So now I've done this, I'm just going to click on finish. So you can see these columns, and I'm just going to click on finish for now. So I'm still going to adjust this column depending, but these columns are like the the columns in the interior. So these kind of the columns carrying this span of this this void cutting through all these spaces. So remember I said we are working on the mezzanine 2 level. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to this second floor level. Then we are now going to see what the actual issue is on these walls here. So what we can do now is we can go to this mezzanine 1 level. Then what we're just going to do is we're going to click on this architecture. We're going to click on wall. So this wall we're going to be picking now normal 225 wall. Then we're going to be setting the top level as typical 4th floor. We're going to be setting the constraint to 0. Then we're just going to draw a wall here. Then I'm going to pick on finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw another wall here. I'm going to draw another wall here. So now I've done this, I think we can now select this 4 here and just mirror it. Click on mirror, click on this point and mirror it here. Then I'm going to hold Control. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this wing. Now for this mezzanine, now we'll need to create a slab for this mezzanine floor. So I don't think there's any slab here. Okay, there's actually a slab. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on edit boundary. So what I'm just going to do now is I'm going to click on this boundary line here, and I'm just going to click on a boundary here. Then I'm going to trim this here. So after I'm done with this, I'm just going to select it. I'm going to click on mirror. Then I'm going to mirror it to this point. Then I'm just going to select this. I'm going to also select this. Then I'm going to go over here, and I'm just going to mirror it here. So once I've done this, I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to click on don't attach. So now I'm just going to click on this parapet wall here. So this parapet wall is what is creating our entrance. So we can see that the thing starts from 1.2 above this mezzanine 1 level. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to floor. So we're going to click on save project just to save the progress of what we've done. Then we're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to be selecting roof deck. So once we've selected roof deck or roof slab, I think roof slab can be good. Then I'm just going to click on, once I click on roof slab, I'm going to click on edit in place. I'm going to click on edit, and I'm just going to confirm the material. I'm going to click OK. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this 600 millimeter above this mezzanine. Then I'm going to now draw our slab for this entrance. So I'm just going to be picking some of these points. Then I'm just going to trim this as well, and trim this. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this floor in particular. I'm going to click on it. Instead of leaving it as slab bin, I'm just going to change it to roof deck or roof slab. So now I've done this, I think we've done justice to this space here. Then I'm just going to go over to this view template again. Then I'm going to click on this and click on apply, and I'm going to be setting that presentation plan here. So it's also going to apply some of the graphic settings to this. So it's also going to look nice. So this is it, we have our space here. So what we can now do is just to use room separator and name some of these few spaces. So this is just like an open space full of columns, so all the joining and rejoining of all the pipes in the building can come at this point. This is why all the ducts coming from the typical floors are still going to come here and be joined to this center ducting point to be ducted out of the building and to the sewage management. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on room separator. Note that I hid room separator in this template, so you're not going to see any line. So it's just, we're just going to be drawing it. So after we are done drawing it, we're now going to create some rooms here, and I'm just going to go to room. Under this room, I'm just going to set it to typical fourth floor, and I'm going to click on 0 offset. So now I'm just going to place this here, and I'm just going to place this space here, place this space here. So I'm going to go back to the second floor level. I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go back to the second floor level, and I'm just going to copy some of this space, including this electrical. Control C. I'm going to go back here, Control V, Control C. I'm going to go back over here, Control V. I'm going to go back to this second floor, Control C. I'm going to go back to this mezzanine 1. Going to click on tab. Okay, for some reason let me just select this, click on tab again till I'm able to get the room tag. So I'm just going to click on filter, check this, click on room tags, click OK, then double click, Control V. Okay, so I think we have done justice to this typical floor, and we have the pool and everything we want to do now. So now we are done with this. We are now going to go back to this typical fourth floor, and we are going to touch some things. So this typical fourth floor is not really a typical floor because it has this podium spaces on top. So what we are going to do now is we are going to create like some paved area and some sitting areas on this podium. But before we start anything, of course, we are going to go to view template. We are going to go to view template, apply. Then we are just going to set the view template as a presentation plan. Then I'm going to click OK. Alright, so now we are this typical, and we have applied the presentation plan template. You can notice some things are off. Firstly, you can notice that because we mirror this, you can see that the tags are off and it's just placed inappropriately. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do some things first. Okay, so before we do any of this now, we're going to touch some things and start working on this room tags. So what we're going to do is we're going to select one room tag, select all instances in visible view. Then once you've selected all instance, we're going to set this angle here, go over to this properties panel, then set this angle to 0. So once we have done this, you can see all of them, all the tags are just going to place 0 at 0 degrees at horizontally. So now we are going to click out of this. So now we have done that, we are now going to tag some other spaces. I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to rooms, and I'm just going to try and place some rooms. So you see we have not done some room separator line work, so I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to room separator, and I'm just going to place this room separator line here, and I'm going to place another one too as well. Click it, click escape. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to go over to rooms, and I'm just going to place some more rooms. Instead of typical, I'm going to set this to typical 5th floor. I'm going to click on this limit offset as 0. So everything is going to be. So now I'm just going to start placing the room tags. So I'm going to place this one here. I'm going to place this here as well. I'm going to place this here, and I'm going to place this here. So after I've done this, I'm just going to click on escape. Then as you can see, the system is already getting much heavier. So now I'm just going to click on this and call this concourse again. Then I'm going to go over here, I'm going to click on tab, and I'm going to call this stairway. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is we're going to try and just add some it's a little bit of design to this pool area. So we're going to have an outdoor pool terrace. After we have an outdoor pool terrace, we're also going to have a nice walkway. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to call this, instead of roof deck 2, I'm just going to call this roof slab. So it's going to be like concrete. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to select everything that is here, and I'm just going to mirror it to this wing here as well. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on delete to delete this line here. Click on delete to delete this line. Then I'm going to pick here. I'm going to pick here too. I'm going to pick here as well. So I'm going to pick here too. Then I'm also going to pick here too. Here. I'm going to pick here. So I'm going to start trimming just to unify everything. Trim here. Trim here to this point. Trim here to here. Trim here to also this point. Trim here to this point. And also trim this to this. Then I'm going to click on finish. So this has already created a nice roof deck. So now what I'm going to do on top of this roof deck, we are going to kind of use a different material to just create a nice walkway. So instead of making things more complicated, we have green areas. We are going to be using an extrusion, a finish on top of this slab to create the walkway. So what we are simply going to do is we are going to click on tab to select the slab. Once you click on the slab, we are going to click edit. Then we're just going to go over here, and I'm just going to select this and copy this to clipboard and click finish. Then I'm going to click don't attach. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to architecture, components, model in place. I'm going to go over to these floorings. I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to set extrusion. Then I'm going to set work plane, pick a plane. Then I'm just going to click on tab to select the floor. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on paste, align to current view. Then this profile we copied is going to set there. I'm going to change the thickness to 10. Then I'm going to assign a new material. So I'm just going to be calling this, I'm going to select this white panel, duplicate. Then I'm going to call this 01 or Taventine tiles. Then once I've selected this, I can click on this to assign a new material. I can go over to flooring. Then I can just select maybe this timber flooring here. Then I'm going to go to graphics. So it doesn't necessarily mean I can just use my own graphics pattern to now click on this surface pattern, then assign a nice graphics to it. So if I cannot see the desired graphics I'm looking for here, I'm going to go over to this model here, and I'm just going to look until I search for a nice graphics. Then I'm going to select this. I'd rather not use this brick, so I'm going to click on it. I don't think it represents what I'm looking for very well. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this one now. Then I'm going to set this color pattern to very light gray. Then I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, click on finish. Then I'm going to click on finish again. Okay, so if you look at this now, you can see that these are the Taventine tiles. I can click on it. I can click on edit type now. I can click on edit in place because I'm not feeling the material too much. Click on this. Then I'm just going to click on this material application, make this darker. Then click on this soldier material, click on duplicate, then make the spacing about 100. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on OK. Okay, instead of 100, I'm just going to change it to 150. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm also going to click on it again, edit, and change the angle to 45. Click OK. OK, apply, and I'm going to click OK. So you can see how I tweak the effect to get what I'm actually looking for. Then I'm going to click on finish. So we are going to see our Taventine tiles on top of this slab. So here we can now place some things, like we can place some outdoor chairs to just make it comfortable, like some pool chairs, just to give this a terrace. But I don't have those components, so maybe we can do that another time, or you can do that on your own strength. So I'm going to go to this mezzanine floor just to copy this, Ctrl C. And Ctrl V. Then I'm going to click on this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So now I'm going to be opening one of my previously worked on files. So I'm going to copy some tanks and possibly some outdoor seats for this podium here. Okay, so we can see some benches here I used. So I modeled these benches, so I'm just going to click on it and I'm just going to copy it. So I'm going to copy these two types. I'm going to click copy to clipboard. Then I'm just going to go back to our main building, mezzanine 1. Okay, then I'm just going to go to this typical fourth floor and I'm going to hit Ctrl V to paste what we have. So I'm just going to paste some chairs. I'm going to paste it over around here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to look at this. I'm going to rotate this by 45 degrees. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this to this point here. So I'm just going to copy about 2 of them. Okay, so after doing this, now we can now have this we can now have the pool chairs here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select these 2, and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this wing first. Then I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this to this point here. So this is going to serve as some outdoor benches here, and I think just this 4 is enough for this. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to mirror this now. So now I'm going to go back to our project, and now what I'm going to be looking at, I'm going to go to this mechanical floor. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to copy this air condition unit and one of this water storage tank. So I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to our main project. So you can see this is our own mechanical floor where we have all these things. So we can just copy some of these things in units. So I'm going to hit Ctrl V, and I'm going to click OK. So the way I want to do it, I always want to have some overhead tanks on this side as well, on this wing, and also have some overhead tanks on the other wing too. So I'm just going to be copying this one here at repetitions between where these columns and beams are, so it's going to help carry the load. Then I'm going to select this 4, and I'm just going to click on copy and copy this here. Okay, so now we have some tanks here. We can now move this AC units to this wing. Then we can just rotate this by, let's say, then I'm going to click on tab. So now I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this at repetitions of about 4. After I've done this, I'm going to select 4 of them. Then I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this to, let's say, assume a set of AC units of split units. Okay, not split. So after I've done this, I'm just going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this by this length. Then I'm going to click on group AC unit. After I've done this is now an accurate AC unit. I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this. Or I'm going to click on array, and I'm just going to array this into, let's say, 3.3, and I'm going to array it into 5. Okay, then I'm going to select each of them, and I'm just going to copy it. Okay, so now I've just placed some of them, which I think is enough. I'm just going to click on these water tanks here, select this as well. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing. So after I've done this, I'm now going to copy this to the second mezzanine floor. So we're going to have this service component placed on each of these mezzanine floors. After that, I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to click on mezzanine 2, and I'm going to click OK. So it's basically like a service floor, as I said it's going to be. So now we are done with all this. We are now going to do a main typical floor. So you know that this typical 4th floor, you can't really call it a typical floor because it has all this pool and podium stuff with it. So if you now go to this typical 5th floor, this is now where we'll now have the opportunity to create an actual typical floor. First, we are going to go over to views. Under this view, we are going to click on view, apply template. Then after we apply template, we are just going to set it to presentation plan. So after I've done this, I'm going to click on OK. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to do the same thing I did. I'm going to click on this, select all instances in visible view. Then I'm just going to change this angle to 0 and click enter. Then I'm just going to go over to this typical 4th floor. I'm going to click on this reveal hidden elements icon. So I'm going to do a little bit of interesting stuff. So now I'm just going to select this room separator line. I'm also going to go over here, select this room separator line. I'm going to hover around here, click on tab, select these 2 room spaces here, because the funny thing is you can copy rooms in Revit. So I'm going to click on tab to select this one, select this room here. I'm going to click on tab to select this stairway room. hold Control, select this, then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views, then I'm going to paste it as typical 5th floor. Okay, so you can see there is actually an issue here. Let me click on review. So if you notice, some of these tanks we placed in this floor are actually showing is because of the tanks are actually bigger than the height of the floor. So I'm just going to select the tank, select all instances in visible view, then I'm just going to delete it since the tanks are too big. Then maybe we can find another tank later. Okay, so now we are done with this. I believe we will go to this typical 5th floor. These are our actual typical floor of how it is going to be. So we can go to architecture and we can click on tag room, then we can just tag these rooms here, tag this here, tag this, and tag this. Then one more thing we can do is to click on escape now. After we've tagged this, click on this dimension, select all instances in visible view, then delete it. So I think we are done with most part of the high rise. Then we're now going to go to the foundation. Okay, so this is the last part of this design, and I wanted to do it last because it will require some site planning too. So you know, in this tutorial there's no actual site here, so we're kind of doing everything from our head. So we're going to start drafting our site plan. Then this site plan is going to determine where the basement entrance will be. So we're going to design like a service basement. So this basement won't really encompass the whole high rise, it's just going to encompass some section. So we're going to create spaces that can serve as services. Then maybe service vehicles can enter the site and take out the garbage from there. Okay, so but before we do that, we are going to save and we are going to continue. Okay, so now let's start designing our site. Okay, so one thing to know that is this is a hypothetical project, so it's not actually existing, it's just for a tutorial video. So the issue with all these hypothetical projects is that it doesn't have a site, so there is no existing site on the earth that we can use. What we are just going to do is to create a hypothetical site. So it's important to know that in real life they will not just give you the luxury of having create any site you want. You are going to be restrained to a site, and that in of itself is going to even affect the whole design. For instance, if we had a very tight site in real life, we cannot do this kind of building because it's taking too much space. If you look at the distance, if I just draw a line from this point here to this point, you can see it's over 100 meters. So in many cases you will not have the luxury to expand your building to this size and make it. So it's always good to take note of that, but this is just a hypothetical design. So let's say we are creating a rectangular site and we are going to make this site, let's use 200 meter by 300 meter. Okay, so we're just going to click on this length, or we can even make the length 250,000 millimeters. Okay, then we're going to now make the depth 200 meters. So we're going to drag this dimension here and make this 200 meters, 200,000 millimeters. Okay, so now we have created this site. I'm just going to click on tab to select these 4 boxes, then I'm just going to adjust it. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to massing and site. Under this massing and site, I'm going to click on property line, create by sketch. Then I'm just going to pick these 4 lines to indicate our site. So now it has been done. We can now see that you are going to see a kind of joint line. If I click on tab to select this thin line, if I delete this thin line, you are now going to see the property line we've created. So now I can click on tab and delete the rest of this thin line. So we have our site here as this box. So what we are going to do now is we are going to draft out some setback first, which is going to help us in position. So what are setbacks? Setbacks are the distance between the building and the wall and the boundary of the site. So in small residential buildings, the setback in many places, the minimum is usually 3 meters. So for a high-rise building, it has to be much more than that, because high-rise building is something that will be serviced all around the building. So it's good to create enough provision at each side. The only thing is that we are going to give more allocation of space to the front and the entrance side of the building. So we are going to pick a line from here and we're going to draw this line up to 25 meters. So I'm going to put 25,000. I'm also going to go over here too and I'm going to draw another line from this point here up to 25,000. Okay, so now these two lines are created. We can now clear our setback. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to drag this to this point. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to go over here and drag this to this point. So somehow I'm feeling this our site is too big, so I can click on this and edit sketch. Then I can click on this and maybe click offset and reduce it by, let's say, 50 meters from each side. So it will now be 150 meter by 200 meter sides. So I'm going to reduce this by 50 and reduce this by 50. So if I click on this line here, this line to here is 150 meters and here to here is 200 meters. Okay, so I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to click on finish. So now we have done this, I'm just going to do one more thing. I'm going to select this our elevation point and I'm just going to click and move it. Okay, so now I've done this, I think everything is set very well. So now we are now going to start using some drafting lines to start drafting out our site. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit detail line. Now I've already established these setbacks, I can delete this. One of the principles I like using in designing this kind of big buildings is that I usually create a ring road. A ring road is like a road that goes through the site, goes around the site. So it's going to give vehicles or service vehicles or whatever people the ability to just access this the building all around. So I'm going to go to detail line now and I'm going to start drafting. So in this high rise, in a building of this scale, I usually suggest two entrances, one for the service and one for the main entrance. So I'm going to draft out a distance from here up to 6 meters here. Then I'm going to just draw it here. So now I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 15 meters. That is 15,000 millimeter from this point. So this is going to be like the main service road. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm now going to create a distance here for my parking. So it's important to know that one principle I usually use in parking is I usually do my parking as per layers. So for instance, I'm going to draw a line here. Then I'm going to start offsetting. So I'm going to be offsetting a 3 meter green area buffer from the site. So once I've done this, our 3 meter area is established. Then I'm going to click on offset to establish the first row of parking. That is 5 meters. I'm going to offset it. Then I'm going to click on 6 meter to establish. So this 3 meter is kind of to establish like another green buffer. Then I'm now going to determine the number of cars I want to park. So the number of cars I want to park will be determined by multiplying the distance of 2.5 meters. So let's say I'm going to see how many. If I say I want to get up to 12 parking, so I'm going to open my calculator here and I'm just going to multiply 12 times 2.5, which is the size of parking. Then I'm going to click on equals to. So that is 30 meters. So I'm going to say that I'm going to achieve 30 meter row of parking. So I'm just going to click on offset again and I'm going to offset 30 meter. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm now going to click on offset again and offset 3 meters just to create another green buffer. So as you can see, I'm just creating some horizontal lines, but you're going to see the meaning of this in time. So now what I've done now is I've already created a safe distance for the placement of my car parks. So now I've created this safe distance. This can now be the main access road here, the main access road to the site where the entrance will be. So this main access road, I'm going to make it 8 meters from this point. That is one of the roads. Then I'm going to create a boulevard in the middle, 3 meters wide. Then another 8 meters here for the second road. So I'm going to draft this line and see whether it gets up to this point. So you can see it has gotten up to this point. Then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to be offsetting that same 6 meters from the wall. Okay, let me go to the dimension line again. I'm just going to draw a line here and I'm going to offset 6 meters from here. Then I'm also going to offset another, let me use 10 meters from this point here. So this is now going to serve as another road. So I'm going to trim this line here and trim this line here. So you can see we're already establishing our road network with just simple straight lines. So now I've done this, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line again. So now I'm going to now draw another line from here. And this line is going to serve as, which portion of this place is going to serve as a drop off for this building. So cars can come and drop off passengers. So I'm going to offset it. Okay, let me use 6 meters since it's a drop off. from here. Then I'm going to draft another line here. Then I'm going to draw a line, diagonal line at 45 degrees to join up with this. So this is now going to establish our drop off. So I can delete these two lines now, and I can click on modify. I can click on split, split here, then trim this. Okay, so now we have done this. We have somewhat established our road network. Okay, then we're now going to establish another thing, annotate detail line. So you can see that there is a lot of space here. So since we have space for parking, we have space for the services, we are now going to have space for recreation on this region. So now I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to offset 3 meters from here. I'm going to click on this and offset, let's say not 3 meters, let me just use 6. Then once I've done this, I'm going to draw a straight line here, and I'm just going to trim this to this point. So now I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 10 meters from here to form another road linking these two zones. So I'm going to click on split, and split here, and split here, then trim. So now we are done with this. The next thing we are going to be working on is we are going to be establishing the pedestrian walkways, like pedestrian walkways where people are going to be able to walk. So in pedestrian walkways is still a similar principle. We are just going to be drafting some lines as well. So firstly, most times what I do for pedestrian, I usually place them across or on the edge of the greeneries. So it's going to serve as the boundary between the greeneries and the road. So I can start by clicking on offset and making the pedestrian walkway, let's say 2.1 meter. I think 2.1 is enough to house 3 people. So I'm going to offset here. I'm also going to offset here as a walkway. Then now I can now do some stuff. So you can remember that we created a ramp here. So it will be very good that a pedestrian walkway connects this whole line together. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm just going to draw a pedestrian walkway here. So now you can see that there is a drop off here. So we are going to break this off here, and we're going to draw a line here. So we're also going to draw another line here. So now we are now going to draw a line from this emergency exit, and we're going to draw it to this 3 meter. We're going to draw another line to 3 meter. We're going to join them together and join this, and we're going to create a circle that is creating a muster point. So it's going to be 3 meter in radius. That is okay. Cancel. Let me go to detail line again. I'm just going. So a muster point is like a place where once people exit a building, they can gather if there is fire. Okay. So in a realistic scenario, this place can be a muster point. It has to be a bit far from the danger, but I'm just going to create it here and put it 3 meters. So it's like a gathering point in case of an emergency. So now this is done. I'm just going to go over here and continue this drafting. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to draw a line here. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to draw another line here. Okay, so now we have done this. We have a walkway going around like this. Then we can now see if we can create another walkway on this peripheral. So I'm going to click on offset again and give the normal offset. Then I'm going to click on offset here as well. So this is still looking very crude, and it's because it has a reason for that. So we're just going to be working on this gradually. So now we are going to extend this boulevard to this point, and we're going to cut it off here. We're also going to do the same here, and we're going to join this here. Then we're going to cut it off around here. So the same way, we're just going to do this here, and I'm just sketching randomly. Then we're going to create another gap here and cut it off here. Okay, so now we have established the zones now, and we have an idea of how the walkway will be. We are now going to go into furthermore drafting. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to go over to this and click on an offset here, a line here. Then we are going to click on an offset of 3 meters as well, 3 meters green area. Okay, so now we have done this. We are going to start designing our parking. Okay, so when designing parking, it's very important to know that you always place your parking lot perpendicular to the entrance of your building. The reason why this is done, what I mean by perpendicular, is like at 90 degrees to the entrance. So let's say you have our entrance is here. So the ideal way to create your parking is something like this. So you are going to have the car park facing this way. Why is that? Is that once people come and park here, they can reach maybe a central walkway here and go and walk towards the entrance of the building. So it's just a general principle when designing parking lot. So I'm going to start designing this parking lot, and I'm going to go to detail line, then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to offset 5 meters. So I'm going to offset this here. Once I do this, I'm now going to click on split. I'm going to split here. I'm also going to split here as well, and split here. Then I'm going to click on trim. I'm going to trim this together. Then I'm also going to click on this and trim this to here. Then I'm going to trim this to this point here. So now I'm going to delete this line here, and I'm going to click on trim and trim these two together. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to bevel this together. Then I'm just going to trim here and trim here. So now I've gotten one row of parking. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw 6 meters. Okay, so after I've drawn 6 meters, I'm going to go to detail line again, and I'm just going to create another 5 meters for a car park. So I'm going to delete this here. So now I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split element. So I'm going to split this at this point. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on offset. I'm going to offset 5 meters, which is the length of the car parking. Then I'm going to offset 3 meters. Or 1 point. Okay, let me just use 3 meters so there can be a walkway in between. Then I'm going to offset another 5 meters on this side. So once I've done this, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm just going to draw a line from here, and I'm going to draw a line from here. So now I can select these 2 lines here, and I can just delete this for now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split. Then I'm going to trim here. I'm going to now trim everything like this together. So now we have the length of the car. So now what we are going to be doing is that when designing site plan, doing a site or landscape design, it's very important not to leave any of these edges sharp, because vehicles are moving here. If a car bends here, it's going to most likely have an intersection with this sharp edge. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to annotate detail line. We are going to check the length of this green area buffer. This is 3 meters. Then we are going to draw a line to 1.5 meters. Then after doing that, we are going to draw another line. Then we're just going to use this arc tool here, start and end radius arc. Then we're going to pick this and use this here. So I'm just going to delete this now. I'm going to delete this line now. Then I'm going to go to modify. Then I'm going to go to trim, and I'm going to trim this. So okay, click on cancel, trim here and trim here. So now I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. In the case of this, I'm going to use this fillet arc tool. Then I'm going to pick this line and pick this line. Then it's going to form an arc. Then I'm going to give this a dimension of 3 meters, because the turning radius of a car is 3 meters, which is standard. Okay, so now I'm going to do something similar for this. Will I call this parking dumbbell? So I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to go to use this arc tool. Then I'm going to draw from here. So after I've drawn this, you can see it's eating into this distance. So I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy it here. Then I'm going to delete this line and delete this line. So now I'm going to click on modify, trim, and I'm going to trim this and trim this here. Okay, so now this is done. I can just click on this, and I can, okay, before I do that, I'm just going to go to annotate, click on detail line. I'm going to draw a line here and draw the middle of it. Then I'm going to click on this, click on mirror, pick this line and mirror it to this side. Then I can delete this line and delete that one. So now I'm going to go to modify again, trim, and trim this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on offset. This time I'm going to be offsetting 900 millimeters. So this 900 millimeter is going to be from this here and here. So this is going to serve as a buffer here. Then let me just check this distance and annotate detail line. So this is 1.2 meter left. So once people come and park their car here, they are going to enter this walkway, and they are going to walk down. So I'm going to click on trim. I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here, and I'm going to trim this. I'm also going to trim this. Then I'm going to delete these lines here, and delete these lines, and delete this line. So you can see what we've done is actually very nice. Then I'm just going to select everything here, click on mirror, go over to this external line here, so it's going to get a balanced center point. Then I'm just going to click on this to mirror it. Then I can now trim this and trim this. Okay, so now this is done. You can see we have created our parking, but the issue is that we forgot something very crucial. We forgot annotate. We are going to click on detail line. We forgot to create a movement distance here, which is very important. And instead of using 6 meters, I would rather use, just to make it very free, and since we have a lot of land, I'm going to make this 8 meters. So I'm going to draw a line from here to 8 meters. Then I'm going to select all of this, hold Control, select this last two. Then I'm going to click on move and move it by 8 meters. So this movement distance will be 8 meters and very nice. So I'm going to go to detail line again. I'm going to draw another 8 meter line from here. So what this one is going to do is I'm just going to highlight all these horizontal lines here, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move it to this point. So now I've done this, I can now delete these two lines, delete this now. So we now have provision of cars to be able to move comfortably. So I'm going to click on this dumbbell here, and I'm just going to click. Okay, before I even click on move, I'm now going to go to massing and search. Just to make things faster, I'm going to click on parking component. So Revit usually comes with its own default parking component, but this time I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm going to change the parking length to 5 meters and the parking width to 2.5. Then I'm going to click OK. So once I've done this, I'm going to click on space, and I'm going to place this here. So now I'm just going to click on this and just manually copy it. If I want things quicker, I can just click on this and click on array. Then I'm just going to click on this point, click on this second point. Then I'm going to put a number. Let's use 6, or we can increase it to 7. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm just going to highlight everything here. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to draw a line here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to highlight everything here. I'm going to click on mirror and mirror it to this other side. Okay, so now we have done this, I'm just going to select all of this, click on copy. Then I'm just going to click on this and click on this point here to just copy it in repetitions. Okay, so we have kind of an issue here. You can see that in this place now we have some space here, and this parking cannot actually work. So what we are going to do for this kind of case now is we are just going to delete this now. Once we've deleted this, we are just going to click on detail line here, and we are going to delete this line too. So we are just going to select this two now and delete this. So what we are going to do is we are just going to highlight this particular 3 lines here, and we are going to click on mirror, and we are going to mirror it to this other wing. Then we are just going to click on copy, and we are going to copy it till we reach this line here. So once this is done, I'm going to click on delete. I can go to modify. I can now go and trim this here, and I can also trim this. So you can see our parking lot, and we've designed this. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on this line, delete it, then click on this, then simply array again, click on array, click on this point, click on this second point, then input a number of 6. So now we are going to be doing the same thing here. We're just going to select all of this. We're going to click on copy. We're going to copy this to this point here. So after doing this, we're going to click on this, click on array. Then we're just going to array this here and array it. So we're going to put 6. Okay, so now we are done with this. We're going to click on this one. We're going to click on this center point. We're going to mirror it diagonally. Then we're going to click on array. We're going to click on this point, click here. Then we're going to put 100. Okay, 100 is rather too much. I'm going to reduce it to 75. Okay, I'm going to reduce it to 70. Okay, so once we have done and we have created all these parking spaces, I think this is somewhat a lot. So we're just going to delete this first. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on one of these. We're going to right click and select all instances in entire project. Then we're going to ungroup. Why did I do this? Because I want to know exactly how many parking we have. So I'm just going to select one of these. I'm going to right click, select all instances, an entire project. Then I'm going to click on filter. So we currently have 224 parking spaces, which may seem as much, but if we now do some calculations, remember that if we go back and calculate how many units we have on each floor, we have 8 units. So that 8 times 20, okay, I think times, because of the podium floors and the other floors, is going to reduce to about times 16. Is going to give us 128. So it's very convenient because each of these units can have 2 spaces for 2 people to park. Very nice. Okay, so I think our parking is on point. So now I'm going to start working on this other region too. So I'm going to start working on this boulevard here. So in this boulevard, I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Of course, I'm going to be selecting, trying to hover around till I get up to 1.5. I'm going to click on detail line here and I'm going to draw a line to this point. So the boulevard is I'll usually suggest that the thing should be more spacious, especially this breaking point. So I'm going to push it back a bit. Then I'm going to go to detail line, draw a line up to 1.5 meter. Then I'm just going to click on this arc line 2 and I'm going to draft this. Then I'm going to delete this at this center point. Then I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split this here. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to drag this here. Then I'm going to select this and I'm going to click on mirror, draw this to this center point, then click escape and delete this. Then I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to go to split and just trim this. Then I'm going to delete this. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So once I've done this, I'm now going to go over here and I'm going to draw a line to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on modify. I'm going to click on trim. I'm going to be using this trim tool. So I'm going to trim this here, trim this here. So now I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror this here. Now this is done. I still feel I should move this much back again. Then I'm going to move this to about, I'm going to move this to 6 meters. Okay, so now this is done. I feel there is now enough allowance here for cars to have movement here. Then I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to continue this line up to this point. Then I'm just going to drag this and place it here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to detail line. I'm now going to go over here and just arc this here. Then delete this. Then I feel this should still move back by 3 meters. Okay, now I feel that there's enough provision given here. I can now go now and try to mirror what I have on this side to the other side. So I'm going to go to detail line and I'm going to draw a line to this point. So after I've drew this line to this point, I'm just going to click on AL. I'm going to select this and select this. Then I'm going to now delete this and delete this too. So I can now delete this one too. So now after I've done this, I'm just going to select. Okay, I'm going to select this section, hide in view by category. I don't want to be seeing this section again. Okay, so now I'm just going to hover here. I'm going to select all of this here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it to this point here. So now I've done this, I can now delete this here and delete this. Okay, so now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go and click on modify. I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this here and trim, click on this trim tool and trim this to this point. So now I'm going to draw another walkway, and this time this walkway is going to cut across this parking and just around this site. So it's going to give individuals movement across the site. So I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting the 2.1 meter I said will be the pedestrian walkway. So I'm going to offset it here. I'm going to offset it here. Then I'm going to offset it. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to join it here. So I'm going to click on trim and I'm just going to trim this to this point. I'm going to trim this to here. I'm also going to click on trim and trim this to this point. I'm also going to trim this to here. And then I'm going to click on this trim tool and trim this to this point. Okay, trim this to here. then trim this to this point. So I'm going to click on this offset tool, and I'm going to offset here. So I want to link this walkway to this general walkway here. So I'm going to click on split here. I'm going to click on escape, delete this, then I'm going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here. Okay, so once this is done, I'm going to try and trim this line here. I'm going to try and trim this here. So remember what I said about sharp edges. So I'm going to kind of modify this whole wing at this side here. So after I'm done modifying this wing, I'm now going to mirror it to this other wing. So let's start from here. We are going to click on this now, and I'm just going to click on this line to join this point, and I'm going to click on unjoin element. Then I'm just going to drag this up to this point. So now I've done this, I can now click on delete and delete these two lines here. Then I can now click on trim, and I can just trim this to this line here. So we have this continuous walkway. So now we have done this, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to start designing for my basement. So in this basement, I want the service vehicles to come from here. So I'm just going to draw a line continuing from this point and continue from here. But before I do that, I'll need to create an offset. So this offset is going to serve like a buffer. So once this the car goes down, it's going to have some provision for other waste preparation spaces. So I'm just going to click on offset here, and I'm going to be offsetting 4.5 meters. So this is quite much. I'm going to go to detail line, then I'm just going to click on offset. I'm going to offset this, then I'm going to click on modify and click on offset, and I'm going to offsetting 4.5. So now I've offset this, I can now click on trim, and I can trim this to this wing. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on split, because this wing now is now going to be open. So I'm going to split this here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. I'm also going to click on trim and trim this. Okay, so now we now have the pathway where we want our vehicle to enter from. Okay, so I'm going to click on split now, and I'm going to click on offset, and this time this offset is going to be 10 meters. Okay, so I'm going to offset this here. So we actually have a big issue here, because here is looking much tighter than it is. So what we are going to be doing is, instead of using just this length as our length for the ramp to the basement, we are going to make this whole length the ramp. So I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to offset 10 meters from here too. Then I'm going to click on, okay, it's asking me to save. I'm going to save the project. So what it means is that I'm just going to click on this and trim here. So what it means is that I'm going to go to annotate, draw a line here. Okay, this is the last time I'm going to say. So what this thing means is that this whole buffer here, I'm going to eliminate it, because I want the cars, the service vehicles, to enter from this point, reach the basement here, do whatever services they want to do, and come out from this point, then reach this end and turn before getting to this point. So this whole space from here is going to be totally asphalt. So I'm just going to draw a line here, and I'm going to click on this trim tool, and okay, the line is even going to extend up to this point here. Let me just call this 30 meter. Then I'm going to click on split, and I'm just going to trim, and I'm going to trim this here and trim this here. So what this does is now is that this whole place is going to be an asphalt road. So okay, so now I'm just going to click on trim now, and I'm going to trim this. I'm going to click on trim and trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to click on offset again, same 10 meter, and offset here. Then I'm going to click on splits and trim this here. So now this is done, I'm just going to go over here. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm now going to click on this arc, this fillet arc tool. I'm going to click here and click here. Then I'm going to make this bend 9 meters. After making this, I'm now going to click on offset and offset it by 10 meters. Then I'm just going to trim this here. So before we mirror this, I'm going to go over and start working on these areas as well. So I'm going to go to annotate again, detail line. Then I'm going to click on this fillet arc tool. We're going to be using this a lot because of this arc. So I'm going to click on an arc here. I'm also going to click on this, okay. Then I'm just going to click on an arc here. Then now I'm just going to click on an arc here as well, just a small one here and a small one here. So after doing this, I'm just going to go over here and going to arc here too. All right, so now this is done. We're just going to go and fillet arc here too. and do the same for this. So now we are going to be clicking on each of these fillet arc. Okay, before we go further, detail line again, let me just fillet arc here too as well, then here as well. Okay, so before we go any further, we are now going to click on this fillet arc and we're going to be imputing some values. So for these ones at the edge, I'm just going to put this at 3 meters. Then I'm going to click on this one, 3 meters as well. Then I'm going to click on this one, 3 meters as well. Then this one too, 3 meters. Okay, then after doing this, I'm going to even go to this one, annotate detail line. I'm going to use the fillet arc tool here, and I'm just going to arc here too and put this one as 3 meters too. Okay, so after doing this, I'm now going to click on offset here. So I'm going to be offsetting from this fillet arc the same value of this walkway. So I'm going to be putting 2.1. I'm going to offset 2.1 here, offset 2.1 here, offset 2.1 here. Then I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this. Then trim this too. Okay, so now this is done. We have here smooth here. Okay, we are just going to assign this. We are going to assign this one 3 meters. Okay, there is too much. We can use 1.5. Then we can click on this and make this 2.1 or 3 meters. So after doing this, now we are now going to go to annotate. We are going to go to detail line and we are going to draw one line to this center point here. Then I'm just going to select 1, 2, and I'm going to click on mirror and mirror this here. Then I'm just going to trim this. So now in this center point, we can have a fountain here. So we can just click on offset. We can offset this by, let's say 900. Then we can just have a total water fountain with maybe some nice green area on these edges. So I'm just going to make this whole place water, and maybe some fountains will sprout from there. So now I'm going to go to annotate and I'm going to go and do some more line work again. So in this case of this line work, I want to do some work on this part of this site, like some recreational zones. So what I'm just going to be doing is, just to make things quicker and simplify this thing, I'm just going to draft in some sit out and pedestal areas, just some relaxing areas. So I'm going to draw a center point here. I'm going to now click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 2.1 from there. Then I'm going to offset this here. So I'm going to go to detail line again and I'm going to start trying to design a single unit that is going to serve for both of these places. So what I'm just going to do is, I'm just going to go to, okay, so now I'm going to do 1 or 2 more touches before mirroring some of this stuff to this other wing. So you can see that I'll need to drag this line back. The reason why is I want to actually create some provision here. So I'm going to reduce this distance here to about 15 meters. So the ramp going down to the basement is going to start from here. So all these other services can also work as well. So I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. I'm going to draw another line from here. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 1.5 meter from each side. Then I'm going to offset this here, offset this here. So I'm going to click on trim here. Then I'm just going to click on offset again, and this time 2.1. Then I'm going to offset this to this point. So I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. I'm going to trim this here too as well. So I'm also going to go over here. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line here and I'm just going to click on modify and just trim this to this point, trim this here and trim this here. And I'm also going to click on this and trim this here and trim this here. Okay, so now this is done. I can now go over here, click on modify, offset 1.5 meter on each wing, offset here, offset here. Then I can just drag this to this point here and drag this to this point. Then I'm just going to click on split and I'm going to split here too. So I'm going to click on modify, trim this here, trim this here. So we now have a very serviceable emergency exit. So I'm going to click on detail line here and I'm just going to trim off this point here. Then I'm going to click on modify, and I'm just going to click on split, and I'm just going to click on offset here, then I'm just going to Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on offset, then I'm going to click on 2.1 offset here, then I'm just going to trim this, and I can delete this. All right, so now we have this. I can just click on split, and I can just split this here, so I can just join this together, so it's going to form one single unit of design. Okay, I'm going to select this reference plane, hide in view by category, so it's not going to be obstructing our view. I'm also going to select this grid, hide in view. Okay, for now let me just leave it. All right, so now we are done with this line work. I can now select all of this line work carefully. I'll make sure I don't select any component of the building, just the lines. Select this as well, select this too, hold Ctrl, select more of them. So after I've done, I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this other wing. All right, so now we have our site plan to some extent. We have the layout at least. We have sketched out the design, the intended design. So we still have some space here, which in more space can't be bad. So I can just trim this off more. So I can click on escape, I can click on delete to delete these two lines here. Then I can just click on trim and just trim this diagonal line to this point. So now I can just click on join here and join here to kind of unify this design. The same thing goes for here. Then I think we are good to go. So note that majority of some of these things you are seeing here is not going to be on the actual site plan, but it's going to go into the basement. So this just gives an idea. So you just go to kind of juxtapose them together, so you will be very careful while designing it. So now we are done with this. We can now start the actual modeling. Okay, so we are going to start. Okay, let me just trim this here to correct this. So we're going to start from green areas, which are the easiest. So normally in designing and modeling a site plan in Revit, you can go and you are meant to use this massing and site, you are meant to use Topo Solid, but because I usually feel more versatile while using floors, I usually prefer using floors to mask my site. So I'm going to be using floors here. I've done many videos on how to use Topo Surface and model your site plan in Revit. If you want to learn that, you can check out my channel. I have done some videos on that and some full courses. But for this video, I'm going to be using floors to do the site modeling. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor. I'm going to click on this drop down, architectural floor. So this time, instead of these irregular slabs, I'm going to look for some green grass. This one I named my grass. Then I'm going to put the offset of this grass to 150 from NGL. Then I'm going to go to this pick line tool. Then I'm going to pick this 1 by 1. Click on tab. Click on tab once I go to a looped. Okay, so after doing this now, I think we have created at least most of the green areas. We have modeled it. Then I'm going to click finish. So now we are done with the green area. Now we are going to start modeling the asphalt road. So I'm going to go to floor again. This time I'm going to select a slab I called asphalt road. So if you get this work, you are going to get all these the template, all these components I'm using. So to make things much faster, I'm going to change this height offset to 0. Then I'm just going to pick this here. So after all this is said and done, I can now click on trim. Just make sure everything is joined perfectly. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now we have our asphalt road here. We have our green area. We can go over to this graphics display option and change it to shaded. Then we can click on GD, that is graphics display. Then I'm going to go to lighting, and I'm just going to increase the sun and ambient light, reduce the shadow to 0, click on apply, click OK. Hit GD again. If it's still not bright enough, increase the ambient light, click apply to 100. If so, click apply and click OK. So now we can now see what we are doing very well. We can see all the greeneries and the parking lot we have created. Alright, so we are going to go to architecture. We are going to go to floor now. Then we are going to select this walkway, any paved. We are going to use this paved area floor. Then we are going to make sure that the height offset is at 0. Then we are just going to be drawing our paved areas, walkways around the site. Okay, so now we have created our paved area around the site, which is very nice and good. So I'm just going to edit some things. Like for instance, I'm going to click on this walkway. I'm going to click on this line, delete this for now. Click on this walkway, edit boundary. Then I'm just going to bevel this to just this point. Then I'm going to do the same for this. Delete this line, click on this, edit profile, click on this and just join here, so this corner won't be sharp. Alright, so now I've created this floor. Now I think the next aspect, we are going to now create this fountain here. So it's very simple and straightforward. We're just going to click on walls. We're going to select those our pool walls. Then under this pool walls, we are going to set this base offset to -450 or -600. Then we are going to set the top offset from this DPC to be -450. Then we're just going to click on pick, and we're going to just pick the line end to end. So after we have done this, I'm going to go to floor. Under this floor, I'm going to select pool floor. Then I'm going to set it as -450. Then I'm just going to pick these edges here. So now I'm going to go to component. I'm going to go to model in place. I'm going to go to floor. Then I'm just going to click OK. I'm going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. I'm going to pick here. Then I'm just going to pick Ctrl Z. Then just Ctrl Z again. Click on tab. I'm just going to pick this manually since tab isn't working. Then I'm going to set the extrusion at let me use 450. Then I'm going to set the material to be pool water. Then I'm just going to click on it and click OK and click finish. So now we have our water, we have our walkways, we have our greenery. So now we are going to start working on our basement design, because it has reached the point we need to work on this now. Okay, so the first thing to do before we work on this basement is to create a basement level. So we are going to go into one of these elevations. I just picked this west here, so I just hope it won't be heavy. Okay, So I've already cropped this, so it's just most of the bottom part that is showing in this elevation. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select any of these levels here. I can select this NGL and click on copy, and I'm just going to copy it downwards by 3 points. Let me just use 3 points, or let me just use 4 meter. The reason I'm using 4 is because I expect big vehicles like garbage truck to come to this level. So I'm just going to set the distance at 4 meters, so it's going to be high enough once these garbage vehicles come into this facility. Okay, so now we have established our basement level. We're just going to name this, and this time we're just going to name this 01, and we're going to call this basement floor. Okay, so now we have given it a name. The thing should appear on this. So we're going to go under this view. We're going to go under plan views, floor plan, and we're just going to click on it, so it's going to show. So we have this our basement floor plan. So now what we're going to do now is we're now going to go over to this underlay. We're going to click on it, and we're going to set the underlay at NG, or that is the natural ground level. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do some wall work first. So this wall work is going to like serve as kind of like a guide on how this basement work is going to, this basement floor is going to be. Okay, so let's just go back to this NGL first, and we're going to copy some lines. I'm going to hold Control and select these lines here, because those are the lines we'll be using to draw our roads. So after doing so, I'm just going to copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views, and I'm going to paste this at the basement floor, and I'm going to click OK. So now on this basement floor, now I'm now going to start drawing some walls. So let's go back to this NGL once again. I'm going to click on these service walls here, particularly this core area, this service area, because remember I said I don't want all the whole part of the building to come to the business. I just want this service area. So I'm going to set the base constraint at basement level. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to copy some of these wall doors and ducts to that same basement level, so it's like a lower ground level. Okay, so now that is done, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to hold Control, click on this, click on these two doors, click on this, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to set the basement floor. So now I think our basement is set. We're now going to go to this basement floor. So now we can see the main service area of this basement. So I want most of the services of this floor to come from this side, just this region. That will be the basement floor plan of this building. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. I'm going to set it to our normal 225 wall. Once I'm done, I'm going to reset the constraint offset to 00. Then I'm going to set the basement to up to natural ground floor. Then I'm going to set it at wall center line. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to draw a wall up to this point. Then I'm going to draw another wall up to this point as well. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make some of these spaces as some spaces where they will be keeping maybe the basement tanks and the pumping machines. So I'm just going to draw a wall coming and joining at this point, and another wall coming here and joining at this point. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to be drawing a wall that is going to go up to the natural ground level. So this is where these railings will rest on. For this, I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to click on pick wall 2. Then I'm just going to set the offset above 150 millimeter at this point that will be visible here. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to change this wall center line to finish face exterior, and I'm just going to place this one. Then I'm also going to do this one here. The same thing for this side. I'm going to place this one here. I'm going to place this one here. So now for these walls, the remaining walls now is now going to go under the floors of the site. So I'm just going to select these walls here, and I'm going to put a top offset of minus 150. So it's not going to come off above in the site plan. So it's just going to be submerged, because the reason why I'm making this one 150 above, 150 offset above the natural ground level is because of it's going to be like showing on the site. I'm going to place railings on top, so it's like the opening here where the vehicle will just enter enter through and go and access the basement. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on wall again. This time I'm going to click on minus 150 and I'm just going to click on pick part, and I'm going to pick this here, pick this here as well, pick this here, pick this here. So I'm going to be doing the same thing for here, minus 150, pick this here, pick this here, and pick this here. So now this is out of the way. I'm now going to start segmenting some walls. So I'm going to draw a wall here. This time, instead of using this wall exterior, external, finish face external, I'm going to be picking wall center line. Then I'm just going to draft a wall, kind of opening this point here. Okay, then after I've done this, I'm now going to click on this, draw another wall again at this point, just to join to this wall here. I'll hit Ctrl Z. I'm just going to go over here and place a wall here. I'm going to go over here too and place a wall here. Okay, so what this is going to do now is I'm now going to click on wall again, and I'm going to place another wall here. Then I'm just going to click on modify. I'm going to click on trim, and I'm just going to trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, and trim this. So now I'm just going to even delete this. I'm going to just drag this wall up, or rather let me just delete it. So if you see what I'm going to try and do here, I want to make this place like where the overhead tanks will be. So this now, I'm now going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to doors, and I'm going to be placing some double swing doors. So this is now the major waste treatment plant here. So we can have some doors here, maybe 2 doors here to access it, and maybe just another set of, maybe a set of door here or opening here. So now here I can now go and just click on, if I have an opening component, I can place it here, or I can simply use the void extrusion. What I'm just going to do now is I'm going to click on view, I'm going to click on section, and I'm just going to pick a small section here. Then once I've done this, I'm just going to, once the section has been created, I'm just going to double click on the section. Then I'm going to just crop here now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to create component, model in place, casework, okay, casework 190, void extrusions. Then I'm going to click on pick a plane. I'm going to pick this plane, and I'm just going to draw an opening here. Then I'm going to offset this opening at 450. I'm going to set the extrusion to 225, and I'm going to click finish. So I'm going to click on this cut geometry, select this and select this wall. So now if I click on finish and I go back to basement floor level, you're now going to see that at this point this place will be open. So this is where all the whole chute waste will be coming to, and this waste will be managed here. Then let me just place this tank here and just place about 3 tanks here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to delete this. I'm just going to select all of this, then click on mirror and just mirror this here. So now I've designed this. So now we are going to do some slab here. So this is, we are going to create the basement slab. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor. Under this floor, I'm just going to look for this slab deck. Or let me just look for, okay, let me look for roof slab. Then I'm just going to draw some wall profiles here. So I'm going to click on pick wall. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here as well. Also pick here, pick here too. Pick here as well, pick here too. Pick here too. Then now what I'm going to do is I'm now going to draw the floor and attach it to this drop off here. And do the same here. Then I'm just going to trim this again. Okay, so now we've clicked on finish. Now we are going to rectify some things. For instance, you can see there are still some doors here. This place is normal, is already locked off, so all this duct here is not possible. All the doors and windows will now go over to this region here, so you can delete this. And these walls in particular, let me just separate this. Maybe they might be needed in the basement, so I think they can still serve. So what I'm just going to do for them is I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on offset here. So I'm going to bring out another wall here. Then I'm just going to set this wall, the top constraint, to NGL, then set it as minus 150. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to drag this here. Then I'm just going to change this location line to wall center line. Then I'm just going to drag this here. Then I'm going to drag this wall off here, click on this, and I'm just going to mirror this here. So I'm going to click on this and just drag it up to here and fill this point. So what I've just simply done here is I've still given access to this I've given a small lobby way to this to this mechanical and electrical room. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to put a distance of 1.2 here, so whatever servicing they are doing on the basement can still work. So I'm just going to go architecture. I'm going to put some single doors here. So my problem now with this is that on putting this lobby here, we have kind of I can delete this here. So now I can now go to wall. So we have kind of limited the size of this waste collection chamber. So I'm just going to click on it, and I'm going to see if I can expand it by, let me make it 4.5 meters. So on doing this, it kind of hinders this distance here, but if I click on annotate and just check the width between here and here, I feel it's still something a bit much. Then what I can do now is to just increase it a bit to 10 meters. Okay, so now this is still a bit problematic, but I think we can still manage. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit boundary, then I'm just going to shift this to this point here. Click on this and click on move it to this point here. Then I'm just going to drag this up here. So I think we have enough provision here, and we have access to some of these service facilities here with this waste management room. Okay, so this is big enough. I think this is big enough for a drop off. So now we are going to use this whole length to create a ramp, so vehicles can come in from here, slide through this ramp. Although this ramp, because of the limited distance, is going to be very steep. So there are various ways of creating this basement ramp here. So I guess we're just going to be using floors. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to floors. Under these floors, I'm just going to pick asphalt road, and I'm going to set it at basement level and set it at 0. So I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here as well, pick here, pick here, Ctrl Z, pick here too, and pick here. Then I'm just going to trim this here, and trim this here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click finish first. So we're just going to go to 3D, because I think 3D is the best place to modify this stuff. So now you can see what we have here, but we are going to now work from this point. So I'm just going to rotate this to this point. Then I'm going to drag this scope box down. So once I drag the scope box down, we are going to be able to see the basement. So I'm going to click on it. Okay, let's just rectify this to 0. You are going to see that this is our main asphalt on the surface, on the natural on the actual ground level. Then I'm going to click on HH to temporarily hide it. So we can now see the road leading to the basement. So I'm going to click on this. I'm now going to click on this modify element. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this point, and I'm going to set it to 0 first. Then I'm go over here to this point too, click on it, set it to 0. So what I've done is I've increased the height of this part of this wall. So you can see the steep is still very much here. So what we are going to do now is we're just going to click on this, and we're going to increase this now. So instead of making this minus 4,000, we're going to reduce it to minus 1,800. Then I'm also going to go here too. I'm going to click on this and reduce it to minus 1800. So I'm going to rotate this again. I'm going to also go over here, click on this, reduce this to minus 2400. I'm going to rotate this here, click on this and reduce it to minus 2400. Okay, so the thing with this is that it's actually a good thing and a bad thing, because what it means is we can put a covering on this point, not up until this point. Because one thing you should consider, so let me just go to this basement floor and let me just delete this. Or what I can do is I can click on this and extend this here. Let me just click on it and move it. I'm going to click and move it somewhere. So I'm just going to select this section and extend it to this point and this point. So I'm going to click on this, extend this, the view range, extend the view range here, extend. So now let's look at this section. So you can see that this is the problem here. So if a vehicle enters from here, we're at this point where the covering or the beam that is going to cover this basement comes in. You are going to see that the height between here and here is too tight, 1.6. There is no vehicle that can come in at 1.6. So the only option now may be to actually push this thing, push the covering back. Let's take it to this point now and see how deep this thing can go. So if you click on this section line again, we're going to see that at this point too, it's still even a bit tight. If I click on annotate and click on detail line, you can see it's up to 3.3. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this NGL. So in this NGL now, I'm going to now work on something. So I'm going to click on this now and I'm going to change the design basically. Okay, so I'm going to click on edit part. So I'm just going to click on trim to trim this part here and trim it off and click on finish. Don't attach. So now what I'm going to do now is for the most part I'm going to go back to this basement and I'm going to select all these peripheral walls here. Select this peripheral wall here, select this one, click on filter, uncheck these lines, click OK, select this wall, select this wall. So I'm going to make sure that these walls, they have a top offset of 150. So it means they are going to be showing on the actual ground level. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to go and cover only this part here. So if I go back to this NGL now, I'm just going to click on this floor here, or rather I'm going to click on this. Let me just delete this line. I'm going to click on this green area, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to, okay, let me click on cancel first. I'm just going to click on this underlay, set it at basement floor. Then I'm now going to click on this green area. I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to draw it over here. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on offset here. And I'm just going to trim this. And I'm going to click done attach. So as you can see, I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to drag it to this point. The same thing I'm going to do with this wall too. Click on this and drag it to this point. Then I'm going to go back and turn off this underlay. So if I go back to this basement floor, I'm now going to click on this one and I'm going to increase the offset to 150. So the only cover to this basement is now at this point. So now let's go back to 3D and see what we have. So you can see in this basement now we now have something like this. So we have the vehicles coming in at this point, so there is enough provision for the vehicle to enter the basement without really having any roof issue or having any issue of jamming any beam. So let's just go back to this NGL. So what we're going to do is, okay, it's asking us to save project, which I think we'll gladly do. So what we can now do now is to go to architecture, click on walls. Under these walls, we are just going to set it at minus 450. Then we are just going to set it to DPC, yes, minus 450 as well. Then I'm just going to click on this, change this to from wall center line to finish face exterior, and I'm going to pick here and draw a wall here. So this is going to be a beam. I'm also going to click here and draw a wall here. Okay, then I'm going to click on this green area here. I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm going to draw another green area profile here. Then I'm just going to trim this. After doing that, I'm going to click on finish, don't attach. So I'm just going to click on this floor here. Then I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this other wing. So now we have done this, I think we're almost done. So we can click on this, click on tab, click on this floor, then click on edit profile. Then we're just going to draw the walkways in between these parking lots. Then I'm just going to simply copy it. So after doing this, we can click on finish and don't attach to top base. So we have a lot of things here. So now we can click on this 3D. So what we can do now is to click on this 3D and expand our view scope to encompass the whole site and see what we've done. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on HR now. HR is technically to unhide the other components of the site. Then I'm going to click on this green area, go back to the site plan, or go back to the natural ground level, then click on edit profile. Then just make sure I fill up here. So I'm just going to trim that, trim this, and I think we're good to go. So now another thing is, if you go to this 3D now, you can notice that most of these are green area, they don't have curbs. So the curbs is like what gives it a refining touch. So what we are going to do is I'm going to show you how to model your own curbs, and we are going to just use it to place on the edges. So remember, we didn't use topo solid, we didn't use the massing and such, we use floors. So you will start wondering how we are going to be creating curbs. Some people might start using some model in place, but you don't need to do that. What you simply do is to go to files. Under these files, you are just going to click on new. Under this new, you are going to click on new family. Then it's going to give you the option to select a family template. Then you are going to go back. Instead of English Imperial, I don't work in the part of the world that uses the Imperial system, so I'm going to be using normal English, which is English metric. Then I'm going to scroll down and click on metric profile. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on line here. I'm going to draw the profile from here up to 225 high. Then I'm going to click escape. I'm going to draw it to be 125 in extension, then 150 to this point. Then I'm going to slant the line at 45 degrees and join it here. So now after I've drawn this profile, I'm going to click on this profile usage and set it to slab edge. Then after I've done this, I'm going to hit Ctrl S, and I'm just going to save it as slab edge, or save it as curbs. So after I've done this, I'm just going to click on save. It's going to save. Then I'm going to load it into the project. So I'm going to click on load into project, and we have loaded it in. So let's go back to 3D. So now we are now going to go under this floor, click on this drop down icon, and we're now going to do floor slab edge. So under this floor slab edge, we're going to click on edit type. We're just going to click on this drop down icon, and we're going to see these curbs here. Then we're going to assign a material to it. We're just going to check, let me check if I have a curbs material already. Okay, then I'm going to click on this, click OK, click OK. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this vertical profile. If you look at the way I drew the profile, I drew it on top of the horizontal line. So I'm just going to set this at -225. So it's going to offset 225 downwards. So I'm going to click on tab and place this. So you can see how it has perfectly placed. So if I go over here, I can place here. I can just hover around this edge here, click on tab, and it's going to place on everything and place here. So I'm going to hover around here, click tab, place this. So you can see it's just perfectly placing. Click on tab, place this, place the curbs here. Okay, so we're going to do that for this boulevard too. Okay, so I think we have placed the curbs in all the green areas in this project. So now we are now going to go to this site plan, and we're just going to go under the floor plans and click on this floor plan site and just click on site. So this site plan is where we are just going to add some graphics pattern to this site plan, so it's going to look nice, and we're just going to basically see how everything is looking. Okay, so now you can see our site is actually very cropped, so we're just going to click on this and we're just going to edit it, and we're going to drag this crop region to actually uncrop. Alright, so now we are going to be working on the graphics of this site plan. So currently this our site plan is hanging a lot, so it's very slow, and what we can do to help solve the issue is we can go to this properties panel and we can edit the view range. So we'll just wait a bit, let it just reload again so it will stop hanging. Okay, so now it has stopped hanging. I'm going to click on edit view range, then I'm going to click on this cut plane. Instead of 60 meters, I'm just going to change this to 1.2. Okay, so this is going to reduce the horizontal cut plane, because a floor plan is actually a horizontal section, so it's going to reduce that cut plane to 1.2 above the natural ground level. So we're just going to right click hide in view by category, so we're going to be hiding this scope box. So once it is hidden, we are now going to go over here to right click hiding by in view by category. We're also going to hide these grids too by category. Since this is a site plan, I'm going to right click hide in view by category. Okay, so now this is done. I think we can now go on and working on this. So now we are going to do a size boundary line. So we currently have this property line here. We can right click hide in view by element, because we don't need it. We'll still need to create a line that is going to leave openings here for this entrance of this gate, just to indicate it. So what we are going to do is we are going to go under manage. Under this manage, we are going to click on additional settings. We are going to click on line styles. Then we are just going to click on new, and we are going to give this a name. Let me call this 00 site boundary. Okay, so now we have done this. I'm just going to click on OK. Then we're going to edit the properties of the line. I'm going to edit the thickness. I'm going to make the thickness of the line at 9. Then I'm going to change the color to red. Then I'm just going to change it from solid to dash dot. AEC dash dot, or let me just look for the normal dash dot. Okay, so I'm just going to put this dash dot, and I'm going to click apply, and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm not going to go to annotate. If I click on this detail line, now if I click on this drop down icon, I'm not going to go up, and I'm going to see this new line we created, which is, I think we created it with a numerical value, so it should be among. Okay, see the line here, size boundary. So once we have done this, we are now going to draw it from here. We're going to draw it at this point, draw it to this point, so also this point here. Our site is just a simple rectangle, and this point and this point here. We can draw another one here, and we can draw another one here. Okay, so now this is done. If I click on TL on my keyboard and turn on the line thickness again, you're going to see the line thickness. So this our scale is too big for this site plan, so I'm going to reduce this scale to 1:500. So this 1:500 is more realistic and may enter a normal A3 sheet. So it's always good to note that if you are preparing a work for presentation or working drawing, you should always create sheets and place the floor plans on the sheets to see if they will enter. Okay, so because if you can't place them on sheets, you have not done any work. So now we are now going to do the building footprint, and for this we are going to go to annotate. We are going to go to field region. So you have a lot of field region here. So what you can just do is to click on one, edit type, duplicate, and call this 01 building footprint. So after you have named this, I'm going to click on OK. I'm just going to click this diagonal. Instead of diagonal cross hatch, I'm just going to pick maybe I'm just going to pick this one and I'm going to click OK, apply, and OK. So now instead of using thin lines, I'm going to be using very thick lines for the projection line. So I'm going to be using this OP line 9. So this is a very thick line. So I'm just going to pick here. I'm going to click on TL to temporarily hide the thickness. So I'm just going to be picking then I'm going to trim here. I'm also going to trim here too as well. Then I'm going to trim here. So now this is done. We are now going to also create some footprints to indicate security points. So I'm going to draw a footprint from here to here. I'm just going to draw a small section and call it the security checkpoint for this wing. I'm also going to do another security checkpoint here at this center point. So it's going to be up to 6 meters. Then to this wing. So I'm going to click on finish. So now if you click on TL now, you can now see the thickness and how it's looking graphically, which is nice. So now we are going to put indications for our gate. So for this, I'm going to hit TL again. Then I'm going to click on this field region, click on this drop down, then I'm going to click on max region. So I'm going to set this line back to 1, OP1. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to draw from this point here, draw it up to 600. I'm going to draw a line here to this point here. Then I'm just going to draw from this point and do this here. Then I'm going to select these two, click on mirror it to this point too, delete the center line, and I'm going to click finish. So now I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to mirror this to this wing, select these two. This is just a graphical indication for a gate. So I'm going to click on this and copy this here. I'm also going to copy this here. So in the case of this now, this needs to be much longer, so I'm going to delete one. I'm going to click on this edit type, then I'm going to Okay, so now graphically we have set almost all the plan views, both from the site plan to the basement floor plan, and everything is set. We're now going to create our sheet where we need to place them, because if we haven't placed them on sheets, how are we going to print them out? So I'm going to go to file, I'm going to go to new. Under this new, I'm going to click on family. Then instead of selecting in this English Imperial, I'm going to click on this icon here to go back. Then I'm going to click on English metric. So I'm going to click on title blocks, and normally we'll use A3, but I usually like using A2. Then I can, while printing, I can shrink it to A3 if I want. So I'm going to click on open. So of course it's going to come out with this normal generalized panel here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to detail line, and we're just going to click on this box on modify tool to start working. Then we're just going to click on this offset and put -10. So what this -10 does is any point I pick or any line I want to draw is going to offset it at -10. So you can see I've picked that point and it's offsetting it at -10. So we're going to go to create again. We're going to go to detail line, this line tools here. Then we're now going to draw another line at 0.50 millimeters or 60 millimeters from this point. So after doing this, we're now going to segment this our title block. We're going to segment the first part, which is may contain the general notes. we are going to segment the second part, and we can just click on this and copy it to each part. Okay, so now what we are now going to do is we are going to start creating text. But before we start creating text, we are going to create a design format for this. So I'm going to click on TL to make sure this. So you can see that these lines here, they are not really thick enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on tab to select everything, then hold Control and select this. Then I'm going to change this to wide lines. So now I've changed it to wide lines. I can now go to create detail line. Then instead of title blocks, I'm going to set this at 10 lines. Then I'm just going to click on this box tool here, and I'm going to pick this offset at minus 0.25. Then I'm just going to pick this point here. Okay, let me just use minus 2.5. Then I'm going to pick this point here, pick this point here, pick here, pick here. So it's going to give this like an organized format. Pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Okay, so we're going to start by creating text here. So we're going to go to create, we're going to click on text. So now we are going to be creating the headings of all of these boxes and information they are going to contain. So I'm going to click on edit type, I'm going to duplicate, and I'm going to call this 01 header. So after I've done this, I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm going to change this text font to Beber's Newer. After changing this text font, I'm going to change the text size to 5, and I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to call this general notes. Okay, so in this general notes, depending on which region you are going to put the standard general notes. So I'm going to click on copy, click on this point and click on this second point. Then I'm just going to call this. Okay, so we're going to call this disclaimer. Disclaimer. So we're going to click on this, we're going to copy this again, and we're now going to call this third segment project title. Okay, so after calling this project title, we're going to click on this, we're going to copy this here, and we're going to call this client name. Then we're going to click on this again, copy, and we're going to call this, click on this and copy this then. And maybe we're going to call this registration number. So whatever body this is going to governs the region you are, this is going to be their registration number. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on copy again. I'm going to copy this here. Then I'm now going to change this, give this one the sheet name. After giving this the sheet name, I'm now going to click on this and click on copy, and I'm now going to call this sheet number. All right, so I'm now going to this next title, I'm now going to put drawn by. So this is the segment where it's going to hold who drew the thing. Then I'm now going to click on this, copy this. Then I'm now going to put this next section, approved by. Then after this, I'm going to click copy again. Then I'm just going to copy this last section here. Then I'm now going to call this scale. Then after putting this scale section here, I'm now going to click on copy to this last part here. Then I'm just going to call this date and sale. Then I'm going to put it. So this is going to contain the date of the project and the sale where they are going to sign and sell it. Okay, so now we have created all these general notes. We don't have anything under them. So I'm now going to show you how to create labels that are going to work in accordance to what you want. So I'm just going to add this column here. The same for this column again. I'm going to move this one a bit here, then add column, then I'm going to add column here. Okay, so once this is done, what we're now going to do is we're now going to start creating labels. So we're going to click on create, and we're just going to go under this. You can see beside this text, you can see labels here. So under this label, we're going to create a label. So this label is now going to be based on what you input. For example, if I click on label now, and I just click on any point in this project, maybe under this project title, so you're going to see some parameters will come out. So now you can see a lot of things like maybe assembly URL, building name. So we can now click on this building name here, and we can click on this add parameter here. So this sample, you can see the sample value building name, and I'm just going to click OK. So now we can click on this. We can now click on edit type, duplicate, and call this 01 content. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to change this font to Bebas Newer. Then I'm going to change the size to, let me use 3. Okay, so now this is now the building name. So now I'm not going to click on create again. I'm going to click on label, and I'm going to click on any point. Now instead of building name, the next part I want to do is the client name. So I'm going to go over here and click on client name, add this parameter, and click OK. Then I'm going to click on this and change this to content here. Then I'm going to go again. I'm going to go to create. Next is the registration number. This one we don't need any. Okay, let me see if there's any parameter for it. I'm just going to click anywhere, and okay, so maybe we can use project number. Click on add parameter, and I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on this and change it to this content now. So I'm going to go again. I'm going to go to create. I'm going to go to text now. So what I can do now is I can click on this, move this up here, then I can just click on this one and copy it using the same reference point, and copy this one to here. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm now going to click on edit label. So now I am now given the option to change the parameters of this label. I'm going to click on this here, then remove this. Then I'm just going to change this to sheet name. I'm going to go over here, and I'm just going to see sheet name, click on it, and click OK. Then I'm going to click on copy again. I'm going to copy this one here, drawn by. Then I'm just going to click on this, edit label. So you can see as I'm creating all these labels, I can add whatever important parameters. So I'm just going to put this drawn by here and click on add. Then I'm going to click on this and remove this. So I'm going to click on OK. Okay, let me just click on this and okay, drawn by. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this and place this here. So for this approved by, I'm going to edit the label. I'm going to click on this, remove this. Then I'm now going to go under this drawn by. I'm just going to put designed by. Then I'm just going to click OK. So now the same thing for this scale. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this here. Okay, so now what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on this here, click on edit label. Then I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to change this to scale, add, click on this, remove, click OK. So now I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this, edit parameter. Then I'm going to remove this scale here. Then I'm going to go to this date and stamp. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on OK. Okay, so you can see the date and stamp. You can see everything here. So under this client name, project title, we can click on this, edit this label. Then we can also add project location. So we can go over here and look for project location. So I'm just going to click on this project address and add it here. Then I'm going to click OK. So what this does is that it also gives you not only the project name but the project address. So now you can see we have our full title block and we have our sheet. Then I'm going to click on Ctrl S to save this. Then I'm just going to save it where we have the other files. So I'm just going to call this A2 sheet. So after doing this, I'm going to click on save. Then I'm going to load this into this project. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to click on load into project, and then I'm going to save project. So now we have loaded it into the project. We are now going to be able to open it here and create copies of the sheets. Alright, so now we are now going to go under this sheet here. So we're going to right click and click on new sheet. Then you're going to see this A2 sheet we created. Then I'm just going to click on open. Okay, So now I'm going to click on this plus icon to be able to see the sheet. Then I'm going to right click and I'm going to click on rename. So I'm going to change the number of this sheet to A001. See me, I didn't even put sheet number. Then I'm now going to change the name to, let me start from site plan. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now we have a problem. We didn't even create the sheet number. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this again. Then I'm just going to copy some of this thing by one step down. So I'm going to select from all these drawn by here, approved by, the scale and this date. Then I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to move this by one segment. So after doing this, I can now select all of this here. I can click on copy. I can pick this point here and pick this point. Then I can now click on split here to split this line here, split this line here, and I can just click on trim. So you can see in this title block there is a lot of information here, so it's always good to be careful while creating them. So I'm just going to hover, scroll, highlight this too. I'm going to copy this here. Then I'm going to rename this sheet number. So after calling this sheet number, I'm going to click on this, edit the label. Then I'm going to click on this and remove this. Then I'm going to go down sheet number and I'm going to click on this and click OK. So now we have the sheet number. So for this sheet number, I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate. Then I'm going to make it bigger. So I'm going to make this 6 and click apply. OK. So this is the sheet number. Then I'm going to click on load into project. No. I'm going to click on override existing version. So you can now see all this information. Now you can see that this project title, I've already saved some project before, so the name just automatically loaded in here. So we can now change this project title details. I'm going to click on load into project. So I'm just going to try and click on this. Then I'm going to click on Ctrl A to change this project address. So I'm going to change this project address to, let me just use Lagos, Nigeria. Then I'm going to change this building name to proposed apartment, high-rise apartment, or proposed Paparano Towers. Okay, so depending on the name. So you can see this is the project title, the proposed Paparano Towers, Lagos, Nigeria. So the client name, Architect Piper. After the private name, the project registration number by per 111. I'm just giving an example. So this sheet name is already automatic because it follows the name we gave the sheet. Then this sheet number is already automatic, drawn by Architect Piper. Then we're going to go to approve by. I can click on this Ctrl C and approve by me as well. Okay, so after doing this, you can see the scale is empty because we have not placed any project here, and the date is corresponding to what we have on this. So this is just how this sheet panel works. So what we're now going to do is we're going to create another sheet here, and this time we're going to click on A2 sheet again. So you can see that because we named this A001, is following the same numerical value. So I'm just going to right click and rename this. Then I'm going to call this basement floor. So just like we've created these two sheets, we're going to continue creating other sheets. So I'm just going to be doing the same thing. Okay, so now we have created all the sheets. We are going to start placing our site plans, our plans on the sheet. So I'm going to start from site and I'm just going to click and drag it here. So we are now going to see if it's going to place. So now our site plan has been placed. So I think the site plan entered this it entered the sheet perfectly. So you can now see even the title here, site plan. we can click on this and we can just drag this here, or we can even click on this and change it to go over, click on this drop down icon and click on no title. So this title here is going to serve. So we can see sheet name, site plan, sheet number 001. Okay, so we can even add an annotation to this site plan. I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to text, then I'm just going to click annotative text, edit type, duplicate, and this time I'm going to make it bigger. The text font will be Bebas Neue, then the text size will be 10. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm going to place this. I'm going to call this main building. Okay. Then I'm just going to click out. Then I'm just going to move this to the center point. So we have our site plan here. Then you can now see that under this sheet now, if you click on this minimize, you can see the view that is placed inside. So we're going to double click and click on the next. Then we're just going to bring in the basement floor plan here. Okay, from the size of this basement floor plan, I'm not even sure the other floor plans is going to enter. So I'm just going to change this scale to scale 1:200. So I think 1:200 manages to enter this sheet. So I'm going to try and centralize it, click on this and change it to no title. Okay, so now I'm pretty worried about the other views. I'm going to go to ground floor plan now. So I'm just going to start dragging this DPC here, because this is our ground floor, and let's see whether it will enter. So as you can see from the looks of it, is already very massive and is not even entering. So we are going to edit some things in this ground floor plan. We are going to click on this and change the scale to 1:200 first of all, and see whether that will help. So now we have changed it to 200. I think it helps. So I'm just going to double click on this. I'm going to highlight all these site plan features. I'm just going to click on override graphics in view by, okay, not by category, cancel. I'm just going to select everything and right click and click override graphics in view by element. Then I'm just going to put it at halftone. So why I'm doing this is that I'm still going to show some site features on this ground floor plan. So it's just going to help the it's just going to convey the link between the floor plan and the environment. So I'm going to do this override graphics in view here, and I'm just going to make sure everything is set at halftone. So now I'm going to click on this reveal crop region. Then I'm now going to crop it to here. I'm going to also crop this further to this point here, and I'm going to crop this to this point here. I think this should do the trick. So now this is done. I'm now going to click on turn off crop region. Then I'm going to double click outside. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this to change it to no title. Then I'm just going to drag this here. So still it's not entering. Then I have no choice but to change the scale to 1:2 custom 250. Okay, so I think this 1:250 might just be able to cut it. So now our scale is already very tight, but we'll just have to manage it that way. So I'm just going to place this here. Okay, so now we are going to work on something. Now as you can see, if I double click, this room legend is actually, the text are very big, so I'm going to edit it down. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm now going to change the text font to you know, they have the text and the title text, so I'm going to change both of them to Bebas Neue. I'm going to change this text size to 3. I'm going to change this to Bebas Neue as well. Then I'm going to change this title to 5. I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. Then you can see that this is much more compact than it is. So we have our ground floor here, which is looking good. Then we're now going to just replicate the same thing for the first floor too. So I'm just going to go and drag in the first floor from this project browser. Okay, so now for this first floor, we're going to change the scale to 250. Then once we've changed the scale, I think things should set in place. So I'm going to drag it and place it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select this hide in view by element. Then I'm going to click on reveal crop region. So I'm just going to crop this to where the actual plan is. So far you can see the amount of work it took us to reach this point. So as much as designing a high-rise is not too complex, it's also no child's play as well. So I'm going to click on this and change it to no title. So you can now see that see the legend here. You can see everything is just coming out as we planned. So I'm going to click on this minimize so it's not going to confuse us. I'm going to go to this second floor plan sheet, and I'm going to be dragging the second floor plan. So what we can do now is we can just double click and we can select some of this text here. So once we select some of this text here, like here, select this text here, that is difficult to view due to the whole convolutedness. I'm just going to select this text here. I can hold shift to unselect this door, hold control, select this text. I can now delete. So I'm now going to do to make this text more visible, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click on edit family. Then I'm going to zoom in, I'm going to click on this text, click on edit in place. Then I'm going to just go under this background, change it from transparent to opaque. Then I'm going to increase the text, reduce the text size to 1.8. After doing that, I'm just going to click OK. Then I'm going to click on this, I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to do the same thing for this area, and I'm going to leave it at 1.4. So after doing this, I'm going to click on load into project no. Then I'm going to click on override existing parameter. So you can now see that the text are coming out better since the background is opaque. So now I'm just going to select this, highlight, right click, hide in view by element. Then I'm going to click out, double click out, click on this. Then I'm just going to change this to no title. I'm just going to click on this once more, click on this reveal crop region. Then I'm just going to edit this crop region that is too big. Then I'm going to click on hide crop region. Then now we are now going to go to the final floor, which is the typical floor. So this is going to be this typical fifth floor. It's now, and I'm now going to experiment whether I can reduce the scale. Okay, so I'm just going to drag it in first. Then I'm going to see whether it enters this sheet. So of course it's bigger than what we thought. Then I'm going to double click on this, right click, hide in view by element. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to now change the scale to 200 first, because obviously I don't think 150 enters here. So I'm just going to drag this. So I think 200 perfectly enters with no major deal. So now I've done this, I'm now going to click on this. Okay, I can just click on this, double click, click on reveal crop region, then click on this, drag this up, click on this other side too, just to crop it. So after doing this, some of these text that are convoluted, we can select this room tags, select this, go over here, select this as well, select this, select this, select this. So after we have done selecting this, we can now go and just delete it. So once we've deleted tags, we can now click out. We can click on this and change it to no crop region. So I'm just going to double click and off this reveal crop region. So now we can see our typical floor. So one more thing before we go further again is, because I feel it's very important that I show you how to create a section and apply graphics. So I'm just going to click on all these sections, section 1 to 4, and I'm going to delete them. The reason why I'm deleting them is because they are more of practical sections. They are like sections that we are using to model. So I'm now going to click on DPC and I'm going to draw an actual section. So I'm going to explain some principles. Why drawing section is important, that if you are drawing section, you cut through the major structural components of your building. In the essence of this code, we are going to cut through this staircase and these elevators. So I'm going to click on view. Under this view, I'm going to click on section, and I'm going to pick a section line from here across this. Make sure the line is straight and click on this. So what we can now do for most of these views is that once we've created this section, we can click on this section line, click on this split element, then drag it to the edge. We can even drag this beyond a bit so it's not going to interfere. Then we can do this for all the subsequent floors. And note that once you create an element and you start working once you start working on a sheet, a view you have placed on sheet, everything we are doing on the view is going to apply to the view on sheet. So take note of that, so you don't need to worry about going back to the sheet. So I think we have drawn this section. So now what we are going to do is we are now going to double click on the section to actually see what the section has got. So we're just going to go here. We're going to create a sheet for it. What we're simply going to do is we're going to click on rename. We're going to change this sheet 11. So we're going to rename this one as well and change it to sheet 10. So after doing that, now we're now going to click on new again. We're going to click on new sheet, and we're going to click on new A2 sheet. This time around, we're going to rename the sheet and change it to 009 since it's the one missing. So we're just going to call this section and click OK. So now we're now going to go, since we deleted the other sections and we created a new section. So if we click on this section icon here, we're only going to see one section, and I think this is going to be very heavy. So the next time this thing loads, now I'm just going to click Ctrl S to save the project, so I'm not going to make any funny mistake. Okay, so now I've saved the project, I'm going to start working on some things on this section. So you can see the section, you can see all the lines where it's cut. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on VV, that is visibility graphics. Then I'm going to change some parameters. I'm going to go under walls here. I'm going to change this pattern override. I'm going to click on this drop down, change it to solid fill, make it black. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on lines override, and I'm going to make the line width to be 5, and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to go to floors in this same list. So once I go to floors, I'm going to do the same thing, pattern, color override, black. I'm going to click on this override color, and I'm going to make it black. Then the same thing, I'm going to click on this override lines, click on the width of the line to be 5, click OK, click apply, and we're going to see the graphics change. Okay, so I'm just going to click OK. So far you can see the graphics here. So normally, once we have cut a section, we can always go to architecture, we can click on tag rooms, so you can tag existing rooms that this section cut through. But if we start doing that, it's not going to enter the sheet, okay, because this view is already very tall. So what we're going to do is we're now going to start on working on the, should I say, the main graphics touch. So I'm going to click on this level here. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm just going to change this to halftone. So this is pretty heavy. So after doing this, I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to turn off this show crop region, okay, because this is already good the way it is. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to GD, that is the graphics display option. I'm going to turn on these smooth lines with anti-aliasing. These shadows, I'm going to click on show ambient shadows. I'm going to go to lighting, and I'm going to increase the sunlight to 100, ambient light to 40, shadows to 0. Click on apply, and I'm just going to click OK. So it's loading because it's very heavy. So once I'm done with this, I'm going to click OK. So what I can do now is I can click on tag room, and I can just tag some of these major spaces, like this courtyard, this shopping mall, this maybe this stairway, and just some of these spaces here. So once I've done this, I think I can click on escape now. So what I'm now going to do, once I've done all this setting, I'm going to see if this section is going to enter the sheet. So I'm going to click on this sheet. I'm now going to drag in this section here and see whether it enters this sheet. So let's wait for it to load, and I think it entered. So okay, so my system is literally steaming. So now we can do some more touches in this section. We can click on this, and we can just click on this drop down icon and change it to no title. So what we are going to do, we are going to double click on this and edit some of these view parameters. We are going to click on this show crop region here because we want to crop this thing. We are going to select some of these elements that we don't want to be seen. Like I'm going to select this, right click, hide in view by category. I'm also going to select this scope box too. So I'm going to select this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. So once I've hidden some of these unnecessary elements, you can see the fine elevation work we did. Now I'm just going to click on crop region, and I'm just going to crop the rest of this. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to crop this a bit. So I'm going to go over to this region here, and I'm also going to crop it. So my system is literally on fire now. So once I do this, I'm now going to try and drag these levels here. So because there are a lot of level text, I want them to be in proximity. So I'm just going to click on this and drag this here to this point. So let's just wait for it to load. Okay, so now we can now click on this, turn off this crop region. Then let's see if the thing is placed well within the sheet. So now we are done with this. We can just quickly click out and just click on this and just adjust it a bit. So our section has been placed successfully. So now we are going to enter the final phase and my favorite part of the work, which are the 3Ds. So now this is going to be very intense because my system is literally going to blow out of proportions. So now I'm just going to hit Ctrl S to save the project before I endeavor on this. I'm going to hit Ctrl S, so it's going to save the project. So now I'm going to go to the natural ground level to pick my perspective shot. Okay. So normally if I'm picking a perspective floor shot for a duplex, I usually like going low, but in a high rise I may need to compromise that. So I'm just going to go over here to the DPC instead of the NGL. So now, okay, let me just go to the NGL since I'll have more control on the shot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go under view here. Under this view, I'm now going to click on this 3D view drop down icon. Then I'm going to pick on camera shot. So we are going to be given an option to set the offset of the camera shot. We can set the camera shot from DPC and we can put the offset. So since this is a high rise, the offset from the base is going to be a bit high. So I'm going to put it at 2.4. Then once I've done that, I'm just going to pick it and pick my shot here. I'm going to click on escape. Let me click on it again. So I'm going to pick a shot from something that is a bit far. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on do not crop region. So it's going to give me view to see my camera. So I'm always going to go from here and I'm going to pick one from this approach. So I'm going to pick this now. So this is just one, so we are going to wait for it to load the 3D view. As you can hear it, I don't know if you can hear it, but my system is already screaming in pain now. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to edit this crop region and drag it up, and I'm going to drag it to the side. I hope my Revit doesn't crash, but anyways, we are going to continue working. Okay, so I'm going to crop this to this side here, and I'm also going to crop this to another region. Okay, so what I can do that can help is just to reduce this crop region since it's just showing more of sky, and I can stop it somewhere around here. Okay, so now we are just going to go and click on this hide crop region. So now we have picked this 3D shots. I'm just going to leave it for now. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try and zoom in and see if I can delete or hide all the furnitures by category. So once I highlight everything, I'm now going to wait for it to highlight. So apparently we survived, so I'm going to click on filter and I'm going to click on check none, and I'm just going to click on furnitures and I'm going to click OK. So now it has highlighted only the furnitures in the project. I'm just going to right click, hide in view by element. So this is 1000 furniture. So I think by hiding all these furnitures by elements, I've reduced the weight on this. So now I'm not going to pick the second perspective. So I'm going to go back to NGL. So this time I'm going to be picking one perspective from this side here. So I'm going to go to 3D view. I'm going to go to camera shot. Then I'm just going to set this height to 2.4. Then I'm going to go over here and pick a nice camera shot from here. Okay, I'm going to click on escape, 3D view, camera again, 2.4. Then I'm just going to go from here and I'm going to pick a nice shot from this wing here. So now this another one is going to take some time to load, so let's wait for it and see how it comes out. So surprisingly, we actually was able to get, so I just noticed an error. If you notice, if you look at this now, we have a problem here. This slab here is currently going down, so we're just going to make it 1.2, so it's going to match the soffit of this entrance. Okay, or let me make it 1350. So now you can see that a lot of these lines are too thick and they are not really showing any information, but I'm still going to show you how to set it to make it very heavy, high quality, and show a lot of information. But this is going to be super. So I'm just going to drag this up and I'm going to see how far it shows us in our high rise. So I'm just going to drag it and place it at this top level, and I'm going to wait for it to load. Okay, so as usual, I'm just going to click on this show off crop region. So now before I start editing the size, I'm going to place it on sheet first. So I'm going to click on this 3D view sheet, and I'm going to go and look for where the 3D is. So I'm just going to click on this 3D view. Okay, it's not under 3D views. I'm going to click on 3D views on this icon here. You know, there are two 3D views, one under coordination, which shows the actual controllable 3D. Then this 3D views independent on its own now shows the 3D shots we picked. So I'm going to drag in this 3D view one. So you can see it's barely even filling up the sheet. So we are going to edit the size to just do that. So I'm just going to click on this. So what I'm going to do now is, now I've placed this on this sheet, so I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit active crop size, then I'm going to click on scale, then I'm now going to change this to, let me use 450. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So it's going to increase the scale of this high rise in its entirety. Okay, so now it's bigger this way. We can still do some work. I can just double click on this. I can then go to show crop region. Then I can now click on this crop region, and I can just crop it down here since it's showing too much environment. And I can also crop this from the top here. Okay, so now we have saved this. I can now click on hide crop region. I can now exit this view now. I can now click on this, then I can click on this again, click on edit crop size, make sure I click on scale and change this to, let me use 500, and I'm going to click OK. So I'm just trying to make this 3D image as big as possible, so when I'm printing, it's going to come out with enough details as possible. If I make it too big, it might get too heavy, and the image, if I export it independently as an image, it might even be up to 500 MB for just one image. So I'm going to click on this drop down and click on it to know. So now I'm going to go to this other second sheet, that is 3D view 2. So now for this, I'm now going to drag in the second 3D here. So I'm just going to drag into this. So while we wait for it to drag in, let's have a drink of coffee. So this one is quite small. I'm going to click and place it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and crop it manually first to not waste any space. So I'm just going to double click on this. I'm going to click on reveal crop region, crop element, and I'm just going to click on this crop element, and I'm going to drag it to this point here. Just show a bit of environment. Then I'm just going to drag this here. Okay, so now we have cropped this to here. I think this is fine. So what we're going to do now is, once this is done, we're just going to click on this hide crop region now. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this hide crop region, and I'm going to click out of this. So now I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go to this crop size. I'm going to go to scale and change this to 500 as well. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to see how big this can get, whether it will enter the sheet. If it does, we're now going to go into the graphics settings of this 3D view, because we're not going to leave it as black and white. So I think this is too big off the bat, so I'm going to click on this scale, and I'm going to reduce it to 450 and see whether 450 might just enter this sheet. So I'm going to click OK. So I think 450 might just enter, so I'm just going to click on this and change it to no title. Then I'm just going to drag this down and see if it enters. Okay, 450 isn't entering. I'm going to go to this crop size, change the scale, and I'm going to change it to 400. So I think 400 might finally work. Okay, 400 isn't working. Let me try 380. Okay, so I think this 380 might just do the trick. Let me just move the turn a bit downwards. Okay, let me move it a bit up. So I think 318 barely entered. We're just going to manage it this way. So now we're now going to go and start touching the graphics display options before we print this. So I'm now going to go down, and I'm going to go back to this 3D view 1. So I'm going to work on this. I'm going to save the graphics option as a parameter. Then I'm now going to copy it to the next 3D view. So I'm going to double click on this. So I'm going to click firstly on this crop region or scope box, hide in view by category. So after I've done with that, I'm going to go to this detail level and put it to fine. So after I put the detail level to fine, all this stuff you will take time to update, but we're just going to take them one after the other. So after this is done, I'm going to hit GD on my keyboard to access the graphics display option. Then I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to turn on shadows, cast shadows, show ambient shadows. I'm now going to go to lighting. I'm going to go to this insertion lighting. I'm going to go to still. Then I'm now going to go to summer. Then I'm just going to set this as 11 a.m. and I'm going to click on apply. I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm now going to increase the sun intensity to 100, the ambient light to 30, and I'm going to reduce the shadows to 10. Then I'm going to put a background. Under this background, I'm going to put gradient. Then I'm going to change this gradient sky. I'm going to drag this towards blue and make it as light as possible. Click OK. Then I'm going to click apply and click OK. So this might take a lot of time to apply all these 6 settings, but let's just give it some time and see it come out. Then I'm going to click OK. So now what I'm going to do now is just judging from this alone, I'm not really feeling the lighting of this. I feel it's a bit too dark, so I'm going to click on GD again. I'm now going to go under lighting. So under this lighting, I'm going to increase this to 40, this ambient light 40. Go to this summer and I'm going to change it to 1 p.m. click apply and click OK. So I'm going to see what this does to this. So now I've clicked OK. I think it's now a bit much better, but I still feel some work can still be done on the lighting. So I'm going to click on GD again. So I'm just going to be working on this till I feel the graphic setting is really nice. So I'm going to go under lighting here. I'm going to increase this ambient light to 60. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to change this to false. Under this false, I'm now going to change it to 4 or 5 p.m. and I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to see how the sun setting is going to change. Okay, let me just put it back to summer and change it to 3 p.m. click on apply and click OK. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to change this style from hidden line to shaded. Then I'm going to click on apply. So if I see the results and I'm okay with the result, I'm now going to save this as a template and apply it on this other 3D view. Okay, so now we can see what it's giving us. I think this is not bad. I think this is fine, but I still want to make the shadow casting interesting. So this time I'm going to use spring and I'm going to change this to 11 a.m. Then I'm going to click on apply and see how it's going to interact with the building. Okay, so this is not what I expected. Let me change it to 9 a.m. click on apply. Okay, so I think this is a bit better. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I think I like this, the shadow interplay of the building. So I think it's looking nice. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click OK. Then I'm going to go to this view template and I'm going to create a new view template for this 3D. So I'm going to go to view template, create, and I'm going to call this 3D main. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm going to go to this second 3D and I'm going to apply the same template. So it's going to show 3D main. I'm going to click on this. So I'm going to go to this 3D view too. Let me now apply the second template. So you can see, just due to the weight of this project, I cannot even appreciate the 3D using this view. So I'm just going to manage this till I print out. So I'm just going to click on this and crop it just a bit more. I'm going to crop it from here. So after doing that, I can now turn this off now. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to this view template. I'm going to apply template now. Then I'm going to change this to 3D main and I'm going to click on OK. So let's wait for it to apply. Then if we can see anything we want to change, if we're okay with the settings, we're going to finally. Okay, so this is not bad. So I think we're fine and good. So now we are finally going to print this project. So we are going to select all the sheets and we're going to print everything into one comprehensive PDF, because if I start exporting one by one, we're going to wait like 2 hours. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to this site plan. So because staying in this view is enough to hang the system, so I'm going to hit Ctrl P now. Then I'm now going to it's going to open the printing interface. So I'm going to make sure this combine icon is checked on. I'm going to click on select sheet, make sure this combine icon is still checked on, then click on select. Then I'm going to click on this multiple and I'm going to uncheck these 2 and 3D views. I'm going to make sure only this sheet is selected. Then we're going to see the list of our sheets. So I'm going to pick them. So after picking them, I'm going to click on edit print order and I'm going to click on and I'm going to click on sheet number ascending. Okay, you can see this sheet number 1 to 11, so I'm going to click on OK. Click on select. Do you want to save these settings? No. So I'm going to click on setup now. So Revit normally by default we are going to be printing Microsoft to PDF. So the highest size for Microsoft to PDF is not A2, it's A3. So like I said, I'm going to show you how to shrink it, the A2, because these are sheets were A2 sheets, so I'm going to show you how to shrink it to A3. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure this is at zoom, and under this zoom we're now going to change this to 71%, because that is the size ratio of A3 to A2. So it's going to compress that A2 to 71%, which automatically makes it an A3 sheet. So I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to click OK, and it's going to ask us to save the file wherever we want to save the file. So I'm just going to go to my documents, and I'm going to save the file. So now what I'm going to do is I'm now going to give this a name. I'm going to call this Piper Towers. So I'm just going to click on OK and click on save. So now this is printing. This is going to take some time. So while this is printing, I'm going to use this opportunity to try and conclude this video. So firstly, if you have followed this video to this point, which I doubt 99% of people will be able to do, but if you have followed this video comprehensively to this point, I want to congratulate you, because even me that is making the video, it's really not been a joke. It has been serious work after work. So if you are able to follow the video, follow the design principles, practice as you are following, and you are able to create something even 70-something% similar to this, you have really done very well. So this is a good advancement to your own skill in Revit. And so you can see the result of what we've done: the site plan, the basement floor plan, the ground floor, first floor, second floor, mezzanine floor, typical fourth floor, then to the typical floor. You can see how well designed this thing is. It took us a lot of time to get to this point, but it's definitely what you can see. The section and the spaces, you can see the core of the high rise, you can see the 3D of the high rise looking very beautiful. You can see all these panels we took time to create, and it has given this high rise a distinct character. So look at this from this view, the sun shading devices, everything just looking nice. Okay, so I think this is the end of this video. Don't forget, I said I will leave the link to access this project file will be in the description below, so you can check it out to get it. But you can see the result of what we've done with Revit. So this just shows you the possibilities you can go with Revit. You can design from small scale to large scale project without, it's nothing too magical. There's nothing magical about it. You just have to follow the gradual process. Okay, so thanks again. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, like, share, and without out of the way, I'm going to see you again in the next video. Thank you.